Tien traversed into the gaming metropolis, where games have become the universal arena for global competition. The common currency is the game point. Status and power are measured by rank and level. Extraordinary abilities, rare treasures, exotic pets, mercenaries, and servants. All of these can be obtained by entering the cartridge game world. Having crossed into this realm, Lin Tien, who only wished to immerse himself earnestly in gaming, was forced into becoming a cheatinable player. Host detected entering cartridge world plants versus zombies. System
正在分配游戏外挂，请从以下3个限定中选择。
Options. 1. Infinite sunshine allows unlimited playing. 2. 100-fold drops increases the probability of plant card drops by 100 times. 3. Plant modification. You can consume sunshine to modify plants. Brother Tongzi, can I not choose any? System, no. Host brother, I have performance targets to meet. While esports players tore each other apart fighting for resources, while great powers slaughtering, Lin Tien stood atop the highest point in sudden. That, in this vast gaming metropolis, he was the only one purely enjoying the joy brought by games. Thus, the story begins. How's your exam preparation going? Not great. Haven't really played games, seriously. Just been reading boring stuff like Chinese and math. Hey,
我妈把房子都卖了，就为了让我有时间玩游戏，压力太大了。
is immense. Don't worry. Don't stress. Look at it this way. If you don't get into the esports university, won't you become your family's disgrace? That just makes me more stressed. Damn it. My dad forces me to stay up late at the internet cafe every night. I haven't had a good night's sleep in ages. So nervous. I have no idea what game the final exam will be on this time. Lin Tien awoke from the noisy chatter, his gaze confused. Where is this? After a moment, his eyes focused, and he scanned his surroundings. Before him was a setting resembling a high school classroom. A flood of information poured into his mind as his vision cleared. The gaming metropolis, a nation of players, where over 90% of human knowledge and resources stem from the cartridge game world. Entering the cartridge world, including games, yields abundant resources, rare treasures, and the chance to wield extraordinary powers. In the real world, escaping data runs rampant, threatening humanity. Phantom gaming abysses appear everywhere, bringing both opportunity and peril. Esports champions those with combat skills who can resist escaping data and explore phantom gaming accessories, the highest revered worldwide. I've crossed over this place.
这里属于游戏。今天是高3最后一场期末考试。
We're about to enter the cartridge game world to take the exam. After a brief moment of daze, Lin Tien grinned with delight. He was an ultimate gaming enthusiast. Playing high-quality games and conquering difficult challenges was his greatest passion. Now, to escape the dull world he once knew and arrive in this gaming metropolis was, to him, certainly no misfortune. Raising his hand, Lin Tien glanced at the identity wristband, recording his basic information. Name, Lin Tien. Level 1, 25. Out of 100 game point cards, 115 points. Level was the most crucial attribute for humans in this world, which could be enhanced by entering cartridge worlds and playing games. Leveling up not only moderately improved physical functions, but more importantly, unlocked the permission to learn certain skills. For instance, chefs generally needed to reach level 3 to learn beginner culinary skills. Lawyers usually had to reach level 5 to acquire basic skills. To become a legendary esports champion, one had to attain at least level 10. Essentially, the more difficult and higher paying the profession, the higher the required level. In other words, level was directly linked to social status. The better you play, the better your standing in this world. Game point cards served as the universal currency, with purchasing power surpassing that of Lin Tien's former world's yuan. A senior student without much income carrying over 100-point cards was not insignificant, indirectly indicating Lin Tien's family was fairly well off. Indeed, his parents were very busy and seldom home, only occasionally topping up his point cards as living expenses. Finally crossed over into such an awesome world. I've got to make a name for myself. Ill becoming esports champion. While he browsed his panel, chuckling thoughtfully, a warm, chubby hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Hey, Lindsay, how's your exam prep coming? Turning around, he saw a bespectacled, buzzcut, somewhat sleazy-looking, chubby guy grinning at him. This fellow was Liu Zhou, a classmate who hung out with Lin Tian fairly often. Though he didn't look like a serious person, he was a bona fide top student. Well, calling him a top student in this world seemed inadequate. Someone who excelled at video games would be a game overlord. Didn't really study much. How about you, Liu Ji, old Liu? Lin Tian asked. Liu Zhou proudly displayed his phone's chat logs. I didn't study either, just busy chasing girls. That class 5 beauty. I won her over in 3 days. See how awesome I am. Lin Tian, not impressed. Liu Zhou. Lin Tian eyed Liu Zhou's chunky frame skeptically. Why would the class beauty want to date you? Liu Zhou chuckled. Obviously, Shez into my type. Lin Tian shook his head. Then why doesn't she just spend 20-point cards for a plate of pork belly at the snack shop by the school gate? Liu Zhou, bro. I kinda wanna mess with you. As the two bantered back and forth, the classroom suddenly fell silent. At the door, the proctor entered holding a PS8 cartridge reader in his left hand and a sealed dossier in the other, carefully placing both on the podium. He cleared his throat and announced everyone, return to your seats and prepare to record your identity wristband information. Then, he took out the final exam game cartridge from the dossier. He powered on the PS8 cartridge reader and began installing the cartridge. Generally, cartridges fell into 3 categories: single-player type, LAN multiplayer type, and global network type. Single-player cartridges allowed only 1 player per cartridge. LAN multiplayer types supported multiple players within a certain range. Global network types enabled worldwide players to connect simultaneously via data. The cartridge used for this final exam was a LAN multiplayer typone per class. These cartridges were extremely expensive, and each could only be used once. Outside, even to buy the cheapest level LAN multiplayer cartridge access slot required several thousand-point cards. The proctor installed the cartridge on the podium. Students in the front rows grew restless, standing on tiptoe and sticking out their backsides, eager to catch a glimpse of the exam questions early. Lin Tian and Liu Zhou sat toward the back, unable to see the name of the exam game, so they resorted to watching the backsides of the girls in the front rows instead. Soon, through the whispered chatter of the classmates ahead, Lin Tian caught the gist of the exam title. The final exam game is Plants vs. Zombies. Hey, even my stroke-stricken grandma can play that game. Lin Tian murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with a flicker of light as he lowered his head to stifle a smile. As a once wildly popular casual strategy game on Earth, Plants vs. Zombies was something he was intimately familiar with indeed. He could hardly be more knowledgeable. Although the game content and rules within the cartridge world were undoubtedly different from those he had previously experienced on a computer, his past life understanding and experience with this game gave him a significant head start. Upon hearing that the exam would be on Plants vs. Zombies, Liu Zhou's face lit up with concealed delight as he patted his belly, which looked as if he were expecting. Strategy games. That's my specialty. As he spoke, the teacher began descending from the podium, using the PS8's card reader to scan each examinee's identity wristband. Following this, the examination rules were announced. 1. Upon entering the cartridge world, communication with other candidates is strictly prohibited. 2. Under no circumstances shall you interfere with the examinations of other candidates. 3. You must obey the instructions of the exam proctors and refrain from acting independently. 4. After completing the entire procedure, the teacher ascended the podium once more and reminded the students earnestly, the opportunity to enter the cartridge world is exceedingly precious. You should all strive to perform well. Although receiving the generous completion rewards is nearly impossible at this stage, there is still a chance to earn some experience points. Once inside the game, you must play earnestly and carefully familiarize yourselves with the game rules. Strategy games such as this require meticulous decision-making. Very well, time is up. Let the exam commence. As a bell resounded through the hall, the teacher pressed the start button on the PS8's card reader. Lin Tian clenched his fist with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. A brand new life begins. First conquer this exam and set a good precedent. In the next instant, a flash of white light shimmered. The entire class, as well as the entire senior 3rd grade, vanished from their spots in an instant. Almost simultaneously, information flickered through Lin Tian's mind. Host
植物大
detected
炸
entering the
僵
cartridge
尸
world. Plants versus Zombie system is allocating game enhancements. Please choose one from the following 3 options. Host detected entering the cartridge world. Plants versus Zombie system is allocating game enhancements. Please select one from the following 3 options. 1. Infinite sunlight enables unlimited planting of plants. 2. 100-fold drops increases the probability of plant drops by 100 times. 3. Plant modification allows you to expend sunlight to modify plants. The system is here. Is it offering me a cheat? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback as he reviewed the 3 enhancements. As a top-tier gamer, he was actually quite averse to such cheats. System bro, can I not choose one? Lin Tian attempted to inquire. System, that's not possible. Host bro, I have performance targets to meet. Lin Tian, you see, it's not that I want to cheat in being forced. Pretending to be cool is one thing, but if Teresa cheats, I have to use it. After all, this was no ordinary computer. Excelling within the cartridge world, or even clearing it, would earn him substantial rewards in the real world. After some thought, he decisively selected the 3rd.
一选择植物改造
allows you to expend sunlight to modify plants, compared to the first 2 enhancements that mindlessly boosted strength. This 3rd option clearly enhanced gameplay, promising a more enjoyable experience. Once chosen interface vanished. What appeared before Lin Tian was a vast courtyard. At this moment, other students in the class also appeared within their respective courtyards. Standing before the students was Dave, sporting a pressure cooker on his head, energetically gesticulating as he began to explain the game rules in detail. YB, Babu Baba, YB, Babu. The students were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend a word. Only Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully, as if understanding perfectly. A nearby classmate surprised asked, "You can understand what he's saying?" Lin Tian smiled. The classmate. Fortunately, a subsequent prompt appeared, providing everyone with a clearer understanding of the cartridge world's game rules. Cartridge world plants versus zombies. Cartridge type. Local area network. Multiplayer game type. Tower defense strategy. Difficulty level F, number of players connected. 38 game content. Once the game officially begins, each player will be assigned a courtyard. Your
收
task
集
is
阳
to
光，
collect
种植
sunlight,
植物，
plant
阻止
vegetation,
如其
and
房
prevent
屋，
zombies from invading your house. This game
成
consists
功
of
抵
40
挡
waves
全部
of
40
zombie
波
attacks. Successfully
将获
repelling
得
all 40
通
waves
关
will clear
奖
the
励
game and grant generous rewards. Game start. The prompt disappeared. In the next moment, Lin Tian found himself standing in a courtyard. On his left and right were 2 identical courtyards. Inside the courtyards were 2 of his classmates. Essentially, the desks in front and behind him in the examination hall. First wave of zombies approaching you have collected 100 points of sunlight from the sun tip. Before each wave of zombies arrives, you will receive a fixed 100 points of sunlight. Please plant your plants promptly. The prompt
请及时
reappeared. Lin
种
Tian
植植
immediately
物。
glanced at the available plants to be planted. As in
张
the
前可
original
种植
game,
制植物
only one pea
豌豆
shooter
射
was
手
available at the start. Pea
花费
shooter
100点
costs
阳光
100 points
发
of
射
sunlight
蚊
can
豆
shoot
攻
peas
击
to
目
attack
标。
zombies with considerable power. With only 100 points of sunlight available in the first round, there was no choice but to plant a single pea shooter in the courtyard. Lin Tian focused his mind and expended 100 points of sunlight to plant it. When selecting the planting location, he pondered briefly before placing it at the very back, center of the courtyard. This position allowed the long-range pea shooter to have more shooting time and ensured its firing range covered a broad area, preventing it from missing zombies that appeared too high or too low. The classmate in the left courtyard made the same choice as Lin Tian. However, the classmate in the right courtyard was quite extraordinary. Before the game even began, it seemed his mind had already been devoured by zombies. He planted the sole pea shooter right at the courtyard entrance, as if fearing the zombies might not be able to reach it. About 1 minute later, a large wave of zombies is attacking, accompanied by a terrifying sound effect. The first wave of 10 zombies staggered forward. The pea shooter swayed its body, continuously spitting bullets, taking down a zombie with 3 or 5 shots. The zombies could not even approach the house. Everything proceeded smoothly for Lin Tan. The zombies advanced at most to the middle of the courtyard. Yet, in the right courtyard, the pea shooter never had a chance to eliminate a single zombie. The first zombie appeared and immediately chomped down on the pea shooter in 2 bites. Thereafter, zombies infiltrated his house, accompanied by a scream, "Osh." Meanwhile, in the chief proctor's office, a group of proctors and the grade director were monitoring each examination room situation through the PSA terminal detection system. As the first wave of zombies ended, 8 students were eliminated across the entire grade. The grade director's expression darkened. Losing such a simple level, I wonder how these students even got admitted to our No. 2 high school. A proctor beside him quickly comforted the director, attempting to ease his mood. Those who perform poorly in the game won't get into esports universities. Anyway, let's focus more on the top few students. Mentioning the top-ranked students, the grade director's expression brightened considerably. Nodding Yuan Xiaoyu, Li Nan Zhao Wenjun, and the others possess remarkable talent. They have already reached level 2, and even among recent cohorts, they are considered top tier. They all have opportunities to enter the premier esports universities in Kyoto and Qingyuan. I wonder among them who will seize the crown in this final exam. The invigilating teacher beside him nodded with a smile. This time, even the principal has gone all out, personally footing the bill for the final rewards. The prize for first place is truly generous. Unlike the original game's level be level mode, the rules here resemble more of the endless mode from the source material. As long as the plants remain intact, they can persist in the courtyard indefinitely within the examination hall. After surviving the first wave of zombie attacks, every candidate received a plant card as a reward from Crazy Dave, the sunflower. Cost 50 points of sunlight before each wave of zombies approaches. Gain an additional 50 points of sunlight. Once the sunflower is planted, it grants extra sunlight before every incoming zombie wave. Naturally, the earlier the sunflower is planted, the greater the benefit. Upon seeing this plant card, many candidates intended to use the fixed 100 points of sunlight from the next round of the sun to promptly plant 2 sunflowers. Indeed, this is the optimal strategy under normal circumstances. The second wave of zombies is imminent. You have gathered 100 points of sunlight from the sun. Please plant your plants promptly. Confronted with the warning of the second wave's arrival, Lin Tian stepped forward and approached the pea shooter he had planted in the first round. He activated the external shield. Instantly, several options popped up before his eyes. Modification plan 1. Dual-wielding Gatling pea shooter. Cost 50 points of sunlight effect. Fires 8 peas simultaneously per shot, increasing output by 8-fold. Modification plan 2. Laser pea shooter. Cost 100 points of sunlight effect. Fires laser peas instead, quadrupling power and penetrating zombies. Modification plan 3. Pea shooter maiden. Cost 150 points of sunlight effect. A feminized pea shooter, firing 4 peas per attack, and automatically generating 2 pea shooters nearby before each wave. Holy crap. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned after reading the 3 modification plans. No wonder it's a cheat. Each of these modifications is extraordinarily overpowered, not to mention the latter 2. Even the first dual-wielding Gatling pea shooter alone possesses the strength equivalent to 8 ordinary pea shooters. And 8 ordinary pea shooters cost 800 points of sunlight. Calculating the price of the dual-wielding Gatling pea shooter, including the cost of planting the ordinary pea shooter in the first round, it totals only 150 points of sunlight. This damn sheet utterly breaks the game's balance.
这也
It's so
太破
unfair
坏
to
平衡
the
了。
students. Lin Tian indignantly condemned it, then immediately chose the first modification plan. Instantly, the once adorable pea shooter's form began to change. In the very next moment, it transformed into a cool pea shooter soldier, wielding 2 Gatling guns and wearing a military helmet. With the remaining 50 points of sunlight, Lin Tian casually planted a sunflower in a rear position. Students in the courtyard on the left kept sneaking glances at Lin Tian's side. His usual grades were mediocre, even below Lin Tian's above average level. He had copied Lin Tian's placement of the pea shooter in the first round, which had proven exceptionally effective. Before the second round began, he was covertly observing Lin Tian, eager to see his next move. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian's pea shooter switched weapons, hoisting 2 Gatling guns, standing majestically under the sunlight, chest out and head held high. What the hell is this nonsense? The students in the left courtyard nearly dropped their eyeballs. This method of solving the problem is something even copyrighted. A massive horde of zombies is approaching. Before he could react, the second wave of zombies had already begun their assault. Seeing this, the students hurriedly planted another pea shooter, facing the 15 zombies of the second wave. Many students who had chosen to plant 2 sunflowers in the second round began to grow anxious. With only 1 pea shooter's firepower, they struggled to hold back the zombies' advance. Only when the last zombie fell before the pea shooter did they breathe a slight sigh of relief. Some poorly positioned pea shooters were even eliminated during this round. Those who persisted in planting pea shooters in the second round, leveraging dual firepower, had little trouble dealing with the 15 zombies. The zombies could, at most, reach the middle of the courtyard. In contrast, on Lin Tian's side, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat, the twin Gatlings blazed blue fire. The zombies were as fragile as paper, unable to even enter the courtyard, being shredded like sieves at the gate. The second wave of the zombie assault had concluded, with more than a dozen contestants eliminated. The third wave of zombies is imminent. You have gathered 100 points of sunlight from the sun. You have gathered 50 points of sunlight from the plants. Total sunlight accumulated 150. Please plant your flora without delay. At this juncture, his firepower was already formidable. For the third round, Lin Tian intended to enhance the efficiency of his sunlight acquisition first. Approaching the sunflowers he had planted in the previous round, he activated a cheat code. Modification Plan 1. Overachieving Sunflower. Cost: 50 points of sunlight. Effect: the diligent sunflower collects an additional 300 points of sunlight before each wave of zombies arrives. Modification Plan 2. Summoner Sunflower. Cost: 100 points of sunlight. Effect: before each wave of zombies. It gathers an extra 100 points of sunlight and randomly summons a plant. Modification Plan 3. Solar Panel. Cost: 200 points of sunlight. Effect: before each wave of zombies, it collects an additional 900 points of sunlight. Lin Tian mused, the sunflower modification plans are equally absurdly powerful. And the third plan, clearly isn't even a plan anymore. Holding 150 points of sunlight, Lin Tian deliberated briefly before opting for the first modification plan. This alteration brought little change to the sunflower's appearance. Only the once smiling face twisted into a grimace of agony. In the early stages, when his firepower was sufficient to pass the level, it was safer to accumulate more sunlight. With the remaining 100 points of sunlight, Lin Tian planted another sunflower and promptly transformed it into an overachieving sunflower as well. Possessing 2 such sunflowers, Lin Tian would acquire an extra 600 points of sunlight before the fourth wave of zombies arrived. A massive horde of zombies is approaching. The third wave of zombies attacked. This time, the total number of zombies reached 20, including some barrier zombies with roadblocks atop their heads. However, Lin Tian's dual-wielding Gatling pea shooters effortlessly suppressed the zombies' advance beyond the garden gate. Even the heavily armored barrier zombies were pulverized before they could set foot fully inside the yard. In contrast, other contestants who had planted 2 sunflowers in the second round benefited from an extra 100 points of sunlight, allowing them to deploy 2 pea shooters this round. With 3 pea shooters' firepower, they managed to clear the level smoothly. Yet many, like those in Lin Tian's left side garden, only began planting sunflowers in the third round. Although they barely managed to survive with 2 pea shooters, they suffered losses. Some sunflowers were devoured, others pea shooters destroyed. A few unfortunate ones even lost their brains outright. Sustaining casualties as early as the third round spelled grim prospects for their subsequent survival. As for the handful who planted pea shooters without any strategic thought, though the current levels remained relatively easy, lacking accumulated sunlight meant their elimination was only a matter of time. The fourth wave of zombies is imminent. You have gathered 100 points of sunlight from the sun. You have gathered 600 points of sunlight from the plants. Total sunlight accumulated 700. Please plant your flora without delay. Before the fourth round commenced, Lin Tian's available sunlight had reached 700 points. The 2 overachieving sunflowers alone provided 600 points. His firepower remained sufficient, so his primary objective remained accumulating sunlight. Spending 350 points, he planted 7 sunflowers. Then, with another 350 points, he transformed all of them into overachieving sunflowers. Now, he possessed a total of 9 overachieving sunflowers. A massive horde of zombies is approaching. The fourth wave contained 20 zombies once more, but this time included a single iron bucket zombie with formidable defense. Thanks to his dual-wielding Gatling pea shooters, Lin Tian dealt with the threat effortlessly. The iron bucket zombie only made it halfway through his garden before being stopped. Meanwhile, many students who had failed to make the right choices in earlier rounds began facing mass eliminations. One such casualty was a student in the garden to Lin Tian's left. The fifth wave of zombies is imminent. You have gathered 100 points of sunlight from the sun. You have gathered 2,700 points of sunlight from the plants. Total sunlight accumulated 2,800. Please plant your flora without delay. The 9 overachieving sunflowers provided Lin Tian with 2,700 points of sunlight. By the fifth wave, his sunlight reserves were so abundant they were nearly overflowing. It was time to bolster his firepower. Since a sunflower costs 50 points of sunlight, and transforming it into a summoner's sunflower requires an additional 100 points. Each summoner's sunflower cost 150 points of sunlight. Spending 900 points, Lin Tian attempted to plant 6 summoner sunflowers. These summoner sunflowers donned robes and wielded staves, looking exceptionally dashing. With 1,700 points of sunlight remaining, Lin Tian began planting pea shooters and upgrading them. After some calculation, he planted 10 pea shooters. 8 were transformed into dual-wielding Gatling pea shooters, and 2 were modified into pea shooter maidens that could produce 2 pea shooters each per round. The pea shooter maidens were fair-featured, with pale green skin, holding pea cannons in their hands, exuding a heroic aura. The moment he transformed the pea shooter maidens, a bold idea surfaced in Lin Tian's mind. Yet, considering that the exam was still underway and proctors were observing, he quickly shook his head and sternly dismissed the notion. One must not. At least, one should not. Planting completed, Lin Tian's firepower instantly soared tenfold, equivalent to nearly 80 pea shooters. He felt the terrifying lineup before him was surely enough to clear the level. Yet, this was only the 5th round. Standing beneath the garden's pergola with his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Tian sighed, "I truly am a gaming prodigy. Just a slight effort, and I've already reached the pinnacle of this game. A massive horde of zombies is approaching." Just as he spoke, the 5th wave of zombies attacked. Hot-tot-tot-tot, hot-tot-tot-tot, hot-tot-tot-tot. Countless peas erupted simultaneously, instantly forming a barrage that blanketed the entire garden. Before Lin Tian could even discern the zombies' shapes, the 5th wave was utterly annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. Exhilarating. This was the very definition of firepower suppression. Lin Tian reclined leisurely in the garden chair, crossing his legs with ease. The 6th wave of zombies is imminent. You have gathered 100 points of sunlight from the sun. You have gathered 3,300 points of sunlight from the plants. The pea shooter maidens have collectively produced 4 pea shooters. The summoner sunflower has collectively summoned 6 new plants. Ice pea shooter, fire pea shooter, corn launcher, cabbage launcher, tall nut, and cactus. Total sunlight accumulated 3,400. Please proceed to plant them promptly. Plant what now? From this moment onward, I'm just going to AFK. I should be able to breeze through this game with ease. I have a feeling I've already broken this game. Observing the sudden proliferation of plants in the courtyard, Lin Tian laughed until mucus bubbles formed at the corners of his nose. Nevertheless, having sunlight means it must be put to use. He attempted to enhance the 6 plants summoned by the summoner sunflower. Meanwhile, inside the examination room, Yuan Xiaoyu, Li Nan, Zhao Wenjun, and the others had, up to this point, all made choices that represented the optimal strategies for this game. Truly worthy of being talents from Yin City No. 2 High School. Yuan Xiaoyu's placement of plants was uniquely insightful, maximizing attack efficiency. Li Nan, bolstered by his luck talent, had already obtained a reward card for a double pea shooter upgrade by the 6th wave, allowing ordinary pea shooters to be enhanced. Zhao Wenjun, although having used a costly game resource card to gain extra sunlight, demonstrated that a wealthy background also contributes to a player's strength. The grade director was engrossed in watching the surveillance footage of these top students. Just then, an invigilator suddenly shouted in astonishment. "Holy crap! Holy crap!" The grade director frowned and looked over, saying, "Why the outburst? We are teachers after all, role models. How can we casually utter profanity? Holy crap!" The invigilator was too shocked to speak, only able to point tremblingly at the computer screen and shout the same words. The grade director, puzzled, approached to inspect. The moment he saw the screen as content, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Holy crap! You damn watermelon rind." Coincidentally, at that moment, the school's dean of teaching came in for an inspection. Upon entering, he overheard the grade director cursing. Unamused, he admonished, "Old Zhang, you are the dean of teaching. You need to watch your language." The next instant, he also saw the screen as content. The dean was dumbfounded. I'll be damned. On the screen was the surveillance projection of Lin Tian's courtyard. At this moment, a dazzling array of multicolored bullets covered the entire courtyard. The sixth wave of zombies hadn't even revealed their shadows before being pulverized by this terrifying ocean of barrage. Lin Tian defeated the sixth wave of zombies in less than 1 second. What is going on? I've never seen these plants he's using before. The Invigilator's voice trembled as he turned back to question the Grey Director. Is he even playing the same game as the others? Could there be a mix-up with the cartridge? The Grey Director, equally perplexed, turned to ask the Dean of Teaching. The Dean frowned thoughtfully. No, their class is using a local multiplayer cartridge. If the cartridge were faulty, all students in the class would have issues, but obviously only his gameplay looks so unusual. Could he be cheating? An Invigilator murmured nearby. Upon hearing this, the Dean immediately reprimanded. Is playing well considered cheating? Humans have entered the gaming era for centuries, and no one has ever been able to cheat within a cartridge world. From what I see, there are only 2 possible explanations for what is happening. What 2? The Grey Director asked curiously. The Dean sat in front of the screen, interlacing his fingers and speaking gravely. Either this student possesses extraordinary insight and has discovered hidden rules within the game, or he has awakened a powerful gaming talent and gained a talent buff in the game. Regardless, this student named Lin Tian must be cultivated with great care. After this exam, have him come to my office. The Grey Director was somewhat excited. Understood. Having a prodigious player emerge in his grade was undoubtedly a great joy for the Grey Director, potentially influencing his future position within the school. At this time, within the cartridge world, the zombie assault had reached the 10th wave. The 10th wave of zombies is imminent. You have collected 100 points of sunlight from the sun. You have collected 4,800 points of sunlight from plants. The pea shooter maiden has produced 4 pea shooters. The ice pea shooter maiden has produced 2 ice pea shooters. The summoner sunflower has summoned 6 new plants, twin sunflower, small puff shroom, large puff shroom, torchwood spike king, tall nut. Total sunlight, 7,200. Please plant the plants promptly. The courtyard was covered with an array of enhanced plants. Even after upgrading each one, Lin Tian's sunlight reserves were so vast they were practically inexhaustible. He could only focus on upgrading the newly summoned plants by the summoner sunflower. Orthopedic sunflower, small puff shroom, homing missile large puff shroom, shadow clone torchwood, poisonous spiked king, nut-bearing wall. After a round of upgrades, the strength of the courtyard as plants rose to a new echelon. For the 10th wave, Lin Tian again saw no sign of zombies and passed smoothly. Is this game actually called Plants vs. Air? I haven't seen zombies for ages. Lin Tian couldn't help but complain. After the 10th wave ended, barely half of the examinees remained present. At this moment, a prompt popped up before all examinees. You have passed the introductory level of this game cartridge. From now on, each wave of zombies you repel grants experience points. Those still in the examination room brightened at this notification. Experience points were used to level up, and levels directly influenced all aspects of a person. For most examinees, gaining any experience within the cartridge world was already a considerable achievement. The game was so easy that Lin Tian, who was previously drowsy and ready to nap, perked up slightly upon seeing this. The 11th wave of zombies is imminent. You have collected 100 points of sunlight from the sun. You have collected 4,900 points of sunlight from plants. The pea shooter maiden has produced 4 pea shooters. The ice pea shooter maiden has produced 2 ice pea shooters. The shadow clone torchwood has summoned 3 new torchwoods. The summoner sunflower has summoned 6 new plants. Garlic, corn launcher, pea shooter, double pea shooter, starfruit, coffee bean. Total sunlight, 11,250. Please plant the plants promptly. Facing the imminent 11th wave of zombies, Lin Tian lifted his spirits slightly and began another round of meticulous plant upgrades. His entire courtyard was now filled with an assortment of grotesquely enhanced plants. However, when the zombies attacked, the barrage blanketed the entire field of vision. Lin Tian still did not glimpse the shadow of a single zombie, as his verdant legion swiftly dissolved all the undead beyond the courtyard. Successfully repelled the 11th wave of zombies. Experience points awarded. 1. At the very moment the 11th wave descended, Lin Tian received the prompt of experience gained before his eyes. Damn it, how dull. Seeing that victory came without so much as a zombie-esque shadow, Lin Tian yawned, stretched out on the lounge chair, and drifted into a deep slumber. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, bringing great comfort. Before long, Lin Tian truly fell asleep. Soft snores resonated beneath the pavilion. In front of him, success notifications continued to pop up. Successfully repelled the 12th wave of zombies. Experience points awarded. 1. Successfully repelled the 13th wave of zombies. Experience points awarded, 1. Successfully repelled the 14th wave of zombies. Experience points awarded, 1. Outside the cartridge world, inside the school's examination monitoring room. A group of school administrators summoned by the dean were huddled in front of the surveillance screens, intently watching Lin Tian's gameplay. When they saw Lin Tian soundly asleep in the cartridge world, the entire assembly of school leaders fell into stunned silence. They had been at the school long enough to have encountered students who ruthlessly slaughtered zombies in cartridge world, as well as those who merely loafed around and slept. But to sleep soundly while simultaneously wreaking havoc on zombies. This scene was, to say the least, almost unfathomable. Principal, what is your opinion? A female teacher of about 40 years old, also the head of academic affairs, adjusted her glasses and inquired. The principal was a portly man wearing spectacles, resembling a stereotypical couch potato. He stared at the scene on the monitor for a long moment, then sighed with a hint of regret. He must have discovered a hidden rule within the game, not awakened a gaming talent. For even the most elite gaming talents at best assist the player in gameplay. None possess such overwhelming power. Such a terrifying effect can only be achieved by exploiting hidden rules. Hearing this, the other leaders could not help but feel a similar regret. Although uncovering hidden rules within the game certainly demonstrated the player's keen insight, discovering such rules was a rare, serendipitous occurrence. Moreover, hidden rules, often considered bugs or glitches, are typically corrected swiftly once detected and exploited, as the world's will intervenes. No matter how sharp a player's perception, it was impossible to identify hidden rules in every game. Therefore, players who occasionally uncover hidden rules were far less favored than those who had awakened powerful gaming talents. Stable, consistently effective gaming talents were the true foundation upon which top players and esports champions relied. However, considering Lin Tian had only just entered the game and was already able to find and exploit hidden rules, he was indeed a prodigy worthy of intensified cultivation. The principal said this as he glanced at the dean. The dean immediately understood and nodded, taking note of the matter. Having confirmed Lin Tian's situation, the school leaders then turned their attention to other top students in the senior grade. Meanwhile, the zombie waves had reached the 20th level. As the waves intensified, these elite students began to feel the pressure. Yuan Xiaoyu, relying on a flawless formation arrangement, managed to hold off the 20th wave fairly smoothly, though it was noticeably less effortless than previous rounds. During earlier waves, she had defeated the pole-vaulting zombies and obtained a walnut plant card. Fully utilizing the walnut's defensive capabilities, her entire formation was remarkably formidable. Li Nan, benefiting from his innate gaming talent's luck bonus, had consecutively drawn 3 plant cards. With the diversity of plants at his disposal, he too successfully repelled the 20th wave of zombies. Zhao Wenjun's situation was more dire. Although he had secured an extra supply of sunlight early on with a 1,000 yuan primary resource card, granting him a favorable start, his plant placements were haphazard. His courtyard was now heavily damaged, with many plants devoured by zombies. Though he had passed the 20th wave, continuing to face subsequent waves was clearly becoming a struggle. Even these top geniuses from the second middle school felt the strain. For the other students, the challenge was growing ever more arduous. At this point, out of over 500 candidates in the entire grade, fewer than 50 remained in the examination hall. Within the testing grounds, other students were exerting every ounce of effort to devise strategies, gritting their teeth to withstand successive waves of zombies, continuously being eliminated. Meanwhile, Lin Tian slept soundly. Throughout his zombie slayings, Lin Tian had sporadically obtained plant cards. However, lacking any powerful plants, he was too indifferent to bother collecting them. He still had more plants than he could summon from his sunflower summoner. Successfully repelled the 20th wave of zombies. Experience points awarded, 2. Successfully repelled the 21st wave of zombies. Experience points awarded, 2. Successfully repelled the 22nd wave of zombies. Experience points awarded, 2. After the 20th wave, the experience rewards for each wave increased to 2 points. Successfully repelled the 28th wave of zombies. Experience points awarded, 2. Successfully repelled the 29th wave of zombies. Experience points awarded, 2. Successfully repelled the 30th wave of zombies. Experience points awarded, 3. Soon, the 30th wave arrived, and experience rewards rose once more. During this wave, the formidable football zombie and giant zombie appeared. These two types of zombies, with their thick defenses and health bars, barely managed to step into Lin Tian's courtyard, only to collapse instantly under a dazzling barrage of colorful bullets. Under the onslaught of these mighty zombies, many candidates were eliminated. Only 7 remained after the 30th wave. The much-watched wealthy candidate Zhao Wenjun was clearly struggling by the 30th wave. Yet, recalling the insider tip he had received and the prize awaiting the first-place finisher in the final exam. Zhao Wenjun gritted his teeth and once again drew a green card from his pocket. No pain, no gain. This was an intermediate assistance card, priced at over 30,000 game points. Intermediate assistance cards provided players with substantial power within the game. Upon using the card, a green glow appeared above Zhao Wenjun's head. The next moment, a whole row of Gatling pea shooters materialized in his courtyard. The Gatling pea shooter fired 4 peas at once, with power equal to half that of dual-wielded Gatling pea shooters. These extraordinarily powerful Gatling pea shooters helped him successfully survive the 30th wave. After clearing the 30th wave, Lin Tian was awakened. The cause of his awakening was a system notification in his mind. Your total sunlight has exceeded 100,000, reaching the game's upper limit. Do you wish to expend all your sunlight to upgrade your external plant modifications? Lin Tian rose to his feet, rubbing his eyes and stroking his chin thoughtfully. These external mods have already become so absurd, and yet they can still be upgraded? Very well. Let me see just how far this madness can go. Ping. Upgrade complete. Your external modification has been enhanced to Plant Super Evolution. Plant Super Evolution. You may consume sunlight to evolve plants into their ultimate forms. As the 31st wave loomed, a substantial influx of sunlight arrived. Ultimate form of the plants? That sounds quite formidable. Let us give it a try. Lin Tian chuckled softly, approaching his plants to attempt their super evolution. Competitive sunflower can evolve into sudden death sunflower. Super evolution, sudden death sunflower. Cost, 300 points of sunlight. Effect, a sunflower that has overexerted itself to the point of sudden death. Before each wave of zombies attacks, it receives a death compensation of 6,000 points of sunlight from the company. Lin Tian. Although the name of this competitive sunflower's ultimate form is somewhat peculiar, the effect is absolutely top tier. Each round it provides sunlight multiplied by 20 times. Lin Tian proceeded with the super evolution. Immediately, the competitive sunflower transformed. The once grimacing, agonized expression vanished from its face, replaced instead by an aura of profound serenity. Yet, this peaceful visage was carved onto a tombstone. Indeed, after super evolution, the competitive sunflower had become a gravestone. Alas, how pitiful it was. Witnessing this, Lin Tian was stirred emotionally, as if recalling his own past life's grueling toil as a laborer. He cast a reluctant glance at the other competitive sunflowers, then decisively transformed all of them into sudden death sunflowers. Compared to agonizing competition, death was truly the best resting place for them. A gentle and pure light overflowed from Lin Tian's eyes. He had modified 12 competitive sunflowers in total. After super evolution, these 12 transformed into 12 sudden death sunflowers, collectively providing 72,000 points of sunlight per round. Successfully repelled the 31st wave of zombies. Experience gained, 3. Wave 32 of zombies is approaching. You have gathered 100 points of sunlight from the sun. You have gathered 75,400 points of sunlight from the plants. Pea Shooter Maiden produced 2 pea shooters. Frost Pea Shooter Maiden produced 4 frost pea shooters. Flame Pea Shooter Maiden produced 4 flame pea shooters. Shadow Clone Torchwood summoned 3 new Torchwoods. Summoner Sunflower summoned 6 new plants: Corn Cannon, Blue Flame Torch, Spikeweed, Sunflower, Garlic, and Sunshroom. Total sunlight, 81,500. Please plant your crops promptly. With sunlight suddenly abundant beyond measure, Lin Tian immediately began attempting to super evolve his other plants. Dual-wielding Gatling Pea Shooter can evolve into Titan Mecha Pea Shooter. Super Evolution, Titan Mecha Pea Shooter. Cost, 250 points of sunlight. Effect, simultaneously fires 100 peas per shot, increasing output by 100-fold. Frost Pea Shooter Maiden can evolve into Frost Pea Valkyrie. Super Evolution, Frost Pea Valkyrie. Cost, 300 points of sunlight. Effect, attacks with a vast frozen expanse, instantly freezing all enemies and dealing massive damage. Corn Cannon can evolve into Corn Nuclear Bomb. Super Evolution, Corn Nuclear Bomb. Cost, 500 points of sunlight. Effect, launches Corn Nuclear Bombs that inflict tons of area damage. If the previous Lin Tian could be deemed invincible, then the Lin Tian who super evolved all his plants was utterly beyond the law. Successfully repelled the 32nd wave of zombies. Experience gained, 3. Successfully repelled the 33rd wave of zombies. Experience gained, 3. Successfully repelled the 34th wave of zombies. Experience gained, 3. Lin Tian barely noticed what was happening as wave after wave of zombies were completely annihilated. Meanwhile, the other contestants gradually succumbed to the pressure of the zombie hordes and were eliminated one by one. Aside from Lin Tian, Only the wealthy Zhao Wenjun endured until the 38th wave. At the 36th wave, he once again used an intermediate support card to secure his position as first place in the final exam. Reaching the 38th wave, Zhao Wenjun felt confident of claiming first place and ceased increasing his expenditures, calmly accepting elimination. For an exam, making it this far was essentially submitting a 98-point paper. Unfortunately, Lin Tian was still in the game. Successfully repelled the 38th wave of zombies. Experience gained, 3. Successfully repelled the 39th wave of zombies. Experience gained, 3. After effortlessly overcoming 2 more waves of zombie assaults, Lin Tian finally arrived at the final level. The 40th. The game's ultimate boss, Dr. Zombie King, at last appeared. As the background music swelled in his ears, Lin Tian felt a surge of adrenaline. "Come on, Dr. Zombie King, face me in battle," he roared. Amid Lin Tian's shout, Dr. Zombie King piloted a colossal zombie mech, revealing half of his head. Scanning Lin Tian's courtyard, a surprisingly human-like expression of confusion flickered across the doctor's face. His brain began to race. After a brief pause, Dr. Zombie King turned and fled. Lin Tian, I've been waiting for you forever, and you're running away now?" Controlling the core nuclear bomb, Lin Tian fired a shot. Boom! Successfully eliminated Dr. Zombie. You have cleared the game. You will receive generous completion rewards as follows. Game points card, x 10,000. 100 experience points. Pet. Dual Pea Shooter x1 combat level 5. Equipment, protective vine armor quality, good. Life skills book, elementary botany, learning level cap, 5. Murmur exit to return to the real world. Lin Tian scratched his head. That's it? The game is over? I haven't even had my fill of playing. At this very moment, in the monitoring room, all the school leaders who witnessed the scene were dumbfounded. They might have anticipated Lin Tian's smooth completion, but no one expected Dr. Zombie King to actually flee when facing Lin Tian's plant lineup, and worse, to be instantly killed. Is it really possible to achieve such a feat through hidden rules? One school leader muttered blankly. The principal clenched his teeth and said to Huazi, "To be honest, I've never witnessed such an absurd game progression before. It's outrageously ridiculous." As if absurdity itself has mastered Tai Chi, the invigilator who had previously suspected Lin Tian of cheating muttered quietly once again. Could he really be cheating? The head of the grade level responded somewhat helplessly. Just because it looks like cheating doesn't mean it is. In the cartridge world, there simply are no cheats. The principal fell silent, then, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Once the exam is over, have him come to my office. I want to speak with him privately." During their conversation, the leaders noticed that Lin Tian in the cartridge world did not immediately exit the game upon completion. Instead, he slowly walked toward the courtyard gate. Recalling the zombie doctor's final escape move, Lin Tian suddenly pondered a question. Where was it trying to run to? Logically, it must have been running back to where it came from. This gave rise to another extended question. With so many zombies, where did they all originate? This question surged to Lin Tian's mind. As an experienced gamer, he was instantly seized by an impulse. The world is so vast. I want to take a look around. He wished to explore the world beyond the courtyard, hoping to uncover some hidden game content. However, upon approaching the courtyard gate, Lin Tian was immediately blocked by an invisible barrier. Focusing his will, he attempted to command the plants to strike the barrier. Hot, 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 hot. Boom. Bang. Various streams of projectile attacks hit the barrier, causing it to tremble. Faintly, he seemed to see cracks forming on its surface. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. There's hope. Commanding the core nuclear bombs, he fired 2 volleys directly at the barrier by the gate. Boom! Boom! The cracks grew increasingly prominent. All units attack. With all the plants under his control, Lin Tian launched an all-out assault on the barrier. After several dozen seconds, crack! The invisible barrier shattered. When Lin Tian tried once more to extend his hand beyond the gate, there was no longer any obstruction. Stepping forward, Lin Tian left the courtyard and truly entered the world where Plants vs. Zombies took place. Outside the courtyard, contrary to expectations of devastation and corpses strewn everywhere, the world beyond was a thriving urban area. Merchants sat in their shops conducting business. Leisurely individuals strolled with their pet dogs. Elderly gentlemen read newspapers in the park. Office workers dressed in suits busily headed to work. Everything was harmonious and beautiful. Yet all those living in this idyllic city were zombies. Lin Tian was taken aback. In an instant, a possibility dawned on him. All along, whether on his previous Earth or in this world, players had always regarded the adorable plants as the righteous side, while the ugly zombies were naturally cast as villains. Consequently, everyone who played Plants vs. Zombies did so without guilt, planting plants and slaying zombies. But what if this world originally belonged to the zombies? The zombies lived peacefully here, yet the invading plants had taken over their homes. Perhaps the zombies simply wanted to return to what was rightfully theirs. If that were the case, could the plants, or rather, these verdant invaders, still be considered the righteous side? Could the players controlling these plants still claim righteousness? Overwhelmed by this flood of information, Lin Tian felt a headache coming on. At that moment, the system notification appeared again. You have discovered an Easter egg. The world belongs to the zombies. You have gained an additional reward, common level combat skill book, summon zombies, learning level restriction, level 15. Your completion rewards have doubled. After doubling, your completion rewards are as follows. Game points card, 20,000. Experience points, 200. Pet, machine gun, pea shooter 1, combat power level 8. Equipment, pea gauntlets, quality, excellent. Life skill book, intermediate botany, learning level restriction, level 6. Seeing the extra rewards and the double completion bonus, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled. Combat skill books were exceedingly rare in this world, coveted treasures even among esports players. A single combat skill book could sell for at least 100,000 yuan. Generally, only cartridge worlds rated D or above would yield combat skill books. Lin Tian hadn't expected that his very first F-level game would reward him with such a valuable treasure. Moreover, after the reward doubling, the value surged dramatically. Not only the basic points card and experience, but even the pet, equipment, and life skill book quality had all been elevated by one tier. Lin Tian almost laughed aloud, but he held back because another prompt appeared. Attention! 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 You have left the courtyard and enraged the Mad Dave. Please exit this cartridge world immediately. Please exit this cartridge world immediately. Please exit this cartridge world immediately. If Mad Dave kills you, you will lose all completion rewards. Lin Tian was stunned. What was going on? Why would leaving the courtyard enrage Mad Dave? Could it be that Mad Dave was the final boss? Was the planned invasion of the zombie world orchestrated by Dave? Or was it something else? Countless thoughts flooded his mind. After discarding the useless conjectures, only one thought remained clear. Should I confront Mad Dave? Lin Tian had a premonition that if he could defeat Mad Dave, the rewards he would receive would be incalculable. After a brief moment of consideration, he thought, damn it, let us do this. With cheats backing me up, clearing a game shouldn't be difficult. Even if I fail, losing the completion rewards isn't a big deal for me. With that in mind, Lin Tian immediately retreated back to the courtyard, standing behind the countless plants. Moments later, crooked, blood-red letters suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's vision. Mad Dave has arrived. That madman Dave appeared in Lin Tian's courtyard, wearing a pressure cooker on his head and speaking incoherently. Moreover, he wielded a shotgun. Bang! The bullets fired instantly killed several of Lin Tian's super evolved plants. Lin Tian immediately commanded his plants to counterattack. Tot 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 tot. Boom! Bang! A barrage of multicolored projectiles relentlessly pelted Dave, forcing him to stagger backward repeatedly. Simultaneously, an absurdly long health bar materialized above the frenzied Dave's head. Attacks that could instantly annihilate Dr. Zombie King only managed to chip away a mere sliver of Dave's health each second. Dave reloaded his shotgun once more. Bang! Another shot rang out, toppling a vast cluster of ultimate form plants. Lin Tian sensed imminent peril. Hastily, he utilized his remaining sunlight to swiftly summon a pea shooter. Then, activating the external plant super evolution, he immediately evolved the pea shooter into the ultimate form, the Titan Mech pea shooter. The battle raged on for a full 20 minutes, tense and harrowing. Thankfully, Lin Tian still possessed ample sunlight. In the end, he managed to exhaust the crazed Dave to death, relying solely on hundreds, even thousands, of ultimate form Titan Mech pea shooters. Boom! The frenzied Dave collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, every scene before Lin Tian's eyes shattered abruptly. In the next instant, the plants vanished, the zombies disappeared, and even the entire courtyard and the city beyond faded away. He found himself standing on a battlefield strewn with corpses. The battlefield was frigid and blanketed in pristine snow. On the left side, soldiers equipped with superior gear relentlessly mowed down the advancing troops from the right. Though the right side was poorly equipped, their soldiers charged desperately, aiming for close combat. The overwhelming disparity rendered the battle nearly a massacre. Lin Tian fixed his gaze on the national emblems emblazoned on the soldiers' uniforms. The troops on the left were German soldiers, while those on the right were Soviet soldiers. Behind the German lines on the left stood a figure resembling an officer, tears streaming down his face, his expression vacant as he witnessed the scene. That man was none other than the frenzied Dave. The vision flickered once more. The camera focused on a calendar. March 7th, 1929. Dave, why must you leave? I do not want you to go. Wait for me at home. It won't TV long before I return. We are already doing well. Why must we invade others? It is the Führer's order. I love you. Please take care of yourself. I love you too, my dear. Silhouettes cast shadows beside the calendar. One male, one female. Shortly, the man's silhouette faded, leaving only the woman's weeping figure. The scene flickered again, still centered on a calendar, though the lighting was dimmer. May 18th, 1935. Dave, Captain Degust has died. How'd he die? Suicide. Impossible. The burdens of the concentration camp duties were overwhelming. It is understandable. Then why have you summoned me? You must take his place. This is his sidearm. Two shadows lingered beside the calendar. Soon, the left shadow vanished. The remaining shadow picked up the sidearm of the deceased Degust and fell into deep contemplation. The camera flickered once more, still fixed on a calendar stained with blood. July 26, 1942. Commander, they have run out of bullets. Good. Prepare the shackles, ready to capture enemy soldiers. They are charging with bayonets. What? Shall we shoot them down? Kill them, kill them. Is that not why we are here? One shadow gradually dissipated. The other collapsed onto the table like a puddle of sludge. Thereafter, the scenes began to fragment. Bodies strewn everywhere, chains binding souls, darkness within prison cells, tranquility in hospital wards. Finally, the image settled in a courtyard. Dave sat alone on a deck chair, a pot resting atop his head, quietly observing the flowers and plants. He could only suppress the guilt etched in his memory through fantasies, imagining the valiant Soviet soldiers defending their homeland as malevolent zombies, and picturing the German soldiers under his command who slaughtered wantonly as plants protecting their own gardens. This was the truth behind the Plants vs. Zombies world. Everything was but a childlike fantasy woven by a sinner seeking escape from the torment of his own conscience. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tian felt a mixture of emotion and bewilderment. I've lost it. Who would have thought that this blasted Plants vs. Zombies was actually an anti-war propaganda game? Looking up, Dave seemed to glance in Lin Tian's direction. His lips parted, as if uttering something. Then all scenes began to slowly fade away. Ding! Congratulations on successfully deciphering the worldview of the Plants vs. Zombies cartridge world, Dave's world. All Plants vs. Zombies game cartridges will henceforth lose their efficacy in the real world. The contents of the Plants vs. Zombies cartridge world will be merged into the Metaverse game cartridge. You have earned a worldview deciphering reward, one additional skill slot. The reward for cracking the worldview was an extra skill slot? Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. In this world, skills were the cornerstone of survival. The number of skill slots determined how many skills one could master, a factor of paramount importance for both ordinary individuals and professional gamers alike. It was virtually priceless. Generally, the number of skill slots one could obtain was fixed. Those between levels 1 and 9 had only one skill slot. Levels 10 through 19 unlocked a second skill slot, and so forth. To possess an additional skill slot meant that, within the same level bracket, you could wield one more skill than others. In any domain, this granted you a far greater capacity to excel beyond your peers of equal rank. In the realm of competitive gaming, where combat skills govern success, the advantage conferred by an extra skill slot was especially pronounced. Many had paid millions of game points to acquire an additional skill slot. Yet few would sacrifice the opportunity to gain one for mere game currency, just as few would sell their vital organs for money. This extra skill slot reward fundamentally propelled Lin Tian far ahead of the vast majority of people worldwide. Yet, the reward for deciphering the worldview did not end there. You have successfully deciphered the worldview. All your completion rewards are now double. After doubling, your completion rewards are as follows. Game points card, 40,000. Experience, 400 points. Pet, Pea Shooter Maiden 1, Combat Power level 10. Equipment, Plant-Infused Ring, quality, rare. Life Skill Book, Advanced Botany, Learning Level Restriction, level 8. Additional rewards you have obtained within the game include Common Combat Skill Book, Summon Zombie, Learning Level Restriction, level 15. Equipment quality tiers are Common, Good, Excellent, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Holy, Mythical. Combat Skill Book quality tiers are Beginner, Common, Elite, King, or God. Clearance rewards doubled once again. The total value of these clearance rewards undoubtedly exceeds 100,000 game points cards. Moreover, by uncovering an Easter egg, Lin Tian also acquired a level 15 Common Combat Skill Book. The estimated value of this skill book is around 200,000. In other words, even without accounting for the priceless extra skill slot, Lin Tian's rewards from this final exam surpass 300,000 game points cards. Ecstatic beyond measure. A single game session, and he has instantly struck it rich. Lin Tian could not help but feel a surge of excitement, a wild smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Exiting the current game, Cartridge World. Game point cards have been credited. The remaining rewards have been delivered to your storage space. Gaining experience points. Experience points acquisition complete. Your level has increased to level 2. Your level has increased to level 3. Before the entire Plants vs. Zombies Cartridge World completely dissipated, Lin Tian returned to reality. Back to his seat in the classroom. Upon leveling up, he distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in his physical constitution. Raising his hand, he glanced at his personal information wristband. Name, Lin Tian. Level 3, 185,300. Game points cards, 40,115. Both experience and points cards have been credited as scheduled. He recalled that Li Nan, who had previously ranked first in the grade, had barely reached level 2. Now that Lin Tian had attained level 3, he was undoubtedly the student with the highest level in the entire school. Their homeroom teacher, who was in his 30s, had a level no higher than level 4. At this moment, the classroom was bustling with noise. Many classmates who had finished the exam were comparing answers in every direction. Those who had performed exceptionally boasted about their wise and correct strategies. Those who had faltered lamented their mistakes and foolishness during the game. Seeing that Lin Tian was the very last to exit the exam, the students were all puzzled. Lu Zhou was the first to approach and inquire. Lindsay, what's going on? Why are you only coming out now? Lin Tian scratched his head and answered honestly, I just cleared it, so I came out a bit late. Ha, what did he say? Lin Tian said he cleared it. That is such a boast, I almost believed it. Why don't you say you cracked the entire worldview too? Ah, when it comes to showing off, it's got to be our brother Tian. At these words, the surrounding classmates erupted into laughter together. On the podium, the homeroom teacher heard Lin Tian's words and shook his head with a smile. Lu Zhou was somewhat bewildered as well. But since he knew Lin Tian relatively well, judging by Lin Tian's expression, it didn't seem like a joke. Lu Zhou couldn't help but wonder aloud. What exactly happened? Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside. The discipline director, the grade director, and a group of leaders appeared at the classroom door. The discipline director led the way in, wearing a warm smile as he stepped forward. Lin Tian, congratulations on clearing the game in the final exam. The principal would like to discuss the reward for ranking first in the grade with you. Instantly, the classroom fell into silence. Minutes later, Lin Tian appeared in the principal's office. Come, Lin Tian, please have a seat. The principal's rotund face was adorned with a warm smile. Whether it was due to some peculiarity of this world or not, in this game city, those who appeared as chubby otaku generally possessed considerable strength and status. Lu Zhou and this principal were typical examples. Good day, principal. Sitting opposite the principal, Lin Tian chuckled, rubbing his hands together in greeting, eagerly anticipating the reward the principal would offer. The principal, however, calmly poured 2 cups of tea and asked with a smile about the recent exam. Lin Tian, in the just concluded Plants vs. Zombies Cartridge World, you did not return to reality immediately after clearing it, but instead broke through the barrier of the courtyard gate and defeated Crazy Dave. Why was that? Lin Tian replied, because it was fun. The principal blinked. Just for fun? Lin Tian, isn't playing games all about having fun? The principal's mouth twitched. Then, after breaking the gate and defeating Dave, did you receive any game prompts? The surveillance room could only observe Lin Tian's actions within the game, unable to see any feedback the game provided to him, not even the final animation related to the worldview breakthrough. School leaders only saw Lin Tian standing in the courtyard, dazed for several minutes. However, the experienced principal still inferred some clues. Facing the principal's question, Lin Tian answered. The game prompt said, you played wonderfully. You look really handsome. Truly amazing. The principal pressed further. And then, Lin Tian, nothing else. The principal, seeing that Lin Tian was unwilling to elaborate. The principal did not press further, but spoke in a somewhat solemn tone. I just received news myself that all Plants vs. Zombies game cartridges worldwide have become invalid. I suspect the invalidation of the game cartridges is related to you, but since you prefer not to say more, I want to pry. If you wish to keep this under wraps, the school will do its best to protect your privacy. Lin Tian smiled faintly, but made no reply. The principal, unable to draw more from Lin Tian, chuckled heartily and changed the subject. In any case, you have claimed first place in this final exam. I will grant you the reward I promised. Saying so, the principal tapped a button on the desk. Immediately, a small bookshelf slowly slid out from one side of the wall. The principal smiled. These single-player game cartridges are my cherished collection over the years. Some are awarded by the Gaming Education Department as position rewards. Others are rare treasures I purchased myself. Choose any one you like as your reward for topping the final exam. Compared to the network game cartridges used during the exam, Single-player game cartridges are somewhat cheaper since they only support one player. However, the difference in price is not significant. The difficulty level of the cartridge is the principal factor determining its value. The higher the difficulty, the more experience points one gains during gameplay, and the more generous the final clearance rewards. The advantage of single-player cartridges is that only one person is connected, with no competitors. Once you successfully clear the single-player cartridge world, you get to enjoy all the clearance rewards alone. The cartridges designed for local multiplayer connections presented far more variables. Among these, cooperation and competition between players could come into play. In the event that multiple players completed the game simultaneously, the completion rewards would be distributed proportionally according to each player's game score. The principal S hidden bookshelf was filled entirely with single-player game cartridges. Lin Tian approached to take a closer look. On the lowest shelf lay the F-grade single-player game cartridges, the most numerous of all. Among these were titles such as Road Rash, Contra, Super Mario, and Dragon Warrior. The second shelf held 5 E-grade single-player game cartridges. The 5 games were Half-Life, Metal Slug, Frontline, World War II, Hitman, and Dungeon Fighter. On the top shelf were only 2 D-grade single-player game cartridges. One was Grand Theft Auto, and the other was Call of Duty. Lin Tian had to select one from this vast collection as the reward for achieving first place in the final exam. As Lin Tian picked up cartridge after cartridge to examine them, the principal smiled and suggested, if you're aiming for completion rewards, you should definitely choose the simplest F-grade cartridges. But since there is still 1 month left before the college entrance examination, I recommend you take an E-grade cartridge to practice and accumulate more experience. There is only one chance. Think carefully before you choose. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nodded in agreement, then directly took the D-grade Grand Theft Auto cartridge and said, I'll take this one. The principal pursed his lips and said, although D-grade cartridges are undoubtedly the most valuable, this level of game is still too difficult for you at present. Moreover, the game's timeline is quite long. If you really want to complete it, you might not finish before the college entrance exams. Lin Tian scratched his head and asked, so, can I choose this? Since there is only one chance, please give me a definite answer. The principal's forehead broke out in a slight sweat as he replied, you can choose it. A D-grade game cartridge starts at a value of over 100,000. Although I am getting older and no longer have the energy to challenge such high-difficulty games, and I have prepared myself mentally to part with my treasure cartridges, I still feel somewhat reluctant to give away a D-grade game cartridge. I would choose this if I were you. Seeing the principal's affirmative response, Lin Tian immediately placed the cartridge into his storage space, leaving no room for the principal to change his mind. In this world, everyone possessed a personal portable storage space. The higher one S level, the larger this storage space would be. Rewards obtained for the cartridge world were generally deposited directly into 1S storage space. Seeing Lin Tian put away the cartridge, the principal sighed and said no more. Since you have chosen it, make good use of it. Strive to showcase your talents in the college entrance exams and bring glory to our number 2 high school. All right, go back and keep working hard. Thank you, principal. You are the best principal. I wish you soaring success and never crash. I also wish that when you are investigated and detained, the judge will show leniency. To express his gratitude, Lin Tian offered 2 more auspicious wishes. The principal said, can you please leave now? Upon exiting the principal's office, Lin Tian immediately encountered 3 students walking toward him, 1 female and 2 males. Lin Tian knew all 3 well. They were the perennial top 3 students of the grade, Yuan Xiaoyu, Li Nan, and Zhao Wenjun. Seeing Lin Tian walk out of the principal's office, the only female among them, Yuan Xiaoyu, spoke first. You just came out of the principal's office? Are you Lin Tian? Lin Tian shook his head and retorted, your logic is flawed. If I came out of the principal's office, shouldn't I be the principal? Yuan Xiaoyu. Li Nan. Zhao Wenjun. Yuan Xiaoyu glanced back at the other 2 and said, did he really complete Plants vs. Zombies? Li Nan cleared his throat and said, Lin Tian, we also came to the principal's office to collect our final exam rewards. Zhao Wenjun looked at Lin Tian with a cold glare, gritting his teeth. Damn it, I put so much effort into this exam, and I never expected some lucky bastard who stumbled upon a hidden rule would snatch first place. Hearing this, Lin Tian scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He stepped forward and patted Zhao Wenjun on the shoulder. I earned quite a few rewards after completing the game. How about I share some with you as compensation? The 3 were all stunned by this offer. The coldness faded from Zhao Wenjun's eyes, and he frowned as he asked, are you serious? Lin Tian, no, I'm not. Zhao Wenjun, you son of a... Seeing the veins bulging on Zhao Wenjun's forehead, Lin Tian quickly made his exit. After the final exam, the senior students of number 2 high school welcomed a long-awaited 2-day weekend, including the afternoon of the exam day itself. Lin Tian and Lu Zhou exited the school gate together. Along the way, Lu Zhou kept asking questions, eager to know how Lin Tian had completed Plants vs. Zombies. Lin Tian earnestly gave the same answer repeatedly, cheating. That is nonsense. In the cartridge world, there is no such thing as cheating, Lu Zhou said. Seeing that Lin Tian was unwilling to explain further, Lu Zhou gave up asking. At the school gate, Lu Zhou's new girlfriend was waiting for him. Watching the chubby Lu Zhou embrace the stunning class flower and lavish her with kisses, Lin Tian touched his own firm muscles and began to consider whether he should try to gain some weight recently. After a while, the class flower, overwhelmed by excessive fat intake, began to feel nauseous and squatted by the roadside tree bed to vomit. Only then did the two bid farewell. Lu Zhou returned to Lin Tian's side, smiling. Finally finished the exams. Where do you want to go to relax? Lin Tian thought for a moment. How about going to an internet cafe to play games? Lu Zhou. Lin Tian's suggestion was akin to a student who had just finished a year-long final exam proposing to go to the library and do 2 more practice tests immediately after leaving the exam hall. Wasn't he that pure madness? Naturally, Lu Zhou was unwilling. Are you a masochist? Addicted to gaming? Come on, let's go sing karaoke somewhere. I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. Lin Tian considered it and agreed. All right, but you don't have to treat me to barbecue. I completed the game and earned quite a few game point cards. To celebrate, you should treat me to seafood. Lu Zhou, is that even human language? Joking aside, Lin Tian ended up footing the bill for the entire afternoon's expenses himself. Although Lu Zhou's grades were good, his family's financial situation was rather modest. Having just earned rewards worth hundreds of thousands of game point cards in a single day, Lin Tian naturally would not hesitate to treat his friend to some singing and dinner. That evening, after parting ways with Lu Zhou, Lin Tian returned to Kangju Yuan. This was considered one of the more upscale residential complexes in Yun City, with the price per square meter generally exceeding 20,000 game point cards. Lin Tian's family home was located in this very complex. Their family background was not poor. In fact, it was better than that of most of his classmates. Lin Tian's father was an archaeologist, level 8, who spent his days exploring ruins outside the city, searching for ancient game cartridges and valuable equipment treasures. Although the work was dangerous, the income was quite substantial. Lin Tian's mother was a medical researcher at a major corporation, holding a level 6 ranking. She was currently engaged in a company project aimed at conquering a medical-themed game cartridge world, endeavoring to bring back advanced medical skill manuals. In Yun City, where the average level barely reached level 3, his parents were considered high-level individuals, and naturally, their remuneration was quite substantial. However, both of them were indeed very busy. Lin Tian had not seen his parents for nearly 3 months. Taking the elevator, ascending the stairs, unlocking the door, Lin Tian returned to a home that felt both familiar and strangely unfamiliar. After washing his face, he sank into the sofa. Even now, he still found the fact that he had traversed into a game world somewhat surreal and unreal, his heart feeling somewhat hollow. Yet more than anything, he was filled with excitement and anticipation. Lin Tian was, after all, an ultimate gaming enthusiast. For anyone, having one's work overlap with one's passion was undoubtedly a matter worthy of celebration. First, let us see today's rewards. Smiling, Lin Tian opened his storage space. Upon reaching level 3, the capacity of his storage space had expanded to 3 cubic meters. Inside, a humanoid pea-shooter girl, a green ring, and 2 books were neatly displayed. Nearby lay the game cartridge he had received from the principal earlier that morning. With a thought, he retrieved the pea-shooter girl first. Instantly, a delicate pea-shooter girl appeared on the sofa. However, at this moment, she was lifeless, her legs tightly closed. Please plant this pet into soil promptly and water it to awaken. Lin Tian lifted the pea-shooter girl, receiving the prompt. Scanning the living room, he noticed a large flower pot beside the television, containing a bunch of red salvia. Lin Tian reached out, uprooted the salvia, and planted the pea-shooter girl in its place. Next came the step of watering to awaken her. Suddenly, an idea struck him, a piece of knowledge he had acquired from Science Channel earlier. I recall that urine might nourish plants better than ordinary tap water, promoting growth. He decided to experiment. Sure enough, after watering, the pea-shooter girl came to life, glowing with vitality. She opened her sparkling eyes, gazing at Lin Tian with expectation and affection, uttering soft, cooing sounds as if calling a master Lin. Seeing this, Lin Tian smiled contentedly and gently patted the pea-shooter girl. Not bad, this potted plant is quite exquisite. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. The pea-shooter girl made a puzzled sound, seemingly confused as to why her master was constantly touching her. The pea-shooter girl's combat power was at level 10, which, within a normal person's scope, was quite formidable. Essentially, as long as she did not encounter esports professionals, the pea-shooter girl could handle most threats, perfect for guarding the home. With the pet successfully nurtured, Lin Tian turned his attention to the green ring. He withdrew the plant infusion ring from his storage space. Immediately, information about the ring popped up before his eyes. Equipment, plant infusion ring. Quality, rare. Effect, slightly enhances constitution and strength, greatly improves recovery ability, doubles medical skill effectiveness, and increases plant growth rate by 50% after planting. Description, a wondrous ring imbued with wood element magic. Usage restrictions, none, since this item could be artificially produced. Equipment prices in this world were not as exorbitant as those of skill manuals. In fact, many shopping malls even sold mass-produced equipment. However, rare-grade equipment was already considered high-end. On Earth, it would be akin to a limited edition Hermes LV item. This ring alone was worth at least 20 to 30,000 game point cards. Lin Tian glanced at it and immediately slipped the plant infusion ring onto his finger. Although he possessed no medical skills and had no intention of engaging in agriculture, enhancing his constitution and boosting his recovery was still beneficial. As expected, upon wearing the ring, Lin Tian felt his physical fitness surge once more. This improvement was even more pronounced than when he had leveled up twice in succession. Next were the two skill manuals. Life Skill Manual, Advanced Botany, Learning Level Restriction, Level 8. Common Combat Skill Manual, Summon Zombie, Learning Level Restriction, Level 15. Since skill manuals could only be obtained from the cartridge worlds and were scarce, their prices were exorbitantly high. The former likely cost over 50,000 game point cards. As a combat skill manual, the latter's price could easily exceed 200,000. Although Lin Tian had additional skill slots allowing him to learn 2 skills at his current level, his level was still too low to master any powerful skills. Thus, the 2 manuals would have to remain in storage for now, gathering dust until his level increased enough to utilize them. If not useful, he would find a way to sell them. After tallying the rewards obtained from the Plants vs. Zombies world, Lin Tian picked up his phone and discovered that the home Wi-Fi was not connecting. He began searching through his somewhat muddled memory for the Wi-Fi password. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Tian glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call and asked, "Who is this?" "It's me, your father." On the other end, Lin Tian's father, Lin Yuan, was breathing heavily, his urgent tone tinged with panic and anxiety. "So, what I'm about to say is crucial. You must remember it clearly and follow my instructions exactly. Otherwise, our entire family's lives could be at risk." Lin Tian was taken aback. Before he could inquire further, Lin Yuan hurriedly continued, "Remember that ancient game cartridge I brought home last time? It's in the storage room. I want you to find it immediately and dispose of it somewhere. Then, don't come home for the time being. I'll transfer game point cards to you so you can live elsewhere. Don't go to school either. Your mother should still be in the cartridge world. I've left her a message. Once she's out, she will come pick you up at her company. Listen carefully, son. During this period, do not appear in public." At this point, Lin Yuan paused briefly. Usually strong and optimistic, his voice now carried a hint of sobbing. "So, I know I haven't been there for you much growing up. I owe you that, but I only want you and your mother to have a good life. I love you, son. If I make it back, please tell your mother I love her." Silence fell on the other end. Lin Tian was at a loss for words and also fell silent. "I have to hang up now. Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Lin Yuan exhaled heavily before asking one last time. Lin Tian thought for a moment. Dad Lin Yuan, tears silently streaming. "Son, go ahead." Lin Tian, "What is our Wi-Fi password again?" Lin Yuan. The call abruptly ended. Until the very end, Lin Tian never obtained the Wi-Fi password he had sought. Shortly after hanging up, a transfer notification appeared on Lin Tian's identity wristband. "You have received a transfer of 5,000 game points. Current game point balance, 44,995. Gazing at the transaction, Lin Tian sank into deep contemplation. Although his father, Lin Yuan, had spoken incoherently, Lin Tian had managed to deduce from the call that his father had likely offended some powerful individual. The cause of this offense was undoubtedly connected to that ancient game cartridge. While Lin Tian enjoyed the advantage of hacks within the game world, granting him near limitless freedom, his level in reality remained far too low. At present, he was certainly incapable of confronting those his father had crossed. His only option was to act swiftly according to his father's instructions. Hurriedly, Lin Tian rushed to the storeroom and found the worn, shabby cartridge tucked inside an iron box. Just as he was about to go downstairs to discard it somewhere, the doorbell rang abruptly. A chill ran down his spine. No way, it was so soon they had come knocking. Cautiously, Lin Tian tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole, only to breathe a slight sigh of relief. The visitor was not some ill-intentioned stranger, but Zhao Wenjun, a student from the second middle school. What was he doing here? Had he come to seek revenge for his failure in the final exams, which Lin Tian had caused? Lin Tian opened the door with suspicion. Yet Zhao Wenjun's face bore none of the coldness displayed earlier at school. Instead, it radiated a warm, friendly smile. Lin Tian, have you eaten dinner yet? Zhao Wenjun asked. Lin Tian, preoccupied and unwilling to engage in idle chatter, replied curtly, I have urgent matters. Speak quickly. Unfazed, Zhao Wenjun placed 2 baskets of fruit inside and said with a smile, nothing much, really. There was some unpleasantness at school today, and after reflecting, I realized I shouldn't have taken it out on you. I brought these fruits to apologize. We're still good classmates, right? Next month, when we face the college entrance exam, we'll need to watch out for each other. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately understood. Zhao Wenjun must have learned from school that Lin Tian's success in the final exam was not simply due to uncovering hidden rules. He had come to curry favor, hoping for Lin Tian's assistance in the upcoming college entrance exam. At that moment, Lin Tian was anxious to discard the troublesome game cartridge and had no patience for extended conversation. He casually said, it's fine, just coming here is enough. No need to bring fruit. I have nothing to repay you with. As he spoke, Lin Tian glanced down at the hot potato in his hands, the ancient game cartridge. Zhao Wenjun, equally cooperative, fixed his gaze on the cartridge and inquired, Lin Tian, what is that thing? Lin Tian answered truthfully, a good item, an ancient game cartridge. I don't know how many people would fight tooth and nail for it. Why don't you take it home? An antique? I've heard ancient cartridges like that are quite valuable. Zhao Wenjun, aware that Lin Tian's father was an archaeologist, was clearly tempted. Having lost a large sum of game points in the final exam, he was reluctant yet desirous. Feeling awkward, he declined, something so precious, it's not appropriate. Without hesitation, Lin Tian thrust the cartridge into Zhao Wenjun's hands and waved his hand grandly. Appropriate. Take it. Don't be polite. It's for kids. In that instant, Zhao Wenjun felt from the bottom of his heart that Lin Tian was a decent, straightforward person, someone worth befriending. He looked at the mysterious cartridge in his hands and extended his own hand to Lin Tian. All right, since you insist on giving it away, I want tea refuse. From now on, we're friends. Lin Tian shook his hand firmly. More than friends, we're brothers. Zhao Wenjun was touched. Good, brother. If you ever need anything, just say the word. In this small corner of Yunqing, the Zhao family still holds some influence. If you're in a hurry, I want to keep you. I'm off. Lin Tian waved goodbye. Bye, brother. Lie well. Watching Zhao Wenjun leave, clutching the ancient game cartridge with delight, Lin Tian exhaled in relief. One problem solved. Next came the matter of relocating. Packing the pea-shooter girl in a storage space, Lin Tian sighed as he stepped outside, muttering, damn, moving is such a hassle. I hate moving. That brat of a father really knows how to cause trouble. With everything happening so suddenly, where on earth am I supposed to find a place to live? Well, I'll ask a real estate agent, he resolved. Just as he stepped outside, Lin Tian noticed his neighbor across the hall posting a notice on the door. Apartment for rent. Interested parties, please call 1-39111. Seeing this, Lin Tian took out his phone and dialed the number. The neighbor, surprised by the sudden ring, said, Hey, I haven't even finished putting up the notice. And the phone's already ringing? The call connected, and Lin Tian asked from behind the neighbor, How much is the rent per month? The neighbor turned around. The most perilous places are often the safest. After a few minutes of negotiation, Lin Tian rented the neighbor's apartment for 3,000 game points per month. Conveniently moving right across the hall, the issue of changing residence was thus resolved. Although he had found temporary safety, his father's situation seemed dire. He needed to think carefully about where he would hold his next gathering. No, his father was not dead yet. Perhaps there was still a chance to save him. Yes, the only way forward was to swiftly improve his strength by progressing through the game cartridge world. Sitting cross-legged on the neighbor's sofa, Lin Tian picked up the D-level single-player game cartridge Grand Theft Auto he had obtained from the principal earlier that day, along with a PS7 cartridge reading console. Compared to the PS8 used at school, although he had not confronted the 2 men in black head-on, Lin Tian could judge their abilities and speed from their demonstrations. They were likely the legendary esports players, staring at the cartridge and the PS7 on the table. A sense of urgency mingled with a faint thrill stirred within Lin Tian's heart. Below level 10, not becoming an esports player, he would remain an ordinary mortal. To save his father, he had to hurry. The next morning, Lin Tian rose promptly at 7:30. After installing the game cartridge, at 8 o'clock sharp, he pressed the game start button on the PS7. A flash of white light. In the next moment, Information flickered through Lin Tian's mind. Host detected entering cartridge world, Grand Theft Auto. System allocating game hacks. Please choose one from the following 3 options. 1. Infinite money. You possess unlimited funds to spend freely. 2. Subordinate recruitment. You may expend money to recruit various powerful followers. 3. Gun modification. You can use money to upgrade firearms, creating super strong weapons. Contemplating the 3 options before him, Lin Tian hesitated briefly. Though the first hack, infinite money, seemed formidable, judging by the situation in the earlier Plants vs. Zombies world, this infinite money hack actually had the lowest upper limit. For instance, in the world of Plants vs. Zombies, even with unlimited sunlight, although Lin Tian can clear the levels, the strength of his own plant lineup fails to improve. If he opts for an unlimited sunlight cheat, there is absolutely no way he could defeat the Crazed Dave and unravel the worldview. In order to reap greater rewards from a game, Lin Tian decided to choose between recruiting subordinates and modifying firearms. After a moment's contemplation, he selected the former. Compared to charging forward with a gun, he preferred to stay behind and command his underlings in battle, safe and satisfying. Having made his choice, Lin Tian began to enter the game screen. Rumbling sounds echoed. His perspective appeared atop a taxi. Outside the window lay a dazzling modern metropolis, awash with neon lights and bustling with streams of people and vehicles racing by. Before long, the taxi stopped in a narrow alley. Sorry, sir. The fare you provided only covers this far. Welcome to Los Santos. The driver turned around and gestured for Lin Tian to disembark. Lin Tian responded with a middle finger, then opened the door and stepped out. The moment he stepped down, a panel popped up before his eyes. Cartridge world, Grand Theft Auto. Cartridge type, single player. Game genre, open world, role-playing crime. Difficulty level D. Game content, theft, assassination, robbery, brawls. Los Santos, a terrifying city infamous for crime. You have arrived here to make your way, aiming to amass vast wealth and a formidable status through your own capabilities. Your cousin, Sonia, is a minor leader of a local biker gang. Seeking refuge with him seems a prudent first step. Complete a series of main missions to ultimately become the head of the biker gang and clear the game. Trigger and complete side missions to earn additional rewards. Upon death, the game ends immediately. Embark on your criminal journey now. The panel vanished, and Lin Tian officially entered the game. The game did not load the player's real-world equipment or abilities. As a role-playing game, the character's bodily attributes were predetermined. Lin Tian clearly felt that this body was robust. Facing ordinary people barehanded, taking on 3 at once should pose no significant challenge. This was likely a perk afforded to the protagonist. Exiting the alley onto the street, pedestrians hurried by. Everything seemed indistinguishable from the real world. Lin Tian wondered whether the inhabitants were genuine humans or computer programs. Curiosity stirred. He stopped a blonde woman and attempted to perform a segment of the dance euphoria before her. The blonde woman froze for a few seconds, then sidestepped him, saying, "Are you crazy?" Lin Tian chased after her and asked, "Want to play a thrilling round of Gwent?" The woman nervously stuffed her hand into her bag and replied, "What is Gwent? Get lost, or I'll use my pepper spray on you." From her reaction, Lin Tian was nearly certain that most of the people in this world were real humans, or at least highly sophisticated AI. Either way, the distinction made little difference to him. After wandering a few more steps, Lin Tian pulled out the first map from his pocket and received his initial mission prompt. Current main mission, meet cousin Sonia. Mission location, Eastbridge District, number 78. Glancing at the map, Lin Tian saw that Eastbridge District was not far. He headed there directly. Soon, he arrived at number 78 in Eastbridge District, a courtyard setting. Outside the courtyard, several heavily modified motorcycles were parked. Inside stood a small 2-story villa. Lin Tian approached and knocked on the front door. Soon it cracked open slightly. A thug peeked out, clutching a gun. He sized Lin Tian up and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Tian lowered his voice, "I am Batman." The thug raised his gun. Lin Tian hurriedly corrected himself. "I'm Sonia's cousin." The thug glanced at him and said, "Come in." Inside the villa, Lin Tian saw Sonia, bald-headed, playing cards with several thugs. Upon spotting Lin Tian, Sonia rose and embraced him, then briefly introduced him to the gang. "Hey guys, this is the cousin I told you about. He's fierce in a fight. From today on, he's one of us in the biker gang." Nearby, an afro-haired black thug asked, "Boss, doesn't he need to pass an initiation test?" Sonia's smile stiffened. After coughing, he said, "Right, there's that initiation test. Here, cousin, I have a job for you. Some guy owes us $1,000. I need you to teach him a lesson and get the money back. Once you complete this, you'll officially join our biker gang. I'll also give you a cut from the earnings as your pay." With that, Sonia picked up a file from the table and handed it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian took the folder, and simultaneously, a prompt appeared. Main mission updated. Teach store owner Rekdu a lesson and collect the debt. Mission location, Eastbridge District, North Street. Number 15. Sonia asked, confident. Lin Tian saluted. Paw Patrol, move out. Mission guaranteed. Sonia inquired. Any other questions? Lin Tian rubbed his hands nervously. Can you lend me some money, cousin? Sonia said. That's a good question. Any others? Lin Tian fell silent. Leaving Sonia's villa, Lin Tian pulled out Rekdu's photo from the folder and studied it with hesitation. This guy looks pretty tough. Although, by design, my current body should be strong. Going directly to fight him still feels risky. Life is precious. Better to be cautious. He summoned his thoughts and opened the cheat menu. Subordinate recruitment cheat. Level 1 recruitment, $10 each. Level 2 recruitment, $100 each. Level 3 recruitment, $1,000 each. Level 4 recruitment, $10,000 each. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million each. The lowest level 1 recruitment cost only $10. $10 was hardly expensive. $10 wouldn't lead to loss or deception. Yet Lin Tian's pockets were utterly empty. No dollars, not even a kitchen knife. He needed to find a way to earn some money first. His gaze swept across the street. In Los Santos, there were many ways to make money. Theft, fraud, assassination, robbery. Almost any illicit means was a fast track to wealth here. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Tian entered a nearby pizzeria and went straight behind the counter. Facing the bewildered clerk, Lin Tian let out a cold chuckle and inquired, "Do you happen to hire part-time workers here?" Every act of evil carries a small chance of being brought to justice. Every crime bears the risk of the victim striking back. Upholding these two principles, Lin Tian resolved to earn his first pot of gold through honest labor. Earned $50. 2 hours later, Lin Tian emerged from the pizzeria, his face contorted into the twisted smile of a diligent laborer. He activated his external assistant once again. Subordinate recruitment assistant activated. Level 1 recruitment, $10 per recruit. Level 2 recruitment, $100 per recruit. Level 3 recruitment, $1,000 per recruit. Level 4 recruitment, $10,000 per recruit. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million per recruit. Spending $10, Lin Tian attempted a level 1 recruitment. Instantly, a burly man with the appearance of a street thug materialized before him. At the thug's waist hung a sleek black handgun. $10 spent. Successfully recruited subordinate. 1 street thug. Street thug. Constitution, average. Armor, none. Weapons, butterfly knife, handgun. Combat experience, average. Information regarding the street thug popped up. Lin Tian's eyes lit up immediately. $10 for a 180-pound underling? That's an absolute bargain. Cheaper than pork. The street thug. With a mere thought, Lin Tian spent all the wages earned from his 2 hours of labor to recruit 5 street thugs at once. Then, accompanied by 5 fierce, gun-wielding thugs, he headed straight for the commercial street in the East Bridge district. With 5 armed underlings, Lin Tian finally felt he had some capital. Spotting a man eating a hamburger, Lin Tian raised his hand slightly and smiled. "Fried food is bad for your health. For your well-being, please entrust me with the money you spent on that pancake." Click. 5 handguns were loaded in unison. The man was so terrified he nearly lost control of himself and immediately handed over all the cash he had on him. Obtained $20. Lin Tian patted the man's shoulder with satisfaction, then recruited 2 more street thugs. Not long after, they passed a narrow alley. A scantily clad woman approached and spoke. "Handsome, want to have some fun?" Lin Tian raised his hand and scolded, "I despise shameless people like you the most. You're a fine young lady. Why degrade yourself like this? Hand over the money, and don't ever do this again." Click, click. 7 handguns were loaded flawlessly. The exposed woman trembled as she handed over a stack of bills and promised to reform and find an honest job in the future before Lin Tian let her go. Obtained $210. With a full $210 in hand, Lin Tian activated his assistant and recruited 21 more street thugs. Leading a group of 28 street thugs, Lin Tian marched onward. Just as they reached the mouth of the alley, a university student appeared. Lin Tian raised his hand. "Young lady, time to pay your credit bill." Click, click, click. 28 handguns were loaded in perfect synchronization. The female student was dumbfounded and shakily produced her money. "This is my living expenses for the entire week. Without this, I don't know how I'll survive." Obtained $180. Frowning at her words, Lin Tian glanced back at the alley and arranged a job for her. Continuing to expand his forces, by the time Lin Tian arrived at the commercial street, more than 50 gun-bearing street thugs trailed behind him. He located shop number 15 on North Street in the East Bridge District's commercial area. His subordinates flooded the store, nearly filling it to capacity. Lin Tian lifted his hand slightly and explained his purpose. Click, click, click. Over 50 handguns were loaded simultaneously. Staring at the more than 50 dart gun barrels pointed at him, the shop owner, Riek Do, was so frightened he nearly lost control of himself, trembling as he stammered. I'll pay it back immediately. I only owe $1,000. You don't need to make such a big show. Obtain mission item, $1,000 cannot be used. Without throwing a single punch or kick, Lin Tian secured $1,000 and successfully completed the task. With the $1,000 and over 50 men, Lin Tian returned to his cousin Sonia's villa. On the way, they passed a jewelry store. A side mission prompt appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. You have discovered a side mission, Brave the Jewelry Store. Mission level, 4 stars. Mission objective, seize the goods from the jewelry merchant. No time limit, can be undertaken at any time once prepared. Tip, if manpower is insufficient, seek assistance from your cousin. Lin Tian peered inside, noting the 2 guards protecting the jewelry store, then glanced back at the more than 50 underlings behind him and shook his head. This mission is still too difficult for me at the moment. To be prudent, I'll wait until I'm stronger before attempting it. 10 minutes later, back at cousin Sonia's villa, Lin Tian tossed the $1,000 onto the table. Cousin, the job is done. Not bad. Sonia, who was playing cards, glanced up at Lin Tian and was about to offer some praise when he caught sight of the large group behind him and froze. Sonia stammered, Cousin, who are all these people following you? Lin Tian introduced them. These are my new recruits. Come on, call out to your cousin. Cousin, hello. Under Lin Tian's command, the street thugs shouted in unison. Sonia and his few subordinates were utterly dumbfounded. Sonia looked bewildered and asked haltingly, Cousin, didn't you just arrive in Los Santos? How did you recruit so many followers so quickly? Lin Tian scratched his head. Maybe it's because I have a certain charismatic charm. Sonia laughed bitterly. So many people. Enough for you to start your own gang. Before he could finish, another prompt appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. You have discovered a chain side mission. Establish a gang. Mission level, 2 stars. Mission objectives, recruit at least 20 subordinates. Acquire or seize a stronghold. No time limit. Can be undertaken at any time once prepared. The first condition of this mission was already fulfilled. The second should not be difficult to achieve. Received main mission reward, $100. Having completed the first main mission, Lin Tian received a reward of $100. Immediately afterward, cousin Sonia issued the second main mission. I just got a call from above. Apparently, a batch of motorcycles we procured was intercepted by the Federal Security Department. We need to find a way to retrieve them. I might need your help, cousin. Current main quest, accompany cousin Sonia to the Security Department garage to steal a motorcycle. Quest location, West Coast District Security Department Warehouse Management Branch. Time limit, 3 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Is the second mission really to engage in combat with the Federal Security Department? Truly befitting the reputation of the biker gang. Sonia waved his hand repeatedly and said, It's not exactly combat. We're just going to steal the bike back. If all goes smoothly, we shouldn't have to alarm any official armed personnel. Lin Tian, however, remained cautious in his thoughts. But if things don't go well, we might end up fighting the entire, perhaps even the whole federal government. Maybe the military will join the fray. In the worst-case scenario, we might have to consider the possibility of triggering a nuclear war. Sonia replied, It's not as serious as you say. Lin Tian stood up solemnly and said, Cousin, I need to prepare thoroughly first. Sonia nodded, All right, but we must act within 3 days. After that, these motorcycles will very likely be transported out of Los Santos. No problem, Lin Tian said confidently. With more than 50 underlings at his side, Lin Tian turned and left the villa. Now that he was isolated and lacked strength, carrying out plans was inconvenient. He needed to find a way to raise funds first. Lin Tian sighed and activated the Qi interface. He happened to have $100 as a reward from Sonia, and he planned to try a level 2 recruitment to see what caliber of underlings he could recruit. Level 2 recruitment, $100 per attempt. Spending $100, Lin Tian attempted a level 2 recruitment. Immediately, a tall, fierce-looking man wearing sunglasses appeared. He was clad in camouflage military attire, with a black bulletproof vest worn over it. In his hands, an AK-47 rifle caught the eye. $100 spent. Successfully recruited underling. 1 mercenary. Physique excellent. Protective gear, bulletproof vest. Weapons, AK-47 automatic rifle, hand grenades, incendiary bombs. Combat experience, excellent. The level 2 recruitment, costing $100, secured Lin Tian a mercenary. Both in terms of equipment and personal quality, the mercenary was far superior to the street thugs. Not bad. Only $100, extremely cost-effective. Lin Tian reached out and patted the mercenary's sturdy shoulder. With over 50 street thugs and one mercenary, Lin Tian wandered the streets, seeking opportunities to make money. Before long, they arrived at a somewhat secluded park. Within the park, several individuals who looked like thugs stood separately. Upon seeing Lin Tian's large group approach, the thugs immediately heightened their vigilance. At that moment, another prompt appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. You have discovered side quest. Cleanse the park. Quest level 1 star. Quest description. Kinney Park is a gathering spot for Falcon Gang's drug dealers. If you're short on money, you might consider robbing these drug dealers for some quick cash, but beware of the Falcon Gang's retaliation. No time limit. Can be undertaken at any time once ready. A 1-star quest. This seems doable. Is this the Falcon Gang's territory? Lin Tian pondered briefly, recalling some intelligence about Los Santos that had been uploaded into his mind upon entering the game. In Los Santos, there are numerous gangs of various sizes. The most notorious are undoubtedly the 3 long-standing families and the 4 rapidly rising gangs in recent years. The 3 families are the Johnson family, the Temple family, and the Seville family. Though these 3 families have begun to whitewash their image in recent years, now holding substantial legitimate businesses, their foundations remain rooted in darkness. They still control vast, illegal enterprises and dominate the entire underground scene of Los Santos. As for the 4 major gangs, they're the Biker Gang, the Dark Hand Gang, the Iron Blood Gang, and the Ballers Gang. As their names suggest, the Biker Gang built its reputation through vehicle smuggling. The Dark Hand Gang is infamous for assassinations and kidnappings. The Iron Blood Gang boasts the largest numbers and has an impressive record in street battles. The Ballers Gang controls numerous nightclubs and entertainment venues and is the wealthiest among the 4 major gangs. Lin Tian knew of several gangs at the next tier below, but the Falcon Gang was definitely not among them. Undoubtedly, in the dragon-hidden, tiger-lurking city of Los Santos, the Falcon Gang, which only deals in street-level drug trade, was merely a minor player, upholding the noble cause of rejecting vice, gambling, and drugs, and eradicating crime. Lin Tian decided to strike at this Falcon Gang. He smiled faintly and raised his right hand. Immediately, the street thugs behind him raised their pistols. The mercenary stood beside Lin Tian, raising his AK-47. Lin Tian's right hand dropped. Bang, 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 bang. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. Gunfire echoed through the park. The drug dealers inside the park were caught completely off guard and instantly swept by a dense hail of bullets, riddled like sieves. Almost simultaneously, a prompt appeared signaling the completion of the side quest. You have completed the side quest. Cleanse the park. Rewards, 20 experience points, 2,000 game credits. No wonder this is a D-level cartridge world. Completing a single quest yields 20 experience points. Lin Tian's eyes brightened upon seeing the prompt. He recalled that in the Plants vs. Zombies world, even in the late game, each wave of zombies repelled only granted the player 3 experience points. If it weren't for uncovering Easter eggs and cracking the worldview, Lin Tian's total experience rewards for completing Plants vs. Zombies would have been only 100 points. Here, just by completing a simple task, 20 experience points were credited to his account. Such is the advantage of a high-level cartridge world. Lin Tian smiled as he closed the prompt and looked at the few bodies lying in pools of blood in the park. In Los Santos, there is an explicit regulation. In gang wars, the authorities will not intervene, as long as the fight occurs within illegal gang territory, even if numerous civilians perish. The official stance is to classify the civilian deaths as casualties of natural disasters or similar incidents. This is the cultural spirit of the crime-ridden city of Los Santos. Therefore, facing these Falcon Gang drug dealers, Lin Tian wasted no words and acted immediately. The drug dealers collapsed to the ground. Lin Tian promptly ordered his men forward to pillage the cash on their bodies. Before long, a small pouch of bills was handed to him. Obtained $3,025. Looking at the blood-stained bills in his hand, Lin Tian could not help but sincerely remark, black market dealings really do bring money quickly. With a thought, he activated the cheat interface again. $100 spent. Successfully recruited underling. 1 mercenary. $100 spent. Successfully recruited underling. 1 mercenary. $100 spent. Successfully recruited underling. 1 mercenary. Lin Tian used over $3,000 to recruit 30 mercenaries. 30 fierce mercenaries clutching AK-47s surrounded him, and Lin Tian immediately felt a great sense of security. Yet, he remained somewhat apprehensive, fearful of retribution from the Falcon Gang. Though the Falcon Gang was not formidable, Lin Tian was nonetheless consumed by dread. Thus, He resolved that his next course of action would be to utterly annihilate the entire Falcon Gang. He dispatched several thugs to the vicinity to gather intelligence on the Falcon Gang, while Lin Tian, feeling a pang of hunger, led the remaining men to the pizza parlor where he had previously worked part-time. Using the leftover money, he purchased some pizzas for his brothers, replenishing their strength. The moment Lin Tian and his crew entered the pizza shop, all the other patrons fled. The manager, who had once scolded Lin Tian during his part-time job, approached him trembling, stammering, "Boss, I failed to recognize your greatness before and offended you. This meal is on me. I insist." Lin Tian smiled and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "In this line of work, rules must be respected. Yemen no fraluade. Rest assured, I will pay, and I intend to give you all the money I have." With that, he pulled out the remaining $25 from his pocket and pressed it into the manager's hand. Glancing at the more than 100 pizzas on the table and then at the $25 in his hand, the manager was moved to tears. "You are truly generous." As the group began to eat, one of the street thugs sent out to gather information suddenly burst in, drenched in blood and gasping for breath. He rushed to Lin Tian's side and exclaimed, "Boss, we found the Falcon Gang's lair. Their entire crew is now at the 9 o'clock nightclub, plotting revenge against us. When we were scouting near the club, they discovered us. Several brothers died right at the entrance." Lin Tian's face darkened instantly with fury. $10 per brother, and several had fallen. That amounted to dozens of dollars lost, converted into pizzas that could have fed them for a meal and a half. Slamming his fist on the table, he shouted, "Bring me a Coke." A mercenary promptly stepped forward to pour the drink. After finishing it, Lin Tian rose and waved his hand commandingly, declaring, "Let us go to the 9 o'clock nightclub and wipe out the Falcon Gang." At that moment, the mission prompt reappeared. You have unlocked a side quest, the Slaughter of the Falcons. Quest level, 2 stars. Quest details. Your conflict with the Falcon Gang has escalated beyond reconciliation. It is time to eradicate them in a ruthless massacre. No time limit. You may commence whenever you are ready. Accompanied by more than 30 mercenaries and over 50 street thugs, Lin Tian marched straight toward the 9 o'clock nightclub. Their procession was grand and imposing, radiating terrifying power. Meanwhile, the Falcon Gang was still convening, analyzing the recent raid on Kenny Park. Inside the dimly lit office of the 9 o'clock nightclub, several key members of the Falcon Gang were strategizing. Why have they suddenly turned against us? What is their motive? The leader of the gang, a young man sporting a shark-cut hairstyle and a blue falcon tattoo etched across his face, furrowed his brow as he held a glass of whiskey with ice. Beside him, a man dressed in a plaid shirt adorned with the same tattoo shook his head, conjecturing. Perhaps they want to seize our market in Eastbridge District? Or maybe they learned of our expansion plans and aim to suppress us. I'm not sure, but they are numerous. We just killed some of their men, so retaliation is imminent. We must contact the Bone Gang immediately. The shark-headed leader sighed. I reached out right after the incident. The Bone Gang said they will send people to watch our backs during this period. The plaid shirt man nodded in agreement. The Bone Gang's willingness to help indicates the enemy lacks significant backing. They likely cannot cause much trouble. After all, the Bone Gang answers to the Palm Tree Gang, which is directly under the Iron Blood Gang. Even if they disrespect us, they wouldn't dare offend the Iron Blood Gang on Los Santos territory. The shark-headed leader concurred with a nod. Suddenly, the office door was flung open. No, this isn't good. Boss, they're here. A lookout thug burst in nervously, reporting that nearly 100 men were approaching the 9 o'clock nightclub in a grand assault. The core members exchanged anxious glances and hurried outside to investigate. Damn it. Upon seeing Lin Tian's forces and their weapons, the shark-headed leader's face turned ashen. Boss, what do we do? Several key members broke out in cold sweat. The leader sighed and shook his head. There's no choice but to surrender. I'll negotiate with them, whatever their demands. I'll feign agreement, and then look for a chance to retaliate. Legu, call the Bone Gang again. Yes, the plaid shirt man nodded and immediately made the call. As Lin Tian's vast forces drew near, the shark-headed leader had no choice but to steel himself and lead a dozen subordinates outside. Raising his hands high, he shouted, "We surrender. Whatever you want, tell me, and I will comply." Hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Good health and robust growth. The shark-headed leader paused a few seconds, then lifted his trousers to check. Lin Tian's expression darkened with anger. You lied to me. Bang, 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 bang. Pa-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. In the next instant, a volley of gunfire erupted, 30-plus AK, 47 muzzles spewing flames. Within seconds, every member of the Falcon Gang lay dead, a river of blood flowing around them. Moments later, the side quest completion notification appeared. You have completed the side quest, The Slaughter of the Falcons. Rewards, 40 experience points for 1,000 game credits. Another 40 experience points earned. Lin Tian stood smiling blissfully at the heart of the crowd. By now, all the nightclub's patrons and hostesses had long since fled. Leading his men inside the nightclub, Lin Tian spotted the plaid-shirt man sitting behind the bar. Talking on the phone, with a smile, Lin Tian asked, "Yo, who are you calling?" Suddenly, over 80 gun barrels were raised, aimed at the plaid-shirt man. The man trembled, dropping the phone to the floor and collapsing onto the ground, his face pale and speechless. Lin Tian approached, picked up the phone, and held it to his ear. "Hello, this is Kinda Jazaikan Delivery. How may I assist you?" Silence ensued on the other end. After a moment, a grim voice responded, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Tian's tone deepened slightly as he began recounting a tale from his past. "I hail from a small mountain village. When I was very young, my father was slain by the local mafia. To prevent our family from seeking vengeance, my brother and mother were soon killed as well. I was the only one to survive, thanks to the help of neighbors. Later, as I grew older, I earned my first fortune selling olive oil in the city. With decisive and ruthless methods, I began building my own gang, carving out a place within the city's underworld. Subsequently, I returned to the once familiar village with my subordinates. Under the pretense of seeking cooperation, I sought out the mafia responsible for slaughtering my family. By then, he was a frail, 90-year-old man, deaf and blind. Yet, the moment I laid eyes upon him, I could no longer suppress the torrent of fury and hatred surging within me. I approached his side, disclosed my true name, and reminded him that it was he who had murdered all my kin. I declared my purpose for coming that day, to claim his life. As the shock registered on his face, I drew a dagger from my waist. At that very instant, one of my men suddenly shouted loudly, "Boss, today is Crazy Thursday. Send me 50 V-bucks and buy me some chicken. I'll tell you the rest of this story once I'm full." Silence engulfed the other end of the call once more. After a long pause, the grim voice finally returned. "Whoever you are, you should not have crossed us in Los Santos, kid. Prepara to die." With that, the call was disconnected. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy signal through the earpiece, Lin Tian furrowed his brow and inquired of the man in the plaid shirt, "Do you have any backing?" Who was on the phone? At Lin Tian's words, two mercenaries swiftly pressed their gun barrels to the man's forehead. The plaid-shirt man swallowed nervously and hurriedly answered, "It's the second in command of the Bone Gang, the formidable Winnie." Lin Tian was taken aback and exclaimed, "Winnie the Pooh? That scruffy little guy?" The plaid-shirt man quickly shook his head. "No, the formidable one. The formidable one." Regardless of whether it was Winnie or Mickey, Lin Tian sensed danger from the threat conveyed over the phone. He urgently needed to further enhance his strength. Turning to the man in the plaid shirt, Lin Tian asked, "Where is the Falcon Gang's money?" "In the safe in the office on the second floor." "I'll take you there." The plaid shirt man promptly led Lin Tian upstairs. After some fumbling, they opened the safe. Immediately, stacks upon stacks of cash appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. The game system instantly tallied the exact amount of money. Acquired $115,700 US. With $115,000, recruiting mercenaries would allow for 1,100 hires. That firepower equates to an entire regiment, ready to take off straight away. Lin Tian could not help but smile. With this sum, he no longer felt threatened by the Bone Gang. At that moment, another mission completion notification popped up. "You have seized the Falcon Gang's territory, the 9 o'clock nightclub. You have completed the first stage of the chain side quest. Establish a gang. Rewards obtained, 50 experience points, 5,000 game points. You have unlocked the second stage of the chain side quest. Expand and strengthen. Mission rating, 3 stars. Mission objectives, recruit at least 50 subordinates. Acquire or seize at least 3 properties. No time limit on the mission. Commence whenever ready. Please name your newly founded gang." Gazing at the prompt, Lin Tian, considering his own traits, casually said, "Let us call it the Hanging Gang." Naming complete. The Hanging Gang has now joined the ranks of the many factions in Los Santos. This first stage of the chain side quest awarded 50 experience points, indicating that the rewards were quite generous. Lin Tian intended to pursue it earnestly and elevate the Hanging Gang to great heights. Seeing Lin Tian smile, the plaid-shirt man quickly forced a smile and said, "Is there anything else you require? I will fulfill your every need." Lin Tian pondered for a moment and replied, "Good health and robust growth." The man's smile froze on his face. A few seconds later, bang, the entire Falcon Gang was assembled and promptly sent on a one-way trip to hell. Lin Tian arrived at the dance hall of the 9 o'clock nightclub. Settling into the plush cashmere sofa, he opened a bottle of chilled beer. He then beckoned a street thug to the stage to perform a pole dance. As he drank and watched, he also activated his cheat interface. "I have $115,700 on hand. What level of subordinates should I recruit? Subordinate recruitment interface. Level 1 recruitment, $10 per hire. Level 2 recruitment, $100 per hire. Level 3 recruitment, $1,000 per hire. Level 4 recruitment, $10,000 per hire. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million per hire. After some thought, Lin Tian decided to attempt a level 3 recruitment first. Spending $1,000, he activated the level 3 recruit. Instantly, a fully armed soldier appeared. The soldier was clad in comprehensive protective gear, wielding a sleek black machine gun, with a pistol, dagger, and various grenades strapped at his waist. Spent $1,000. Successfully recruited subordinate. Armed Special Forces soldier. Armed Special Forces soldier. En physique, formidable. Armor. Nanoscale combat suit. Advanced bulletproof vest. High-grade bulletproof helmet. Goggles. Bulletproof leg guards. Weapons. M416 assault rifle. P228 special pistol. Titanium steel dagger. High-explosive grenades. Smoke grenades. Flashbang grenades. Combat experience. Elite. Information about the Armed Special Forces soldier popped up. Lin Tian could not help but marvel. No wonder they cost $1,000 each. Incredible. Not to mention the gear alone probably costs over $100,000. He thought it over and immediately spent $9,000 to recruit 9 more Armed Special Forces soldiers. 10 Armed Special Forces soldiers now stood in the dance hall. You all go outside and keep watch. Prevent any undesirables from approaching, Lin Tian commanded. Yes, sir. The 10 soldiers responded in perfect unison. Having spent $10,000, Lin Tian still had $105,700 remaining. Contemplating further, he decided to try a level 4 recruitment next. With a thought the next moment, a soldier clad entirely in dark green metallic armor, resembling a robot, appeared. His eyes emitted 2 red beams of light, icy and cold. On his back rested a heavy machine gun. At his waist on either side were a shotgun, submachine gun, and grenade launcher. Spent $10,000. Successfully recruited subordinate. Alloy Legion Armored Infantryman. Alloy Legion Armored Infantryman. Physique, extremely formidable. Armor, T25 full set of high-strength alloy armor. Thermal imaging night vision goggles. Weapons, M249 heavy machine gun, P90 modified submachine gun, M610 Buffalo shotgun, G11 grenade launcher. Combat experience, world-class elite. Information about the armored infantryman appeared. Wow, this is absolutely badass. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed as he regarded the soldier fully encased in alloy armor. Not to mention, the imposing and cool appearance alone made the $10,000 worth it. Without hesitation, Lin Tian spent the remaining $90,000 to recruit 9 more Alloy Legion armored infantrymen. Before him stood 10 armored warriors, exuding an aura of formidable coolness and commanding presence. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction and declared, "From this day forward, you shall be entrusted with my personal protection." "Yes, sir." The armored soldiers of the Alloy Legion responded in unison through their electronic communication devices. Having expended $100,000, Lin Tian still retained $5,700 in hand. For the sake of convenience in his operations, he resolved to utilize this remaining sum to further augment the size of his forces. By spending $5,000, he recruited an additional 50 mercenaries. With the remaining $700, he enlisted 70 street thugs. In the city of Los Santos, under ordinary circumstances, the firepower of mercenaries was more than sufficient. Although street thugs were somewhat less capable in combat, their affordability was undeniable. In Los Santos, even a pizza with extra toppings could cost $20 to $30. Paying $10 per underling to gather intelligence or handle non-combat tasks was an excellent value. After exhausting his funds, night had already fallen. Having labored throughout the day, Lin Tian, feeling weary, lay down in his office and fell into a deep slumber. At dawn the following day, Lin Tian was roused by the alert sound of the game. The Bone Gang has formulated an extermination plan against you. You have triggered a mandatory side quest, Hard Bones. Quest level, 3 stars. Objective, survive the onslaught of the Bone Gang. Endure for more than 7 days, or until the Bone Gang abandons their extermination attempt to complete the quest. Quite prompt in their action. It seems the Bone Gang fears living even a single day longer. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Tian's lips as he regarded the quest notification before him. Send someone in. Boss. A mercenary promptly entered from outside the door. How is the intelligence gathering on the Bone Gang coming along? Lin Tian inquired while brushing his teeth and washing his face. The mercenary reported dutifully. The information is comprehensive. The Bone Gang controls 6 main strongholds: the Skull Nightclub, Stiletto Entertainment Center, Midnight Underground Casino, and 3 bars. Boss. Shall we dispatch a large force to seize them? Lin Tian shook his head slightly. No need. With that, he casually gestured toward an Alloy Legion armored soldier standing behind him and instructed the mercenary, hand over all intelligence regarding the Bone Gang to him. Yes, sir. The mercenary immediately produced the organized files and handed them to the armored soldier. Lin Tian looked toward the armored soldier holding the documents and said, Take 20 mercenaries with you. Sweep through the Bone Gang as territories swiftly and loot all the money there. You have half a day. Is that feasible? For mere territory raids, a single Alloy Legion armored soldier was more than sufficient. His armor rendered ordinary firearms utterly ineffective. The 20 mercenaries were purely assigned to carry the spoils. The red glow in the armored soldier's eyes flickered. No problem. Without delay, the armored soldier led a squad of mercenaries and set off toward the Bone Gang's domain. Watching them depart, Lin Tian paused briefly before turning to the mercenary beside him. Have you located the air raid shelter I asked you to find? The mercenary nodded repeatedly. Found it. There's a place in the northern suburbs of Los Santos that meets your requirements. If you hide there, even in the event of a nuclear war, your safety should be assured. However, it is currently occupied by a gang called the Brown Bear Crew, who have converted it into a weapons manufacturing factory. The Brown Bear Crew? Lin Tian had heard of this gang. Among the vast underground powers in Los Santos, ranking just below the 3 major families and 4 principal gangs. The Brown Bear Crew was a formidable force. Brown Bear Crew, whatever name they go by no matter. Once the Bone Gang is dealt with, I should have no rivals left in Los Santos. Lin Tian pondered silently, preparing his next move. Zutni-a-ta-ta-ta-ta. Gunfire erupted in the distance. No sooner had the Alloy Legion armored soldier set out with his team than the Bone Gang's attack had arrived. On the highway outside the 9 o'clock nightclub, a dozen blood-red cars emblazoned with bone insignias roared forward. Each car carried 4 of the Bone Gang's elite masked members, brandishing submachine guns. These individuals were known as the Bloodbones, notorious throughout Los Santos. Each Bloodbone member had clawed their way up from the lowest rungs of the gang hierarchy. Their fearless ferocity and ruthless bloodlust commanded fear and respect from most criminals in Los Santos. The Bone Gang's position as a mid-tier gang in the fiercely competitive Los Santos scene owed much to the fearsome reputation of the Bloodbones. Ha-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Kill them. Send them to hell to repent. A bald leader, leaning out of the lead vehicle, pulled the trigger of his submachine gun, laughing madly as he sprayed bullets into the sky. Yet bang! In the next instant, a bullet pierced his forehead. Over 100 meters away, an armed Special Forces soldier had effortlessly executed the kill with a single shot. The dull gunshot sounded like the tolling bell of a death march. Bang, 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 bang. Soon after, the rhythmic staccato of M416 assault rifle fire rang out. 10 armed Special Forces soldiers unleashed a full barrage. From 100 meters away, Bloodbone members began to fall rapidly, picked off one by one. The formidable marksmanship of the Special Forces, coupled with their top-tier equipment, placed them in a completely different league from the street thugs of Los Santos. Even though these thugs were among the elite, when facing Special Forces soldiers equipped with warfare-grade weaponry, they stood no chance of fighting back. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. One after another, vehicles lost control on the highway, crashing violently into the guardrails. In less than 5 minutes, more than 60 incoming Bloodbone members were all shot down. Nearly 100 mercenaries, along with Lin Tian's trump card, 9 Alloy Legion armored soldiers, had yet to make a move. Relying solely on 10 armed Special Forces soldiers, Lin Tian had effortlessly shattered the Bone Gang's assault. Suddenly, a runaway car barreled straight toward the 9 o'clock nightclub. Standing on the second-floor terrace, Lin Tian raised his hand slightly. Beside him, an armored soldier drew a grenade launcher from his waist. Bang! Boom! The out-of-control car was blasted off the road and into the roadside verge. Lin Tian turned and re-entered the nightclub to begin his breakfast. 3 hours later, a series of quest notifications appeared. You have seized all major strongholds of the Bone Gang and eliminated their leader. The Bone Gang has abandoned their extermination plan against you. You have completed the side quest, Hard Bones. Reward, 100 experience points, 10,000 game credits. You command over 50 subordinates and control more than 3 industrial strongholds. You have completed the second phase of the chain side quest, Expansion and Consolidation. Rewards obtained, 80 experience points, 8,000 game credits. You have unlocked the third phase of the chain side quest, Rising to Fame. Quest level, 4 stars. Quest objective, accomplish a grand feat within Los Santos, making the name of the Hongbi Gang echo through the streets. No time limit for this quest. It can be undertaken at any time once prepared. It appears that the squad I dispatched to sweep through the Bone Gang is progressing smoothly. Another hefty sum of experience points and game credits has just been credited. Brimming with satisfaction, Lin Tian's spirit soared. Before long, the armored soldiers Lin Tian sent out returned, accompanied by a team of mercenaries. The unit suffered minor casualties, with 2 mercenaries falling in battle. Yet the armored soldier himself emerged unscathed. His suit of alloy armor now fully repels damage from conventional firearm bullets. Without heavy-caliber weaponry or explosives of massive yield, the Bone Gang simply cannot contend with this monstrous armored infantryman. Boss, here are the items confiscated from the Bone Gang territory. The mercenaries lugged in 2 crates. Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he swiftly approached and pried open the boxes to examine the spoils. One crate was brimming with stacks of crisp green banknotes, while the other was filled to the brim with gold bars. Acquired $955,000. Acquired a substantial amount of gold, convertible to $850,000. It seems that hard assets like gold can also be treated as US dollars. With a thought, Lin Tian had the cash and gold vanish before him, fully depositing into his external account. Current balance, $1,805,000. Having completed this Bone Gang operation, Lin Tian was rolling in wealth. With this $1,800,000 in hand, he believed it was time to initiate the next phase of his plan. He murmured quietly to himself. A nearby mercenary couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what is the plan for the next phase?" Lin Tian strode toward the nightclub exit without turning back, replying, "Unify the entire underground forces of Los Santos, and maybe arrange a showdown with the federal government while we're at it." He had a premonition that playing this game this way would yield tremendous rewards. Great military strategists are often bold in grand strategy, yet meticulous and cautious in tactics. Lin Tian was a firm believer in this principle. In the days to come, he would unleash a grand upheaval across Los Santos, plunging the city into chaos. To safeguard his own security, he began scouting suitable hideouts in advance. The air raid shelter in the northern suburbs of Los Santos was his top choice. After leaving the 9 o'clock nightclub, Lin Tian led his men straight to the air raid shelter he had previously scouted out in the northern suburbs. This location was an armory under the Brown Bear Gang, guarded by elite Brown Bear operatives wielding heavy weaponry. Moreover, due to its narrow entrance, the shelter was easy to defend but difficult to assault. Fearing that even his Alloy Legion armored infantrymen might sustain damage under such heavy firepower, Lin Tian activated his external interface and attempted to spend $100,000 on a level 5 recruitment. Level 5 recruitment, $100,000 per attempt. With a focused thought, the recruitment succeeded. Before Lin Tian appeared a towering 3-meter-tall humanoid armored unit. Even the bulky, nearly 2-meter-tall Alloy Legion armored infantryman looked like a child standing next to this giant. The armor bore a blue and white hue, with 2 peculiarly shaped firearms hanging at the waist. Most striking was the crimson laser greatsword slung across its back. Consumed $100,000. Successfully recruited subordinate. Future Tech Warrior, F5. Future Tech Warrior, F5. Physique, human limit. Armor, Ultra T-grade environmental camouflage armor. Level 5 auto repair energy shield. Wing system, portable wormhole traversal device. Weapons, infinite energy laser rifle, laser compression cannon, overload crimson laser greatsword. Special abilities, invisibility, flight, short-range teleportation. Combat experience, equipped with highest level combat skill chip. Information about the Future Tech Warrior F5 flashed on the screen. Subordinates obtained through level 5 recruitment were becoming absurdly powerful. This Future Tech Warrior was clearly anachronistic to the era of Los Santos. Using such a unit to contest gang territories felt almost unfair to Lin Tian himself. Yet, despite his reservations, since he had recruited it, he would certainly make use of it. Seize this air raid shelter, Lin Tian commanded the Future Tech Warrior. "Yes, sir." The warrior bowed slightly in acknowledgement. The next moment, a black circle appeared beneath its feet, and the Future Tech Warrior vanished into thin air. Soon enough, the sounds of gunfire and explosions erupted inside the shelter. Minutes later, the shelter's main gates swung open, and the Future Tech Warrior emerged completely unharmed. "Let us move." Lin Tian led his contingent to officially take up residence within the air raid shelter. After stockpiling sufficient resources inside, that very afternoon, Lin Tian opened his external interface again. Current balance, $1,705,000. With $1,700,000 remaining, Lin Tian immediately spent $1 million to recruit 100 Alloy Legion armored infantrymen. These formidable armored soldiers would serve as the main force for his impending assault on the underground factions of Los Santos. From the remaining $700,000, Lin Tian spent $400,000 on 4 more level 5 recruitments. For additional future tech warriors materialized by his side, with a total of 5 future tech warriors, they would be responsible for securing his safety within the shelter. $30,000 remained. After some thought, Lin Tian recruited 300 armed Special Forces soldiers. These Special Forces would follow behind the Alloy Legion armored infantrymen, assisting them in completing missions. Though termed assistants, their primary role was to collect assets and resources from various gangs. Since the armored soldiers were heavily encased in armor, their battlefield mobility, while powerful, was somewhat limited. With the remaining $5,000, Lin Tian recruited 50 mercenaries. At this point, Lin Tian's forces numbered over 500 strong. Street thugs, 120. Mercenaries, 135. Armed Special Forces, 310. Alloy Legion armored infantrymen, 110. Future tech warriors, 5. With the plan finalized that very night, 110 Alloy Legion armored infantrymen and 210 armed Special Forces soldiers departed the air raid shelter to launch a sweeping offensive against all underground factions throughout Los Santos. As the legion of Alloy armored soldiers stormed into the city, a massacre of dimension-shattering magnitude commenced. In the Beja district, the Hound Gang, the Black 8 International Casino. Within the casino, life brimmed with ceaseless revelry, bathed in the dazzling glow of hedonism. Boom! A man engaged in a game of do Diju hurled 4 twos. Boom! In the next instant, a grenade launcher tore through the casino walls. 2 alloy armored warriors, brandishing heavy machine guns, strode in with deliberate steps. The illusion of opulence was shattered in an instant. Gamblers screamed and scattered in all directions. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Rally the personnel immediately. Inside the casino, dozens, even hundreds, of men clad in black emerged from the armory, firearms at the ready. Bang, 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 bang. Tot, 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 tot. They were clearly professionally trained. Despite the sudden upheaval, they swiftly assembled and opened fire on the 2 armored warriors. Yet, clang, clang, clang. Bullets struck the armor of the alloy soldiers, sparking and ricocheting harmlessly aside. Ordinary submachine guns and pistols inflicted no damage whatsoever. Even the terrifyingly powerful shotguns, fired at close range, left only faint marks upon the alloy plating. Meanwhile, the armored warriors casually raised their heavy machine guns and unleashed a sweeping barrage. Boom, 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 boom. After the thunderous salvo, nearly 100 black-clad bodyguards lay shredded beneath the metallic storm. Simultaneously, similar scenes erupted across the territories of numerous gangs. In the Donxiao district, the Brown Tree Gang, superiors to the Bone Gang, key gang members gathered atop the K9 Entertainment Club, enjoying a sauna. An elderly gang elder was luxuriating in a massage. The masseur inquired, "Mr. Smith, how is my technique?" The elder exclaimed in admiration, "Absolutely exquisite." Boom! The next second, his exquisite truly exploded. Amidst the bombardment of grenade launchers, 8 armored warriors burst in, swiftly turning the bathhouse into a blood-soaked scene. In the central district, within the estate of the Brown Bear Gang leader. At this moment, a remarkably imposing black man was feeding his pet, a monstrous, over 2 meters tall, terrifyingly massive brown bear, with the flesh and blood of some unknown creature. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. The brown bear sprang up, baring its teeth and emitting low growls from deep within its throat. "Sit down," the imposing man commanded coldly. Obediently, the bear sat, even betraying a flicker of fear in its eyes. "Kumin," the black man, leader of the Brown Bear Gang, spoke indifferently. Only then did a subordinate outside dare to push the door open. "Have you clarified the situation regarding the air raid shelter?" the gang leader asked coldly. The subordinate's face paled, trembling as he replied, "Those we sent to investigate vanished without a trace upon nearing the shelter." A roar. Sensing his master's fury, the brown bear unleashed a thunderous roar. The gang leader grinned, revealing a chilling smile. "The matter is still unresolved, so why are you here?" The subordinate shivered, hastily explaining, "There's a more pressing matter to report. Currently, dozens of gangs across Los Santos are under assault by an unknown force wielding world-class military-grade armor. The major gangs are utterly slaughtered, powerless to resist." The gang leader frowned, and, lowering his head, the subordinate said, "I came to ask whether, for your safety, we should find a place to lie low." The leader sneered coldly. "Do you think I fear them? Even the Iron Blood Gang wants to ally with me. Do you suppose they dare bring their fight here?" No sooner had he spoken, boom! An explosion rocked the estate's courtyard, followed by a relentless roar of gunfire. Startled, the gang leader rushed to the window and peered outside. Dozens of armored soldiers stormed the estate. unleashing wanton slaughter upon the Brown Bear Gang's men. Though the estate housed numerous gang members and ample firepower, their resistance against the terrifying armored soldiers appeared feeble. Crushed beneath overwhelming firepower. Brazen fools! The gang leader erupted in fury. He turned, slid aside a bookshelf, and entered a secret door behind it. Emerging with a rocket-propelled grenade launcher, he stormed to the window and smashed the glass with a kick. Boom! A rocket soared forth, striking an armored soldier squarely. The soldier was blasted several meters back, his armor noticeably damaged. Reloading the RPG, the gang leader fired again, aiming at the same target. Boom! One armored soldier fell. Bang, 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 bang. A hail of bullets instantly tore the gang leader into pieces. The boss is dead. Subordinates in the room fled in terror. Nearby, the pet brown bear, witnessing its master reduced to fragments as if just another meal, crawled forward and gathered the remains. Meanwhile, in the northern outskirts of Los Santos, inside an air raid shelter, Lin Tian leaned against a bench, leisurely sipping an ice-cold cola. Before him, notifications flickered incessantly. You have triggered and completed the 3-star side quest, Annihilate the Hound Gang. Reward, 120 experience points, 12,000 game credits. You have triggered and completed the 2-star side quest, Annihilate the Oak Gang. Reward, 60 experience points, 6,000 game credits. You have triggered and completed the 3-star side quest, Annihilate the Brown Tree Gang. Reward, 150 experience points, 15,000 game credits. You have triggered and completed the 4-star side quest, Annihilate the Brown Bear Gang. Reward, 220 experience points, 22,000 game credits. You have completed the 3rd stage of the chain side quests, Rising Fame. Reward, 200 experience points, 20,000 game credits. You have triggered the 4th stage of the chain side quests, Dominating a Territory. Quest level, 5 stars. Quest details. The name of the Hanging Wall Gang strikes terror throughout this city. Next, ensure the Hanging Wall Gang rises to stand alongside the 3 great families and 4 major gangs as an underground overlord, becoming one of the top players in the crime-ridden city of Los Santos. No time limit on the quest. Proceed whenever ready. Sitting at home, experience points and game credits fall from the sky. One must admit, Lin Tian played Grand Theft Auto like an idle clicker game. The massive influx of experience and credits lifted Lin Tian's spirits immensely. Even if he were to perish on the spot now, missing the clearing reward, the experience and credit rewards from these side quests alone would have more than paid off, earning him a handsome profit. By dawn, a total of 38 gangs had been utterly annihilated. Moreover, over 20 additional gangs had suffered devastating blows. On Lin Tian's side, the losses were confined to merely 3 alloy armored soldiers and 15 armed special forces operatives. In the span of just one night, the entire underworld of Los Santos descended into chaos. What was even more terrifying was that this night was only the beginning. Around 3 o'clock in the early morning, Lin Tian's team took a brief respite. The surviving gangs breathed a sigh of relief, believing the catastrophe had passed. Shouldn't the boom? The artillery roared once more. The massacre and pillaging by the Hanging Wall Gang against the underground factions erupted anew. You have triggered and completed the 2-star side mission, Annihilate the Well Party. Reward acquired, 50 experience points, 5,000 game credits. You have triggered and completed the 3-star side mission, Annihilate the Samurai Gang. Reward acquired, 90 experience points, 9,000 game credits. You have triggered and completed the 3-star side mission, Annihilate the Black Flame Group. Reward acquired, 120 experience points, 12,000 game credits. You have completed the 4th stage of the chain side mission, Dominance over One Territory. Reward acquired, 400 experience points, 40,000 game credits. You have triggered the final stage of the chain side mission, Underground King. Mission level, 6 stars. Mission details. Your strength has now reached the pinnacle within Los Santos. Defeat the remaining 3 of the 4 major gangs, excluding the Racing Gang, and forge your supreme throne as the Underground King. There is no time limit for this mission. Proceed whenever you are prepared. Over the course of more than 2 days, over 70% of Los Santos' gangs were obliterated. Small and medium-sized gangs were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Hanging Wall Gang and had been nearly wiped out. The remnants were mostly large gangs, which, by virtue of their numerous manpower, territorial control, and sufficiently advanced weaponry, could barely hold their own against Lin Tian's armored soldier units. Amidst this calamity, in the heart of Los Santos, atop the penthouse conference room of the Emperor 5-star Hotel, a historic assembly was convened. The Johnson family, the Temple family, and the Seville family, leaders of the racing gang, the Shadow Hand Mafia, the Iron Blood Gang, and the Ballard Gang, who were normally bitter enemies, set aside their long-standing grudges for this critical moment. As the last leader of the Shadow Hand Mafia arrived and took his seat, the Johnson family patriarch put down his cigar and smiled, saying, "Friends, the situation in Los Santos these past 2 days has been grim indeed. If we allow those armored soldiers of the Hanging Wall Gang to continue their slaughter, our foundations might be irreparably damaged." The Iron Blood Gang's leader, a towering muscular man standing 2 meters tall, sneered coldly. Among all the factions in Los Santos, the Johnson family, with their extensive legitimate enterprises, should have suffered the least, right? The racing gang's leader, a short man, wore a face of impatience as he retorted, "Enough useless chatter. Just get to the point of why you summoned this meeting." The Ballard Gang's leader, a refined and affable middle-aged gentleman, was the only one besides the 3 family heads dressed in a suit. He sat quietly on the side, observing silently. The Shadow Hand Mafia's leader, clad entirely in black with a stern visage, also remained silent, idly toying with a glass in his hand, his gaze intermittently flickering to the throats of the others present. The 3 family patriarchs exchanged glances. Seeing the others nod, the Johnson family patriarch clasped his fingers beneath his chin, elbows resting on the table, and continued, "I know you all harbor powerful trump cards against the Hanging Wall Gang, but because you distrust one another here, none dare to reveal them lightly. I have a proposal. According to intelligence provided by a member of the Brown Bear Gang, we can now more or less confirm that the leader of the Hanging Wall Gang is currently hiding in an air raid shelter in the northern suburbs. However, this shelter is easy to defend but hard to assault, and the enemy's garrison there should be formidable, even if all 7 of our forces unite. Whether we can take it remains uncertain. Therefore, we intend to enlist professionals for this task." At this, the Johnson patriarch lit his cigar again, inhaled deeply, and continued, "Our 3 major families will pool $300 million to hire the A-Corps mercenaries to assault the shelter, eliminate the leader of the Hanging Wall Gang, and bring this farce to a definitive end. During this operation, we need the 4 major gangs to deploy their trump cards to crush or at least temporarily entangle the external armored soldiers, preventing them from reinforcing the shelter. This is our plan." The Iron Blood Gang leader frowned and was the first to voice skepticism. "A corps? That legendary mercenary group? Why should we believe you can hire them?" The racing gang leader echoed with a scoff. "How can we be sure this plan isn't just a ruse to trick us into revealing our trump cards? To weaken our strength?" The Ballard Gang leader chuckled. "Regrettably, I'm just a businessman. I have no trump cards capable of countering those terrifying armored soldiers. I fear I can contribute little to this plan." The Shadow Hand Mafia's leader remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. The Johnson family patriarch sighed. "It seems you still don't grasp the gravity of the situation. What do you think will happen if this drags on? As you said, our 3 families hold vast legitimate businesses. Even if those armored soldiers from the Hanging Wall Gang destroy the entire underground of Los Santos, we 3 families will endure. But what about you? At present, 90% of Los Santos' small and medium gangs have been wiped out. Their next target will inevitably be your 4 major gangs. We are not negotiating a plan with you," the Johnson patriarch said, a faint smile curling the corner of his mouth. "We are merely granting you a chance at survival. If you refuse to cooperate, we won't hesitate to wait until the Hanging Wall Gang eliminates you before we strike with full force." The leaders of the 4 major gangs fell silent at these words. Before the Johnson patriarch could finish, the Shadow Hand Mafia's leader rose and said coldly, "I will act according to your arrangement, but I expect you to honor your part of the plan. Otherwise, the rest of your lives may be spent under unceasing assassination attempts." With that, he turned and left. The Ballard Gang leader sighed and shrugged. "If that's the case, so be it. I will send people to deal with those armored soldiers." After exchanging a few stern words, the leaders of the Racing Gang and the Iron Blood Gang also rose and departed. Pressed by circumstances, the 7 most powerful factions of Los Santos finalized a cooperative plan targeting Lin Tion. Meanwhile, at the Los Santos Federal Security Building, the Minister of Security gazed expressionlessly at the city before him, where gunfire and explosions echoed incessantly. Behind him, a senior security officer could not help but inquire, "Minister, the chaos has escalated to this extent. Shall we not intervene? Those armored soldiers pose a tremendous threat. If we allow the Hanging Wall Gang to dominate Los Santos' underworld, they could become an enormous menace to the entire city." The Minister of Security responded with a strange smile. "No matter. Let them kill on. This city is the city of generals. Sin and slaughter are, in fact, the very essence of its existence." Within the air raid shelter, Lin Tion, unshaven and disheveled after burrowing in the cavern for 2 days, looked utterly chaotic. With the deadline for the second main mission rapidly approaching, Lin Tian beckoned a futuristic tech soldier. It's time to get some fresh air. Take me out of this shelter. Yes, sir. The futuristic tech soldier immediately positioned himself behind Lin Tian, carefully lifting him up. The futuristic tech soldier possessed 3 special abilities: invisibility, flight, and short-distance teleportation. After testing these powers for 2 days, Lin Tian discovered that these abilities could not only enhance the soldier himself, but could also be transferred to any target he touched at close range. Thus, relying on the futuristic tech soldier's extraordinary capabilities, Lin Tian silently slipped out of the air raid shelter and returned to Los Santos. The rewards for completing the D-level cartridge world were exceedingly generous, so the main mission still needed to be pursued. Upon entering the city, Lin Tian headed straight to his cousin's residence. The futuristic tech soldier activated his invisibility mode and quietly trailed behind. Just as they crossed the threshold, Lin Tian saw his cousin and several underlings tinkering with some components in the courtyard. Lin Tian greeted them. "Cousin, I'm ready. Let us go. Time to steal some cars." Cousin Sonia waved his hand dismissively and said, "Steal cars? Don't you know what has been happening these past few days? The entire city of Los Santos is in chaos. A gang called the Guabi Gang, backed by a group of armored soldiers, has turned the city upside down. Our biker gang has put all other tasks on hold and is preparing to assemble an urban combat vehicle squad to launch an all-out war against the Guabi Gang." Before he finished speaking, a prompt suddenly appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. Due to a significant alteration in the world line, the main mission path has been interrupted. Please find your own way to become the leader of the biker gang and complete the game. Ding! You have triggered the ultimate challenge task. Defeat the Guabi Gang. Mission rating, 7 stars. Mission details. The emergence of the Guabi Gang has plunged Los Santos into peril. As a member of the biker gang, you may attempt to assist in defeating the Guabi Gang. No time limit. You may commence whenever ready. Lin Tian muttered to himself. "So I'm supposed to fight myself, huh?" Glancing at his cousin and the other men busily assembling parts, Lin Tian fell into contemplation. He would have to complete the game regardless. Without the constraints of the main mission, his movements would actually become freer, which was not a bad thing. Given his current forces, forcibly seizing the position of biker gang leader seemed quite feasible. If he wanted to finish the game, perhaps he could do so before nightfall. However, it was clear that there were many side rewards in this cartridge world that Lin Tian had yet to earn. To maximize his gains, he definitely needed to continue playing for several more days. Yet, if things continued as they were, and the biker gang launched a preemptive strike against Lin Tian, the gang might very well be wiped out in the ensuing chaos. If that happened, the entire biker gang would be gone. So how could Lin Tian become its leader? Would the game simply judge this as a failure to complete the game? Pondering this dilemma, Lin Tian grew somewhat troubled. After thinking it over, he asked cousin, "Can you arrange a meeting with the biker gang leader for me?" Cousin Sonia chuckled. "The boss isn't that easy to see. I've been in the biker gang for years, and I've only met him twice. Sorry, cousin, I really can't help you with that." Lin Tian reconsidered and then inquired, "Then can you at least tell me where the boss is now?" A few minutes later, Lin Tian arrived at a bunker on the outskirts of the eastern suburbs. Like Lin Tian, the biker gang leader had chosen to hide in what he believed was the safest place before the outbreak of the big battle. Judging by the location and the structure, the bunker's security was no less formidable than Lin Tian's air raid shelter. Moreover, the biker gang leader had stationed a heavy guard at the bunker entrance. 20 fixed heavy machine guns were mounted at the gun ports above, and on either side, tubular missile launchers were installed. Such a tightly fortified defense would be nearly impregnable without at least 50 or 60 armored soldiers from Lin Tian's Alloy Legion. However, for the futuristic tech soldier, such formidable defenses were still nothing but an empty facade. A wormhole opened beneath his feet, and in an instant, the futuristic tech soldier vanished, infiltrating the bunker's interior. Moments later, sporadic gunfire echoed from within. Then, the futuristic tech soldier reappeared, handcuffed to a stunned biker gang leader. Satisfied, Lin Tian nodded and immediately instructed the futuristic tech soldier to escort him and the biker gang leader back to the air raid shelter in the northern suburbs. Inside the shelter, Lin Tian poured a bucket of cold water over the biker gang leader. Slowly regaining consciousness, the leader's gaze fixed upon Lin Tian's face. Alarmed, the leader exclaimed, "You, who are you?" Lin Tian smiled calmly and introduced himself. "Boss Joey. I'm Sonia's underling and cousin from the East Bridge District's biker gang. Your underling 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 underling. At the same time, I'm also the leader of the Guabi gang." Seeing the 2 towering blue and white mech soldiers standing guard behind Lin Tian, the biker gang leader, Joey, basically believed Lin Tian's claim to be the Guabi gang's Tion's formidable leader. Yet, he was perplexed by Lin Tion's assertion that he was also a subordinate of the biker gang. Stammering, he said, "I don't quite understand what you mean." Lin Tion nodded earnestly and explained, I grew up listening to your stories and the biker gang as legend. My greatest childhood dream was to join the biker gang. My second was to become an astronaut, wild, flashy, and cool. But when I actually arrived in Los Santos, I discovered that our biker gang was suffering from blatant oppression and injustice. Joey was taken aback. Is that so? Is that true? Lin Tion nodded, gritting his teeth. When we smuggle, the Security Bureau cracks down on us. When we rob, they intervene. When we kill, the Security Bureau still wants to step in. Isn't that blatant targeting? And in Los Santos, we have to pay for everything. Buying things, eating, gambling, even hiring escorts. Isn't that outright extortion? Worse yet, when we fight other gangs, those gangs actually dare to fight back. We kill their whole families, and they still retaliate? Isn't that just pure nonsense? The more Lin Tion spoke, the angrier he became, trembling with rage. Joey, after calming himself, Lin Tion sighed and said, "So, I decided to create the Guabi Gang, to uphold justice, to protect peace, and to ensure that members of the biker gang can live normal lives. That's why I declared war on all of Los Santos." Joey fell silent for a moment, hesitating, then asked, "So what you're saying is, the Guabi Gang and the biker gang are not enemies? Is your purpose in binding me here to prevent a clash between the biker gang and the wall hanger crew? After all, as a leader, Joey does possess a certain level of acumen." Lin Tion nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, pressing a kiss to Joey's forehead with delight. "My precious treasure, you truly are brilliant." In truth, Joey had already sensed something amiss. Over the past few days, the wall hanger crew's crackdown on the underground factions of Los Santos had been relentless, almost like a carpet bombing. One gang after another fell. Yet, the biker gang's territory remained conspicuously unscathed. At first, Joey assumed the wall hanger crew was exercising restraint out of respect for the biker gang's strength. But upon noticing that the other three major gangs had suffered far greater losses than his own, he began to suspect that the wall hanger crew was deliberately holding back against the biker gang. Hearing Lin Tion's explanation only cemented this suspicion. The terrifying wall hanger crew was, in fact, siding with the biker gang. Joey's eyes lit up as he caught the scent of opportunity. "You want the biker gang to stay out of this? No problem. I'll make the call right away. I'll order my men to lay low and avoid getting entangled in the upcoming war as much as possible. And I have crucial intelligence to share with you. Not long ago, the 7 factions had convened a meeting. If the wall hanger crew refrained from attacking the biker gang, Joey had no intention of provoking a conflict with them either, especially after witnessing the enigmatic capabilities of that blue and white mech god. His conviction only grew stronger. Thus, in response to Lin Tion's request, he was exceptionally cooperative, not only promptly issuing orders to keep the biker gang out of the fight, but also revealing the plan jointly crafted by the 7 major powers. Pleased with Joey's cooperation, Lin Tion patted his shoulder. "Boss Joey, you're the person I respect most in my life. I will forever be your most loyal underling. If you say 1, I dare not say 2. If you tell me to go east, I would never dare head west." Joey, testing the waters, asked, "So, can I leave now?" Lin Tion shook his head. "No." Joey was speechless. After a moment's thought, Lin Tion said, "By the way, boss, it seems I'm short a janitor here. Until the overall situation is settled, you'll stay here and clean the bathrooms for me." Joey was dumbfounded. Having neutralized the potential threat posed by the biker gang, which could have jeopardized the mission, Lin Tion activated his cheat codes to prepare for the final battle. Recruitment cheat activated. Level 1 recruitment, $10 per recruit. Level 2 recruitment, $100 per recruit. Level 3 recruitment, $1,000 per recruit. Level 4 recruitment, $10,000 per recruit. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million per recruit. Current balance, $95,650,520. Having plundered numerous gangs, Lin Tion now possessed over $90 million, nearly $100 million in total. He began by recruiting $5 million worth of Alloy Legion single soldier armored warriors. With a mere thought, Lin Tion initiated level 4 recruitment. $10,000 expended. Successfully recruited. Alloy Legion single soldier armored warrior. $10,000 expended. Successfully recruited. Alloy Legion single soldier armored warrior. $10,000 expended. Successfully recruited. Alloy Legion single soldier armored warrior. 500 Alloy Legion single soldier armored warriors soon appeared before Lin Tion, lined up in perfect formation. The cost-performance ratio of these armored warriors was quite high. They possessed formidable defense, sufficiently impressive firepower, and elite combat experience. With these 500 armored warriors, plus the over 100 previously recruited, they should be capable of annihilating the entire underground forces of Los Santos. However, considering that the Iron Blood Gang, the Dark Hand Mafia, and the Barrel Crew might still have powerful trump cards held in reserve, Lin Tian prudently spent another $10 million to conduct 100 level 5 recruitments. He enlisted 100 future tech war soldiers F5 to assist in the battle. At his command, 600 powerful killing machines emerged from the air raid shelter, heading to reinforce the front lines in Los Santos. Outside the Iron Blood Gang's stronghold, the Bloodstained Bar, over 30 Alloy Legion armored warriors launched their assault. The Iron Blood Gang's members suffered grievous casualties, beaten down to the point of lifting their heads no more. Even with heavy weapons in hand, they found it difficult to mount a counterattack under such overwhelming firepower. After all, their armor paled in comparison to that of the Alloy Legion warriors. Under heavy machine gun fire, an Alloy Legion warrior might only suffer cracked armor after enduring a dozen bullets. But the Iron Blood Gang's members, clad merely in simple bulletproof vests, will be shredded to pieces. Just as the situation seemed one-sided, thunderous footsteps shook the ground from behind the Alloy Legion's ranks. From afar came a terrifying group of towering soldiers clad in heavy iron armor, wielding massive war hammers. They had arrived. The Iron Blood warriors had come. Seeing these hammer-wielding soldiers, the Iron Blood Gang's morale surged instantly. These hammer soldiers were the Iron Blood Gang's secret weapon, the Iron Blood warriors. Years of drug-induced muscle growth had rendered their physiques nearly limitless. Subjected daily to hellish training and enduring the agonies of drug side effects, they will have been forged as unyielding as steel. Combined with hundreds of pounds of thickened iron armor, these Iron Blood warriors have been transformed into near-human tanks for close combat. Boom! 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 Each step they took thundered across the earth. The rattling of heavy machine gun fire against their thick iron armor was utterly futile, incapable of inflicting the slightest damage. Though their pace appeared slow, each Iron Blood warrior was over 6 feet 6 inches tall, and each stride covered significant ground. Soon, the Iron Blood warriors closed in on the Alloy Legion ranks. A deep whoosh accompanied the swing of a massive hammer. Crash! One Alloy Legion warrior was blasted flying. His dark green armor shattered as he died instantly. The Alloy Legion warriors hastily fell back to counterattack. Some aimed for the gaps in the Iron Blood warriors' armor, while others launched grenade blasts for explosive bombardment. There was some effect, but it was far from sufficient. After a round of fierce combat, 5 Iron Blood warriors had fallen, while 8 Alloy Legion warriors were killed. 50 Iron Blood warriors remained standing, whereas the Alloy Legion was reduced to just over 20 men. The tide of battle abruptly reversed, with the Iron Blood Gang turning from the losing side to the dominant force. From atop a nearby abandoned building, Iron Blood Gang leader Gale observed the scene through binoculars, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After all these years and all the money spent training these Iron Blood warriors, they truly are extraordinary. Judging by the current situation, repelling and even annihilating these armored warriors should be no problem. The rest will depend on the other 3 gangs and the A-Corps. Just as he exhaled in relief, he noticed a large mass of shadows rapidly approaching in the distance. He raised his binoculars for a closer look. Yet, he discerned that hundreds of alloy armored warriors had materialized within the city, swiftly advancing toward the location of the Crimson Bar. Gale's face turned pale in an instant. How could this be possible? How could there still be so many of these terrifying armored monstrosities? The sunlight reflected in the air within his sight. Gale raised his gaze upward, his expression growing even grimmer, not only on the ground but above in the sky. A vast contingent of large white mechas was also rapidly flying. Suddenly, the blue and white mecha formation vanished from view. The next moment, this group of mechas had already appeared near the Crimson Bar. Gale hurriedly shifted his gaze. However, in the very next instant, an even more dreadful scene unfolded before his eyes. This group of white mechas abruptly concealed their forms. Then, like phantoms, they appeared before the iron-blooded warriors of the Iron Blood Gang, swinging crimson laser greatswords. Swish, as if slicing through tofu with ease. Several iron-blooded warriors were instantly cleaved in two. The heavy iron armor, impervious even to heavy machine gun bullets, proved as fragile as paper before those terrifying crimson laser greatswords. In mere moments, the futuristic tech soldiers slaughtered the iron-blooded warriors to the last man. The battle once again tilted decisively to one side. Only this time, the Iron Blood Gang fell even more swiftly. It was over, utterly finished. Falling heavily to the ground, The once arrogant Iron Blood Gang leader Gale revealed despair on his face. At that moment, behind him, a blue and white mecha emerged, raising high a crimson laser greatsword. The same scenario replayed in the territories of the Dark Hand and the Baller Gang. The Dark Hand's trump card was an elite sniper squad. Armed with anti-material high-caliber sniper rifles, the elite snipers had consecutively eliminated more than a dozen alloy-armored warriors. Yet, once the futuristic tech soldiers entered the fray, they immediately located the snipers' hidden positions using ultra-advanced sensory detection technology and employing invisibility, teleportation, and flight techniques. Swiftly exterminated all the elite snipers. On the Baller Gang's side stood a top-tier rocket corps of 100 soldiers, comparable to a regular army unit. Through widespread bombardment, they inflicted considerable damage on the alloy-armored warriors. However, the defensive strength of the futuristic tech soldiers' armor far exceeded that of the alloy-armored warriors, supplemented by an outer energy shield, rendering the rockets utterly ineffective against them. Likewise, the Baller Gang faced a brutal rout, utterly slaughtered in the end. As the battle within the city neared its conclusion, dozens of large transport vessels sailed into the northern harbor, preparing to land in Los Santos. At the harbor, a squad of stationed peacekeepers, upon seeing the conspicuous letter AM blazoned on the transport vessels, instantly braced themselves and swiftly reported the situation to their superiors, requesting backup. However, the superior's reply was succinct: let them disembark. Evidently, before inviting the A Corps to arrive, the heads of the three great families had already made arrangements with Los Santos upper echelons. Even upon receiving the order, the harbor peacekeepers hesitated somewhat, for the presence aboard the transport vessels was exceedingly perilous. The A Corps, the most formidable war machine, the world's premier mercenary group, an unofficial force capable of annihilating nations. Too many chilling epithets were etched upon this group. Watching as the A Corps transport vessels entered the harbor, the peacekeeper leader swallowed hard and steeled himself to open the harbor gates. Soon, the vessels docked, their hatches opening. Military land tanks began to roll off the transports. These tanks were the finest models currently existing worldwide. Behind the tanks came dozens of armed military trucks outfitted with the most advanced heavy firearms and large-caliber artillery launchers. Riding in the trucks were numerous soldiers clad in iron blue combat armor. From appearance alone, these iron blue armored soldiers bore a striking resemblance, some 70%, to Lin Tian's alloy armored soldiers. Their equipment was likewise comprised of cutting-edge firearms and killing apparatuses. Finally, the last and largest transport vessel docked. When its hatch opened, only 7 individuals disembarked. Among them, 6 wore jet black, form-fitting armor. Though their armor was compact and less bulky than that of the other soldiers, the material was markedly different. The armor's surface shimmered intermittently, radiating a luster reminiscent of black diamonds. The man at the center wore no armor at all, donning merely a green leisure suit and topped with striking blonde hair. Ha ha ha, so this is the crime city of Los Santos? Chuckled one of the 6, a towering man nearly 3 meters tall, robust as a small mountain. Hope this time it's more satisfying. Another man, wearing glasses and carrying a massive cylindrical weapon on his back, lit a cigarette. At the center, the man in the green leisure suit smiled faintly, tilting his head to gaze skyward. Crime City, Los Santos, haven't been here in a long time. I wonder what kind of monstrous shape that general fellow has taken now. Beside him, a blue-haired girl with twin ponytails kept her eyes fixed on the man in the green suit, her gaze brimming with affection. Upon hearing him mention the general, she knitted her brows slightly and said, "Boss, we agreed before. This time we're here purely to complete the mission, not to provoke any dangerous entities." The supreme leader of the A Corps, the man in the green leisure suit named Angie, nodded with a smile. "Don't worry. What I pursue now is different from before. You all painstakingly pulled me out of hell. Even if it's for you, I won't recklessly go to war with those dangerous folks anymore." The 7 boarded a purple armored off-road vehicle. Angie took a deep breath, his expression growing extraordinarily calm. "Let us go. A 300 million reward level enemy. Aim to finish within 3 hours." Meanwhile, within the northern suburbs air raid shelter, Lin Tian's eyes flickered as notifications appeared one after another. "You have triggered and completed the 5-star side quest, the icy corpses of the Iron Blood Gang. Reward obtained, 420 experience points, 42,000 game credits. You have triggered and completed the 5-star side quest, the grave of the Dark Hand. Reward obtained, 440 experience points, 44,000 game credits. You have triggered and completed the 5-star side quest, the demise of the Baller Gang. Reward obtained, 430 experience points, 43,000 game credits. You have crushed the Iron Blood Gang, Dark Hand, and Baller Gang. You have completed the final stage of the linked side quests. The Underground King. Reward obtained. Equipment, Crown of Sin, quality, epic. You have triggered the Ultimate Death Challenge quest. Crush the A-Core. Quest level, 7 stars. Mission brief. The world's most formidable mercenary corps is approaching. Are you prepared for a battle to the death? Has the A-Core already arrived? Lin Tian gazed at the mission notification that popped up, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Up to this point in the game, having dismantled the entire underground forces of Los Santos, he had maintained an overwhelmingly invincible stance. This had rendered his life in the bunker somewhat dull and monotonous. Now, he longed for adversaries formidable enough to challenge him. At this moment, a large contingent of alloy-armored soldiers and futuristic tech combatants who had completed their tasks in the city were returning. Seeing them near the bunker's vicinity, Lin Tian promptly ordered them to station themselves around the bunker's perimeter. Then, he activated his cheat interface, intending to make further preparations. Subordinate recruitment cheat activated. Level 1 recruitment, $10 per attempt. Level 2 recruitment, $100 per attempt. Level 3 recruitment, $1,000 per attempt. Level 4 recruitment, $10,000 per attempt. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million per attempt. Current balance, $80,650,520. The 10,000 level 4-star recruitment could already summon top-tier individual soldiers. The 100,000 level 5-star recruitment could summon powerful mechs from the future world. Then, what kind of entity might the million level 6-star recruitment summon? Lin Tian's curiosity was piqued. With 80 million still in hand, he attempted a 6-star recruitment. With a mere thought, the next moment, a gray figure materialized. His entire body was sheathed in compact gray armor. This armor was not as bulky as the alloy-armored soldiers, and he stood about the height of an average person. Nor was it as dazzling as the futuristic tech combatants' mechs. It appeared rather unremarkable. The sole striking feature was the rotating core on his chest plate, emitting a dense black glow. Expenditure, $1 million. Successful recruitment. Annihilator S. Nuclear-powered infantry. Annihilator S. Nuclear-powered infantry. Physique, beyond limit class, genetically mutated human. Armor, meteorite number 17, nuclear-powered battlesuit. Nuclear burst engine. All-terrain amphibious adaptation system. Short-range outer space travel equipment. Spatial storage system. Weapons. God-obliterating star steel heavy sword. Infinite mechanical armored gauntlet. Nuclear light cannon. Special ability, Godslayer mode. Combat experience, transcendent level. Nuclear-powered infantry. Staring at the panel before him, Lin Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. He sensed that setting his ambitions merely on conquering all of Los Santos now seemed rather short-sighted. With a thought, Lin Tian spent 20 million to immediately recruit 20 Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry. Meanwhile, the swiftly advancing corps was now less than 6 miles from the bunker. The alloy-armored soldiers and futuristic tech combatants guarding the bunker's perimeter were already in position. The approaching corps promptly entered their range of vigilance. A chaotic battle was on the brink of eruption. Boom! Boom! The A-Corps tanks opened fire first, shells bursting forth. Following closely, armored soldiers atop armed trucks began wielding heavy weapons, unleashing fierce, suppressive fire. Bang! 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 In the initial moments of combat, the once invincible alloy-armored soldiers were swiftly driven into disarray. However, just as the A-Corps believed they would secure victory through their usual overwhelming force, the futuristic tech combatants had, unbeknownst to them, infiltrated their ranks, their forms flickering like phantoms. Whoosh! A 3-meter-long crimson laser greatsword descended in a deadly arc. The tanks suffered severe damage, and an armed truck was cleaved in two. Chaos engulfed the A-Corps instantly. Seizing the moment, the alloy-armored soldiers hurriedly reorganized their formation to counterattack. At the center of the formation, atop a purple-armored off-road vehicle, a corps leader, Angie, frowned deeply at the scene. Invisible mech soldiers? What sort of adversary possessed such technology? Before he could finish, a futuristic tech combatant suddenly appeared above the armored off-road vehicle, brandishing the crimson laser sword high. Boom! In the next instant among the 7, the bespectacled man wielding the long-barreled weapon reacted swiftly, adjusting the cannon's aim. The muzzle crackled with electric light as he unleashed a blast at the tech combatant. Sizzle. Boom! Thick smoke billowed amid the powerful explosion. The futuristic tech combatant was blasted several dozen meters backward, his armor severely damaged. Since his recruitment, this was the first time a weapon had inflicted harm upon him. Watching him stagger to his feet, The bespectacled man was equally astonished to withstand an electromagnetic pulse cannon blast at such close range and still remain standing. Truly terrifying defensive capabilities. Angie rose to his feet as well, his expression growing grave. The enemy is far stronger than we anticipated. Let us strike first, or the Corps will suffer heavy losses. Yes, sir. The six clad in sleek black battle armor responded in unison. Their figures flickered as they leapt from the off-road vehicle, swiftly launching an offensive against the surrounding futuristic tech combatants. Bang, 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 bang. A mountain of a man wielded a colossal electromagnetic Vulcan cannon. Firing frantically, several futuristic tech combatants nearby were forced into a gradual retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The bespectacled man, cigarette clenched between his lips, unleashed a relentless barrage of electromagnetic rocket fire, each shot striking its mark and severely wounding a futuristic tech combatant. Clang, clang. The blue-haired woman, sporting twin ponytails, brandished two massive electromagnetic blades. Even when locked in close-quarters combat against multiple futuristic tech combatants wielding crimson laser greatswords, she held her ground without faltering. Empowered by magnetic dynamic combat armor and wielding formidable electromagnetic weaponry, the six elite A-Corps fighters momentarily stabilized the situation, leading their comrades in a vigorous counterattack. Nonetheless, only 6 among the A-Corps posed a genuine threat to the futuristic tech combatants. On the battlefield, Lin Tian commanded a full 100 of these futuristic warriors. The A-Corps remained at a disadvantage. Flickering in motion, Angie, clad in green casual attire, had somehow ascended to the off-road vehicle's roof, surveying the entire battlefield. He understood the grim reality. Yet, an uncontrollable smile crept across his face, growing ever more exaggerated and wild. Such an exhilarating thank you for saving us. From now on, you shall be our leader. The A-Corps? It's a fine name, boss. Angie, we are not aberrations. We are superhumans. Why must you stop me? We are clearly of the same kind. Then let us die together. Boss, wake up. Hurry, find a way. Along the journey, there were moments of joy and sorrow, tears and laughter. The mad smile on his face gradually softened and subsided. Am I still human? That question no longer matters. The only thing that matters is this. I am the leader of the A-Corps, their boss. Slowly, he drew from his waist a peculiar samurai sword, entirely black in its entirety. In the next instant, bang, beneath his feet, the specially crafted off-road vehicle was kicked into a deep crater, like a bullet shot from a barrel. Angie's figure burst forth. Bang, 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 bang. With a speed akin to lightning, Angie darted across the battlefield like a war deity, swiftly annihilating one powerful, futuristic combat mech after another. With a single slash, even the energy shield shattered, reducing the futuristic mechs to fragmented pieces. 10, 20, 30. Within mere minutes, half of the futuristic combat mechs lay in ruin beneath Angie's blade. Boss, so powerful. Our leader hasn't unleashed such full strength in a long time. Has he? Witnessing Angie's strike instantly reversing the tide of battle, all 6 members of the A-Corps broke into smiles, their eyes brimming with trust and reverence toward Angie. On Angie's side, the killings grew smoother, movements faster, as his long-cultivated physical condition gradually reached its peak. Even in the brief intervals between slashing futuristic mechs, Angie glanced at his watch. The 3-hour time limit might just be within reach. At that moment, a gray figure emerged from the air raid shelter with utmost calm. A black core spun rapidly on his chest. The colossal nuclear power supply embedded in his armor instantly endowed him with terrifying energy and momentum. Mission objective: annihilate all enemies. The gray figure took a step. Bang! A deafening explosion thundered. The Godslayer's nuclear-powered infantry had been deployed. Meanwhile, inside the air raid shelter, Lin Tian, having dispatched one Godslayer nuclear-powered infantryman, was savoring a bucket of instant noodles with relish, eyes fixed expectantly on the surveillance screen, ready to witness the unfolding scene. Beside him, Joey of the biker gang gripped a toilet mop, nerves fraying to the utmost. From the footage just seen, Joey had fully grasped the terror of the A-Corps. He knew that if the A-Corps breached the air raid shelter, he himself might be exterminated as a member of the Hanging Wall gang. All he could do was silently pray that Lin Tian still had backup. Yet, facing the formidable A-Corps who had swiftly crushed the alloy-armored warriors and futuristic combat mech squads, Lin Tian had only sent forth one seemingly unremarkable gray-armored soldier. This only deepened Joey's despair. Sending just one man, what could he possibly accomplish? Was the Hanging Wall gang truly out of options? But in the next moment, the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry suddenly vanished. In barely 2 breaths, he reappeared on the front lines some 6 miles away. A seemingly ordinary punch was thrown. Bang! Boom! A tank exploded on the spot. His figure flickered again. Bang! Boom! Within less than a second, another tank was smashed into a square slab. Bang! 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 Moments later, nearly the entire tank unit of the A Corps lay in utter ruin. Aside from their leader Angie, the 6 strongest A Corps officers attempted to launch an assault on the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry with their electromagnetic weapons. However, his speed was too great. The electromagnetic weapons failed utterly to lock onto his position. Like a gray lightning monster, the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry plunged into the armored truck formations, rapidly reaping the battlefield. With just this one soldier's power, the tide, which had been leaning toward the A Corps, was reversed once more. My God, Joey gaped, struck dumb, his heart gripped by fear of this dreadful gray monster. Yet, not far from him stood 19 more, just like it, on the battlefield. As Angie ruthlessly cut down futuristic combat mechs, he also noticed the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry infiltrating the ranks. A chill seized his heart. Even with his terrifying dynamic vision sharp enough to track bullet trajectories, he found himself utterly unable to follow the infantryman's movements. Suddenly, the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry turned his head and locked his target onto one of the A Corps officers, the bespectacled man bearing a large rocket launcher. Angie shouted urgently, "Get out of the way!" But in the next instant, thud, a punch shattered the glass's man's skull outright, watching his precious comrade fall lifeless before his eyes. Angie's pupils contracted, his irises bloodshot. Yak! Bang! The ground beneath him cracked violently. Summoning all his strength, Angie charged toward the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry. Yet when he arrived at the infantryman's position, the figure had already moved again, appearing before a towering, mountain-like strongman. The mountain-like giant frantically pulled the trigger, his electromagnetic Vulcan machine gun unleashing a torrent of flames at the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry. However, the bullets, empowered by potent electromagnetic forces, struck the infantryman's armor as if they were raindrops falling upon the sea, failing to raise even a ripple. Bang! A punch. The mountain-like strongman's head was sent flying in an instant. "Ericos!" Angie roared in fury and grief, his teeth nearly grinding to shards. Before he could react, the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry moved again, entering the center of the A Corps formation. He first locked onto the 6 enemies capable of threatening the futuristic combat mechs. His figure flickered as he swiftly attacked the remaining 4. Angie pushed himself to the limit, wildly pursuing, yet his speed lagged behind by a tenth. Bang! 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 Several punches landed. All 6 A Corps officers fell dead. When Angie reached the blue-haired, twin-tailed girl, her chest had already been pierced by a massive bloodstain. Vivian. Angie cradled the blue-haired girl's body, tears of unbearable sorrow streaming relentlessly from his eyes. Upon the pale countenance of the blue-haired girl, a faint smile gently curled. Her lips quivered slightly. Though she no longer possessed the strength to utter a sound, Angie still comprehended her words. "Boss, survive. I love you." Her pupils dilated, her gaze losing all luster. The last officer of the A Corps, Angie's final person of genuine care in this world, vanished. Lowering his head, he looked down at the motionless girl cradled in his arms. Angie felt as though his heart was pierced by countless needles, a searing pain stabbing through him. He wished to speak, yet no sound emerged from his throat. His trembling body, after a brief moment, grew still. When he raised his head again, his eyes were filled entirely with blood-red hue. Blood began to seep forth across his body's surface. Seconds later, the blood solidified upon him, forming a vibrant crimson armor. The peculiar pitch-black samurai sword greedily drank Angie's blood. Its blade grew sharper with every drop, its size rapidly expanding. The pure black shade gradually shifted into an eerie blackish red. Angie shifted his gaze. His crimson eyes, devoid of any emotion, slowly turned toward the exterminating God Corps-powered infantry amidst the crowd. Bang! In the next instant, the ground cracked open with a massive chasm. Boom! The blackish-red blade carved an enormous blood-red curtain through the air, slashing toward the God Corps-powered infantry. This strike was even swifter than the infantry's own speed. Unable to evade, the God Corps-powered infantry could only raise both arms. The core in his chest spun wildly, nuclear energy rapidly flooding his armor. Rumble. The tremendous tremor nearly plunged the entirety of Los Santos into a brief earthquake. After the strike, at the center of the battlefield, a colossal crater over 50 meters in diameter appeared. Numerous soldiers of the A-Corps and alloy-armored fighters of the wall-hanging gang were caught in the aftermath, losing their lives. At the deepest part of the pit, the God Corps-powered infantry lay collapsed, grievously wounded. Multiple breaches marred the entirety of his Meteor 17 nuclear-powered armor. Angie, with eyes so bloodshot they seemed to weep blood, gripped his blackish-red warblade and advanced step by step. Death, death, death. The word echoed unconsciously from his mouth. When Angie was less than 10 meters from the God Corps-powered infantry, the latter coldly uttered a few words. Activate. Godslayer mode. Clang. The spinning black core at his chest suddenly halted. Bang. The next moment, the core exploded. The immense energy uncontrollably surged, saturating the entire Meteor 17 nuclear-powered armor. The fragmented gray armor instantly restored to its original state. The black glow, previously confined to the chest core, now enveloped the entire body of the God Corps-powered infantry. Rising to his feet, he extended his hand and opened the spatial storage system. A massive mechanical greatsword slowly emerged from the spatial storage. This was the Death Star steel greatsword, the weapon of the God Corps-powered infantry. Having fought unarmed in his normal form until now, he had been exerting only about 50% of his strength. The true, desperate battle was only just commencing. Within the enormous crater, two figures, one gray, one blood-red, clashed once more. After an intense battle lasting 2 hours, the land north of Los Santos lay utterly devastated, riddled with massive craters and fissures. On the battlefield, besides the blood-red and dusky gray figures, no other living beings remained. Exhausted to the utmost, utterly bereft of strength, Angie dropped to one knee. Holding his nearly shattered blackish-red great blade, he barely supported his battered body. As for the God Corps-powered infantry, his condition was equally dire, his left arm severed, right leg missing. A gaping wound at his waist oozed blood steadily. Step by step, he approached Angie, seemingly intent on ending this battle. Yet, as he reached Angie's side, he finally succumbed first, collapsing heavily to his death. Seeing this, Angie's blood-red armor rapidly dissipated. A faint clarity returned to his crimson eyes. Tears mingled with blood streamed endlessly down his face. Yok, Erikos, Irvan, Xelotid, Mika. Vivian, I have avenged you. With a slight restoration of strength, Angie pushed himself upright, swaying unsteadily to his feet. Just as he believed the battle had finally concluded, 19 God Corps-powered infantrymen had silently encircled him. Only then did he realize the terrifying entity he had challenged. From beginning to end, they had regarded him merely as a plaything. Ha ha ha. Angie laughed despairingly. In the next instant, the laughter abruptly ceased. A Death Star steel greatsword pierced through his body. Inside the air raid shelter, Joey, the leader of the biker gang, had long been shaken to the core by this inhuman battle, his worldview utterly shattered. Now he stood dumbfounded, mouth agape, twirling a mop in his hand. Legendary Mercenary Corps, a unit annihilated under your command. You have completed the 7-star Ultimate Death Challenge. Defeat the A unit. Reward obtained. Equipment, blood-weeping exotic blade, quality, legendary. Before his eyes, the mission completion panel popped up, declaring Lin Tion's resounding victory in this battle. Yet, due to the demise of one God Corps-powered infantryman, a new wave of unease surged within Lin Tion's heart. He immediately activated his mod and attempted recruitment once more. Subordinates recruitment. Level 1 recruitment, $10 per attempt. Level 2 recruitment, $100 per attempt. Level 3 recruitment, $1,000 per attempt. Level 4 recruitment, $10,000 per attempt. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million per attempt. Current balance, $60,650,520. Not long ago, recruiting 20 God Corps-powered infantry had cost a staggering $20 million. Now, only $60 million remained. After some thought, Lin Tian recruited 10 more God Corps-powered infantry. He resolved to spend the remaining $50 million entirely on the highest level 7 recruitment. With a thought, neon-hued technological armor appeared, a pale blue translucent cloak, a shimmering purple cross-shaped mask, and a sword blade resembling exquisite colored glass. Before Lin Tion's eyes, 5 level 7 recruits, each worth tens of millions, materialized. Consumed $10 million. Successfully recruited subordinate. Cybernetic Mechanical Sword Saint. Cybernetic Mechanical Sword Saint. Physique, divine level, far surpassing human boundaries. Armor, planetary class powered battle suit, dark matter energy cloak, GPT-20 Artificial Intelligence Combat Assistance System. Netherworld Alloy Mechanical Morphing Module. Weapons, Star-Cleaving Netherblade, Cosmic Warship Class Energy Cannon. Special abilities, Form Transformation, Human Form, Mechanical Ascension, Combat Experience, Apocalyptic Level, Cybernetic Mechanical Sword Saint. Good heavens! Directly transcending the frailties of the flesh, achieving mechanical ascension. Is it? As Lin Tian cast his gaze over the 5 cybernetic mechanical sword saints before him, his sense of security significantly heightened. Just as he planned to recall the 19 Divine Core powered infantry outside the air raid shelter and proceed with the next steps to complete side quests, accumulate experience, and earn game credits, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared on the surveillance screen. A man in a suit exuding a dark aura. The suited man's voice boomed as he shouted toward the direction of the air raid shelter. Leader of the Hanging Wall Gang, I come by order of the General, seeking to borrow the corpse of the A Corps Chief Angie. Do you have any objections, General? Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, faintly sensing the presence of a backstage boss in this game. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian communicated through the amplification system inside the shelter. If you wish to take this corpse, you must answer a few questions. The suited man nodded. Very well. Ask away. Lin Tian began. Who exactly is this general you mentioned? The suited man replied. The general is the master of Los Santos, the very will of this city of crime. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and continued. Since the general is the master of this city, would he have no objections to my various actions within it? The suited man answered. The general has established rules. He does not interfere in the conflicts among underground factions. Lin Tian smiled faintly, paused briefly, then asked, now that I have swept away all the underground forces in Los Santos, if I were to move on to take control of the surface and seize the entire city, how would the general respond? The suited man fell silent. After a long moment, he offered an ambiguous response. Above Los Santos, the general does not oppose any criminal acts. However, those who conceive criminal intentions must be prepared to accept the corresponding punishments. This is the most important rule in the city of crime called Los Santos. Upon hearing the suited man's answer, Lin Tian laughed. Through their dialogue, he was now almost certain that if he proceeded with his original plan to invade and occupy the whole of Los Santos, the adversary he would face in the ensuing game progression would be this general. He estimated that once he had caused sufficient destruction to Los Santos, the general would intervene to stop him. At present, 2 questions remained unresolved. First, the nature of the relationship between Los Santos and the general, or rather, why the general has shaped Los Santos into the criminal metropolis it is today. Since he is the master of Los Santos, the city's current state, rife with crime, must serve some purpose of the general's own. Second, the true extent of the general's power. This question was crucial to whether Lin Tian could defeat this behind-the-scenes boss and reap substantial game rewards. So far, the intelligence he possessed regarding the general was scant. Although he did not believe the so-called general could match him, who was essentially cheating, for prudence's sake, he resolved to seek reliable information within the city later. Seeing Lin Tian silent for a while, the suited man inquired, Are you finished asking? If so, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, he hoisted Angie's corpse onto his shoulder. Lin Tian smiled and replied, Finished. Go ahead. Convey my regards to the general, and wish him fulfillment of all his desires. Early blessings of offspring, longevity, and resilience without rigidity. Ignoring Lin Tian's words, the suited man turned away, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. He had observed the battle between a Corps Chief Angie and the Divine Corps powered infantry from a distance. As one of the general's top 5 enforcers, he believed his strength slightly surpassed Angie's, though not by much. Facing 19 terrifying Divine Corps powered infantry simultaneously, if a fight broke out, he would neither accomplish the general's mission nor survive. The Hanging Wall Gang's power was terrifying. If they truly sought to wrest Los Santos from the general's grasp, the general himself might face real danger. Fortunately, the retrieval of Angie's corpse was successful. The suited man's thoughts swirled as he prepared to hasten his departure. Boom! 19 nuclear light cannons detonated simultaneously. The massive energy explosion instantly engulfed the suited man. Knowing the general would be the next enemy, Lin Tian naturally spared no mercy toward the general's subordinates. Nor would he allow the general to obtain Angie's corpse as desired. Though unaware of the specific purpose the general had for the corpse, Lin Tian could deduce with little effort that once the general acquired it, his own difficulty in eventually confronting the general would greatly increase. Therefore, he feigned indifference regarding the fate of Angie's corpse and, as the suited man's guard relaxed, decisively issued the attack command. After the fierce explosion, the suited man's clothes were torn to shreds, yet he did not perish. Thick black aura coiled around his body, shielding him. However, Angie's corpse was less fortunate. It had been reduced to pulverized, charred fragments in the violent blast. Swallowing a mouthful of blood, the suited man glared furiously toward the air raid shelter and roared, "Bastard! You have no honor." Lin Tian's grin twisted. "In this damned city of crime, you expect honor from criminals? What are you thinking? Ha ha! Kill him." At his command, 19 Divine Corps powered infantry, now in God-slaying mode, surged forward. Black aura exploded from the suited man as he bellowed and prepared to fight back. Before long, on the ruins of the northern suburbs, there was one more corpse. "You have slain a subordinate of a general, master of Los Santos. You have triggered the highest hidden quest in this cartridge world, Source of Sin. Quest level, 8 stars. Quest objective, death approaches, survive." After killing the suited man, Lin Tian triggered a new quest once more. Now, a confrontation with the general was inevitable, and this was the battle Lin Tian had been waiting for. What he needed to do next was to prepare as thoroughly as possible before that decisive encounter. First, he recruited a large number of affordable street thugs and mercenaries. In the ensuing days, these street thugs and mercenaries began frantically amassing wealth in the underground territories of Los Santos, now dominated by the Hanging Wall Gang. Their plunder included inheritances from small to medium-sized gangs, the treasuries of the 3 eradicated major gangs, and the liquidation of numerous fixed assets. Meanwhile, Lin Tian deployed alloy-armored warriors and futuristic tech soldiers to sweep through the city's legitimate industries, including but not limited to jewelry malls, gold shops, and banks. As funds steadily flowed into his coffers, Lin Tian swiftly completed a series of side missions. You have triggered and completed the 3-star side mission, Robbery of Velido Jewelry Store. Reward obtained, 110 experience points, 11,000 game credits. You have triggered and completed the 4-star side mission, Robbery of Los Santos Federal Bank. Reward obtained, 150 experience points, 15,000 game credits. You have triggered and completed the 1-star side mission, Robbery of Eastbridge Pizza Shop. Reward obtained, 13 experience points, 1,300 game credits. Throughout this process, although the Los Santos Public Security Department and the military exerted every effort to dispatch forces to halt him, these official powers no longer posed any genuine threat to Lin Tian. Merely deploying 2 God-slaying Corps-powered infantrymen was sufficient to annihilate the squads of the Public Security Department and the military. Moreover, Lin Tian invited the patriarchs of the 3 major families and numerous high-ranking officials of Los Santos to conduct a cordial conference within an air raid shelter. Through this meeting, Lin Tian gleaned sporadic information regarding the general. Firstly, the general and his subordinates were no ordinary individuals. They were practitioners known as sin cultivators. This form of cultivation seemingly required the absorption of sins generated by others to enhance their own prowess. Lin Tian surmised that this was likely the principal reason why the general sought to transform Los Santos into a city of crime. The entire metropolis served as a cultivation formation for the general and his followers. Secondly, among those summoned by Lin Tian, several claimed to have seen the general. However, according to their descriptions, the general's appearance varied drastically. This suggested that the general probably possessed the ability to alter his visage. Another possibility was that the title general was not an individual, but a code name shared by multiple people. Based on prior interactions with the man in the suit, Lin Tian felt that the name general clearly referred to a specific target. Thus, the former conjecture was more plausible. Friends in Los Santos treated Lin Tian with great warmth. After the conference, facing countless black muzzles of guns, they insisted on gifting their savings to Lin Tian. After much polite refusal, Lin Tian reluctantly accepted, and the balance of his account swelled by a substantial sum. In stark contrast to Lin Tian's sweeping actions, the general's side remained silent and still as a sunken ship, showing no sign of movement. No matter how much commotion Lin Tian caused within Los Santos, the general appeared neither to intervene personally nor dispatch agents. What exactly was the general waiting for? Within the air raid shelter, as days slipped by, Lin Tian grew increasingly anxious. Time in the game cartridge world and that of the real world were interconnected. In reality, he faced not only the countdown to the college entrance examination, but also an uncertain fate surrounding his father's life. Despite the plan proceeding smoothly, Lin Tian had become the more restless party. Faintly, Lin Tian discerned a possibility. Was the General S' lack of urgency because the current situation was precisely what he desired? Indeed, the cultivation resource required by those Sin cultivators was Sin itself. The robberies and killings Lin Tian perpetrated in Los Santos undeniably provided a vast supply of Sin for the General S faction. Not only now, but ever since entering Los Santos, Lin Tian's actions have been generating immense Sin throughout the city. At this thought, a chill ran down Lin Tian's spine. He envisioned a terrifying possibility, one he was deeply reluctant to accept. Yet, the more he pondered it, the more reasonable it seemed. Furthermore, Lin Tian detected a crucial anomaly. Something was amiss. His battle with the A Corps. How had the general anticipated his victory so precisely as to dispatch agents in advance to recover the corpse of the A Corps leader? Lin Tian's displayed strength clearly was no match for the A Corps. How did the general know? At that moment, Lin Tian's pupils constricted sharply. A face flashed vividly in his mind. Joey, the leader of the biker gang. Within the air raid shelter, this man was the sole individual who had seen the god-slaying, core-powered infantry in advance. Coupling this with previous intelligence, it seemed highly probable that the general possessed an ability to alter his own appearance. The one who stormed into the air raid shelter earlier was very likely the general himself. Moreover, the general's foresight that Lin Tian would seize the biker gang leader suggested he was fully aware of Lin Tian's mission objectives, indirectly confirming Lin Tian's dreadful suspicion. He had been a pawn within the game all along. Or rather, the essence of this game was that the players served as a piece on the board, executing a move orchestrated by the general. The general was fully cognizant of the player's purpose for entering this world. From the game's perspective, Lin Tian was the player, the general, as the unseen master behind Los Santos, resembled the game's GM, the administrator. He had been guiding Lin Tian's actions to fulfill his own objectives as the overseer. Yet, Lin Tian was a piece too large, too immense for the board to contain, large enough to crush the player himself. Under normal circumstances, a typical player following the game's standard progression would not come into conflict with the general. Their interests would align. Although the general was the mastermind behind the scenes, he was not a villainous boss, but rather a neutral figure with his own goals. Until Lin Tian eliminated the man in the suit, he had no reason to oppose the general. However, after killing the man in the suit, the ultimate hidden mission was triggered. To claim the reward for the 8-star mission, Lin Tian needed to find and eliminate the general. With this realization, Lin Tian no longer hesitated. He immediately ordered a halt to all destruction his forces were inflicting upon Los Santos, thereby pausing the mass generation of Sin and reducing the cultivation efficiency of the General S faction. Next, he activated cheats, using $5,500 million to directly recruit 550 cybernetic mechanical sword saints. Under the protection of these 550 cybernetic sword saints, Lin Tian ventured into the city of Los Santos to seek out Joey, the biker gang leader. Upon arriving in the biker gang's territory, Lin Tian captured several gang members and interrogated them about Joey's whereabouts. Indeed, since Lin Tian had released Joey from the air raid shelter, the leader had not returned to the biker gang's domain. This led Lin Tian to become almost certain of his deduction. Now, the pressing question was, where exactly could he find this general? If it had been the general guiding the players' every move from the very beginning, then the general's most probable location had to be somewhere specific. Images of the game's scenes kept flashing through Lin Tian's mind. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian found himself in Los Santos, in the East Bridge district, standing outside the 2-story villa of his cousin, Sonia. Pushing open the door and stepping into the courtyard, he saw Sonia with several henchmen barbecuing on the lawn. Upon noticing Lin Tian's arrival, Sonia immediately rose and spread his arms wide. "My dear cousin, it's been several days since I last saw you. How have you been faring in Los Santos? The situation has been a bit chaotic lately. You better not wander around recklessly." Lin Tian, however, took a step back, refraining from embracing Sonia. He smiled faintly and inquired, "Cousin, there's a question I'd like to ask you." Sonia awkwardly folded his arms and picked up a bottle of beer from the table, replying with a smile. "Go ahead. If it's about this city, ask away. What don't you understand?" Lin Tian asked, "What is your cousin's name?" Instantly, the smile on Sonia's face froze. Pulling out a chair, Lin Tian took a skewer of grilled meat from the plate and tasted it as he sat down, crossing his legs and saying, "General, stop pretending. Let us have a proper conversation." Although Lin Tian's primary purpose was to claim the mission reward, he was equally curious about the general's true intentions. He sensed that the secret lurking behind all this either pertained to the very worldview of this realm or concerned the fundamental nature of the cartridge world's existence. Sania's expression shifted. In the next instant, he transformed into the very taxi driver who had originally ushered Lin Tian into Los Santos. Could this be the General's true form? Or perhaps all these identities and appearances were merely fabrications created and performed by the General? The General rose to his feet, black energy swirling around him as he laughed. I must admit, you have truly brought me an abundance of surprises. Among so many parallel worlds, you are the only outsider to reach such a level. However, we are not beings of the same dimension. There is little to discuss. The sins you have brought are enough for me to complete the cage breaking. Now, I will offer you two choices. 1. Achieve your goal and leave this world. 2. I will personally send you away. In the courtyard, many of Sania's henchmen also shifted their appearances. Black energy enveloped their bodies, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, as if ready to pounce at any moment. The General's words were laden with profound implications. Yet, he seemed unwilling to explain further or to grant Lin Tian time to ponder. As the General advanced, ready to strike at any moment, the ensuing question became surprisingly straightforward. In this game, who was stronger, the wall hanger or the GM? Generally speaking, it depended on the situation. But at least in this game, the wall hanger was somewhat stronger. The General roared furiously, a torrent of black energy surging wildly as he charged forward, his entire form resembling a demon god, a dark mass lunging toward Lin Tian. He was indeed a man of his word, fulfilling his threat. Sizzle. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of light shimmered, as if words had summoned the deed. The General perished on the spot. Moments after the appearance of 530 cybernetic mechanical sword saints, the entire courtyard was left with only Lin Tian, leisurely drinking and eating beside the barbecue grill. The General was formidable, far surpassing even the god-exterminating nuclear-powered infantry in strength. Had he been granted sufficient time and enough sins to fuel him, perhaps he could have fought a cybernetic mechanical sword saint to a standstill. Alas, Lin Tian was pressed for time and had no intention of continuing the game. Before dying, the General pointed downward with a finger, as if to say something. But before any words could escape, he was already dead. However, it no longer mattered. Lin Tian's gains from this game were already abundant. You have slain the mastermind behind Los Santos, the General. You have completed the highest hidden mission, Source of Sin. Reward obtained, King level combat skill book. Lord of Original Sin, learning level requirement, level 20. You have achieved the hidden achievement, New King of Los Santos. All completion rewards doubled. In the following day, Lin Tian endeavored to complete as many side quests as possible within Los Santos, amassing a vast amount of experience points and game credits. At the same time, he attempted to dispatch others beyond the city limits to explore other parts of this world. However, whether by air, water, or land, whenever he approached the city's boundary, a prompt would appear warning that he could not leave the game area, and an invisible barrier would block his path. He even tried bombarding the barrier as he had in the Plants vs. Zombies world, but the attacks from his subordinates passed through the barrier as if it did not exist. Having completed most of the city's tasks and realizing he could not leave Los Santos to explore other regions, Lin Tian proceeded to the biker gang's headquarters and expressed his desire to become the gang leader. Naturally, the gang members dared not defy the new hidden ruler of Los Santos. Lin Tian uttered only 2 sentences, participated in a leadership handover ceremony, and effortlessly fulfilled the game's completion conditions. You have completed this game. You will receive double completion rewards as follows. Game credits X 500,000. Experience points 5,000. Item, improved version of Iron Blood Physique Enhancement Potion X1. Equipment, Dark Alloy Electromagnetic Power Armor, Quality, Epic. Elite Level Combat Skill Book, Bloodthirsty / Learning Level Requirement, Level 20. Additional rewards obtained in-game. Game credits X 2,852,000. Experience points 28,520. Equipment, Crown of Sin, Quality, Epic. Equipment, Bloodstained Exotic Blade, Quality, Legendary. King Level Combat Skill Book, Lord of Original Sin, Learning Level Requirement, Level 20. Rewards have been delivered to your storage space. Mental command to exit will return you to the real world. Equipment quality sequence, Common, Good, Excellent, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Saint, Mythical. Combat Skill Book quality sequence, Beginner, Common, Elite, King, War God. Seeing that there was nothing left of value to uncover in the game, Lin Tian willed himself to exit silently. His viewpoint began to ascend rapidly. Soon, Lin Tian's perspective soared high above Los Santos. Vaguely, he saw dense black energy enveloping the entire city. In the next instant, the ocean surrounding Los Santos began to churn violently. Beneath the waves, a grotesque, enormous infant emerged, swallowing the entire city whole, as if devouring a delicious cookie. It let out an eerie, maniacal laugh. This horrifying scene caused Lin Tian's scalp to tingle ever so slightly. Suddenly, he recalled the General's final gesture, his finger pointing downward. It turned out that the greatest secret of Los Santos was concealed beneath the ocean's depths. Lin Tian had long been attempting to venture beyond Los Santos in search of a way to unravel the game's worldview. He never anticipated that the key to unlocking the ultimate mystery of this world lay hidden beneath the sea. Aside from the most clandestine aspect of the worldview that remained unsolved, Lin Tian had basically explored all other accessible game content and earned sufficiently generous rewards. It was already quite impressive. A slight tinge of regret welled up in his heart. But Lin Tian comforted himself thus. In the next moment, his figure vanished entirely from the cartridge world. Exiting current game, cartridge world. Game points credited. Remaining rewards have been delivered to your storage space. Acquiring experience points. Experience acquisition complete. Your level has increased to level 4. Your level has increased to level 5. Your level has increased to level 6. Your level has increased to level 22. You have gained a new skill slot. You have gained a new skill slot. After exiting the game, the successive level up notifications made Lin Tian's head buzz. His physical capabilities began to improve at an extraordinarily rapid pace. Moments later, he had already reached a level far beyond that of ordinary men. Raising his wrist, Lin Tian glanced at the bracelet on his arm. Name, Lin Tian. Level 22, 25,003,800. Game points, 3,392,000. After this game session, lasting several dozen days, Lin Tian had ascended to level 22. At this rank, not to mention within the school, but even across the entire Yin City, it would be questionable whether anyone could surpass him. With Lin Tian's current level, even lacking a single combat skill, he could instantly register as the most illustrious esports player at the Esports Guild. Moreover, numerous esports teams and companies would offer generous contracts to recruit him. In other words, upon completing this game, Lin Tian had already become a man among men in this world. The over 3 million game points earned ensured he no longer had to worry about any living expenses. Wonderful. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin Tian exhaled deeply. Yeah. On the balcony, the pea-shooter girl, upon seeing Lin Tian's return, happily called out. Just at that moment, feeling a bit urgent, Lin Tian rose and watered the pea-shooter girl. Afterward, he glanced at the calendar. Currently, there remained 6 days until the college entrance examination commenced. There was no time to rest. He had to first bolster his combat strength and rescue his father. What a hassle. Otherwise, he might as well let him fend for himself. Besides, after so many days, perhaps his father had already perished. Filial son Lin Tian thought thus. Nevertheless, it was still his own father. Although he had not yet met him since transmigrating here and lacked any emotional connection, if there was a chance to save him, he still intended to do so symbolically. Lin Tian focused his mind and opened his storage space. Following the significant level increase, Lin Tian's storage space had also expanded tremendously. Within the vast expanse, only a few items were arranged, leaving the place somewhat sparse. Aside from the 2 remaining skill books, Advanced Botany and Summoning Zombies, the other items in storage were rewards gained from this game session. Among them were a bottle of pink elixir, a suit of armor, a katana, a crown, and 2 skill books. Lin Tian picked up the bottle of pink elixir. Iron-blooded physique enhancement elixir. Improved version. Effectively enhances physical strength. Although the potency has been considerably reduced in this improved formula, all side effects have been eliminated, allowing safe use. Seeing it bore no side effects and being unconcerned with fussy tastes, Lin Tian tilted the bottle and drained the pink elixir directly into his mouth. Instantly, his entire body tensed. His muscle cells seemed fully awakened, bursting forth with intense vitality. While the level up had clearly enhanced Lin Tian's bodily functions, it was evidently no match for the elixir's potent effects. The enhancement from leveling was a balanced improvement across all aspects, whereas this elixir specifically amplified muscular strength. His muscles visibly bulged, and his height even grew somewhat. What had been a merely proportionate physique soon transformed into a towering, robust frame, with a surging sense of power flooding his entire body. Burp. Feels good. Touching his now rock-hard body, Lin Tian adapted slightly and nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Lin Tian began examining the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment. Equipment, Dark Alloy Electromagnetic Power Armor. Quality Epic. Effect. Wearing this armor greatly enhances speed, burst power, strength, and boasts formidable defense. Description. Exclusive battle armor for core officers, crafted from rare dark alloy, equipped with a special electromagnetic core engine, enabling the wearer to unleash tremendous power. The tight-fitting design also facilitates mobility. Usage restriction, level 15. Equipment, Crown of Sin. Quality Epic. Effect. Upon wearing, you bear the entire burden of Los Santos' sins, significantly increasing the potency of all damage-dealing skills. Description. The crown of Los Santos' Underground King. To wear this crown, one must bear its weight. Are you prepared to shoulder all the sins? Usage restriction. Wearer must possess low moral standards. Equipment. Blood-weeping strange blade. Quality. Legendary. Effect. A powerful abnormal grade weapon that greatly enhances the user's combat power. In battle, this weapon can absorb the blood of enemies or the wielder, evolving into an even more deadly form. Description. Legend has it that on a certain destroyed island nation, a blade stood erect atop a mountain of corpses and blood. No one knew the cause of the nation's demise until one day someone saw this blade piercing a man's abdomen out of thin air, sucking blood. Usage restriction, level 20. An epic set of armor, an epic headpiece, and a legendary weapon. All three pieces of equipment were highly practical and impressively powerful. Although in this game city, since equipment could be artificially crafted, their value was somewhat less than skill books. Yet, epic-grade equipment and above could only be forged by the nation's top-tier high-level blacksmiths and were exceedingly rare. Therefore, epic-grade equipment still retained considerable market value, each costing at least 5 to 600,000 game points. Legendary-grade equipment was even rarer, typically available only through participation in high-end auctions, making acquisition a real challenge. Lin Tian donned the dark alloy electromagnetic power armor, instantly feeling a surge of formidable strength coursing through his entire body. With a slight push from his feet, he shot forward fiercely, covering a distance of 7 or 8 meters in a flash. Gripping the blood-weeping blade in his hand, he savored the metallic scent of blood and the raw power emanating from the blade's edge. Lin Tian swung the sword gently. Buzz! A gust of air surged before him, swept up by the sheer force of the blade's movement. These two pieces of equipment were undoubtedly exquisite treasures. At this stage, their use could significantly augment Lin Tian's combat prowess. The only source of regret was the epic headpiece, the Crown of Sin. At the very end of its description was a usage restriction. Usage restriction. Bearer must possess a low sense of morality. Lin Tian shrugged helplessly. As someone of lofty moral standards, I suppose I'll never have the chance to wield such gear in this lifetime. I'll find an opportunity to sell it when I get back. He attempted to place the Crown of Sin upon his head, detected bearer's morality as extremely low. The Crown of Sin's effects will be amplified to a certain extent. Lin Tian thought, well, at least the equipment is usable. That is a good thing. He stowed away the 3 pieces of equipment into his storage space, then withdrew 2 skill books from it. One was of elite grade, the other of kingly grade. In this gaming metropolis, elite grade combat skill books could fetch astronomical prices. The kingly grade combat skill book was even rarer. Even the highest ranked esports players would go mad for a single kingly grade combat skill book. Such a tome was truly a priceless treasure. And Lin Tian, after just 1 game round, had directly earned 1 elite grade and 1 kingly grade skill book. He flipped open the first book. Combat skill book, Blood Convergence / Quality, Elite. Learning requirement, level 20. Skill type, active damage skill. Effect, concentrate a portion of burning bodily blood to unleash a powerful slash. Skill damage is related to the user's constitution strength and blood quality. Blood Convergence / was a potent active damage skill. Among combat skills, this type was very practical. Although the concept of burning blood was somewhat cruel, skills with greater restrictions often boasted superior power. Lin Tian considered briefly and immediately learned the skill. The skill book transformed into a stream of light, flowing into his body. A prompt appeared. Ding. You have learned the skill Blood Convergence / Skill bar 14 slot. Blood Convergence / Elite. Initially, the skill bar had only 1 slot. Upon reaching level 10, the second slot would unlock. At level 20, the third slot would unlock. However, because Lin Tian had previously hacked the worldview of the Plants vs. Zombies realm, he had gained an additional skill slot, thus currently possessing 1 more slot than others at his level. After mastering Blood Convergence / Lin Tian picked up the other kingly grade skill book. Combat skill book, Lord of Original Sin. Quality, Kingly. Learning requirement, level 20. Skill type, passive growth skill. Effect, Harness your own Sin power to enhance attacks or comprehensively boost combat strength. After learning this skill, any criminal or immoral acts you commit will increase your Sin power. The kingly grade combat skill Lord of Original Sin brought Lin Tian great delight. Passive growth skills were among the rarest and held the greatest potential in the vast array of combat skills. Without hesitation, Lin Tian began learning it. Ding! You have learned the skill Lord of Original Sin. Skill bar, 24th slot. Blood Convergence / Elite. Lord of Original Sin, Kingly. With 4 skill slots. His bar was barely half full, although he still held 2 other skill books, 1 ordinary grade summoning zombie skill and 1 advanced botany life skill. They bore little relevance to him, so he chose not to learn or use them. Having thoroughly inspected his newly acquired equipment and mastered the skills, Lin Tian immediately set about executing the plan to save Big Dad Lin Yuan. He picked up his phone and glanced over it. There were a dozen missed calls, most from Lu Zhou, some from the school. There was no call from his mother. It seemed she was still trapped in the cassette world. Besides calls, there were 2 text messages from 2 girls in his class wanting to invite him out. Evidently, his excellent final exam results had considerably increased his appeal to the opposite sex. Which one to accept first? Noticing his thoughts drifting again, Lin Tian quickly slapped his own cheek. The situation was urgent. This was no time for romance. His priority must be Big Dad. Ignoring the missed calls and messages, Lin Tian immediately returned the call to the number his father had used before, but the response was, "This number is temporarily unreachable." Perhaps his father, fearing signal tracking, had removed the SIM card right after calling, maybe even discarded the phone altogether. What should he do? After some thought, Lin Tian decided to go directly to the service center to check the location for which his father had made the last call. Donning a mask and hat, Lin Tian stepped outside. Along the way, he planned to commit some misdeeds to enhance the effect of his Lord of Original Sin skill. Descending the stairs, he saw someone had piled garbage bags at the doorstep. With a wicked flying kick, Lin Tian directly overturned the bags, scattering trash everywhere, including some golden-stained tissues and a large blood-red wing. Immediately, a wisp of dark energy surged up. Lin Tian's Sin power increased slightly. Downstairs, he spotted 2 puppies playing Jenga. With a sinister growl, Lin Tian crept closer. One puppy yelped and recoiled in fright. Again, a wisp of dark energy surged forth. His Sin power grew once more. Crossing the street, he noticed an elderly lady slowly crossing with a cane. After about 5 minutes, she finally reached the other side. Lin Tian approached, hoisted her up, and returned her to where she had started, shouting, "Demonic swap." The old lady was stunned. Yet black energy erupted wildly from Lin Tian's body, his Sin power surging yet again. A dozen minutes later, Lin Tian arrived at the nearby service center and successfully obtained the address for which his father had made the final call. For an ordinary person, accessing such private information would be nearly impossible. But Lin Tian was no ordinary man. He had reached level 22, possibly even higher than the Lord of Yinqing City. In this gaming metropolis where social status was dictated by level, the conveniences afforded by high rank permeated every corner. Those officially certified high-level esports players even had a certain quota of accidental kills each year. Hua City, Eastern Old District. According to the address he had obtained, Lin Tian promptly booked a flight for that very night to avoid unnecessary trouble before returning to his residential complex. He purchased a wig of snowy white hair and a pair of large-framed glasses, thereby executing a second layer of disguise. He transformed himself into a frail old man, walking with a shaky gait as he entered the compound. Unexpectedly, no sooner had he returned to his apartment than the sound of knocking resounded immediately. Peering through the peephole, he saw several figures clad in black standing outside. Leading them was the very woman who had broken into Lin Tian's home a few nights prior. "Good evening. We are from the Investigation Bureau and would like to consult you on some matters," the woman said as she knocked. It appeared that this group had been covertly monitoring the comings and goings of people in this building all along. Lin Tian quickly realized this, but remained composed. Given his current strength, he estimated that even within the entire esports circle of the Great Xia, he would rank somewhere in the upper middle tier. These foot soldiers sent out to find him posed no real threat. Thus, Lin Tian donned a loose garment to conceal his robust muscles. Then, smiling, he opened the door, his head adorned with a white-haired wig and his face partially obscured by the large glasses. He lowered his voice and hunched his back as he greeted them. "Ah, my dear girl, what brings you here?" The woman in black twitched involuntarily at the old man's greeting, but managed to smile. "Sir, we are from the Investigation Bureau. Due to an important case, we conducted a census of all residents in this building a few days ago. You were not present then, so we cannot speak with you. Today, we need your cooperation to supplement a statement." She produced a forged ID card and waved it before Lin Tian. Scratching the wig atop his head, Lin Tian raised both hands in surrender and said, "All right then, I am a weary but law-abiding citizen. Ask whatever you wish, and I shall fully cooperate." The black-clad woman found the old man before her somewhat peculiar, but did not dwell on it. Clearing her throat, she theatrically produced a notebook and, while jotting down notes, inquired, "Do you know the person living next door?" The old man Lin Tian nodded. "Know him? Isn't he that handsome, elegant, dignified, well-mannered, spirited, tall, and imposing, with refined features and striking good looks? Young Lin Tian himself?" The woman in black was speechless. She then asked, "Do you know where he has gone?" "As far as we know, Lin Tian has been missing for half a month. Both the school and his parents are frantic. If you have any information, please, you must tell me." Lin Tian feigned deep thought. 1 second, 10 seconds, a minute. After a long pause, he suddenly let out a loud, piercing yell. The suddenness and intensity of the shout sent a shudder through the black-clad group. "Have you remembered?" The woman hurriedly asked, barely managing to hold her bra in place after being startled. The old man Lin Tian nodded. "I recall, some time ago, he seemed to have encountered trouble and said he wanted to find a place to hide." Seeing a glimmer of hope, the woman's eyes brightened as she pressed. "Did he say where he planned to hide?" Lin Tian furrowed his brow, making an effort to recall, then exclaimed, "Ah, yes. I believe he said he was going to hide somewhere above Dongshijiling on Binyang Road. You should search there thoroughly. Better bring shovels." "Excellent. Thank you so much." The woman, who had not expected much, suddenly beamed with joy. She thanked the old man and immediately led her team toward Dongshijiling on Binyang Road. Watching their hurried retreat, Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. Truly a responsible comrade. He returned inside, collapsed onto the sofa, and began watching a comedy show. More than an hour later, the knocking resumed. The black-clad woman returned with her entourage, her face dark as thunder. Lin Tian hurriedly opened the door, concern etched on his face. "How did it go, my dear girl? Did you find him?" The woman ground her teeth and hissed, "Sir, the address you gave me seems to be a graveyard." Lin Tian scratched his head. "Oh, Lin Tian went to live in a graveyard? That boy is really competitive. My own ancestral tomb isn't even purchased yet, and he has already taken the lead." The woman was speechless but suppressed her fury and continued, "Please think carefully. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? We searched around Shijiling but found no trace of Lin Tian." Lin Tian once again assumed a thoughtful pose. After a moment, his eyes widened. "Oh, I must have gotten it wrong. He probably said the factory at number 22, Jinxiang Road, east suburb of Yunqing. Are you sure about that?" She pressed. "Absolutely. I staked my wig on it. It must be there." Having received a definite answer, the woman's anger abated somewhat. Without further ado, she led her team toward the factory at number 22, Jinxiang Road, east suburb of Yunqing. Lin Tian went back inside and resumed watching television. Another hour passed. Seeing that it was nearly time, he prepared to leave for the airport. Just as he was about to depart, the black-clad woman and her team returned once more and knocked. Lin Tian opened the door and immediately pinched his nose. "What is that smell? It's awful." Suppressing the urge to punch Lin Tian in the face, the woman's expression darkened to the point of thunderclouds, her eyes blazing with fury. "Are you mocking us? The address you gave us is a cesspit. I'm telling you, interfering with an investigation like this carries legal consequences," she warned, seeing her so enraged. Lin Tian ceased his nonsense and smiled. "Miss, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but your procedure is flawed." "Huh?" The woman was taken aback. "How can I be sure you are really from the investigation bureau? Just by your ID card. If I handed over information to some perverted womaniac, wouldn't he that endanger the handsome, elegant, dignified, well-mannered, spirited, tall and imposing, refined-featured, and strikingly handsome young man Lin Tian? You must at least show me your identity wristband. Only if the information on the wristband matches your ID can I be certain you are from the investigation bureau," Lin Tian declared with righteous conviction. The woman considered this and realized there was some logic to it. Moreover, the forged ID used a real name, so she had nothing to fear from cross-referencing with the wristband. She then revealed her wristband and handed it to Lin Tian impatiently. "Here, you better come up with an explanation after you check this. Name, Song Xiao Xiao. Level 12, 771,250. Game points, 58,050. Confirming that the other S level was far below his own, Lin Tian finally relaxed completely. "You want an explanation? Huh?" Facing the black-clad group, he removed his wig and glasses. Then, under their stunned gazes, smack! A resounding slap landed squarely on the woman's face. As the woman spun and flew backward, Lin Tian sneered, "Level 12 trash. What kind of dog is your father?" Boom! Witnessing their leader suddenly spin like a top, crash into the wall, and collapse, coughing up blood. The black-clad members were utterly shocked, frozen in place. Lin Tian, of course, would not stand idly by waiting for their sluggish reaction. Bang! Once again, a formidable punch was unleashed, and the black-clad figure closest to him had his head violently twisted to the side, his neck broken instantly, leading to his demise. Bang! Crash! With a swift sidestep, another kick followed. One of the men in black beside him was mercilessly propelled against the wall. The immense force dented the wall inward. The black-clad man was embedded deep within the large crater on the wall. In the blink of an eye, 3 had fallen, and the remaining black-clad figures finally regained their composure. Kill him! Kill him! Someone overcame their fear and shouted as they charged straight at Lin Tian. Bang! Lin Tian's fist struck the attacker's chest, denting it inward and shattering his heart. Some, recognizing the vast disparity in strength, chose to flee. Boom! Lin Tian delivered a flying kick, embedding the man's head into the wall. No elaborate techniques were necessary. Lin Tian relied solely on pure strength and speed. Having reached level 22, his physical power already far surpassed that of ordinary men. After downing a vial of Iron Blood Physique Enhancement Serum, his bodily capabilities exceeded the typical standards for his current level. Even without deploying skills or equipment, Lin Tian could easily dispatch this group of low-level minions, none exceeding level 12. Within mere tens of seconds, the entire squad of black-clad assailants lay dead. Thick, dense black energy surged into Lin Tian's body throughout the ordeal. Clearly, the act of killing amplified his sin power far more significantly than trivial crimes like helping an elderly lady cross the street. Swirling with black energy, he endeavored to channel the greatly increased sin power into himself. Instantly, a more abundant sense of strength welled up within him, enhancing his own being and amplifying his skill techniques. These were the 2 principal uses of sin power. With a slight flick of his hand, he dispersed the black energy enveloping him. Lin Tian gathered the bodies of the men in black into his storage space, tidied up the scene briefly, and then promptly set off for the airport to catch his intended flight. He harbored no concern that slaughtering a band of black-clad men would bring severe repercussions, for conventional laws simply did not apply to esports players. Although he had not yet been officially certified as an esports player, his extraordinarily high level 22 status spoke volumes. Relevant laws and regulations would not treat him as an ordinary civilian. Once classified as an esports player, committing murders of a few individuals was hardly a grave matter. Provided the killings were not wanton and unprovoked, and the perpetrator could demonstrate they acted in self-defense, the worst penalty might be a fine. Although various nations maintained law enforcement agencies dedicated to esports players, as long as the disturbances were not excessively severe, these organizations mostly turn a blind eye to conflicts among esports players. More often than not, they allowed the factions behind these players to negotiate and resolve matters themselves. In essence, the world of esports players was colder and more ruthless, a realm that revered strength above all else. Settling into the spacious and comfortable seat of first class on the flight bound for Huicheng, Lin Tian crossed his legs leisurely. "Sir, may I offer you a beverage?" A fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged flight attendant approached with a gentle smile. Lin Tian inquired, "Do you have beer tea soda?" The flight attendant blinked in confusion. "What is that? A kind of drink?" Lin Tian explained, "Beer tea soda. It's a beer designed for children." The flight attendant paused. Then, with a smile, she said, "We don't have that. Is there anything else you'd like to drink?" Lin Tian asked, "What are the options?" Maintaining her smile, she replied, "Sodas, adult alcoholic beverages, and various freshly squeezed fruit juices." Lin Tian nodded. "Do you have fruit juice?" "Fine. Then please squeeze me a glass of durian juice." The flight attendant's smile wavered. "You want to drink that?" Other passengers want tea tolerated on the plane. "I'm very sorry, but we don't have durian juice either." With nothing available, Lin Tian grew somewhat displeased and said, "Forget the drinks. Bring me something to eat." The flight attendant relaxed. "All right, what would you like?" Lin Tian pondered briefly. "I heard that abroad there's a thing called Nyotemori. It's where various foods are arranged on the body of a young woman." The flight attendant's mouth twitched. "Could you please request something that neither offends morality nor breaks the law?" Lin Tian helplessly shook his head. "Fine, just bring me some random food and drink. This blasted first class has nothing. I'm speechless. This is utterly disappointing. This lousy plane is truly depressing." "Very well, please wait a moment." The flight attendant bit her lip and walked away with evident frustration. In this world, airplanes generally had 3 classes. The first was the cheapest economy class. The second was first class, where Lin Tian was seated with slightly more expensive tickets. The third was the ultra class, specifically established for esports players. Ultra Class was not accessible by money alone. One had to be an officially certified esports player to gain entry. Rumor had it that the services in Ultra Class far surpassed those of First Class. First Class offered little more than what Lin Tian had just experienced. He wondered what the Ultra Class was truly like. Stroking his chin, he found himself growing curious. Noticing the cabin door ahead was ajar. Lin Tian rose and cautiously made his way toward the Ultra Class section. Faintly, he heard the sounds of men and women from that direction. 2 minutes later, Lin Tian quietly returned, swallowing hard before praising, as expected of Ultra Class, it really does surpass. No way. After the college entrance exam, I'm definitely joining the esports guild for certification. I want to be an esports player too. I want to sit in Ultra Class. 2 hours later, when Lin Tian arrived in Huicheng, it was already late at night. He planned to find a place to stay for the night and then investigate information about his father in the old Eastern District the next day. Considering the opposing faction's vast power and their likely surveillance of lodging records in Huicheng, Lin Tian decided against staying in a legitimate hotel. He headed to a narrow alley in the commercial district near the airport and waved at a scantily clad woman smoking by the street. How much for the whole night? The woman appraised Lin Tian with a glance, yawned, and said, 500 points. You look pretty spirited, so I'll cut you 100 points, 400. Lin Tian asked, is there a place? The woman smiled. There is. Come on. Following her into the depths of the alley. Lin Tian had barely taken a few steps when a familiar voice suddenly called out, son? He turned around and saw a similarly scantily dressed blonde woman. Except her leg hair was coarse and long, strikingly conspicuous. Realizing she was calling him, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. The next second, the blonde woman tore off her hood, revealing a head of black hair and a sharply defined, handsome face fully exposed before Lin Tian. Lin Tian was dumbfounded. That, the man dressed as a streetwalker was none other than his own father, Lin Yuan. Meeting his son in such a state, Lin Yuan wore an equally embarrassed expression. Lin Tian clenched his fists, nearly moved to tears with heartache. Damn it, I'm still too late. Dad, tell me, who is so cruel as to do this to you, to reduce you to this, and throw you out on the street to do this kind of thing? It's all right, Dad. You don't need to feel ashamed. Even if my uncle is no longer here, you will forever be my father. Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his crotch. No, son, you misunderstood. My brother's still alive. I chose to dress like this of my own accord. Lin Tian was taken aback. So, I rushed over here in a hurry to save you, only to find you playing dress-up cosplay? That's a long story. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, waving his hand and whispering, come, follow me first, it's not safe on the street. After sending the woman beside him away, Lin Tian followed Lin Yuan into a dark room within an alley. Pressing the light switch, a faint glow appeared in the dim and cramped room. Lin Yuan removed the woman's clothing from his body, washed off the makeup on his face, frowned deeply, and looked at Lin Tian. Why did you come here? Didn't I tell you to find a place to hide? Lin Tian smiled. No matter what, I couldn't just stand by and watch my own father die. Could I? Lin Yuan sighed, still wearing a look of reproach, but the moisture welling in his eyes could not conceal the emotion within. His voice was low as he asked, son, where is your mother? Lin Tian shook his head. She hasn't contacted me at all. Probably still stuck in the cartridge world. What exactly is going on your side? How did you get into such big trouble? Who did you offend? Lin Yuan sighed heavily again. He began to roughly explain the whole sequence of events to Lin Tian. Lin Yuan had offended one of the top 10 esports clubs in Huai City, the 3i Club. The origin of the matter was that half a year ago, the 3i Club commissioned Lin Yuan to excavate a certain ruin. At that time, Lin Yuan successfully unearthed the club's target, an ancient game cartridge. With his high-level archaeological skills, Lin Yuan recognized the immense value of this cartridge. However, such cartridges had to be collected in multiples to reveal their true worth. Before gathering them all, they were essentially worthless and could not be authenticated. Therefore, at the final handover, Lin Yuan played a trick, submitting a forged counterfeit cartridge while secretly keeping the genuine one at home, waiting for the right moment to sell it. At first, the 3i Club didn't detect anything unusual about the counterfeit, but somehow, half a year later, they suddenly came back demanding the genuine ancient game cartridge and brought Lin Yuan to Huai City. Lin Yuan did not dare to defy the 3i Club, so he again handed over a forged counterfeit. Seizing the interval while the club was verifying the cartridge's authenticity, he found an opportunity to escape from their supervision. Then, he called Lin Tian and subsequently fled and hid throughout Huai City. Hearing this, Lin Tian was somewhat bewildered. He had thought his father was simply a victim oppressed by the esports club. But after hearing the entire story, Lin Tian sincerely remarked, Dad, you really deserve to die. Lin Yuan's face darkened. What kind of words are those? Isn't this just pure self-destruction? For the sake of that cartridge, you risked our entire family's lives. Is it worth it? Besides, it originally belonged to them. Why not just hand over the cartridge directly? Lin Tian couldn't help but criticize. Lin Yuan shook his head. It's not that I don't want to hand it over, I simply can't. Now that things have escalated to this point, handing over the cartridge would be a death sentence for us. Do you really think the esports club is so easy to deal with? After cheating them and then returning the item, they'd just forgive me? If it were that simple, why would they have dragged me to Hawaii City and placed me under house arrest? Right now, as long as they don't get their hands on that cartridge, we're somewhat safer. If they do, my value disappears. And they have no qualms about coming after us. Lin Tian suddenly understood, but after a moment's thought, he couldn't help but say, then you shouldn't have tricked them in the first place. You're a respectable archaeologist. Why get involved in such deceitful schemes? Lin Yuan sighed wistfully. If I didn't cheat and deceive, where would our upscale apartment and luxury car come from? And where would your future wife come from? A series of questions left Lin Tian dumbfounded. He stammered, my mom gave birth to me. Lin Yuan sighed again and continued, besides, your mother works in the medical field and earns quite well. Plus, her family has a background. If I don't make enough money, where's my dignity as a man? Where's my standing in the family? Alas, you're still too young to understand the hardships of a grown man. Although Lin Yuan's explanation was logical and heartfelt, from this incident alone, it did not change the fact that he was at fault. Lin Tian had originally come to stand up for his father's justice. Unexpectedly, the conflict had erupted because his father had made the first move. Within less than half an hour, the image of the upright, intellectual, and stern father in Lin Tian's mind was completely overturned. Sigh. Lin Tian sighed, with mixed feelings, then asked, so what is the meaning of you standing on the street dressed like that? Lin Yuan pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and said, I have a friend who deals in intelligence. From him, I learned that the 3i Club is not united internally. The three founders are constantly struggling for power. And except for Mr. Zhang, who commissioned me earlier, the other two have no interest whatsoever in the ancient game cartridges. Hearing this, Lin Tian vaguely guessed Lin Yuan's intention and his heart trembled. Lin Yuan's next words confirmed his suspicion. So, as long as we deal with Mr. Zhang, the 3i Club will have no reason to spend energy dealing with us anymore, and our entire family can be freed from danger at its root. Good heavens! Not only did he deceive the esports club, but now he planned to assassinate one of its founders as a mere civilian? Lin Tian was at a loss for words about his honest and simple father. Lin Yuan continued, according to my friend's intelligence, I learned that Mr. Zhang has a little habit. He visits this alley a few times a year to spend money. Just like those wealthy people who enjoy delicacies, he occasionally wants to try something more rustic. Having spent so much time in high-end clubs, Mr. Zhang wants to experience rural life to get a sense of the public sentiment. To save face, he usually doesn't bring his men when he comes here. And while conducting business, he is almost completely unguarded. Right here and now, this is undoubtedly the best opportunity for me to act. After hearing Lin Yuan's full explanation, Lin Tian finally understood the reason behind his father's cross-dressing in the alley. Although this behavior was still quite perverse, at least it was comprehensible. Lin Tian flopped down on the bed, glanced at his father, and asked, so, you plan to stake out here from now on? Lin Yuan shrugged helplessly. This is the best way I can think of to solve the problem. Lin Tian scratched his head, but I have my college entrance exams in 5 days. Lin Yuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. Pondering, it's obvious without thinking, Boss Zhang's men will be lying in wait outside the exam hall. If you can break through the esports threshold and get admitted to an esports university, you'll gain the university's protection. And you won't have to worry about their threats anymore. By the way, how did you do on your final exams? Lin Tian replied, top of the grade. Lin Yuan gave Lin Tian a kick. Get serious, we're talking business here. Lin Tian remained silent. Seeing Lin Tian's silence, Lin Yuan assumed he had performed poorly and was too embarrassed to say so. He sighed and said, all right, don't return to Yin City for now. Tomorrow I'll find you a place to stay in Hawaii City first. Then, Lin Tian waved his hand to interrupt and asked, Dad, how strong is Boss Zhang? About level 20, probably not quite level 20. Why do you ask? Lin Tian said, I have a way to make Boss Zhang forgive you. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, restraining his impatience. Go ahead, burn him more paper money. Seeing his son seriously utter such an absurd suggestion, Lin Yuan laughed in exasperation. The problem is, he is still alive. Even if I burn paper money for him, he won't receive it. Lin Tian held out his wrist, revealing his identity bracelet. Name, Lin Tian. Level 22, 25,003,800. Game points, 3,385,000. Lin Yuan was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and leaned in for a closer look. After a moment of silence, holy crap, Dad. Lin Yuan exclaimed, hearing that his father intended to be self-sufficient. Lin Tian asked tentatively, should I head out first? Ignoring Lin Tian's teasing, Lin Yuan excitedly asked, what is going on? So, how did you suddenly reach such a high level? Lin Tian answered honestly, I hacked. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Could it be that you awakened some powerful gaming talent? Or did you encounter some adventure I don't know about during this time? Lin Tian, no, I just simply hacked. Lin Yuan patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Looks like my son has really grown up. He even keeps secrets from his old man. Lin Tian, oh no, like I said, I just hacked. Lin Yuan exhaled, it's fine, son. If you don't want to talk about it, I'll 1T pry. The most important thing now is to first deal with the threat from Boss Zhang. Lin Tian straightforwardly expressed his idea. You should contact that intelligence dealer friend of yours again, get Boss Zhang's location from him, and I'll go take care of him. Then you go home to your wife, I could go home to my mom, and everyone is happy. Lin Yuan still had some concerns. Although your level is higher than his, your equipment, skills, and combat experience might not necessarily surpass his. How about we play it safer? Wait until he comes to this alley to spend money, and then take him out? Lin Tian shook his head. He doesn't know my strength right now. He's in the open, while I'm in the shadows. I can easily ambush him. He doesn't want to waste time on this nonsense anymore. With powerful equipment and skills backing me, I'm confident I can handle an opponent of lower level. Besides, I still have a very ruthless backup plan. Seeing Lin Tian's resolute tone, Lin Yuan ceased to argue and immediately went to the door to use a public phone to contact the intelligence dealer. Before long, he returned with a grin, a godsend opportunity. Just recently, the Esports Guild assigned Boss Zhang a task to eliminate escape data, with a mission location in the eastern suburbs of Huai City. Boss Zhang should appear in the eastern suburbs in the next couple of days, and he probably won't have many people with him. Escape data refers to certain characters or creatures that were supposed to exist only in the game cartridge world, but, for some reason, awakened self-awareness and broke through the cartridge world's limits to enter the real world. Because escape data is highly unstable, it can easily cause disasters in reality. Therefore, when escape data is discovered, the Esports Guild typically dispatches esports players immediately to eliminate it. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian stood up. Okay, I'll go lie in wait in the eastern suburbs. Lin Yuan nodded. I'll go with you. Lin Tian shook his head. You better keep standing guard here. If you come along, you want help and might become a bargaining chip for him to threaten me. Lin Yuan thought about it and agreed. All right, then be very careful. Don't force it. If there is no good chance to strike, just hold back and keep watching. At worst, the two of us can dress up as women together. Okay, contact me if you get new intel. Imagining that scene made Lin Tian shudder. He pushed the door open and stepped out. Catching a ride, he braved the darkness and headed straight for the eastern suburbs of Huai City. Although Huai City is considerably more developed than Yin City, which only has a few esport clubs in total, it is still a third-tier city. The eastern suburbs of Huai City, aside from a town and several villages, consist mostly of vast wasteland. He entered a village located in the central part of the eastern suburbs. Taking advantage of the pre-dawn hours, Lin Tian slipped into a shack within the village to rest briefly. At dawn the next day, Lin Tian was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Lin Yuan called to inform him. Son, Boss Zhang has already left the headquarters of the Three-Eyed Club and is currently heading toward the eastern suburbs. He only brought 2 capable henchmen, both around level 15. He.S. riding in a black sedan with license plate 9522. Son, be extremely careful. Lin Yuan repeated his warnings several times. Lin Tian immediately snapped to attention. Okay, wait for good news. After hanging up, Lin Tian opened his storage space and donned the dark alloy electromagnetic power armor first. Then, he drew his strange bloodstained blade. Wielding the blade a few times, he performed a set of calisthenics to warm up, adjusting his physical state to peak condition. Shortly after, a black sedan sped past on the main road. Here he comes. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He mustered all his strength and sprinted after the car at full speed. The dark alloy electromagnetic power armor granted him tremendous speed. At full throttle, he could reach a movement velocity of 110 kilometers per hour, rivaling that of the vehicle. After chasing for several minutes, the black sedan began to slow and then abruptly stopped. Lin Tian immediately reduced his speed and crawled, concealed, in the wasteland a few hundred meters away. 3 people stepped out of the black sedan. Leading them was a man clad in splendid knight-s armor, with a glowing red gem embedded at its center. This man had to be Lin Tian's target, Boss Zhang. Behind him were 2 men, one tall and wearing an ancient Roman-style bronze helmet, the other slight, dressed in a mage-s robe and holding a black tome. The 3 arrived at a lush forest's edge. Boss Zhang sneered, "Stop hiding. Come out and die." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the robe man behind Boss Zhang conjured a fireball in his hand. Boom! A fireball the size of a tire exploded instantly within the forest. Flames spread rapidly. Moments later, a green figure rose from within the woods. Simultaneously, a crisp feminine voice rang out, "Detestable humans, your arrogance knows no bounds." Floating in the sky was a remarkably beautiful woman. Her ears were pointed, and wings sprouted from her back. She did not appear human at all. Rather, she resembled an elf-like creature from a game. She must be the escape data. This world was not a place meant for her. Boss Zhang sneered coldly, wasting no words, and swiftly drew a large greatsword from his storage space. Shadow slash. His figure flickered suddenly, and in the next moment, he was already before the green-clad elf. A humming sound filled the air as he swung his sword down fiercely. The green-clad elf waved her hand, conjuring a thick tree trunk from thin air to block the strike. Bang! The tree trunk splintered, although it barely withstood the blow. It seemed to share some kind of connection with the elf. As the trunk was damaged, the elf's face paled. Turning quickly, the elf flapped her wings, attempting to flee. Boom! Below, the man in the robe had already launched another fireball. The green-clad elf, terrified of flames, hastily dodged. A tall man wearing an ancient Roman-style bronze helmet drew a flying axe from the space and aimed it at the direction where the elf was escaping. Grinning broadly, he was about to hurl the axe. Thud! The flying axe fell to the ground. While the three were focused on the green-clad elf, Lin Tian had silently crept up. With a blood-weeping stab, one slash easily pierced the tall man's chest. Boss Zhang and the robe man were momentarily stunned. Before they could react, Lin Tian pushed the operational efficiency of his dark alloy electromagnetic power armor to its maximum. His figure surged forward like a streak of black lightning. Light shield technique. Seeing Lin Tian charging at him, the robed man hurriedly activated his magical skill. But as the light began to shimmer on his body and a faint shield was about to form, slash, Lin Tian cleaved him in two, absorbing the blood of the two men. The red glow on his exotic blade blood weep surged fiercely. Black mist spread over Lin Tian's body, and his power of sin was further amplified. I seem to be quite strong after all. Having effortlessly eliminated two adversaries, Lin Tian's confidence swelled. Smiling, he strode directly toward the last remaining Boss Zhang. Legendary weapon. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the blade in Lin Tian's hand, Boss Zhang swallowed nervously and stepped back, saying, "May I ask your intentions, sir? I believe I have no grievances against you. If I have offended in any way, we can discuss it." Lin Tian was too lazy to engage in idle talk and activated his power of sin. Black mist instantly enveloped his entire body. With the black mist's blessing, Lin Tian's combat abilities soared to a new level. Whoosh! A shadow of black smoke shot straight at Boss Zhang. Bang! Boom! Boss Zhang barely blocked the strike with his greatsword and was forced to retreat rapidly. Realizing negotiation was impossible and that he was no match for his opponent, he quickly took advantage of the distance he created and grit his teeth, pulling out a talisman from his storage space. With a thought, the talisman ignited. In the next moment, two teleportation light arrays appeared beside Boss Zhang. Energy surged within the light arrays. Moments later, two figures materialized. One was dressed in cowboy attire, with a revolver emitting a red-black glow at his waist. The other was a cold-faced man wielding two swords. "What is going on, old Zhang? Why use such precious teleportation talismans?" The cowboy-clad man looked around in confusion. The dual-sword man immediately fixed his gaze on Lin Tian and assumed a battle-ready stance. Lin Tian had previously learned some information about the Three-Eyed Club from his father, Lin Yuan. Naturally, he recognized that these two who arrived through the teleportation array were the other two founders of the Three-Eyed Club. Seeing the three of them facing him together, all ready to confront him, Lin Tian could not help but wonder, weren't you three always embroiled in internal strife and on bad terms? Knight's blessing. Boss Zhang's left hand flashed with light, and three enhancements simultaneously appeared on all three of them. He sneered, "If you don't throw some bait into the water, how do you expect to catch a rotten fish like you with ill intentions?" Converging bullets. The cowboy man drew his gun, and a red-black energy gathered at the muzzle. Although the exact nature was unclear, the plan was simple. Take him down first, then old Zhang could explain later. The dual sword man's feet glowed with energy as he activated a skill as well. All three members of the Three-Eyed Club were around level 20, especially the dual sword man, rumored to be level 22, on par with Lin Tian. At this moment, with his current state, Lin Tian knew that defeating all three alone would be an immense challenge. Even escaping safely carried a certain degree of risk. However, sigh. Why didn't he plan to use this so soon? Lin Tian sighed and reached into his storage space to retrieve the last piece of equipment. It was a crown. The crown of sin. Equipment. Crown of sin. Quality. Epic. Effect. Upon wearing, you shall bear the entire burden of sin of Los Santos, greatly enhancing the power of all damage-dealing skills. Description. The crown of the underground king of Los Santos. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. Are you prepared to carry all sins? Usage restriction. The wearer must possess low morality. At first glance, this equipment was not particularly powerful. It had only one main effect, to enhance the power of damage-dealing skills. However, preceding this effect was a rather inconspicuous one. You shall bear the entire burden of sin of Los Santos. This meant that upon donning the crown, Lin Tian's own sins would reach an entirely different level. The power of sin granted by his skill, Original Sin Lord, would be amplified to an extraordinarily terrifying degree under the crown's blessing. Raising his hand, he placed the crown upon his head. Whoosh! Instantly, black mist surged skyward, covering the entire sky in a suffocating darkness. Lin Tian's whole body was engulfed in dense black mist, obscuring his original form entirely. Only a pair of fierce eyes gleaming with red light and a row of grinning teeth appeared ominously from the mist. Damn it! Attack now! The moment the black mist surged, the dual-sword man's body hairs stood on end. An indescribable sense of fear and despair enveloped him, signaling that he could no longer hesitate. Electricity crackled beneath his feet as he charged forth. The other two also sensed the sudden enhancement in Lin Tian's state. The cowboy man ceased charging his revolver and pulled the trigger. A powerful red-black bullet exploded forward. Boss Zhang roared, gathering all his strength to concentrate light upon his greatsword. Swinging it straight at Lin Tian, the three unleashed their strongest moves almost simultaneously, radiating overwhelming power. However, thud, with a single slash of his hand, the man wielding twin swords who approached first was instantly cleaved in two by the black aura. The bullets from the cowboy and the greatsword of Boss Zhang struck Lin Tian's body as if hitting an incredibly hard steel plate, bouncing off immediately. Swish! The black energy traced an arc through the air as Lin Tian's figure surged forward swiftly. Thud! Thud! Two more consecutive slashes followed. Boss Zhang, perish! Cowboy, perish! In merely a matter of seconds, all three founders of the Three-Eyed Club were utterly annihilated, having acquired the sinful power bestowed by the Crown of Sin. Lin Tian's combat prowess far exceeded the level appropriate to his current rank. Even seasoned esports players at level 30 would hesitate before confronting him. Effortlessly concluding the battle, Lin Tian removed the crown of sin from his head, sighing helplessly. As expected, in battles at this level, pairing the crown of sin with the Lord of Original Sin is just too overpowered. It completely lacks any sense of combat challenge. Retracting the crown of sin, Lin Tian stepped forward and began scavenging equipment from the corpses. As founders of the club, the three esports players were equipped quite well. The cowboy-esque pistol and the twin swordsman-esque blades were both epic-grade weapons, although Boss Zhang's greatsword was only of rare quality. His entire set of armor was epic-grade. While Lin Tian himself had no use for these items, selling them would still yield a substantial amount of in-game credit. After finishing the loot, Lin Tian looked up and noticed the green-clad elf still hovering in midair. "Why aren't you running away?" Lin Tian scratched his head and inquired. The green-clad elf gazed at Lin Tian with eyes full of fear, forcing a bitter smile. "If you want to kill me, I can't escape." Hearing this, Lin Tian turned and was about to leave. Watching Lin Tian's retreating figure, the green-clad elf breathed a sigh of relief. Her beautiful emerald eyes flickered with curiosity as she could not help but ask, "Why don't you kill me?" Without looking back, Lin Tian retorted, "What benefit would killing you bring?" The elf touched her cheek and replied, "I heard you might gain some experience points and contribution points or something like that." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's footsteps abruptly halted. He turned around with a smile. Execution of level 18 fugitive data. Experience gained, 180. You have earned 1 contribution point. Current total contribution points, 1. Note: contribution points can be exchanged at the Esports Guild for skill books, equipment, or various items. They may also be redeemed for special cards usable in-game, or used for capsule draws to obtain rare game cartridges. Moments latte. On a desolate patch of land in the eastern outskirts of Huicheng, yet another corpse lay. After glancing at the prompt displayed on the identity bracelet, Lin Tian immediately departed. The threat of the Three-Eyed Club had been completely eradicated. That very night, Lin Tian and his father, Lin Yuan, boarded a plane back to Yun City. Upon arrival, Lin Tian switched off airplane mode, and several missed calls and messages from his mother appeared at once. It seemed she had just exited the cartridge world. Seeing the messages left by Lin Yuan, and now unable to reach Lin Tian, she was probably on the verge of a panic. What should we do? Lin Tian handed the phone to his father. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and redialed. So, where are you? Are you okay? Something has happened at home. Tell me your location immediately. Lin Tian's mother, Zhong Shuiying, cried out anxiously over the phone. Hearing his wife's voice, Lin Yuan was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he forced himself to say, "It's all right, dear. Our son is with me. The situation has been handled. No need to worry." After a brief silence, hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Zhong Shuiying finally relaxed and burst into tears and curses. "You bastard. What trouble have you caused this time?" Lin Yuan comforted her gently. "It's all settled. We're on our way home. We'll talk when we get there. You better not let our son get hurt because of your nonsense again, or don't even think about coming back to this family." Zhong Shuiying said through gritted teeth before demanding, "Give the phone to Tian." Lin Yuan quickly handed the phone to Lin Tian. Though Lin Tian had yet to meet his mother in person since crossing over, in his memories, Zhong Shuiying had always loved him dearly. Taking the phone, Lin Tian tried calling out Mom. Immediately, Zhong Shuiying's tone softened. "Son, you're not hurt, right?" Lin Tian replied, No. His mother's barrage of tender inquiries left Lin Tian, who had been cast out of his family early in a past life, somewhat unaccustomed. Only when Lin Tian and his father arrived at their residential community, gate, did the call finally end. Back home, the three of them sat around the dining table. Lin Yuan recounted the entire event to Zhong Shuiying, carefully omitting the episode where he had donned women's clothing and stood on the street in a back alley. Noticing this, Lin Tian quickly interjected to fill in that part of the story, describing every detail vividly and even speculating on his father's psychological state while cross-dressing. His narration was as engaging as a 700-word high school essay. Zhong Shuiying listened, unable to suppress her laughter. Lin Yuan sat beside her, scowling. "Son, thanks a lot." Later, upon learning that Lin Tian had reached level 22 and personally eliminated the troublemakers from the Three-Eyed Club, Zhong Shuiying was first shocked, then overjoyed. "I told you my son was a genius. You didn't believe me before, but now you see. However, Tian, please don't engage in such dangerous activities anymore. Even though your level is high, you're still young and haven't attended esports university. You lack experience in many areas." After her euphoria, Zhong Shuiying resumed her worried nagging. Lin Yuan glanced at Lin Tian and muttered quietly, "I feel like this kid is a different person this time. It can't be that he has been possessed, right?" Lin Tian feigned ignorance, but couldn't help the cold sweat forming on his forehead. That night, the family of three shared a long-awaited reunion dinner. Afterward, Lin Tian returned calls to his school in Luzhou, beginning preparation for the college entrance examination. Meanwhile, his father focused on his mother. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The time had come to the final night before the college entrance exam. In Kyoto, at the headquarters of Tianhai Esports Company, on the top-floor conference room, a space usually reserved for the company's top esports players, for young students were seated tonight. On the left sat two elegantly dressed, noble young men. On the right were two graceful, fair-skinned, and beautiful, wealthy young ladies. Among them, a red-haired young man. Seeing everyone assembled, smiled gently, and was the first to speak. "I believe everyone here understands the purpose of my invitation to gather at my company tonight. All present are candidates vying for the top spot in the National College Entrance Examination this year. As one of the largest annual gaming events, the college entrance exam represents a tremendous opportunity for us as well. Under the watchful eyes of the nation's esports community, achieving victory here means earning great honor. Achieving a commendable rank in the reward overflow category of the college entrance examination networked gaming cartridges, thereby securing exceedingly generous rewards, carries profound significance, not only for us, but also for the influential family factions behind us." Listening to the red-haired man's lengthy rambling, a short-haired, sharp-minded young woman across from him grew somewhat impatient, waving her hand and saying, "Zhou Yu, just tell us your plan directly. No need for all the preamble." Beside her, another woman with long hair and glasses, exuding a keen intellect, raised her hand in agreement. "If you keep talking, the exam hall will be opening. Come on, we've been at this for a month. It took us ages to finally unlock an E-level cartridge. I was hoping to get some sleep at home," added a tall, handsome young man seated to the lower left, yawning and already leaning on the table. Zhou Yu, the red-haired man, cleared his throat and refocused their attention. "You all know, the Huang family has produced a monster this year, someone with an SS-level gaming talent. While our talents aren't lacking, if we were to compete fairly against him, our chances of securing the top rank would undoubtedly diminish. Moreover," he continued, "that Huang Tianao fellow is wildly arrogant and plays like a lone wolf, showing no respect to anyone's face. If it's a competitive game, Encountering him alone might even mean immediate elimination. So, inquired Shen Wensong, the tall young man. The other two women had already guessed the answer. The short-haired woman said, "So, you want the four of our families to collaborate and take Huang Tian'ao down first?" Zhou Yu smiled and nodded exactly. The short-haired woman stroked her chin thoughtfully. "That is indeed an option." Shen Wensong yawned. "I don't really mind. My family's expectations aren't that high. I just need to rank within the national top 10. Whatever you all decide is fine with me." After a brief moment of contemplation, the long-haired woman finally gave a clear response. "Fine, I'm in on this collaboration. We must eliminate that Huang Tian'ao first." The short-haired woman couldn't help but laugh. "What's the matter, Sister Hua? Still holding a grudge over Huang Tian'ao humiliating you at the high school peak tournament?" Yuan Fenghua, the long-haired woman, snorted coldly. "He was just lucky last time." Seeing that no one opposed the plan, Zhou Yu smiled and looked toward the short-haired woman. "Chun Jie, if you have no objections, then our alliance is settled today." Chun Bingqi, the short-haired woman, shrugged. "All right. I don't really like that Huang Tian'ao either. Getting rid of him first to increase our chances of claiming the top rank can't hurt." Meanwhile, in Xanadu, the upscale Jin Yu Villa district, inside a villa, a blonde man emerged from the cartridge world, drenched in sweat. As he watched the cartridge in a gaming device shatter and lose its effectiveness, Huang Tian'ao wiped his brow expressionlessly and said, "Finally conquered, a C-level gaming cartridge." In Yunqing, the Zhao family villa, Zhao Wenjun, one of the 3 top students at Yunqing No. 2 High School, propped himself up, reciting the game strategy before him. On the desk lay an ancient game cartridge previously given to him by Lin Tian. In a high-end residential complex, Yuan Xiaoyu, dressed in pink pajamas, lay on her bed watching game videos, her nerves taut. In an ordinary apartment building, Lin Nan sat in meditation, striving to enhance his gaming talent. Among the 3 top students at Yunqing No. 2 High School, he was the only one from an ordinary family background. Lin Nan could not afford expensive study materials. His gaming talent was his sole reliance. In the same neighborhood, Lu Zhou, a stout fellow, was busy scribbling furiously, making a final push. On the eve of the college entrance examination, nearly all candidates exerted their utmost efforts to improve their chances of achieving excellent results the next day, all in hopes of gaining admission to their ideal esports universities, escaping their humble origins, and becoming professional gamers to alter their destinies. At this moment, Lin Tian, holding an ice pop between his lips, arrived outside the Yunqing Esports Guild. Striding inside and approaching the counter, Lin Tian smiled at the young lady behind it and said, "Hello, I wish to participate in the professional gamer certification examination." The next morning, at 7 o'clock, after breakfast, Lin Tian and Lu Zhou hurried to the exam venue together. "Lindsay, what did you put down for your college preferences?" Lu Zhou asked curiously along the way. Lin Tian yawned. "First choice, Qingyuan. Second, Kyoto. Third, Guangqing Women's Gymnastics Academy." Qingyuan and Kyoto are the top 2 esports universities in Daxia, with extremely low acceptance rates. Having undergone last night's certification, Lin Tian had officially become a professional gamer. Only Qingyuan and Kyoto's vast gaming resources held some appeal for him. Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback. "Qingyuan and Kyoto? You're really bold." However, after the recent final exams, he still couldn't quite gauge Lin Tian's depth and refrained from commenting further. "What about you? What did you apply for?" Lin Tian asked in return. Lu Zhou sighed. "I applied to 2 mid-tier esports universities, plus a safety choice with the lowest entry score. My family still has many debts outside. They're all counting on me." By then, they had arrived at the school gates. After scanning their identity wristbands on a device, the 2 smoothly entered the campus. Due to their assigned exam locations differing, they parted ways upon entering. "Good luck. Let us find time to meet up in the game," Lu Zhou encouraged. Taking a deep breath, his expression unusually serious. Noticing his legs trembling, Lin Tian couldn't help but mock. "What's shaking?" "Heap Zolus," Lu Zhou explained. "I'm just exhausted. Couldn't sleep last night, so I did a last-minute cram session before the exam." Lin Tian frowned. "Even so, that would make your legs go soft, right?" Lu Zhou scratched his head. "My girlfriend, the class belle, couldn't sleep either." After the cram session, to improve our sleep quality, we had another round of cramming together. Lin Tian, entering his exam hall, Lin Tian glanced at the seat number on the lectern. Number 6. Not bad. His mood lifted as he took his seat. Just as he settled, a beautiful girl entered. Upon seeing Lin Tian, she visibly paused. "You're in this exam hall too?" Lin Tian didn't recognize her immediately and scratched his head. The girl rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Forgot? Principal Lin, is your memory really that bad? I'm Yuan Xiaoyu. You saw me outside the principal's office before." Lin Tian retorted, "What is so special about you?" 3 heads and 6 arms? 9 heads and 8 arms? You're just 1 head and 2 arms. Why should I remember you? Yuan Xiaoyu was speechless and too weary to continue the conversation. She found her seat and sat down. Soon after, the proctor entered, conducting a second check of every student's identity wristband. Then, they distributed cartridge access devices. There were 3 types of game cartridges: standalone, local networked, and global networked. The type required for the college entrance examination was the third, global networked. This kind of cartridge disregarded physical distance, allowing players worldwide to connect simultaneously to a single game cartridge world. The medium for connection was the cartridge access device, a small black apparatus resembling a point-of-sale terminal but more compact. Swiping the identity wristband once more on the cartridge interface, the candidate underwent a third verification. With that, he successfully established a connection to the terminal gaming device operating the globally networked college entrance examination cartridge. Now, all that remained was to wait for the terminal to press the start button and commence the exam. This annual grand gaming event, one of the most significant spectacles of the year in Great Xia, was about to officially begin. At that moment, Great Xia Television would broadcast and commentate live footage from the examination. Should fortune favor him or his performance prove exceptional, he might even appear on screen, visible to audiences across the entire nation. Within the examination hall, the second hand of the clock ticked relentlessly. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Everyone waited silently, except for Lin Tian, who idly sketched a stick figure on the desk with a carbon pen. At last, the hour hand reached 8 o'clock. The invigilator issued the command: "Grip your cartridge interfaces tightly. The exam begins now." A flash of white light dazzled before the eyes. In the next instant, all the students were transported into the cartridge world of this year's college entrance exam. Cartridge world, Legend of Blood Rage. Cartridge type, globally networked. Game genre, loot hunting, role-playing, player killing, guild wars. Game duration, 7 days. Number of connected players, 9,510,256. Game synopsis: across this vast legendary continent dwell all manner of beasts, monsters, demons, and malevolent spirits. Humanity, fragile and imperiled, teeters on the edge of extinction. To preserve civilization and survive, countless warriors embark upon the path to power. Explore the boundless world in pursuit of strength. Choose among the 3 professions: warrior, Taoist, or mage, and master 1,000 skills. Collect tens of thousands of pieces of equipment. Upon meeting certain conditions, multiple job transfers are possible. The globally networked game cartridge is unbeatable. Time is the sole limit. When the game duration concludes, players will be ranked based on their points, and game rewards distributed accordingly. College entrance exam rankings will be determined by these point standings. Points can be earned through various means, including but not limited to completing quests, leveling up, defeating bosses, and participating in events. Each death results in a loss of 70% of accumulated points. Exceeding 10 deaths results in immediate disqualification. Upon entering the game, every 100 players are assigned to a novice village. Now, embark on your legendary journey. As the exam questions for this year were finally unveiled, the entire nation erupted in uproar. What the hell? It's Legend of Blood Rage. This is doomed to be the hardest year for ordinary folk again. But isn't it forbidden to use game booster cards that disrupt balance in the college entrance exam? This game offers tremendous freedom. Players can team up at will. Those born into powerful families, with influence and connections, can easily gather a battalion of allies. By the late stages, this game is nothing but a power struggle between a handful of Great Xia's noble families and several major esport corporations. There's just no excitement. Damn it, this is boring. I'm not watching anymore. Oh, my child is so unlucky to have drawn this year's exam. Countless viewers before their televisions complained. Parents of some examinees sighed heavily within the exam halls. Compared to the disheartened common folk, parents affiliated with major esports families and corporations could barely contain their elation. We've got this in the bag this year. I've set up a 5 million game point emergency fund for my son. That's enough to recruit troops in this game. Luckily, we switched to Tianhai Esports Company this year. My child should be able to bask in Tianhai's glory and join the team of the young master of Tianhai. With the prestige of our Hudong Chao family, my son is sure to receive substantial support in the game. In other words, my daughter's opponents in this game are only the children of a few large powers also taking the exam this year. As the exam project was announced, the official commentators appeared on screen. This year's college entrance exam commentary team consisted of 3, 2 men and 1 woman. The men, 1 stout, 1 slender, both wore glasses. The woman, dressed in a Chong Sam, exuded elegance. The stout commentator, Guagua, spoke first. Greetings, everyone. I am Guagua, a professional game commentator. The slender commentator, Meipian Gu, followed. Hello, I am Meipian Gu, a professional esport commentator. The female commentator waved to the camera. I am your special guest, Tao Tao, a lecturer in the romance department of Tsingyuan Esports University and an esports player myself. You may call me Tao Tao. Game commentators are among the few professions on par with esports players in status. Those who become commentators usually possess considerable gaming talent and command extensive game knowledge. The reason they do not become esport players is often not due to a lack of skill, but because of a dislike for combat or fear of risk. Subsequently, Guagua proceeded with a brief analysis of the Exam S game project. Legend of Blood Rage offers considerable freedom. Beyond seeking the quickest leveling path, equipment dropped by monsters is crucial for enhancing combat power. Therefore, luck can directly influence the game as progress. Meipian Gu then pinpointed the crux. Because Legend of Blood Rage imposes no restrictions on cooperation or competition within the game, this match may prove unfavorable for ordinary examinees. Tao Tao chimed in, exactly. Unlike single-player or local network cartridge games, globally network cartridges require longer loading times. After the commentator's detailed discourse, the Legend of Blood Rage cartridge world officially began operating. Before formally entering the game, Lin Tian's vision once again displayed the cheat options. Host detected entering cartridge world, Legend of Blood Rage. System is allocating game cheats. Please select one from the following three. 1. Level 100 lead. Start the game at level 100. 2. 1,000-fold drop rate. The probability and quality of equipment and items obtained from monsters is increased by 1,000 times. 3. Mysterious profession. You may use a mysterious profession in the game. Among the three cheat options, Lin Tian immediately dismissed the first. Starting at level 100 would indeed grant him an early advantage, smoothing his path in the initial stages. However, an excessively high starting level meant that experience gained from killing monsters early on would be minimal. In mid to late game, other skilled players could easily catch up. Once levels were comparable, his edge would be negligible. As for the other two options, 1,000-fold drop rate and mysterious profession, curiosity tempted Lin Tian to choose the mysterious profession. Yet, considering the importance of this college entrance exam and the vague description of the mysterious profession, which rendered its strength uncertain, he pondered carefully. After a moment's reflection, Lin Tian opted for the steadier choice, the 1,000-fold drop rate. Having selected his cheat, he officially entered the game. The white light dissipated. Before his eyes lay a scene resembling an ancient village. At the heart of the village, exactly 100 candidates stood in a disorderly array. Upon the elevated platform ahead stood a hunched old man. As the game commenced, a clamor arose among the examinee players gathered below the platform. The elder raised a wooden staff and struck the stage, commanding silence from the noisy crowd, then began his address. Greetings, I am the village chief of Zhejiang. Today marks a pivotal day for you all to select your professions. Once chosen, you shall embark on adventures across the legendary continent. For the honor of our human race, I hope you will forge ahead with steadfast resolve and create your own legend. After a brief and casual introduction, the profession selection interface appeared before every player's eyes. Warrior specializes in physical attacks, a versatile class adept at both offense and defense. Mage specializes in magical attacks, wields formidable spell-casting power. Taoist employs diverse attack methods, excels in support, summoning, healing, and poison arts. Although the mage boasted explosive damage, his survivability was relatively frail. The Taoist, while versatile in gameplay, leaned more towards functional roles. Lin Tian pondered briefly and ultimately selected the warrior profession, appreciating its balanced capabilities. With an external cheat granting a 1,000-fold drop rate, Lin Tian had no intention of forming teams with other players. He preferred a class suited for a lone wolf approach, facilitating independent monster hunting. Among the three available professions, the warrior, capable of both enduring and delivering blows, was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Upon confirmation, the initial game panel immediately surfaced. Player, Lin Tian. Class, warrior. Level, 1, 500. Strength, 10, affects physical attack and physical skill damage. Constitution, 10, affects health, defense, and injury recovery speed. Agility, 5, affects movement and attack speed. Magic power, 3, affects magical attack and spell skill effects. Spirit, 3, affects mana pool and mana regeneration rate. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Gold, 0. This was the warrior's initial status panel. All players selecting the same profession started with identical stats. With a mere thought, Lin Tian summoned his equipment panel. The warrior's starting gear consisted solely of a wooden sword and a set of cloth tunic, pants, and shoes. Weapon, wooden sword. Level requirement, 1. Quality, white. Attack power, 5. Description, a wooden longsword with modest attack power. Tunic, cloth tunic. Level requirement, 1. Quality, white. Defense, 2. Description, a cloth tunic providing minimal protection. All 4 pieces were white-grade equipment, offering only basic attack and defense without any additional attributes. The skill bar was initially empty as well. After selecting their professions, some more experienced players promptly sought to seize the initiative, rushing to converse with the village NPCs to claim quests. Lin Tian noticed long queues forming before each NPC and realized he might not get a chance immediately. Hence, he decided to venture outside the village first to hunt monsters and accumulate experience. A few others shared his strategy, seeing Lin Tian dash toward the village outskirts. They followed suit. Upon arriving beyond the village gates, Lin Tian immediately spotted a flock of roosters. Level 1 rooster. Upon encountering the monsters, the group swiftly advanced, swinging their wooden swords into battle. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The flock of roosters flailed and scattered under the onslaught. Though the players were weak at the start, possessing weapons made dispatching chickens no challenge. Before long, one by one, the proud roosters succumbed to the pressure and collapsed. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly, "Loot drop." My big rooster dropped a basic health potion. Hearing this, another player envied, "That's awesome. I only got 2 gold coins." "Whoa, someone just got equipment." Another exclaimed, "Ha, I got a wooden staff. Although it's white quality, it suits my mage class perfectly." A portly man adjusted his glasses and proudly brandished the wooden staff in his hand. After a dozen swings, Lin Tian finally managed to kill a rooster outright. You have slain a rooster, level 1, gaining 10 experience points. A piece of gear radiating a purple glow dropped from the rooster's corpse. Lin Tian picked it up for inspection. Leggings, legendary suspenders. Level requirement, 1. Quality, purple. Defense, 10. Additional attributes, strength 5, constitution 5, agility 5. Description, leggings once worn by the legendary Chicken King who transformed into a human. This item is part of the legendary chicken set. Collecting all components grants extra set bonuses. Item quality tiers from lowest to highest are white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, multicolor, and spectral. Ordinarily, such low-level monsters would drop only white-grade equipment at best. However, amplified by the 1,000-fold drop rate cheat, the white-grade item leapt 3 tiers to become purple-grade. Examining the leggings, Lin Tian compared them to the cloth pants he was currently wearing. Leggings, cloth pants. Level requirement, 1. Quality white. Defense, 2. Description, cloth leggings providing minimal protection. Without hesitation, Lin Tian equipped the purple legendary suspenders. Upon donning them, the additional attributes, 5 points each in strength, constitution, and agility, immediately took effect. Lin Tian felt a surge of power course through his body. His muscles became noticeably firmer, and his speed and reflexes sharpened considerably. Remarkable, truly befitting the 1,000-fold drop rate. To start off with a purple-grade item, how could others possibly compete? Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Gripping his wooden sword tightly, he swung once more at the nearby roosters. With his attributes enhanced, Lin Tian easily caught up to the fleeing roosters. Moreover, his newfound strength enabled him to vanquish a second mighty rooster in merely 7 strikes. The rooster collapsed. You have slain a rooster, level 1, gaining 10 experience points. Then, another purple gleam flashed forth. Item, toe-sucking original flavor chicken. Level requirement, none. Quality, purple. Effect, permanently increases strength attribute by 1 point upon consumption. Description, a popular delicacy among chicken hunters, rich and flavorful. Without hesitation, Lin Tian seized the item and devoured it. Immediately, his strength attribute rose by 1 more point, and his sword-wielding arm gained even greater power. Wielding his sword, Lin Tian pressed on with his relentless assault. This time, with merely 6 strikes, he vanquished a large rooster. You have slain a rooster, level 1, and gained 10 experience points. A blue card, along with a generous heap of gold coins, erupted from the fallen creature. The total sum of gold coins reached 550, which was promptly added to Lin Tian's inventory. Upon the card were various images depicting women in revealing attire. Inscribed upon it were words and a phone number. Miss Bao, 1891115. Item, summon rooster card. Level restriction, none. Quality, blue. Effect, summons a rooster to fight alongside you upon use. Description, you know what it means. Lin Tian silently slipped the card into his backpack, intending to try it out when no one was around. Meanwhile, In the real world, the live broadcast camera continuously switched between various novice villages. 3 commentators narrated the unfolding game content in accordance with the shifting scenes. In the early stages, normal attacks remain the primary means of output, so warriors have an easier time leveling up by grinding monsters. But once players reach level 10 and mages and Taoists unlock their first-class skills, things begin to change. Guagua explained the nuances of different classes. Meidang also chimed in, "You see, the situation I mentioned earlier is already unfolding. Many novice villages now have teams formed around some elite candidates." Guagua sighed, "There's no helping it. After all, family background is part of one's strength." The sole female commentator, Tao Tao, nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Now, let us focus the camera on several popular candidates vying for the top spot in this year's college entrance exam. The red-haired young Master Zhou Yu from Tian High Esports Company has astonishingly already reached level 2. Guagua expressed surprise. He has formed a team of 20 players. Each of them attacks the village's rooster until it's nearly dead. Then Zhou Yu delivers the fatal blow. This tactic is known as the inch-stop method and is a highly effective early-game leveling strategy. Tao Tao added right? Meanwhile, over at the Kyoto Shin family, the young Master Shun is leading a squad outside the village, attempting to slay level 3 wild dogs. Guagua continued, "Although killing wild dogs isn't as efficient for leveling as killing chickens, wild dogs have a chance to drop green quality equipment. If they manage to obtain a handy weapon early on, Shun's side will certainly gain a considerable advantage." Meidang supplemented the analysis, indeed. Miss Chun Bingqi of Chun Esports Group and Miss Yuan Fenghua of the Haida Yuan family are completing quests with teammates gathering materials for them, which significantly boosts their task efficiency. Guagua noted, "By the way, what's the current situation with young Master Huang?" Guagua momentarily hesitated before asking, "Which Huang?" "The one who sells videos, Huang Tian Ao, young Master Huang. Didn't someone leak that Huang Tian Ao has awakened an SS-level gaming talent?" Meidang adjusted his glasses. Tao Tao licked the grease off her fingers. "Yes, I heard that too." The director cooperatively switched the camera to Huang Tian Ao's location. On screen, Huang Tian Ao wielded a green-quality machete, boldly venturing alone into the forest east of a novice village. What is he attempting? The snakes in this forest are all level 5. Although Huang Tian Ao has reached level 2 and carries a green-quality machete of unknown origin, coming here to grind levels seems rather presumptuous, Guagua remarked with a hint of doubt. Meidang fell silent for a moment, fixating on the screen, eager to see what Huang Tian Ao would do. The live broadcast fell into a rare silence, broken only by Tao Tao's crisp chewing of potato chips. Not long after, the bag of chips was finished. Tao Tao then reached out to pick at the crumbs lodged between her molars. In the game, upon entering the forest, Huang Tian Ao refrained from engaging the snake monsters directly. Instead, he deftly avoided their attack ranges and stealthily advanced deeper into the woods. Beneath a tree deep within the forest, a treasure chest materialized. Huang Tian Ao approached and opened the chest. A suit of blue-quality armor appeared. What? Guagua was stunned. How did he know there was a treasure chest here? Meidang, observing the scene, ventured a plausible hypothesis. This likely has something to do with his SS-level gaming talent. Still unsatisfied after a bag of chips, Tao Tao nodded in agreement while placing an order for takeout. Exactly. Meanwhile, viewers watching the broadcast poured out a torrent of comments. Holy crap. Blue equipment. That is a direct power spike. How on earth did he manage that? Is this the caliber of the high school peak league champion? The college entrance exam has become a showcase for these elite prodigies. Boring. I'm logging off. Can't they give some screen time to the common candidates too? Back in the world of the Wild Blood Legend game cartridge, Lin Tian, after storing the Summon Rooster card, resumed slaughtering roosters. With a few more strikes, another rooster fell. A purple weapon dropped, just as Lin Tian moved to pick it up. A female candidate with a ponytail noticed and exclaimed, "Purple equipment." Several teammates behind her froze in astonishment at the sight of a purple drop from a rooster. Roosters can drop purple equipment now? Lin Tian ignored them, stepping forward to claim the weapon. Weapon, Screaming Rooster Sword. Level requirement, 1. Quality, purple. Attack power, 15. Additional attributes, strength plus 10, agility plus 10. Description, a longsword fashioned from Screaming Rooster, emits a rooster-esque crow when attacking. He examined the weapon, then glanced at his wooden sword. Nodding, Lin Tian calculated in his mind. Not bad, attack power tripled, plus significant attribute bonuses. He immediately stowed away the wooden sword and equipped the new weapon. The ponytailed female candidate hurried over, fixating on the sword in Lin Tian's hand with a smile. "Classmate, Could you show me this Rooster-S attributes? We're not acquainted, so I'm under no obligation to reveal my Rooster-S stats, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head and turning away. The ponytailed girl quickly intercepted him, persisting, then, would you consider selling this weapon to us? We can offer all the gold coins we have on us. After the game ends, I'll even transfer you 200,000 points of game cards. I'm Sun Saiha, daughter of the original city's Tunning Esports Club captain. We can be friends. The Tianyin Club is one of the premier esports clubs in Daxia, renowned throughout the northern region. As the captain's daughter, Sun Saiha had swiftly gathered a cadre of followers upon entering the game. Lin Tian's most despised kind of woman. I'm not in need of that 200,000 bride price. With that, he bypassed Sun Saiha and departed. Seeing this, Sun Saiha's entourage, intent on preserving her dignity, launched a barrage of scornful remarks at Lin Tian. It's just dumb luck hitting a purple drop, right? Level 1 purple gear. How useful can it really be? Not in need of 200,000 game cards. What a show-off. Don't give him to the time of day. Sister Sun, gazing intently at Lin Tian's retreating figure, Sun Saiha's face maintained a smile, yet a flicker of icy resolve gleamed in her eyes. Unwilling to be disturbed further, Lin Tian sought out a quieter spot to continue slaughtering chickens. Although the population within the novice village had begun to dwindle, meaning there was likely no need to queue for quests anymore, Lin Tian's advantage lay in the high drop rates for monsters. Spending time on quests would prove somewhat counterproductive. Thus, Lin Tian resolved to remain focused on dispatching chickens. The change of weapon granted him an almost one swing per chicken killing prowess. Accompanied by the shrill clucks emitted from the screaming chicken sword, one rooster after another collapsed. You have slain a rooster, level 1, gaining 10 experience points. Obtained item, spicy chicken leg burger, purple, X1. You have slain a rooster, level 1, gaining 10 experience points. Obtained equipment, chicken skin boots, blue, X1. You have slain a rooster, level 1, gaining 10 experience points. Obtained item, chicken essence, blue, X1. Gold X, 560. Your level has increased to 2, gaining 10 free attribute points. Exam points 2. After farming for a while and reaching level 2, Lin Tian was now clad entirely in purple equipment. The abundant additional attributes from his gear, along with permanent attribute enhancements granted by certain items, elevated his stats to extraordinary heights. Simultaneously, his gold reserves had surpassed 5,000. Player, Lin Tian. Class, Warrior. Level 2, 1,000 experience points. Strength, 45, affects physical attack and damage of physical skills. Constitution, 35, affects vitality, defense, and injury recovery speed. Agility, 30, affects movement and attack speed. Magic power, 3, affects magical attack and magic skill effects. Spirit, 13, affects total mana and mana recovery speed. Current free attribute points remaining, 10. Gold, 5,050. Contemplating the 10 free attribute points gained from leveling up, Lin Tian decided to allocate all of them to strength. For now, enhancing his own damage output to expedite monster slaying was paramount. After distributing the points, his strength attribute had soared to 55. Feeling the immense power coursing through his body, Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction and opened his equipment inventory for another glance. Helmet, legendary middle part helmet, purple. Armor, McDelivery work uniform, purple. Bracers, none. Weapon, screaming chicken sword, purple. Pants, legendary suspenders, purple. Boots, chicken skin boots, blue. Accessory ring, avian influenza ring, purple. Accessory ring, none. Accessory pendant, none. While others were still clad in pure white gear, with few even obtaining green-grade equipment. Lin Tian had already acquired 5 pieces of purple-grade gear and 1 piece of blue-grade equipment. Such an equipment setup was nothing short of opulent. His combat power utterly eclipsed that of all other players at this stage. The legendary middle part helmet and the legendary suspenders were components of the fabled legendary chicken set. Although somewhat obsessive, Lin Tian was tempted to continue slaughtering chickens here to complete the full legendary chicken set. But considering the diminishing efficiency of leveling by continuing here, and that the gear dropped was of low grade and would soon be obsolete, he resolved to depart from the village entrance and explore his surroundings. Venturing onto the wasteland east of the novice village, after a few steps, Lin Tian immediately spotted new monsters. Roaming the wasteland were wolves of pure snow-white fur. Level 5 Wasteland Wolf. Though only level 2 himself, Lin Tian's lavish equipment rendered him formidable. With his current combat power, confronting level 5 monsters posed little challenge. Spotting a lone wasteland wolf, Lin Tian gripped the screaming chicken sword and charged headlong. Cluck! With the cry of a chicken, the battle commenced. The overwhelming force of 55 strength combined with the screaming chicken sword's 15 attack power sent the wasteland wolf flying over 2 meters with the first strike. However, the thick-skinned and tough wasteland wolf did not find this blow fatal. Rising swiftly, it counterattacked. Clang! The formidable defense from Lin Tian's full purple armor absorbed the vast majority of the damage. Lin Tian retreated slightly and swung his sword again. Cluck! Thus, the exchange continued for 5 or 6 rounds. The wasteland wolf finally collapsed and died. Guiding you to lift the coal, Lin Tian broke into a triumphant Iron Mountain lean dance to celebrate his victory. You have slain a wasteland wolf, level 5, gaining 100 experience points. Overlevel kill bonus, 150 additional experience points. Obtained equipment, Wolf God Boots, purple, X1. By killing a single wasteland wolf, Lin Tian earned a total of 250 experience points, since he needed only 1,000 experience points to advance from level 2 to 3. Killing 3 more wasteland wolves would level him up again. How exhilarating. This was the true advantage of defeating monsters above 1's level. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed as he picked up the dropped equipment to inspect it. Boots, Wolf God Boots. Level requirement, 5. Quality, purple. Defense, 20. Additional attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 30. Special effect, Sharpness. Attacks have a chance to inflict bleeding. Description, boots blessed by the wolf god. Imbued with a mysterious power of blessed sharpness. This equipment is part of the wolf god set. Collecting all components grants additional set bonuses. These boots far surpass the ones currently on his feet. Not only was the defense doubled, but the total additional attributes reached a full 50 points. Moreover, the special effect could cause bleeding upon attack. However, the boots required level 5 to equip, which Lin Tian had yet to reach. He resolved to focus on leveling up swiftly. Stowing the boots away, Lin Tian resumed his search for the next wasteland wolf. The same sequence repeated, and another minute passed. You have slain a wasteland wolf, level 5, gaining 100 experience points. Overlevel kill bonus, 150 additional experience points. Obtained item, Junior Experience Potion, purple, X1. This time, the wasteland wolf dropped a bottle of experience potion. Item, Junior Experience Potion. Level requirement, none. Quality, purple. Effect, instantly grants 1,000 experience points upon consumption. Description, Grandpa Old Chrysanthemum's classroom is now in session. The child's leveling was always painfully slow, most likely useless. Quickly, he used the Old Chrysanthemum brand experience potion. Lin Tian gulped it down, and his level surged directly to level 3. Level 3, 5,002,000. After allocating all remaining free attribute points, once again into strength. Lin Tian's strength attribute had soared to 65 points. Now, wielding his blade against the wild wolves of the wasteland became second nature. With just 4 or 5 swift strikes, he could dispatch a level 5 wasteland wolf. You have slain a wasteland wolf, level 5, gaining 100 experience points. Bonus 100 experience points for defeating a monster 2 levels above. Item acquired. Rabies Potion, purple, X1. The third wasteland wolf dropped a vial of rabies potion. This potion could boost Lin Tian's strength by 30 points for 10 minutes. Moreover, it granted him the ability to mimic an incredibly realistic dog's bark. With this potion's aid, Lin Tian found it even easier to hunt down the wasteland wolves. You have slain a wasteland wolf, level 5, gaining 100 experience points. Bonus 100 experience points for defeating a monster 2 levels above. Equipment acquired. Wolf God Greaves, purple, X1. You have slain a wasteland wolf, level 5, gaining 100 experience points. Bonus 100 experience points for defeating a monster 2 levels above. Item acquired. Basic Experience Potion, purple, X1. You have slain a wasteland wolf, level 5, gaining 100 experience points. Bonus 100 experience points for defeating a monster 2 levels above. Equipment acquired. Wolf God Gauntlets, purple, X1. With a basic experience potion as effect, it took less than 2 minutes for Lin Tian to ascend to level 4. Another 5 minutes later, he smoothly reached level 5. At last, the collection of level 5 purple tier equipment in his backpack could be put to use. After distributing his attribute points, he equipped the Wolf God Helmet, Wolf God Chainmail, Wolf God Gauntlets, Wolf God Greaves, Wolf God Boots, and Wolf God Ring all at once. The next moment, a notification popped up. You have assembled all components of the Wolf God set. Achievement unlocked. Relics of the Wolf God. Extra exam points awarded. 5. When wearing the full set, all your attributes receive an additional 30-point bonus. Moreover, the special effect Super Sharp is unlocked. While wearing the full set, your attacks will inflict a guaranteed severe bleeding effect. Woof, the set is complete? Lin Tian smiled with delight. He opened his attribute panel to inspect. Player, Lin Tian. Class, Warrior. Level, 5, 6000. Strength, 115. Effects, physical attack, physical skill damage. Constitution, 95. Effects, vitality, defense, wound recovery speed. Agility, 85. Effects, movement speed, attack speed. Magic power, 43. Effects, magical attack, magic skill effects. Spirit, 53. Effects, total mana, mana regeneration speed. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Gold, 24,080. Donning the complete Wolf God set, complemented by the set bonus effects. Lin Tian's attributes exploded in growth. Under normal circumstances, even players at level 10 would struggle to boast such luxurious stats as Lin Tian's current ones. It was time to venture further out. Woof. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction, preparing to explore the outer periphery in search of higher-level monsters. Not far away, two massive wasteland wolves stealthily approached. Level 7 Wasteland Giant Wolf Elite Monster. Unlike ordinary wasteland wolves, these two bore names glowing with a blue hue above their heads. The words Elite Monster following their names spoke volumes of their formidable strength. Seeing two elite monsters, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Elite monsters were usually significantly stronger than regular monsters of the same level. However, the loot they dropped was often of much higher quality. With the aid of the 1000-fold drop rate booster, he eagerly anticipated what treasures these two wasteland giant wolves might yield. After downing another vial of rabies potion and brandishing his screaming chicken, Lin Tian charged straight at the two wasteland giant wolves. With his new equipment, his speed had increased considerably, and in an instant, he closed the distance to stand before the two beasts. Oh, woof, howl, oh, woof, howl. The cacophony of chicken clucks, dog barks, and wolf howls intermingled, creating a chaotic scene. Without opening his eyes, one would swear it was a herd of beasts tangled in fierce combat. Upon Lin Tian's assault, both wasteland giant wolves staggered backward, large wounds blossoming across their bodies. Blood began to flow uncontrollably. This was the bleeding effect granted by the Wolf God set. The pain from the wounds slowed their movements. Lin Tian adjusted his position and charged again. Oh. Two more wounds appeared on the bodies of the wasteland giant wolves. The massive blood loss rendered them even weaker. Effortlessly, Lin Tian was the first to eliminate one of the wasteland giant wolves. You have slain the elite monster wasteland giant wolf, level 7, gaining 200 experience points. Bonus 200 experience points for defeating a monster 2 levels above. Bonus 200 experience points for slaying an elite monster. Along with the experience notifications, 2 items dropped along with a sizable amount of gold. One shimmered with a familiar purple glow, while the other radiated an even more dazzling orange light. An orange tier item. Generally, elite monsters only had a chance to drop green or blue equipment, but boosted by the 1000-fold drop rate hack. This wasteland giant wolf directly dropped an extremely rare orange tier item. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed as he prepared to finish off the other bloodied wasteland giant wolf. Just then, boom, a fireball suddenly shot out from the side, striking the wasteland giant wolf. Howl! The wasteland giant wolf let out a pained scream and collapsed dead. However, since Lin Tian did not land the killing blow, the 1000-fold drop rate effect was not triggered. This wolf dropped only a piece of green equipment and a level 1 potion. Lin Tian turned his gaze. There stood Sun Saiha, the ponytailed girl who had tried to buy his equipment at the village entrance earlier. She held a burning scroll in her hand. It seemed she had used a one-time consumable item to summon the fireball that just stole the kill from Lin Tian's nearly defeated giant wolf. Having successfully claimed an elite monster, Sun Saiha's body shimmered with white light as her level instantly rose. Her face radiated wild joy, flushed with excitement, and then, unable to contain herself, she stepped forward to claim the loot dropped by the wasteland giant wolf. Catching Lin Tian's glance, she froze. Saiha's son came to a halt, feigning a contrite smile as she said, "Sorry about that, classmate. I didn't mean to snatch your monster. I intended to help you with the fight, but I didn't expect that fireball scroll to deal such tremendous damage." Behind her, a group of followers chattered noisily in agreement. Without that fireball assistance, you probably would have managed to defeat the second elite monster either. In the wild, monsters belong to whoever claims them first. There's no need to apologize. You're a grown man. Surely you wouldn't quarrel over this with a girl, right? Lin Tian's face lit up with a smile, even more radiant than usual, as if something exceedingly delightful had just happened. Without uttering a word, he strode directly toward the corpse of the wild plains giant wolf he had slain, picking up the dropped items and equipment. Weapon, Heavenly Wolf Greatsword. Level requirement, 5. Quality, orange. Attack power, 90. Additional attributes, strength 30, constitution 30. Agility 30, spirit 10. Special effect, armor penetration. Ignores 30% of the opponent's defense when attacking. Attached skill, wolf charge, upon activation. The wielder swiftly surges forward, delivering a powerful strike based on strength and agility attributes. Description, the legendary greatsword forged from Sirius meteorite iron, granting the wielder the Heavenly Wolf's charging combat technique. Item quality ranks from lowest to highest are white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, multicolor, and iridescent. Truly befitting an orange quality item above purple, this Heavenly Wolf Greatsword's attack power was 6 times that of the Screaming Chicken Sword. The Screaming Chicken Sword's additional attributes totaled only 20 points, whereas this weapon boasted a full 100 points of bonus attributes. Moreover, it came equipped with a practical special effect and a potent supplementary skill. The sole shortcoming of this weapon was that it lacked the chicken's crowing sound during attacks, which was a slight auditory disappointment, but hardly a significant flaw. Lin Tian immediately switched to the new weapon. Reaching out, he also grabbed another purple item dropped by the Wild Plains giant wolf. Item, Pervert's Gem. Level requirement, none. Quality, purple. Effect, when socketed into equipment, grants an additional 10 points of agility attribute. Description, agile movements are the foundation of becoming a qualified pervert. Before using the gem, a socket needed to be created in the equipment. The blacksmith in the beginner's village seemed to offer the service of socketing for a fee. For now, Lin Tian had no immediate use for the gem, so he simply stowed it away in his inventory. Nearby, watching Lin Tian loot the orange weapon and purple item, Saiha's son swallowed nervously without showing it. Clearing her throat, she wore a smug smile and inquired, classmate, I was the one who killed the other elite monster. So I can pick up the equipment it dropped, right? Lin Tian chuckled and nodded. Of course, no problem. Since you killed it, it's yours. I'm not interested in green quality gear anyway. Great, thanks. Saiha's son said happily as she stepped forward to pick up the green equipment. Then thunk. Suddenly and abruptly, Lin Tian swung his sword down. Empowered by his formidable weapon and superior attributes, the strike was devastating, instantly severing Saiha's son's head. Mortally wounded, she transformed into a streak of white light and vanished in shock. You have actively attacked and slain a player. Infamy value increased by 1. Current infamy value, 1. You have become a red-named, wanted criminal. All other players may attack you without any penalties. Players who kill you will receive additional bounty rewards. Completing benevolent quests will reduce your infamy value. As the game notifications popped up, Lin Tian's name above his head gradually took on a pale red hue. Sorry about that. I just wanted to fix her hair, but didn't he expect to chop off her head? Lin Tian scratched his head sheepishly, his face beaming with a brilliant smile. He paid no heed to the increase in infamy or becoming a red-named wanted criminal. After all, gaming was all about having fun. Having labored hard to defeat monsters only to have them stolen felt like buying a new girlfriend, finally building up some rapport, only to have a stray mutt suddenly jump in and say, let me try. And then, the girlfriend gets stabbed to death right away. Lin Tian simply could not tolerate that. The sudden attack left Saiha's son's followers momentarily stunned. Are you crazy? You don't want to play anymore? One stammered. Now that you're red-named, you'll be attacked wherever you go. How dare you kill someone? Stop talking nonsense, get ready. Since he's red-named, killing him won't bring any penalties. Before they could finish, Lin Tian's figure flashed, his orange-quality Heavenly Wolf Greatsword shimmering in his hand. Wolf charge. Thunk. His body became a phantom as Lin Tian pierced through one follower's abdomen, killing him instantly. Sorry, the sword went out of control and acted on its own. I guess it's going through puberty. I'll take some sandpaper to it at home to calm it down, he apologized lightheartedly, sweeping the greatsword horizontally. Another follower's head flew off. Sorry, your head just looked too much like a head. I couldn't help but chop it off. Lin Tian apologized as he slaughtered them. With his powerful gear and attributes, these people's combat strength was not even on the same level. Those who had just been clamoring to kill Lin Tian fled in terror upon seeing his smiling face charging into their midst. However, Lin Tian's speed far outpaced these level 2 followers. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Several swings of the greatsword left them utterly annihilated. Thanks to the death drop system, a scattered pile of items and equipment from their inventories littered the ground. But there was nothing worthwhile, so Lin Tian didn't bother collecting them. You have actively attacked and slain a player. Infamy value increased by 1. You have actively attacked and slain a player. Infamy value increased by 1. As the game notifications appeared, the color of Lin Tian's name deepened from pale red to a vivid, normal red within moments. Even after wiping out the group who tried to steal his monsters, Lin Tian still felt unsatisfied. Right? I remember this game lets you revive up to 10 times. He mused, turning back toward the beginner village. Along the way, other players were startled to see Lin Tian bearing a red name. Clad in the shining silver glow of the wolf god set, most kept their distance, wary of approaching him. Only the bold, or those in larger teams, dared to discuss attacking Lin Tian. Lin Tian wasted no words and swung his sword to kill without hesitation. With his current equipment and attributes, facing other players was a one-sided massacre. Undoubtedly, every strike was lethal. After dispatching 2 waves of players seeking his bounty, no one in the beginner zone dared to come within 5 meters of Lin Tian. From a distance, everyone would deliberately take a detour to avoid him. When Lin Tian arrived at the village entrance, Sun Saiha was just leading a group of followers out of the novice village. The crowd was grumbling loudly, hurling curses at Lin Tian from behind. Sun Saiha's face was grim, her fists clenched tightly. Just wait, she vowed, I will avenge this grudge, whether inside the game or beyond it. She was already plotting how to leverage her family's influence after exiting the game to make Lin Tian pay for his actions. Poof! Wolf strike. Before she could finish speaking, a greatsword pierced through her body once more. Hello. We meet again. What a coincidence. Lin Tian appeared with a warm smile, swinging his sword in a continuous slash, his figure darting like a streak of white lightning. Amid a chorus of agonized screams, Sun Saiha and her followers were slain once more. Several minutes later, they revived and tried to leave the novice village from another entrance. Yet Lin Tian anticipated their move and ambushed them again, slaughtering the entire group. You have actively attacked and slain a player. Infamy increased by 1. You have actively attacked and slain a player. Infamy increased by 1. Your infamy has reached 50. Achievement unlocked. Bloodthirsty Maniac. Received an additional 10 exam points. While marked red, you gain a buff. Attack power increased by 50%. Players who kill you will receive a bronze treasure chest reward. After massacring the group once more, Lin Tian's name above his head had turned a deep, blood-red hue, having been killed 3 times consecutively. Sun Saiha and her followers' hatred and terror towards Lin Tian had escalated to an unbearable peak. How is this possible? The game has only been running for 1 hour. How could that bastard be this powerful? Has he awakened a talent suited for this game? Damn, he must have stumbled upon incredible luck. Sun Saiha cursed through gritted teeth after reviving. Sis, this can't go on. One of her followers fretted. We're already far behind. If this continues, not only will we fall further behind, but after dying 10 times, we'll be outright eliminated. Why provoke him in the first place? In the high-pressure environment of the college entrance exam, falling behind by a single point meant being overtaken by countless others. The followers who had initially hoped to bask in Sun Saiha's glory now began to grumble as the situation turned bleak, suppressing the restless anger within. Sun Saiha sighed and said, it's all right. He can't possibly camp outside the novice village forever, unless he has given up on playing. There are 2 level 30 militia inside the village protecting us. He surely wouldn't dare to commit murder in there. Let's focus on running errands inside the novice village for now. Outside the novice village, after eliminating Sun Saiha and her group for the 3rd time, Lin Tian knew they would not venture out again soon. Glancing at the 2 level 30 militia inside the village, he decided not to linger at the entrance any longer. With swift footsteps, he dashed through 2 low-level training zones and quickly explored the outermost edge of the novice area. Meanwhile, in the real world, the live broadcast had been focused on Huang Tian'ao for over 20 minutes. Watching Huang Tian'ao defeat a level 6 elite monster in a solo battle using 3 pieces of blue-quality equipment and clever tactics, the chat room erupted once again. The commentator, Guagua, leaned back dramatically, his excitement barely contained in his voice. Incredible. The game has been live for less than an hour, and he is already capable of soloing a level 6 elite monster. His extraordinary insight, near-divine prediction skills, and top-tier combat techniques. I can only say, Huang Tian'ao is terrifyingly powerful. The usually sharp-tongued Mei Gu also gave Huang Tian'ao a glowing appraisal. Nearby, Tao Tao, pulling a pillow seemingly from nowhere, lay upon it while casually scrolling through Thick Book and Little Blue Book, responding offhandedly, right? After 20 minutes of broadcast, the audience was thoroughly impressed by Huang Tian'ao's gameplay. The barrage of comments was almost unanimously filled with praise and admiration for him. However, Occasionally, two discordant messages appeared, mocking Huang Tian'ao as merely benefiting from his family's resources to achieve his current gaming prowess. Sensing that the camera had lingered too long on Huang Tian'ao, the director switched the live feed to several other novice villages. All the examinees were clearly divided into two categories. Some venture alone to grind monsters or form small teams, while others, led by powerful players, gathered into large, influential factions. Most conspicuous among them were the four candidates for the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam. Zhou Yu, heir to the Tianhai Sports Company; Shen Wensong, scion of the Shun family from Kyoto; Chun Bingqi of the Chun Esports Group; and Yuan Fenghua of the Yuan family from Haidu. Besides their formidable family backgrounds, these four also possessed exceptional gaming talents. As we can see, Guagua explained at this stage of the game, the levels of these four-seeded players have not fallen behind Huang Tian'ao's. All have reached level 4, making full use of their family resources to secure an excellent start. Mapei and Gun nodded with arms crossed. Not bad, but this also reveals a problem. The four, relying on assistance from other players, can only barely keep pace with Huang Tian'ao. In fact, their equipment is somewhat inferior. If Huang Tian'ao abandoned his lone wolf approach and leveraged the Huang family's influence to gather teammates in the game, his performance would undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights. Having watched the past 20 minutes of the live stream, Mapei and Gu had become a staunch admirer of Huang Tian'ao, firmly believing that the other four-seeded players were far behind him. This was indeed the case. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door of the broadcast room. Guagua and Mapei and Gu, assuming the director had urgent business, quickly muted their microphones. Upon opening the door, a delivery courier stood there, inquiring, "Is Miss Tao Tao present?" "Your delivery has arrived." Tao Tao promptly stood and raised her hand. I'm here. Guagua and Mapei and Gu reopened their microphones and refocused on the live broadcast. Mapei and Gu sighed. If we disregard outside factors and consider only gaming skill, Huang Tian'ao should be unmatched among this year's examinees. Guagua smiled mysteriously and said, "If we're talking pure gaming skill, I believe there is one person who can stand on the same level as Huang Tian'ao. In the previous National High School Peak Tournament, one student gave Huang Tian'ao considerable trouble on his way to victory. He was the only opponent who forced Huang Tian'ao to exert himself fully." At Guagua's words, Mapei and Gu's eyes brightened, suddenly recalling a name. "You mean Xiao Yun? He is also an examinee this year?" Guagua nodded, recalling the battle from half a year ago. Still stirred with emotion, Xiao Yun was the biggest dark horse in this year's peak tournament. The only player among the top 8 not born into an esports family, a true commoner. Since the high school pinnacle tournament was not an open event, many viewers in the live stream had never heard of Xiao Yun's name. At this moment, news spread that there was indeed a commoner contestant whose gaming skills rivaled those of Huang Tian'ao. The chat room immediately erupted in excitement, sparking discussions about Xiao Yun. The director was also considerate, beginning to pinpoint Xiao Yun's location and providing a live feed. Meanwhile, in the game, Xiao Yun, with the assistance of several comrades, was attempting to slay a level 5 elite monster. Just like the prodigies from the top-tier families, his level had impressively reached level 4. After a grueling battle lasting 5 minutes, the elite monster finally fell. 2 pieces of green equipment dropped. As the absolute core of the team, Xiao Yun did not seize the equipment for himself. Instead, he smiled and allowed his teammates to choose first. Such conduct once again earned a wave of praise in the chat room. Following Xiao Yun's appearance on screen, the entire livestream's popularity began to surge rapidly. Under the eager anticipation and watchful eyes of countless ordinary players, Xiao Yun became a focal point of this examination. At the same time, in the world of the Wild Blood Legend cartridge, Lin Tian had already fought his way to the outermost edge of the novice zone. Along the way, various monsters appeared. Level 7 cat leopards, level 8 black bears. Although Lin Tian's level was only level 5 at present, thanks to his purple armor set and an orange quality powerful weapon, these monsters, only about 2 to 3 levels higher than him, posed no threat. With a wolf charge, he would dash forward and strike 2 or 3 blows, dispatching them with ease. Seeking higher efficiency in leveling up, Lin Tian needed to find monsters of greater levels. Before long, at the boundary of the novice zone, Lin Tian found his target, a level 10 skeleton soldier. Upon a graveyard at the border, eerie white bone monsters wielding sword and shield wandered about. Without hesitation, Lin Tian charged forward and engaged immediately. Bang! The wolf charge activated. Lin Tian's figure flashed. A sudden thrust of his greatsword caused the skeleton soldier's entire body to shudder, several ribs falling off as it staggered. The skeleton soldier counterattacked with its sword, But Lin Tian blocked with his greatsword. Bang! In a swift reversal, another slash followed. After 7 or 8 consecutive strikes, the skeleton soldier's body completely disintegrated, collapsing dead. Lin Tian instantly received a notification. You have slain a skeleton soldier, level 10, gaining 400 experience points. Kill 5 levels above your own. Gain an additional 500 experience points. Item obtained, Skeleton Warrior Summoning Stone, purple X1. By defeating a skeleton soldier 5 levels higher, Lin Tian gained nearly 1,000 experience points. To level up from level 5 to level 6, he needed only 6,000 experience points. In other words, killing 5 more would allow him to level up again. The efficiency of leveling here seemed quite promising. Lin Tian nodded slightly, deciding to train here first. Reaching out, he picked up the dropped item to examine it. Item, Skeleton Warrior Summoning Stone. Level requirement, none. Quality, purple. Effect, consuming this summoning stone will summon a level 20 skeleton warrior to fight for you, lasting 5 minutes. Description, a sealed stone imprisoning the essence of a skeleton warrior. You can break it to temporarily free the skeleton warrior or use it to smash a walnut. This item was excellent. It could help improve his monster farming efficiency. With a thought, Lin Tian shattered the summoning stone immediately. A summoning array glowed brightly. And in the next moment, a tall, armored skeleton warrior appeared. Under Lin Tian's mental command, it charged at a nearby skeleton soldier. The level 20 towering skeleton warrior was immensely powerful, able to dispatch a skeleton soldier with 2 strikes. Lin Tian, wielding his greatsword, followed closely, and a large number of skeleton soldiers fell like wheat being harvested. You have slain a skeleton soldier, level 10, gaining 400 experience points. Kill 5 levels above your own. Gain an additional 500 experience points. Item obtained, Superior Health Potion, blue, X10. You have slain a skeleton soldier, level 10, gaining 400 experience points. Kill 5 levels above your own. Gain an additional 500 experience points. Equipment obtained, Bone War Shield, purple, X1. You have slain a skeleton soldier, level 10, gaining 400 experience points. Kill 5 levels above your own. Gain an additional 500 experience points. Gold acquired, 8,520. As skeleton soldier after skeleton soldier fell, Lin Tian's level rapidly climbed. Your level has increased to level 8, gaining 10 free attribute points. Exam score, 8. Before long, he had already advanced to level 8. His inventory was now filled with numerous level 10 purple quality equipment and many useful purple grade items. Naturally, the gold he had accumulated was substantial. With his level increased, his combat power rose accordingly. However, the experience gained from killing skeleton soldiers began to diminish. Venturing deeper into the graveyard, Lin Tian was searching for monsters of even higher levels. Ahead, a gleaming valley caught his attention. Cave Dungeon, Death Valley. Cave Dungeon, Death Valley. Recommended entry level, level 15. Dungeon refresh cycle, 12 hours. In games like Wild Blood Legend, dungeons were the ideal places for leveling and treasure hunting. Within dungeons, powerful monsters and abundant loot often awaited. Without hesitation, Lin Tian stepped forward and entered Death Valley. Upon entering the Death Valley dungeon, the pitch-black environment instantly enveloped the surroundings. Occasional torches barely provided any visibility. Not underestimating the situation, Lin Tian opened his inventory and took out some usable items dropped during his skeleton soldier farming, using them one by one. First, the skeleton warrior summoning stones. He had 4 in total. After using all 4 tall skeleton bodyguards appeared instantly before him. Next, he used a high-level group strength enhancement scroll. For 5 minutes, Lin Tian and his 4 skeleton warriors' strength attributes would increase by 30% simultaneously. In addition, he drank a vial of radiance potion. For 5 minutes, his attacks would inflict additional light attribute damage. Light attribute damage was especially effective against undead creatures, dealing triple damage. This would undoubtedly be a tremendous aid in exploring the Death Valley dungeon. With preparations complete, Lin Tian advanced into the depths of the valley, accompanied by his 4 skeleton warriors. Soon, a horde of skeleton soldiers appeared ahead. Although numerous and charging fiercely toward Lin Tian, they posed no real threat. With a swift stroke of their blades, the 4 skeletal warriors dispatched their foes effortlessly. Lin Tian hardly needed to lift a finger as the myriad skeletal soldiers crumbled into scattered bones. Gathering the abundant purple equipment and items that had fallen, Lin Tian pressed onward. Turning a narrow, shadowed corner, the valley suddenly expanded, and the light grew noticeably brighter. Before a suspension bridge, 4 elite monsters emerged. Level 12 Elite Skeleton Warrior, Elite Monster. Level 13 Elite Skeleton Archer, elite monster. Compared to the ordinary skeletal soldiers, these four appeared markedly more formidable. Not only were their weapons finely crafted, but they also wore exquisite armor. Yet before Lin Tian and the four skeletal warriors, their combat prowess still proved insufficient. With a flicker of his will, Lin Tian commanded the four skeletal warriors to launch the initial assault. He positioned himself strategically in the rear, awaiting the perfect moment, then suddenly unleashed a wolf strike. With a piercing sound, the greatsword shimmering with light attribute energy instantly inflicted massive damage upon the elite skeleton archer in the rear. After several strikes, one elite skeleton archer was the first to fall. The other three elite monsters did not last long either, promptly collapsing into lifeless bones. You have slain the elite monster elite skeleton archer, level 13, gaining 600 experience points. Kill exceeding level by 5, gain an additional 800 experience points. Kill an elite monster, gain an additional 600 experience points. You have slain the elite monster elite skeleton warrior, level 12, gaining 550 experience points. Kill exceeding level by 4, gain an additional 500 experience points. Kill an elite monster, gain an additional 400 experience points. A torrent of experience points was instantly credited. Lin Tian smoothly ascended to level 9. Simultaneously, the four elite monsters each dropped an orange tier item. Among them, 3 were pieces of equipment, and 1 was a consumable. Chest armor, Undying King S netherplate. Level requirement, 10. Quality, orange. Defense, 100. Additional attributes, strength 50, constitution 45, agility 35, spirit 20. Special effect, soul devour. Upon slaying an enemy in battle, temporarily absorb the target's soul, significantly enhancing all personal attributes. Skill included, Wrath of the Undead. When activated, attacks deal substantial additional dark damage, the lower the user's health, the greater the dark damage inflicted. Description, the personal armor of a certain Undying King, rarely removed. When this equipment appears in your hands, it either means he has fallen or is bathing. This terrifying piece of orange quality armor boasted defense breaking into triple digits. Moreover, its total supplementary attributes reached an astounding 150 points. Its strength far surpassed the wolf god chainmail Lin Tian currently wore. Although Lin Tian was still one level shy of meeting the equipment S requirement and thus could not use it yet, the experience needed to reach level 10 was now minimal. The other 2 pieces of equipment were the Blood Skeleton S Greaves and the Dark King S helmet. Both orange-grade gear with comparable attributes, each accompanied by potent special effects and equipment skills. They also required level 10, which Lin Tian was about to attain. The final orange-grade item was a black cross. Item, Cross of Reversal. Level requirement, none. Quality, orange. Effect, when placed in your inventory upon death, you will be resurrected on the spot at full status once, without any penalty of item loss or death debuffs. Description, Hallelujah. My Buddha's mercy and boundless Dharma. Now is the moment to witness a miracle, a formidable item indeed. Yet Lin Tian felt that, given the pace of his combat growth, the likelihood of encountering a fatal predicament was slim. He might never even need to use this during the entire game. Pressing forward, he crossed the suspension bridge. From the dark tunnels on either side, fresh waves of skeletal soldiers surged forth. In the distance, skeletal archers continually loosed arrows, but posed no real threat. After slaying countless skeletons, Lin Tian arrived before a grand door forged from pallid bones. At that moment, his level finally surpassed 10. Your level has risen to 10, gaining 10 free attribute points. Exam points 10. You are the first player to reach level 10, receiving an additional 100 exam points as a reward. You have awakened the warrior's first skill, Heavy Slash. Skill, Heavy Slash. Effect, concentrate the full power of the body to deliver a powerful strike, with a chance to stun the enemy for 1 second. Damage and stun probability scale positively with constitution and strength attributes. At last, level 10, Lin Tian reviewed his newly acquired skill, then immediately opened his inventory to swap out all his equipment. After dispatching so many skeletons, his inventory was now brimming with formidable level 10 purple gear, alongside 3 even more extraordinary level 10 orange items, all now usable. After equipping the new gear, Lin Tian's overall attributes surged dramatically. Player, Lin Tian. Class, Warrior. Level, 10, 5,150,000 experience points. Strength, 315, affects physical attack and physical skill damage. Constitution, 295, affects health, defense, and wound recovery rate. Agility, 275, affects movement and attack speed. Magic power, 70, affects spell attack and magical skill effects. Spirit, 100, affects mana pool and mana recovery speed. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Gold, 134,080. Empowered by 3 terrifying orange grade items, his combat power now rivaled that of an average player at level 20. Click-clack. 5 minutes had elapsed. The soul flames in the eyes of his 4 skeletal warriors extinguished. Their bodies crumbled into bones scattered on the ground. Though he still possessed numerous summoning stones capable of calling forth skeletal warriors, Lin Tian felt no desire to use them further. Pushing open the bone-crafted grand door, a palace revealed itself before him. At the highest throne within the palace, a burly skeleton clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive bone sword, sat imposingly. The instant Lin Tian stepped into the palace, the blue soul fire suddenly ignited in the burly skeleton's eye sockets. Disturb my rest, and you shall die. The palace trembled as the burly skeleton emitted a low growl and rose to his feet. Don't be hasty. I was just about to sing you a lullaby to put you to sleep. Lin Tian spread his hands, proposing his own solution. The burly skeleton paused for a second, but then disregarded him entirely, charging straight at Lin Tian. Above its head, information about this monster finally materialized. Level 15 Skeleton General, Boss Monster. The leader monster is a boss-level creature whose strength surpasses that of elite monsters by an entire tier. As the Skeleton General charged directly towards him, Lin Tian remained unperturbed. He first activated the equipment skill on his Undying King's infernal armor, the Wrath of the Undead. A black deathly glow instantly enveloped his Celestial Wolf greatsword, augmenting his attack power. Next, he triggered the skill on his Blood Skeleton Battle Boots, Blood Red Afterimage. His agility attribute surged by nearly 100 points in an instant, significantly increasing his speed. Following that, he employed the skill from the Dark King's helmet, Dark Protection. An invisible black film formed over his entire armor, sharply enhancing his defense. With a wolf-like charge, Lin Tian took the initiative to confront the Skeleton General head-on. After a mere exchange, the Skeleton General sustained severe injuries, bones scattering all over his body. Heavy slash, gathering all his strength. Lin Tian unleashed a warrior skill he had just awakened. Bang! The tremendous collision echoed through the air. The Skeleton General was struck down again, stunned in place. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian's greatsword relentlessly descended. Want to rest, huh? Want to sleep, huh? This time, I'll let you sleep to your heart's content. Bang! 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 After several strikes, the mighty leader monster, the Skeleton General, failed to land a single blow and was slain outright by Lin Tian. You have defeated the leader monster Skeleton General, level 15, earning 1,000 experience points. Defeating an enemy 5 levels above grants an additional 1,500 experience points. Slaying a leader-level monster grants an additional 1,500 experience points. Clatter. The moment the Skeleton General fell, a vast array of purple and orange equipment items burst forth. The most dazzling among them was a colossal battle blade positioned at the center, radiating a scorching red light. The blade itself bore a ghastly bone-white hue, and its hilt was adorned with a chilling skull. A red-grade item, Lin Tian swallowed hard and stepped forward to examine this crimson weapon. Weapon, Mourning of the Vanquisher. Level requirement, 15. Quality, red. Attack power, 400. Additional attributes, Strength 100, Constitution 100, Agility 100, Spirit 100, Magical Power 100. Extra additional attribute, Attack power 400. Special effect, Undead Resurrection. Upon slaying an enemy, summon a skeleton monster from a corpse. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the summoned skeleton. The duration of the skeleton correlates positively with your spirit attribute. Included skill, Funeral Sacrifice. Sacrifice all skeleton monsters summoned through the Undead Resurrection effect to greatly boost your own attributes. The more skeletons sacrificed, the stronger the attribute enhancement. The duration is positively related to your spirit attribute. Description: if I die, let the entire world be my funeral. Item quality tiers from lowest to highest are white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, prismatic, and iridescent. This weapon is outrageously powerful. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled uncontrollably at the weapon's attributes, effects, and skills. A total of 800 attack power, more than 8 times that of his Celestial Wolf greatsword. The additional attributes totaled 500 points. The formidable special effect allowed him to summon an army of skeleton monsters through kills, dramatically boosting his monster farming efficiency. The accompanying equipment skill was also extremely potent, sacrificing summoned skeletons to temporarily skyrocket his own combat power. The only drawback was that the weapon required level 15 to wield, which Lin Tian had not yet reached. Besides this, the skeleton general also dropped 2 pieces of orange-grade equipment, an orange gauntlet and an orange ring. Both were stronger than the attributes of the elite skeleton drops he had previously acquired, but, like the red weapon, they also required level 15 to use. After stowing away the equipment, Lin Tian lifted his gaze toward the throne. This is the last one. Following the skeleton general's demise, a bronze treasure chest shimmering with light appeared atop the palace's highest throne. Lin Tian approached and was about to touch the chest when a prompt appeared. Ding! Congratulations on being the first player to obtain the dungeon treasure chest. Achievement unlocked. Pioneer, 30 test points. As the first player to clear the dungeon and obtain the chest, the quality of this chest is enhanced by 100 times. At the same moment the prompt appeared, the bronze chest before Lin Tian's eyes gleamed and transformed into a magnificent golden chest. He reached out, about to open it, when the golden chest's glow shimmered once more. Through a 1,000-fold drop rate amplification, this golden chest has been upgraded to a glazed treasure chest. In an instant, the golden chest morphed into a chest of prismatic colors. The flowing, shifting iridescent light nearly filled the entire valley, creating an otherworldly, dreamlike spectacle. Can the external 1,000-fold drop rate hack even amplify treasure chests? Lin Tian's eyes brightened as he calculated. As the first to clear the dungeon, the game enhanced his chest's quality by 100-fold. Then his external 1,000-fold drop rate hack amplified the already 100-fold enhanced chest by another 1,000-fold. That is, the chest's quality was increased by a total of 100,000 times. What could possibly emerge from a chest enhanced by 100,000 times? Filled with anticipation, he opened it. With a burst of prismatic light, clatter, clatter, instantly, a vast quantity of gold coins and potions erupted from the chest, nearly covering the entire floor atop the throne. At the very center of these treasures lay a necklace, shimmering with a radiant glow. Its light was predominantly golden, but tinged with a faint black aura. Lin Tian stepped forward and picked up the necklace, examining the item from the glazed treasure chest. Necklace, Forgiveness of the Transcender. Level requirement, none. Quality, dark gold. Magic defense, 2,000. Additional attributes, none. Law level special effect. Wearing this necklace removes level restrictions when equipping gear and using items. Description, all bonds are but illusions. In my name, I absolve your transcendence. Above red grade equipment is gold grade, and above gold is dark gold. This dark gold item, aside from its extraordinarily high magic defense, possesses a single law level special effect. Once worn, you're no longer bound by level requirements when equipping gear or using items. This sole effect sent Lin Tian into a frenzy of joy. Divine favor indeed. Lin Tian gripped the necklace, unable to suppress the broad grin spreading across his face. With the aid of his 1,000-fold drop rate hack, Lin Tian could easily obtain high-quality equipment, enabling him to slay monsters beyond his level with ease. However, due to level restrictions, the high-tier equipment obtained from slaying monsters beyond his rank could not be immediately utilized by Lin Tian. He was unable to promptly convert the advantage of superior gear into enhanced combat prowess, thereby accelerating his challenge against mightier foes and creating a virtuous cycle for efficiently augmenting his strength. This constituted the most significant obstacle he currently faced. Yet, the forgiveness of the dark gold equipment over Limit Seer perfectly resolved his predicament. This piece of gear arrived just in time. With its blessing, Lin Tian was essentially ushered into an invincible mode. Once he donned the dark gold equipment, Lin Tian immediately replaced his newly acquired red quality weapon, Morning of the Destroyer, and then equipped 2 level 15 orange quality items as well. Instantly, the immense surge in attributes caused a slight discomfort in his body. After a brief adjustment, he became accustomed to the formidable power bestowed by the new gear. Gathering the countless coins and a large quantity of high-grade restorative potions scattered on the ground, Lin Tian turned and exited the cave dungeon. Monsters in the novice zone, around level 10, essentially represented the upper limit. To pursue more powerful adversaries, Lin Tian had no choice but to leave the novice area and formally enter the interior of the legendary continent. Since each novice zone was a relatively enclosed space, once departed, return was impossible. After some consideration, Lin Tian decided to settle matters here before officially embarking on his adventure within the legendary continent. Striding forward clad in luxurious equipment, Lin Tian returned to the novice village. At that moment, Sun Saiha and her group, having found Lin Tian absent from their usual ambush spot outside the village, had just stepped out of the village gate intending to hunt monsters to catch up in levels. Yet, they had barely slain a single rooster when they suddenly spotted Lin Tian, marked with a red name, swiftly returning toward the novice village. Hurry! Get back to the village. Sun Saiha trembled with fright, nearly losing a few drops of urine, and hastily led her companions back. Upon entering the village and seeing the militia guards stationed at the entrance, she finally breathed a secret sigh of relief. Oh, still hanging around the village? You're supposed to be taking exams, not experiencing rural life. If you don't come out to grind and level up soon, you might not even get into the 3rd tier. Lin Tian appeared at the village entrance, wielding his battle blade with a grin, delivering sardonic remarks. Sun Saiha's anger was nearly enough to shatter her teeth upon witnessing Lin Tian's smug demeanor. Falling so far behind on the very first day was like having one's ears covered during English listening tests. The points lost were nearly impossible to recover. Given the importance of the college entrance examination, their futures were inevitably at great risk. Sun Saiha no longer feigned her previous insincere, cheerful facade. Instead, she glared at Lin Tian with malice and sneered, "Be arrogant all you want. You only have these 7 days left to be so cocky. Once the exams are over, I will find you." Hearing this, Lin Tian clutched his head and writhed his body. I'm so scared. Can't you just not retaliate? I was already planning to make peace with you all." Sun Saiha was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she reined in her barely controlled emotions and put on a forgiving expression. "You want to make peace? Fine, but we've already lost too much time this half day. You must compensate us with the equipment and items you have." Lin Tian nodded eagerly, sure. With that, he directly pulled out a pile of purple-grade equipment from his bag and tossed it onto the ground. Holy crap, where did he get so much purple gear? Sun Saiha and her group's eyes immediately widened, fixated on the purple weapons lying before them. "Is this acceptable?" Lin Tian inquired. "Absolutely." Without hesitation, Sun Saiha and her companions surged out of the novice village like rabid dogs, reaching out to snatch the purple equipment. At that very moment, Lin Tian lightly waved the massive battle blade Morning of the Destroyer in his hand. The formidable red-quality weapon, empowered by terrifyingly high-strength attributes, made Lin Tian's attacks on these players were 2 to 3 levels below nearly instant death. Effortless one-hit kills, with damage often exceeding expectations. In an instant, Sun Saiha and her group collapsed once more slain. The weapon's special effect, Resurrection of the Destroyer, activated. Skeletal minions crawled out from their corpses. Within the village, the resurrected Sun Saiha and her group were utterly enraged. Standing near the respawn point, they began to hurl furious curses at Lin Tian. Sun Saiha, like a shrew, spat venomous threats, menacing the lives of Lin Tian's entire family. Yet Lin Tian remained unperturbed. He walked into the village, chuckling as he approached the crowd. Some people retreated in fear. Sun Saiha sneered. What's there to fear? Does he really dare to make a move inside the novice village? Do you take the 2 level 30 militia guards for ornaments? The next instant, with a swift flash of movement, Sun Saiha was cleaved in 2 from the center of her forehead. Lin Tian lightly swung his battle blade. Thud, thud. The militia guards staggered backward from the impact of the weapon clash. Before they could regain their stance, Lin Tian's battle blade struck down again, a heavy slash. Boom! The earth trembled beneath the force of the charged blow. This strike seriously wounded one militia guard, who then fainted from dizziness. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian delivered 2 more blows. A militia guard, who was supposed to suppress all threats within the novice village, fell dead just like that. With one guard slain, the other was naturally unable to stand alone. Lin Tian charged forward and dealt 2 ordinary strikes. And the second militia guard also collapsed and died under the overwhelming disparity in battle power. You have attacked and killed a novice village guard. Infamy value +10. Current infamy value, 125. You have become a severe criminal. You have attacked and killed a novice village guard. Infamy value +10. Current infamy value, 135. You have become a severe criminal. The 2 militia guards were effortlessly slain by Lin Tian. At this moment, Sun Saiha and her group, having just revived again inside the novice village, were utterly despairing upon witnessing the scene. Previously, when they saw Lin Tian, they had been desperately running into the village. Now, the roles were completely reversed. Seeing Lin Tian, they fled frantically toward the village outskirts. However, Lin Tian's agility, 100-fold greater than theirs, allowed him to flash through space with ease and intercept every one of them once more. Sun Saiha and his group were resurrected once more. Lin Tian stepped forward, continuing his slaughter. Within less than 5 minutes, the vast majority had exhausted all 10 of their resurrection chances, thus being utterly eliminated from a game. For these examinees, being ousted at this juncture essentially spelled complete ruin. Converted into scores, with a perfect mark set at 100 points for this exam. They could barely hope to secure a mere 5 or 6 points. Forget about the esports university. Not even the Guangxing Women's Gymnastics Academy would accept them. Pressing his foot down upon the last remaining life of Sun Xia, Lin Tian wore a gentle smile as he imparted a lesson. How do you feel? Have you learned your lesson? Will you still dare to snatch the monsters in the future? Sun Xia's face was etched with fury and humiliation. She opened her mouth, intending to hurl insults and threats at Lin Tian. But before she could utter a word, slash, Lin Tian was the first to strike, decisively ending her journey in this crucial examination. Exhilarated, Lin Tian laughed heartily. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed the other players keeping their distance, casting fearful glances his way. Scratching his head, Lin Tian was about to leave when, unexpectedly, the various NPCs from the novice village gathered around him, led by the village chief. A host of NPCs brandished weapons, faces twisted with hostility. The village chief spoke coldly. Arrogant villain, how dare you slay the guardians of our village? Do you realize you have committed a grave crime? Now, we must imprison you in the dungeon and await judgment from the Holy City Alliance. You'd best not resist. Lin Tian cast a glance at them. The NPCs were no more than level 30-something. The highest-ranking village chief was only level 35. He certainly would not surrender willingly. He disliked bondage play, and even if he indulged, he would be the dominant one binding others, not the submissive being bound. Thus, only 2 options remained before him. 1. Escape. 2. Slaughter them all. After a moment's thought, Lin Tian smiled faintly. Well, since I've already killed, a few more won't hurt. His battle blade shimmered with light as the weapon's special effect, Resurrection of the Dead, was triggered. Immediately, from the bodies of the 2 recently fallen militiamen, 2 towering skeletal spearmen emerged. Then, Lin Tian activated another skill of his weapon, Entombment. Blue light flickered above the heads of the skeletal spearmen, entering Lin Tian's body. In the next instant, the 2 skeletons collapsed, their power absorbed, significantly boosting Lin Tian's combat strength once again. With a flash, he charged into the assembly of NPCs, ruthlessly hacking them down. Before long, every NPC in the novice village lay defeated. The once thriving novice village from just over 10 minutes ago was now strewn with corpses, resembling a nightmarish hellscape. Just as Lin Tian prepared to deliver a final blow to the village chief beneath his foot, a sharp command echoed from behind. Stop. Lin Tian turned to see a young man with a righteous countenance striding toward them. Lin Tian noted the man's modest equipment and presumably low level. Curious about what courage prompted him to confront him at this moment. With a dignified stride, the player approached the village chief directly, tossing a few herbs onto the chief's face. Village chief, these are the herbs you asked me to collect. I've gathered them. Settle the task reward with me before you die. Village chief, after submitting the quest and receiving the reward, the young man gestured politely and bowed with a sheepish smile toward Lin Tian. Come on, big brother, go ahead and strike. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Tian, he felt an urge to cut down this fellow. However, considering that this man had done no harm to his interests, and that this examination game was quite important to these ordinary examinees, 9 years of compulsory gaming culminating in this battle, Lin Tian spared his life. Slash, with a swift stroke, the last NPC of the novice village, the village chief, fell. Consecutive notifications popped up before Lin Tian's eyes. You have attacked and slain the novice village chief. Infamy increased by 30. Current infamy, 225. You have become a serious criminal. You have annihilated the entire novice village. Achievement unlocked. Village Slayer. Reward obtained. Secret Realm Map. Eerie Novice Village 1. You have wiped out the entire novice village. Relations with the Holy City Alliance have severely deteriorated. All human villages, towns, cities, and righteous faction NPCs will no longer provide any quests or services to you. Lin Tian paid no heed to these penalties. With a cheat granting 1,000-fold drop rate, he only needed to continuously seek and slay sufficiently powerful monsters to grow rapidly and accumulate a vast number of exam points. Accepting quests or attempting to gain favors from NPCs would, in fact, reduce his efficiency in increasing combat power. Moreover, playing the antagonist role in this game seemed rather intriguing. A dangerous smile curled at Lin Tian's lips as his gaze swept over the surrounding players. They immediately retreated even further. Opening his inventory, Lin Tian retrieved the Secret Realm Map acquired from annihilating the Novice Village and examined it. Special item, Secret Realm Map, Eerie Novice Village. Level requirement, level 50. Effect, consuming this map grants access to the Secret Realm instance, Eerie Novice Village. Description, is there truly anyone who helps without asking for anything in return? Are the kind villagers in a novice village really human? Special item, secret realm map, eerie novice village. Level requirement, level 50. Effect, consuming this map grants access to the secret realm instance, eerie novice village. Description, is there truly anyone who helps without asking for anything in return? Are the kind villagers in the novice village really human? Staring at the secret realm map in his hand, Lin Tian pondered briefly. He could tear the map open now and immediately enter the secret realm instance. Yet the level restriction of 50 implied that the monsters within the instance would possess combat power above level 50. Although, by virtue of the Overseer's mercy, Lin Tian could use this item at present, he considered that the opportunity to enter was a one-time chance. To maximize the benefits gained within the secret realm, he decided not to tear open the map immediately, but to further enhance his strength. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the other examinees, who regarded him like a monster, Lin Tian departed from the novice village, heading straight toward the outermost boundary. After searching along the novice area for a short while, he soon discovered a teleportation array. You have reached level 10 and may leave the novice zone. Do you wish to leave the novice zone and proceed to the legendary central continent? Note, after teleporting, you will no longer be able to return to the novice area. Please prepare accordingly. Yes, teleport. Lin Tian focused his will. In the next moment, his entire body shimmered with light. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery before him had transformed dramatically. You have been teleported to the legendary central continent. You are the first player to complete the teleportation. Examination points awarded, 30. An endless expanse of vast land stretched before him, with towering mountains piercing the clouds in the distance, and faintly, the silhouette of a colossal city looming far away. Compared to the tiny novice zones, the legendary central continent was undeniably more expansive. All candidates transported from their respective novice areas could converge and meet here. It could be said that setting foot on the legendary central continent marked the true commencement of this grand game involving millions of participants. Upon completing the teleportation, not far away, a guide dressed in a long robe promptly approached. Welcome to the legendary central continent. I am a guide from the Holy City Alliance. Here, I have a detailed map of the legendary central continent and information on monster distributions, which I can offer you as a gift. As Lin Tian drew closer, the guide's words abruptly ceased. His gaze fixated on the dense red name hovering above Lin Tian's head. The friendly smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a cold expression as he said, I'm sorry, but I am not obligated to provide services to criminals. With that, he attempted to put away the map and documents in his hands. Hand them over, Lin Tian said with a sinister smile, drawing his blade and attacking immediately. The guide was level 35, but his combat strength was weak, lacking any special skills and relying only on basic attacks. After enduring just 3 slashes from Lin Tian, he collapsed and died. You have attacked and slain the novice guide, accruing 30 points of notoriety. Current notoriety, 255. You have become a serious criminal. Lin Tian picked up the map and documents to examine them. The nearest capital city to his current location was called Holy Sword City. Ordinarily, after entering the legendary central continent, players would first head to the nearest capital city to restock and prepare. However, Lin Tian's situation was special, marked with a red name. He would likely be unwelcome in Holy Sword City. After some thought, Lin Tian began studying the monster distribution on the legendary central continent. The area he currently occupied was known as the Wilderness of 10,000 Beasts. Monsters here were around level 1035. The strongest regional boss in this area was a Lord-level boss named Sky Roar. In addition, the legendary central continent was divided into 9 other regions, making a total of 10. The closer to the continent's periphery, the higher the monster levels and the greater the danger. Each region was guarded by a formidable boss. Lin Tian resolved to accomplish a modest goal first, to hunt down all 10 regional bosses one by one. With that determination, he set off, charging toward the location of the Wilderness of 10,000 Beasts boss. Roaring Canyon. Between 2 massive cliffs, the ground was littered with the bones of various beasts. In the distance, a giant mammoth-like creature over 5 meters tall rested in a crevice of the canyon. Beside it stood 2 3-meter-tall mammoth creatures guarding the area. Level 30 Ancient Roar Beast, Leader Class Monster. Level 30 Ancient Roar Beast, Leader Class Monster. Level 35 Sky Roar, Lord Class Monster, Regional Boss. In this game, aside from level, the most significant factor influencing a monster's combat power was its grade. Monster grades rose in order from normal monsters, elite monsters, leader monsters, lord monsters, overlord monsters, king-level monsters, emperor-level monsters, to legendary monsters. The skeleton General Lin Tian had slain earlier was a leader-class monster. The same grade as the two small ancient roar beasts beside the regional boss Sky Roar, but their levels differed greatly. The two ancient roar beasts were far more powerful than the skeleton general. Naturally, the Lord-class boss Sky Roar's combat strength was even more terrifying. Of course, beyond these conventional grades, there were occasionally special grade monsters, such as world-class bosses that respawn on a schedule or storyline monsters appearing during certain game events. Lin Tian approached, scanning the information on these three monsters before attempting to engage. Activating all his skills, he adjusted his state to peak condition. Whoosh! His figure flickered as he struck upward with precision. 5 minutes later, Lin Tian's hands were numb from swinging, and though the three monsters were covered in bloodstains, none showed signs of falling. Damn, level 30 leader monsters and level 35 lord monsters were indeed incomparable to the normal NPCs of the novice villages. Their defense was outrageously strong. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Lin Tian began retreating while fighting. Although his inventory was stocked with ample potions and items, and his high-quality equipment enabled him to withstand three powerful monsters without defeat, truly killing them was far from easy. Indeed, attempting to slay a level 35 regional boss at level 10 was excessively challenging. Seizing a gap, Lin Tian escaped the canyon and immediately distanced himself, exhaling deeply. After consulting the map and pondering briefly, he decided to first clear other leader-class bosses in this region. A burst of speed later, in the eastern wilderness of 10,000 beasts, Lin Tian found the lair of a three-headed tiger beast. Level 25 three-headed tiger beast, leader-class monster. The level 35 lord-class monster was tough, but the level 25 leader class was manageable for Lin Tian. Although the three-headed tiger beast was formidable, spewing flames from its three tiger heads and causing Lin Tian considerable trouble. After 5 minutes, Lin Tian successfully slew it. You have slain the leader-class monster three-headed tiger beast, level 25, gaining 10,000 experience points. Over 15 levels defeated, you receive an additional 25,000 experience points. Slaying a leader-class monster grants an extra 25,000 experience points. Your level has increased to level 11, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to level 12, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to level 13, gaining 10 free attribute points. By slaying a level 25 leader-class monster, Lin Tian leapt up 3 levels at once. A large cache of gold coins and items burst forth from the corpse of the three-headed tiger beast. Among them, an item glowing with a red light was the most dazzling. Lin Tian stepped forward to inspect it. Chest armor, Overlord Tiger armor. Level requirement, 25. Quality, red. Defense, 950. Additional attributes, strength 200, constitution 200, agility 150, spirit 100, magic power 100. Extra attribute, total defense increased by 20%. Special effect, ambush, conceal your form before attacking, persistently increasing the damage of your next strike by up to 200%. Attached skill, Tiger Roar, unleashes a thunderous roar, dealing massive sonic damage to all nearby enemies and reducing their attack power. Description, a super strong armor forged from the bones of the legendary tiger beast Overlord Divine Tiger, boasting outstanding defense while granting the wearer powerful offensive capabilities. Another level 25 red quality armor acquired, its defense close to 1,000, nearly equal to the combined defense provided by all of Lin Tian's other equipment, owing to its superior equipment level. This Decepticon armor endowed Lin Tian with attributes far surpassing those granted by the morning of the destroyer weapon he wielded. The accompanying skills and special effects were equally formidable. With the forgiveness of the overlimit equipped, despite having slain 3 tiger beasts, Lin Tian had only reached level 13. Yet, he was able to don the Decepticon armor immediately. After changing his gear, Lin Tian pressed on without pause, methodically sweeping through the vicinity for boss-level creatures based on the map and monster distribution data. 1 hour elapsed, during which his level swiftly climbed to 18, and his entire ensemble of equipment was promptly replaced with high-level red quality gear. His attributes experienced a tremendous surge once again. During this time, he also discovered a dungeon instance. Upon clearing it, a silver treasure chest appeared, amplified by 1,000-fold. The silver chest transformed directly into a diamond chest before being opened. From this 1,000-fold enhanced diamond chest, Lin Tian obtained a golden quality skill book. Skill book, Heavenly Exploding Star Fist. Level requirement, level 30. Quality, golden. Skill effect, concentrate the strength of the entire body, consuming 1's own vitality to invoke the power of the stars. delivering a devastating punch descending from the heavens. The skill's potency correlates positively with strength and constitution. For every 1,000 points of strength increased, the attack range of this skill doubles. Description: do you still remember that fist technique descending from the sky? In this game, skill books are also regarded as a type of item. Therefore, with the forgiveness of the overlimit, Lin Tian could learn this level 30 golden quality skill ahead of time. With a mere thought, he immediately mastered it. You have acquired the golden quality skill, Heavenly Exploding Star Fist. Boss-level monsters typically require several hours to respawn after being slain. Having eradicated all surrounding boss-level creatures, Lin Tian returned once more to the enormous canyon in the northeastern region of the Wild Beast Wilderness. Level 35 Sky Roar, Lord-level monster. Level 30 Ancient Roar Beast, Boss-level monster. Level 30 Ancient Roar Beast, Boss-level monster. This time, it should be no problem. My little darlings, I'm back. Lin Tian smiled as he surveyed the three massive mammoth-like beasts in the distance. Opening his attribute panel, he glanced over the details. Player, Lin Tian. Class, Warrior. Level, 18, 850,060,000 experience points. Strength, 1,228. Affects physical attack and physical skill damage. Constitution, 1,120. Affects vitality, defense, and injury recovery speed. Agility, 995. Affects movement speed and attack speed. Magic power, 520. Affects spell attack and magic skill effects. Spirit, 620. Affects total mana and mana regeneration speed. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Gold, 2,134,080. Returning to challenge this area anew. Lin Tian's combat prowess was now incomparable to the self he was just over an hour ago. Wilderness Blessing. Ambush. Bone-shattering charge. Super strength, energy gathering. The special effects and skill activations of his full set of red quality gear surged forth, and an immense energy coalesced around him. Once fully charged, Lin Tian's eyes shimmered with brilliant starlight. Heavenly Exploding Star Fist. In the next instant, the sky darkened. The winds and clouds shifted violently. An enormous pale, blue fist-shaped shadow condensed in the air. With a fierce roar from Lin Tian, a thunderous roar erupted. The star fist slammed down. The entire Wild Beasts Wilderness trembled. In a flash, the star fist struck true, crushing two level 30 boss-level Ancient Roar Beasts into a pulp. The level 35, Lord-level regional boss Sky Roar was also grievously wounded and collapsed. Not only were the three monsters at the core of the star fist's impact severely injured, but dozens, even hundreds, of other wild monsters in the vicinity were either slain or gravely wounded by the aftershock. With just a single punch, Lin Tian gained a massive amount of experience. Instantly leaping to level 21. Your level has risen to level 20, gaining 10 free attribute points. Exam points, 20. You're the first player to surpass level 20, receiving an additional 200 exam points. You have awakened the warrior's second skill, Whirlwind Slash. Your level has risen to level 21, gaining 10 free attribute points. The punch's power was terrifying. However, it also consumed a significant portion of Lin Tian's vitality. He felt as if his body had been thoroughly drained, leaving him exceedingly weak. Hastily, he withdrew medicine from his pack and swallowed it swiftly. Thanks to the high-quality medicine, he immediately restored his health to full, casting his gaze toward the not-so-distant Sky Roar. The strongest boss in the Wild Beast Wilderness, still gasping for breath, Lin Tian's figure flickered as he charged forward, delivering a heavy finishing slash. Puff! Sky Roar perished. You have slain the Wild Beast Wilderness Lord-level boss Sky Roar, earning 100,000 experience points. Level 14 kill bonus, earning an additional 200,000 experience points. Lord-level boss kill bonus, earning an additional 400,000 experience points. Your level has risen to level 22, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has risen to level 23, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has risen to level 26, gaining 10 free attribute points. Alongside a copious amount of gold, medicines, and gems glowing with a red hue, a golden light erupted from Sky Roar's corpse. Lin Tian approached and casually picked up a few gems to examine them. Item, top-tier strength gem. Level requirement, none. Quality red. Effect, when socketed into equipment. Grants an additional 500 points of strength attribute. Description, the pinnacle of strength gems, significantly enhancing the strength attribute of your equipment. Item, top-tier experience gem. Level requirement, none. Quality red. Effect, when socketed into equipment, increases experience gain by 50%. Description, the pinnacle of experience gems. greatly accelerating your leveling efficiency. Item: Supreme Life Steel Essence. Level requirement: none. Quality: red. Effect: when socketed into a weapon, grants 50% life steal on attacks. Description: a supreme, top-tier life steal essence gem that boosts your sustained combat ability and serves as a sanitary pad. Though admittedly, it's somewhat uncomfortable, thanks to the 1,000-fold drop rate enhancement from the external mod. Among the loot dropped by the boss Sky Roar, there are no fewer than 30 top-tier, red-quality gems of this kind. Stowing away the gemstones, gold coins, and potions, Lin Tian reached out and grasped the golden battle axe positioned at the very center. Weapon: Glory of the Beast's Axe. Level requirement: 35. Quality: golden. Attack power: 3,500. Additional attributes: Strength 800, Constitution 600, Agility 600, Spirit 200, Magic Power 100. Extra additional attributes: Strength 400, Constitution 200, Agility 200, Spirit 200, Magic Power 100. Overall attack power increased by 20%. Special Effect 1. Frenzied Slaughter. Each enemy slain fuels your rage. Upon reaching a certain threshold, you enter a berserk state, gaining a substantial boost to strength and constitution. Special Effect 2. Indiscriminate Ruin. When attacking foes, there is a chance to instantly destroy their equipment. Innate Skill: Beast God's Moment. Summon the Beast God's spirit, transforming into the form of the Beast God. Description: an ancient tribal relic of the Beast clans, ranked 312th on the Legendary World's Supreme Weapon list. This is an extraordinarily powerful battle axe. Item quality from lowest to highest is white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, golden, dark gold, and multicolor, and iridescent. Upon acquiring this golden gear, Lin Tian's combat prowess was elevated to an entirely new echelon, setting aside the formidable special effects and the magnificent innate skill. The equipment alone, with over 3,000 base attack and a total attribute sum of 3,200, allowed Lin Tian's fighting strength to nearly double. Yet, the rewards for slaying Tian Ho extended far beyond this. Ding! You are the first player to defeat the area boss Tian Ho in the wilds of 10,000 beasts. Additional exam points: 300. Ding! You are the first player to complete an area boss kill. Additional exam points: 300. As the first player to slay the area boss, the quality of the area boss chest you unlock will be enhanced by 100 times. In the very center of the canyon, a sunken patch of ground slowly rose, revealing a stone platform carved from rock. Upon the platform, a chest adorned with tiger head patterns suddenly flashed brilliantly. The tiger head patterned chest instantly transformed into a chest decorated with the pattern of a flood dragon. Lin Tian stepped forward and attempted to open the chest. The glow above the flood dragon patterned chest shimmered once more. After a 1,000-fold drop rate enhancement, this flood dragon chest has upgraded to a Chilan chest. Indeed, the 1,000-fold drop rate hack amplified all chests. Lin Tian's eyes brightened. The game system had already enhanced it by 100 times, and the hack further amplified it by 1,000-fold. Opening this chest, whose quality had been increased by 100,000 times, a torrent of gold coins burst forth, nearly filling half the canyon. Among them were numerous items and gemstones of red and golden quality. Even a few dark golden gems shimmered with radiant light. The attributes these gems could enhance were quite substantial. Amid the multitude of items spilling from the chest, a beam of multicolored light shot skyward. It was an extraordinarily domineering pair of wings, ablaze with scorching flames, radiating an intense, fiery brilliance. Lin Tian waved his hand slightly, and the wings descended from the heavens, gently landing in his grasp. Special equipment: Sunfire Sacred Feathers. Level requirement: 100. Quality: multicolor. Effect 1. Movement speed increased by 100 times. Effect 2. Attacks imbued with Sunfire Blaze, inflicting massive burning damage. Effect 3. All attributes increased by 3,000. Effect 4. For every 100 levels gained, grants access to the Sunfire Sacred Domain dungeon once. Description: Supreme wings from the Sunfire Sacred Domain, imbued with the scorching divine might of the Sunfire Sacred Flames. Ranked 57th on the Legendary Continent's Wings leaderboard. Damn! Upon seeing the attributes of these wings, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. Equipping the wings, he felt his inner strength surge once again, and a reckless grin crept across his lips. Isn't this basically an outright takeoff? Meanwhile, at newbie village number 1565, Huang Tian Ao, relying on nearly flawless combat skills, had finally triumphed over the boss-level dungeon leader in the newbie area by surpassing his rank. The instant he opened the treasure chest and saw a purple quality piece of equipment drop. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Weapon, Vodra Battleblade. Level requirement, 10. Quality, purple. Attack power, 100. Additional attributes, strength 40, constitution 50, agility 30, spirit 20. Special effect, Vajra Might. Your attacks carry the power of Vajra, with a chance to stun enemies. Description, the formidable weapon of the Vajra warriors. It is said that even when these warriors trim scallions dipped in sauce, they use this blade to shape the scallions. This must be the very first purple weapon of this game round. Huang Tian Ao thought to himself, a smile spreading across his face. At this moment, in the real world, the live broadcast of the college entrance exam had already stirred a tremendous commotion, witnessing the entire process of Huang Tian Ao single-handedly defeating the dungeon boss. Viewers across the nation were captivated by his formidable gaming talent and flooded the chat with expressions of admiration and astonishment. Within the broadcast room, the three game commentators were equally unsettled. So strong, absolutely incredible, exclaimed commentator Guagua. Mayan Page, with eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears, said, in the past 3 years, no, 5 years, nearly 5 years of college entrance exams, we haven't seen such top-tier gaming talent. The female commentator Tao Dao suddenly pulled out a green sleeping bag from somewhere and crawled inside, resembling a large caterpillar. Exactly, just as Huang Tian Ao exited the dungeon and immediately sought out the teleportation array to head to the legendary Central Continent. Mayan Page suddenly realized something and paused. Wait a minute. I recall that in these types of legendary games, the first player to defeat a dungeon boss should receive additional rewards. Guagua recalled this as well and was taken aback. Right. Why has Huang Tian Ao received any special rewards? Or maybe he did, but didn't show them? Could it be that he wasn't actually the first to slay the boss? Mayan Page proposed this possibility. At this moment, the director began switching camera angles accordingly. In other newbie zones, several seed players from prestigious families had also made rapid progress over the past few hours. Zhou Yu, Shen Wensong, Chen Bingqi, Yuan Fenghua, and a few others vying for the top rank had begun exploring the newbie area dungeons, but had yet to clear them successfully. So, who could have been the one to slay the boss before Huang Tian Ao? Could it have been Xiao Yun? Guest commentator Guagua. The director immediately switched the camera to Xiao Yun's perspective. At the moment of the viewpoint shift, Xiao Yun and several teammates were seen besieging the dungeon's boss-level enemy. Xiao Yun leapt forward, his figure darting and evading attacks continuously, and finally, with a remarkably elegant leap-slash, he defeated the boss. A wave of astonishment swept through the live stream once more. Xiao Yun, a player of humble origins, had astonishingly outpaced several top-seeded contenders to defeat the leader-level boss within the novice zone at a speed second only to Huang Tian Ao's. Remarkable, with his caliber. Given time, he is destined for greatness. Brother Mapian decisively offered a glowing appraisal. Guagua nodded in approval. It was soon engulfed by a new perplexity. If Xiao Yun was the first to vanquish the leader-level boss, then who could it have been? The entire Greater Xia audience, following the host's words, found themselves steeped in profound bewilderment and a faint undercurrent of anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, that individual had long since journeyed to the legendary continent of Zhongzhou, currently standing astride the corpse of a lord-level regional boss, scrutinizing a magnificent, multicolored wing of the highest quality in his hands. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the pinnacle of the gaming research headquarters within the data chamber, the globally networked cartridge used for the college entrance examination, titled Bloodthirsty Legend, was currently operating inside a colossal gaming console. A multitude of data analysts sat before their computers, vigilantly monitoring the cartridge's data flow. Outside the data chamber, 2 esports warriors, each possessing master-tier combat rankings, steadfastly guarded the entrance. Director, please take a look. Suddenly, a data inspector called out from inside the chamber. The director responsible for overseeing the cartridge's proper operation immediately approached and inquired, "What is it?" The inspector pointed to a red anomaly displayed on the screen and said, "There's an irregularity in the data here. Is it related to a candidate's data?" The director furrowed his brow. The inspector shook his head. "No, it appears to be an error originating from the cartridge's own world data. At this stage, it is highly unlikely to cause any issues, but we cannot completely rule out some unfavorable low-probability occurrences." Upon hearing this, the director's expression darkened. Before deployment, the cartridge should have undergone 3 rounds of data security checks. How could such a problem still arise? As one of the principal overseers of this year's college entrance examination, The director would bear immense responsibility if any malfunction occurred during the test. The inspector explained, certain dynamic data cannot be fully verified for security prior to use, so such occurrences are not uncommon. It should not affect the examination process, so there is no need for excessive concern. The director exhaled deeply and nodded solemnly. Continue monitoring this erroneous data. Report to me immediately should any further issues emerge. Yes, sir. Within the bloodthirsty legend game, Cartridge World, Lin Tan, having equipped the golden weapon known as the glory of 10,000 beasts axe and the blazing sunwing feather wings, saw his combat power multiply several-fold once again. He felt confident that he could now easily conquer dungeons at level 50. Extracting from his inventory the item obtained during his previous massacre of the Novice Village. Special item, Mysterious Novice Village Secret Realm Map. Level requirement, level 50. Effect, consuming this map grants access to the Secret Realm Dungeon, the Mysterious Novice Village. Description, would anyone truly offer help without expecting anything in return? Are the kindly villagers in the Novice Village even human? Lin Tian clenched the map with both hands, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. As if tearing through a black silk stocking, he forcefully ripped the map apart. In the following instant, a flash of gray light appeared. Squinting, Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings. He found himself within a space resembling a novice village. However, this village was suffused with a gloomy, oppressive hue. The sky, which should have been radiant, instead scattered a blood-red glow. The sun's shape was grotesque, resembling a bleeding crimson skull that stained half the sky with a deep scarlet hue. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay and blood. Gazing downward, Lin Tian observed the village environment. Dilapidated houses stood precariously, swaying as if on the verge of collapse, exuding a sinister, haunted atmosphere. Every building, inside and out, was littered with gray-black tombstones. In some places, spears were planted upright, their tips impaled with grotesquely mangled heads, unrecognizable as human. The ambience was eerie, terrifying, and malevolent. This place bore no resemblance to the thriving, vibrant novice village one would expect. Turning his attention to the NPCs within the village, Lin Tian found them even more chilling. At the village entrance, two militia guards stared blankly into empty eye sockets, their eyeballs long gone. They faced each other, repeatedly thrusting their spears into each other's bodies, emitting blackened blood in torrents. Wee. Amidst the stabbing, the two emitted strange, infantile laughter. Nearby, the blacksmith appeared to be forging something. Drawing closer, Lin Tian discerned that the object beneath the hammer's blows was actually human bones. Within the forge's fire burned human-shaped corpses, already charred to coal. The village chief was even more grotesque. Bloodied viscera entwined his entire body. One eyeball hung limply from its socket, his tongue lolled out excessively long, with corrosive mucus constantly oozing from his mouth. On his left cheek grew a club-shaped protuberance resembling a phallus. Noticing Lin Tian's gaze, the village chief emitted a shrill, sinister laugh. Hee. Greetings, adventurer. Might I commission you for a task? Could you perhaps surrender your most precious possession to me? Lin Tian shuddered instantly, clutching his groin, retorting, not a chance. Mine's far too big, unlike that asymmetrical thing on your face. You better find someone else. By the way, I know a guy named Lu Zhou. The eerie village chief paused briefly and pointed to the club-shaped growth on his cheek, explaining, "That's my thumb." Lin Tian's expression brightened. "Oh, that explains it. You certainly have a well-developed thumb." The strange village chief elaborated, "When I was alive, you players would always give me thumbs up to commend your completed quests. Over time, it turned into this." Lin Tian nodded and inquired further, "Do you have any unique insights on maintaining fungal infections?" Sensing the topic veering off course, the eerie village chief's expression twisted into a grimace, and he resumed his sharp laughter. "Enough nonsense. What I want is your life." As the shrieks intensified to a crescendo, all the NPCs in the village simultaneously stiffened like automatons, their hollow eyes locking onto Lin Tian. In the next moment, like frenzied madmen bereft of reason, they lunged at him. "Damn your life." Lin Tian swung his axe, severing the head of the nearest NPC with a single blow. Golden light shimmered upon his weapon. The glory of 10,000 beasts axe. Beast God moment. Activating the weapon's active skill, his body instantly swelled, first sprouted rapidly, and his teeth and nails sharpened to ferocious points. Within seconds, he transformed into a towering, 3-meter-tall half-man, half-beast behemoth. In this beast god moment state, his strength and constitution attributes soared dramatically. With a mighty swing of his axe, flames from the sunwing feather wings engulfed the weapon. The terrifying forms of the novice village NPCs were shredded like paper within seconds. To Lin Tian, even level 50 monsters were trivial adversaries easily dispatched with a mere flick of the finger, slaughtering over 20 levels worth of foes, amassing vast experience points. Lin Tian's level surged once again, climbing from level 26 to level 29. After clearing all monsters within the secret realm dungeon, the handle of the well at the village center began to turn of its own accord in a strange manner. Before long, a bucket ascended from the well. Inside the bucket, a skull chest exuding a dense black aura lay tilted. Lin Tian approached and attempted to open the skull chest. Instantly, a thick black mist surged forth, and the skull chest underwent another transformation, its color shifting from black to a deep crimson. After a 1,000-fold explosion rate enhancement, this skull chest has upgraded to a Demon King chest. Upon opening the chest, a vast quantity of gold coins, items, gems, and potions spilled out. Besides these miscellaneous goods, 2 skill books also emerged. Additionally, there was a card emitting a strong black aura. The information on the 2 skill books was as follows. Special skill book, Divine Blacksmith Skill. Level requirement, none. Quality, none. Skill effect. Upon learning this skill, you can independently enhance equipment, create sockets and gear, embed gems, enchant items, and even forge equipment yourself. When strengthening, socketing, or enchanting gear, the success rate is exceptionally high, with a chance to grant additional attribute bonuses to the equipment. Special skill book, Divine General Goods Craftsman Skill. Level requirement, none. Quality, none. Skill effect. Upon mastering this skill, you can independently brew potions, synthesize various gems, items, and special artifacts with an exceptionally high success rate, and possibly bestow additional attribute bonuses upon the crafted or synthesized products. Although these 2 skills do not directly enhance combat power, they're exceedingly practical. For Lin Tian, who cannot enter cities to enjoy NPC services, these skills perfectly compensate for that deficiency. As for the card, radiating a dense black aura, after reading its description, Lin Tian's expression involuntarily froze. Such a thing actually exists? The information on the black card was as follows. Special item, Invitation to the Dark Hall. Level requirement, level 100. Effect. Using this item will grant you an invitation from the Dark Hall, the greatest villainous organization on the legendary continent. Opening a completely different evil questline. You will irrevocably embark on a path diametrically opposed to the righteous Holy City Alliance. Thereafter, all human righteous NPCs and every player will regard you as a mortal enemy. Description. The choice is only offered once, with no turning back. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. So, there really is a route to become a villain. This game is becoming increasingly ruthless. Lin Tian licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. However, the usage level restriction of this item is level 100. Presumably, upon use, he will encounter troubles solvable only at level 100 or undertake quests requiring extremely high combat power. To be cautious, Lin Tian first stored it in his inventory. For now, he decided to hunt the bosses of the central continent to increase his strength. Behind him, wings ablaze with fierce flames suddenly unfurled. Lin Tian soared into the air, flying straight toward the next target area. The subsequent, higher-tier area was named the Frozen Ice Field. The monsters there generally range around level 3055. The strongest regional boss of this zone, also a Lord-class boss, was called the Extreme Ice Phoenix. With a 100-fold speed boost granted by the Blazing Sun Feather, Lin Tian's movement was incredibly swift, tracing a scarlet fiery streak across the sky. On the ground, Huang Tian'ao, who had just entered the legendary central continent, was being guided toward the nearby human capital city. Suddenly, a fiery shadow flashed across the sky. The surrounding temperature rose sharply in that instant. Huang Tian'ao was taken aback and asked the guide, "What was that thing that just flew by?" The guide wore a puzzled expression as well. "I'm not sure. I didn't get a clear look." With the rapid speed boost of the Blazing Sun Feather, Lin Tian quickly left the wild beast wilderness area behind. Beneath him, the once barren, earth-gray grassland gradually gave way to ice-blue snowfields. Due to the vast expanse of each region, the distances between zones were considerable. Normally, without using the city's teleportation arrays, traversing from one area to another might take several hours. Yet, empowered by the rank 57 rainbow-quality wings of the entire legendary continent, Lin Tian crossed the gap between regions in merely 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the frozen ice field, Lin Tian wasted no time and headed straight toward the highest peak of the ice field, the Winter's Peak. The regional boss of the frozen ice field, the Extreme Ice Phoenix, awaited atop this mountain. Approaching Winter's peak, a horde of humanoid monsters composed entirely of ice suddenly charged at Lin Tian. Level 50 Extreme Iceman Elite Monster. With Lin Tian's current combat strength, these level 50 elite monsters were no different from the Grand Rooster at the Novice Village's entrance. He wielded his golden quality battle axe with casual ease. Crack, crack, crack. Large swaths of extreme icemen were instantly smashed into fragments and collapsed. Gold coins and orange quality items littered the ground, but Lin Tian barely glanced at them, simply using the inventory's auto pickup function to collect the coins and items. You have slain the elite monster Extreme Iceman, level 50, gaining 80,000 experience points. Surpassing level 21, you gain an additional 120,000 experience points. You have slain the elite monster Extreme Iceman, level 50, gaining 80,000 experience points. Surpassing level 21, you gain an additional 120,000 experience points. The glow of leveling up flickered repeatedly on his body. After slaughtering hundreds of extreme icemen, Lin Tian's level soared directly from level 29 to level 35. Taking a step forward, he continued ascending the mountain. Before long, dozens of towering snow monsters emerged from the snow, blocking his path once more. Level 53 Snow Demon Leader Class Monster. Lin Tian's stride was unhesitating as he leisurely advanced, swinging his battle axe. Thud, thud, thud. As a leader class monster, the snow demon possessed tough skin and thick flesh, far more resilient than the extreme iceman. If Lin Tian struck a vital spot, he could still kill it with one blow. But if he struck elsewhere, he had to follow up with another axe strike. Tim, the difference between snow demons and extreme icemen was just that slight. You have slain the leader class monster Snow Demon, level 53, gaining 150,000 experience points. Surpassing level 20, you gain an additional 180,000 experience points. You have slain the leader class monster Snow Demon, level 53, gaining 150,000 experience points. Surpassing level 20, you gain an additional 180,000 experience points. After dispatching dozens of snow demons, Lin Tian's level leapt again from level 35 to level 39. On the snowy ground, a great number of level 50 red quality items dropped. Among them, a faint golden light flickered. Could leader class monsters also drop golden quality equipment? Lin Tian was somewhat surprised and stepped forward to pick up the golden glow to examine it. Gauntlets, ancient ice god of war's wrists. Level requirement, 50. Quality, golden. Defense, 4,300. Additional attributes, strength, 1,500. Constitution, 1,000. Agility 1000, Spirit 900, Magic Power 800. Extra additional attributes, Strength 800, Constitution 600, Agility 600, Spirit 500. Magic Power 300, overall defense increased by 25%. Special Effect 1, Frost Aura, significantly reduces the agility of surrounding enemies. Special Effect 2, Frozen Origin, your attacks inflict additional frostbite damage and have a chance to freeze enemies. Included skill, Might of the Frost Martial God. Invoke the blessing of the Frost Martial God to temporarily gain immense power. Description: Bracers of the Ancient Frost Martial God. Rank 259th on the Legendary World's Supreme Bracers Leaderboard. An extraordinarily powerful piece. By conventional standards, in such legendary games, golden quality equipment is already considered exceptionally rare. Within merely 7 days of gameplay, obtaining just one golden item typically secures a remarkably high global ranking in this interconnected cartridge-based world. Yet now, less than a day into the game, Lin Tian is already equipped with 2 golden items. Beyond that, he has also acquired a dark golden necklace and a pair of multicolored wings. It can only be said that what he is playing is no longer the same game as everyone else's. As a level 50 golden quality item, the attributes of the ancient Frost Martial God's bracers are formidable indeed. Lin Tian immediately equips them, then glances over his other red quality gear. Seeing several pieces superior to his current ones, he swiftly replaces them, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his attributes. Striding forward, he continues his ascent toward the peak of the Winter Giant Mountain. Before long, he beholds a colossal ice-blue bird majestically perched atop the snowy summit. Level 55, Absolute Ice Phoenix, Lord-level monster, regional boss. Its massive cerulean form stands proudly on the mountaintop, resembling an immovable ice sculpture. Only when Lin Tian approaches, stepping onto the enormous ice platform at the summit, does the Absolute Ice Phoenix slightly unfurl its wings and utter a clear, melodious human female voice. Human, you trespass my domain and disturb my meditation. You have committed a capital offense. Leave this mountain at once, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Lin Tian chuckles softly, placing his hands on his hips, and mimics the phoenix's tone. Mother bird, you block my path and hinder my destiny. You have committed a capital offense. Kneel before me and call me father at once, and perhaps I shall spare your life. As he speaks, he quietly activates the active skills of his 2 golden items. Beast God Moment. Might of the Frost Martial God. Instantly, golden, beastly shadows and icy blue battle auras materialize simultaneously around Lin Tian. Moments later, his physique expands, transforming into a beastly form, while a spectral layer of frost armor envelopes him. His combat power surges explosively in that instant. Heavenly exploding star fist. Clenching his right fist slightly, Lin Tian unleashes a golden skill. A colossal starlight fist shadow instantly coalesces in the sky. This skill has a unique effect. For every 1,000 points of strength the user possesses, the skill's range doubles. Last time, with just over 1,000 strength, the fist's coverage spanned several hundred square meters. Now, bolstered by golden equipment and multicolored wings, his strength surpasses 8,000. The starlight fist shadow in the sky is 8 times larger than before. As it descends, it nearly blankets the entire winter giant mountain. Impossible. How can this be? Looking up at the descending colossal fist shadow, feeling the immense power it contains, the absolute ice phoenix's voice trembles. Its azure eyes filled with blue light reveal a rare, human-like fear. It spreads its wings with all its might, surging with icy blue radiance, and rapidly generates a massive ice shield above itself. However, boom, the fist shadow strikes, and the ice shield shatters like a fragile wafer. What follows is the crushing of the absolute ice phoenix's body, and the utter devastation of the entire winter giant mountain. You have slain the Lord-level boss Absolute Ice Phoenix and gained 300,000 experience points. Kill beyond 16 levels. Gain an additional 400,000 experience points. Slay a Lord-level boss. Gain an extra 800,000 experience points. Your level has increased to 40. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 41. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Ding! You were the first player to defeat the Absolute Ice Phoenix, the regional boss of the Frozen Wasteland. Bonus examination points, 600. In an instant, multicolored luminous items burst forth from the remains of the Absolute Ice Phoenix's carcass. Among them are 2 level 55 golden quality items and a golden quality skill book. The 2 golden items are leg guards and a helmet, both far superior to his current red quality gear. Upon picking them up, Lin Tian immediately equips them, now bearing 4 golden items in total, further augmenting his combat power. As for the skill book, 1,000 Mile Ice Seal. Level requirement, 50. Quality, golden. Skill effect, channeling mana to unleash a potent area of effect freezing attack. Skill power scales with magic power, and skill range scales with spirit. If magic power exceeds 2,000, the freezing area triggers an ice explosion, dealing secondary damage. Description, freeze everything. This skill is evidently more suitable for mages. Nonetheless, since this game imposes no limit on the number of skills one can learn, Lin Tian decides to learn 1,000 Mile Ice Seal immediately. Looking up, surveying the entire winter giant mountain he has obliterated with his heavenly exploding star fist, Lin Tian reflects. If only I had used this skill from the start, I could have wiped out the minor bosses all at once. No need to waste so much time. After vanquishing the regional boss of the Frozen Wasteland, the Absolute Ice Phoenix, Lin Tian reaps 2 golden items and a golden skill book, a fruitful haul indeed. Yet his attention remains fixed on the regional boss treasure chest. After searching through the collapsed icy ruins for a long while, Lin Tian finally discovers the boss chest rewarded for defeating this area's boss. It is an ice blue chest, exquisitely engraved with phoenix patterns, radiating grandeur. Approaching, he attempts to open it. The icy blue phoenix chest gleams once again, enhanced by a 1,000-fold drop rate boost. This ice phoenix chest has been upgraded to the ancient ice phoenix empress chest. Upon opening the chest, a vast array of gold coins, items, and gems pour out. The quality of the items and gems is no less than golden. Most striking of all is a colossal ice blue super heavy greatsword, shimmering with dark golden light. Nearly 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, like a towering wall. Weapon, Frost Wasteland. Level requirement, 55. Quality, dark golden. Attack power, 7,000. Additional attributes, Strength 2,500, Constitution 2,000, Agility 1,500, Spirit 1,000, Magic Power 1,000. Extra additional attributes, Strength 1,500, Constitution 1000, Agility 800, Spirit 500, Magic Power 500. Special Effect 1. Ice Crystal Thornmail. When enemies strike you, they will suffer severe, freezing damage in retaliation. Special Effect 2. Ice Accumulation Phoenix Summon. When you attack foes, your weapon accumulates icy energy. Releasing this energy summons a mighty ice phoenix, whose strength grows with the amount of energy stored. Attached skill. Ice Explosion detonates ice elements, inflicting massive damage upon all enemies currently frozen. Dark Gold Weapon Special Effect. Upon first equipping this gear, you gain a chance to enter the Ice Sanctum Trial, a challenge roughly equivalent to level 70 difficulty. Passing this trial grants you the eternal blessing of the Ice Sanctum, bestowing substantial attribute enhancements. Description: a peerless demonic sword sealed within the Ice Sanctum, ranked 157th on the Legendary World's Supreme Weapon Leaderboard. A colossal battle sword. Item equipment quality tiers from lowest to highest are white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, multicolor, and iridescent. A dark gold grade weapon, secured successfully. This is Lin Tian's second dark gold piece of equipment. However, unlike the dark gold necklace forgiveness of the Transcender that grants special effects, this weapon directly amplifies Lin Tian's combat prowess. Compared to his current level 35 gold weapon, the Glory of All Beasts axe, Frostwither's quality and equipment level surpass it by a significant margin. In contrast to the Glory of All Beasts axe, Frostwither's attack power and attribute bonuses overwhelmingly dominate. Will equipping this weapon for the first time trigger the Ice Sanctum trial? Lin Tian glanced at his extraordinarily formidable attribute panel and judged that facing a level 70 trial would pose no great difficulty, so he equipped Frostwither directly. In the next instant, the scenery before his eyes flickered. Everything was enveloped in an icy blue hue. Lin Tian had entered a realm forged entirely of ice. Within the Ice Sanctum trial, towering ice mountains rose abruptly, transforming into colossal ice giants that swept across the sanctum's snow and ice. After donning the dark gold weapon Frostwither, Lin Tian's combat strength experienced a considerable surge. Wielding the immense ice blue greatsword, he charged forward unhesitatingly. While Lin Tian ventured into the Ice Sanctum to begin his trial, other players gradually emerged from the novice zone, arriving at the legendary Central Continent. Upon entering the Central Continent, most players chose to follow guides into the nearby capital city, compared to the barren and rudimentary novice village. The Central Continent's capital was far more expansive, almost the size of some small counties in the real world. Beyond a more extensive area, richer NPC functions, and more quests to undertake, the capital city also triggered occasional random events, which, when completed, offered players unexpected and delightful rewards. In short, after departing the novice zone and officially entering the legendary continent, players found their options greatly expanded. They could choose to focus on grinding monsters in the wilderness, undertake quests within the city, explore dungeons, or engage in free market trading, buying low and selling high. As time passed, players advanced their strength through various means. Several hours later, nearly a day had elapsed since the game's commencement. Players' levels had risen swiftly, with the vast majority reaching around level 15. Top-tier experts like Huang Tian'ao, Xiao Yun, and Zhou Yu had surpassed level 20, awakening the second skill of their initial professions. In the real world, within the livestream studio, commentators Guagua and Mapian sat behind the broadcasting desk, still filled with enthusiasm as they described the in-game developments. Look, Huang Tian'ao has discovered another hidden dungeon. Mapian laughed in response to Guagua's remark, saying, I'm really curious now. What exactly is Huang Tian'ao's game talent? An SS-rank talent like that. Is it really this overpowered? The female commentator Tao Dao replied with a gentle snore. Behind the broadcast desk, at some unknown time, a pink tent had been erected. Citing that staying up late harms the skin, Tao Dao had retreated into the tent early at 5:30 in the afternoon to enjoy a restorative beauty sleep. Let us now turn our attention to Xiao Yun's situation. The camera switched as commentator Guagua prepared to introduce the star of the commoners, Xiao Yun. Suddenly, Tao Dao's snoring abruptly increased in volume, completely drowning out Guagua's voice. The two male commentators exchanged glances, speechless. Mapian cautiously approached the tent's edge and whispered, Sister Tao Dao, could you please stop snoring? Tao Tao, evidently still somewhat conscious, ceased snoring immediately upon hearing Mapian's words. However, the next moment a melodious sound of flatulence emerged from within the tent. Mapian, Guagua, Mapian, sister, it's enough that I heard it. No need to respond again. This is a nationwide broadcast, you know? This time a crisp fart sound echoed. Along with the sound, an odor began to spread throughout the live stream room. Guagua pulled 2 masks from beneath the broadcast desk, handing one to Mapian with a triumphant smile. When she ordered roasted sweet potatoes, I already anticipated this kind of situation, so I especially had the production crew bring us 2 masks. Mapian examined the 2 large holes in the nose area of the mask in his hand and fell into silence. Outside the game, the atmosphere was lighthearted. Inside the game, in the Beast Wilderness, near the location of the regional boss, Roaring Gorge, tension filled the air. Beside the massive corpse of the regional boss, Sky Owl, Huang Tian'ao leaned on his sword, expressionless. On both sides of the gorge, 2 groups had already encircled him. One was Zhou Yu's team. The other was Shun Wensong's. If they could kill him here just once, Huang Tian'ao's threat in this examination would be nullified. Zhou Yu thought silently, clutching his staff tightly, yet casting a glance at the colossal corpse of Sky Owl. He harbored some reservations. Sky Owl was a level 35 Lord-class boss. Did Huang Tian'ao really slay it alone? If his combat power had truly reached such heights, neither of their 2 teams might be able to defeat him. Should they strike or not? Surrounded by 2 groups in the heart of the gorge, Huang Tian'ao himself was somewhat perplexed. How had they managed to slay Sky Owl before he arrived? After clearing several hidden dungeons and leveling up to 25, Huang Tian'ao used his SS rank game talent to deduce a method to kill the Beast Wilderness boss Sky Owl ahead of level. Yet, upon arrival, he found Sky Owl already dead, and shortly afterward, Zhou Yu and Shun Wensong led their teams to besiege him here. He naturally assumed that it was these 2 who had first slain the boss, Sky Owl, and then set an ambush for him here. Both parties harbored mutual suspicion, each convinced that the other had defeated the regional boss Sky Owl. Little did they know, back when they were still in the newbie village wading through mud, Lin Tian had long since dispatched Sky Owl. Seeing Zhou Yu hesitate to make a move or give orders, Shun Wensong grew impatient first. He shouted hoarsely, "Zhou Yu, are we going to fight or not?" Zhou Yu clenched his teeth, just about to give the order to attack. Suddenly, within the cartridge world, all players received a simultaneous notification. In 20 minutes, the first world boss will appear. In 20 minutes, the first world boss, the Dark Knight, will manifest. The Dark Knight's coordinates are at the northern border where the Beast Wilderness meets the frozen tundra. All players are urged to swiftly converge and unite their efforts to vanquish the world boss Dark Knight. Upon defeating the world boss, all participating players will receive rewards proportional to their contribution. The player who delivers the final blow to the world boss will also receive a legendary treasure chest. The sudden announcement caused everyone in the Roaring Canyon to pause in unison. A spark of inspiration crossed Zhou Yu's mind, and he immediately devised a superior strategy. He beckoned Shun Wensong and said, "Let us go deal with the world boss first. After finally catching him, are we just going to let him go?" Shun Wensong asked with some reluctance. Zhou Yu gave a meaningful glance, but said no more, turning on his heel to leave. Huang Tian'ao, watching the scene, twirled his long sword in hand. After a moment's hesitation, he did not intervene. Although his equipment and level currently surpassed those of Zhou Yu and Shun Wensong by a considerable margin, the 2 had a large number of subordinates. If a fight broke out, victory would not be easily won with his current combat power. More importantly, he did not wish to strike first. If the others initiated the attack, then so be it. Even if he could not win, breaking through the encirclement would be unstoppable. But if he struck first, a red name will be branded above his head for killing. That would complicate many matters and force him to spend time undertaking good deeds to erase his ill repute, which was hardly worth it. Seeing Zhou Yu depart, Shun Wensong was helpless but quickly led his men to follow. After covering some distance, Shun Wensong inquired, "We've spent so much time and even used up a purple quality tracking item. Why don't we just take the initiative to get rid of Huang Tian'ao first?" Zhou Yu scratched the red hair atop his head and smiled faintly. "The world boss just spawned. Do you think Huang Tian'ao will go?" Shun Wensong frowned and nodded. "He definitely will, for the rewards." Zhou Yu chuckled. "Exactly. Not only will he go, but Shun Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua will surely also rush to the world boss's location immediately after receiving the system notification." Shun Wensong's eyes brightened as he grasped Zhou Yu's meaning. "You mean after we meet up with those 2, the 4 of us will join forces to deal with Huang Tian'ao?" Zhou Yu smiled and nodded. Huang Tian'ao's strength is profound and unfathomable. It's safer if the 4 of us strike together. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had long since completed the Ice Sacred Domain trial. Upon completion, all his attributes were augmented by an additional 1,000 points. Simultaneously, he received a powerful buff granting 80% immunity to frost damage, Ice Guardian. further boosting his combat prowess significantly. After finishing the trial, he resumed his journey to hunt regional bosses. Several hours elapsed. At present, he had slain the third regional boss, Thunderlord, and the fourth, One-Eyed Titan. He was currently engaged in battle with the fifth regional boss, the Lord of the Undead. Bang, bang, bang. The Lord of the Undead's colossal dark greatsword clashed repeatedly against Lin Tian's frost wither greatsword. Each collision sent violent tremors through the earth. With each successive strike, the Lord of the Undead was driven backward, his body increasingly encased in frost, and the green glow in his eyes dimming steadily. Boom! Seizing an opening at last, Lin Tian swung down his massive ice-blue frost wither greatsword, carving a colossal frozen rift nearly 100 meters long into the charred earth. Simultaneously, the Lord of the Undead, the regional boss of the gloomy Nether Realm, was cleaved in twain. You have slain the Lord of the Undead, earning 1 million experience points. Bonus 2 million experience points for defeating a level 25 boss. Additional 2 million experience points for defeating a Lord level boss. Your level has increased to level 56, granting 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to level 57, granting 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to level 59, granting 10 free attribute points. Ding! You are the first player to complete the defeat of the gloomy Nether Realm regional boss, Lord of the Undead. Additional exam points, 1,500. A vast array of items erupted from the remains of the Lord of the Undead, gathering his tools and gold. Lin Tian chiefly examined 3 pieces of dark gold quality equipment that had dropped. 3 level 80 dark gold items, gauntlets, boots, and a ring. Gauntlets, Death's Touch, dark gold. Boots, Sinful Tread, dark gold. Ring, Evil Spirit Binding, dark gold. The previous boss, One-Eyed Titan, had also dropped 3 dark gold items for Lin Tian. The boss before that, Thunderlord, had provided 2 dark gold items. After equipping these 3 dark gold pieces, Lin Tian's gear, aside from the higher tier colored wings on his back, was entirely dark gold quality. It was safe to say that his combat power had once again made a significant leap. Next came the boss treasure chest. Lin Tian approached a nearby altar. He watched as a pitch-black chest floated up from the blood-soaked ground. Raising his hand, he attempted to open it. Thanks to a 1,000-fold drop rate enhancement, this undead treasure chest has been upgraded to a Dark God treasure chest. The chest burst open, releasing a torrent of items. At its center lay a skill book of dark gold quality. Skill book, Ultimate Evil / Level Requirement. Level 80, Quality, Dark Gold. Skill effect, channel the power of the Dark God to unleash a terrifying strike condensed with immense force. Skill damage scales with strength, and for every 1,000 points of agility you possess, 1 additional slash is performed upon activation. Description, the most fearsome skill of the Demon Sword Dark God. Countless pinnacle war gods have perished beneath this very strike. A dark gold skill? Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he immediately began learning it. By the time he reached the 4th regional boss, the golden skill Starburst Fist he had favored could no longer one-shot the regional bosses, much to his dissatisfaction. The arrival of Ultimate Evil / perfectly filled his need for a skill upgrade. Having learned the skill, he was about to head toward the 6th regional boss when suddenly, a message popped up before his eyes. Lin Tian also received the notification concerning the world boss. 20 minutes hence, the first world boss shall manifest. World boss, the Dark Knight? Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to temporarily suspend his regional boss hunting expedition and instead return to the wild beast wilderness to confront the world boss, hoping to procure some valuable spoils. Behind him, the radiant sun's sacred wings abruptly unfurled, their scorching crimson light illuminating the shadowed expanse. Lin Tian's figure traced a crimson streak through the air as he sped directly toward the wild beast wilderness. Having upgraded his equipment several times, Lin Tian's agility attribute had long since surpassed 10,000, granting him extraordinary swiftness. With the blessing of the radiant sun sacred wings, he journeyed at full throttle and arrived at the wild beast wilderness within mere minutes. At the northern border where the wild beast wilderness met the frozen tundra, Lin Tian hovered aloft, surveying the vast landscape below with a panoramic view. Before long, the system notification reappeared. World boss, Dark Knight, level 30, has appeared. World boss, Dark Knight, level 30, has appeared. Almost at the instant the alert flickered, Lin Tian spotted a colossal black portal materializing nearly 1,000 meters beneath him. The portal, pulsing with dread, dark energy, unfolded as the Dark Knight's massive ebony greaves stepped forth with imposing grandeur. The surrounding ochre earth swiftly turned to scorched black soil, spawning vile maggots in the wake of the Dark Knight's arrival. Moments later, the towering 5-meter Dark Knight, clad in black armor, fully emerged from the portal. A somber murmur echoed faintly from beneath his armor. "I shall bring death." Suddenly, a crimson shadow streaked past. The Dark Knight's voice was abruptly silenced. Crack! In the next moment, the Dark Knight's body was severed into two, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Poor Dark Knight. Having just set foot on the Zhongzhou continent, he had barely found his footing or uttered a word before his soul returned to its origin. This journey to the Zhongzhou continent was, for the Dark Knight, brief beyond measure, fleeting and ephemeral. Though a world boss, he was merely level 30 after all. As expected, he could not withstand even a single normal attack from me. Lin Tian, wielding the Frostwither greatsword, sighed, finding the prospect of battling this world boss somewhat dull. Casting a glance at the pile of level 30 golden equipment scattered on the ground, Lin Tian casually gathered the loot as if scavenging, tossing it into his inventory. World boss Dark Knight has been slain. Your contribution, 100%. Your contribution ranking, first place. Reward for highest contribution, 500,000 experience points. 500,000 gold coins, 1,000 examination points, 1 red grade skill book, 10 red grade gems. Your level has increased to level 60, granting 10 free attribute points. Not only was the boss pitifully weak, but even the reward for first place contribution was paltry for Lin Tian. Now, his backpack was brimming with golden grade items. Dark golden grade items were plentiful too. Red grade skills and items were considered mere trifles, unworthy of his attention. You delivered the final blow to the world boss Dark Knight. You have obtained 1 legendary treasure chest, as you're the first player to defeat the world boss. The legendary treasure chest's quality has been enhanced 100-fold, upgraded to a fate chest. Special, fate chest. Quality unknown. Effect, upon opening, grants a powerful artifact capable of altering the destiny of a legendary continent. Description, a chest containing top-tier secret treasures of a legendary world, exceedingly rare. Ding. Through a 1,000-fold rate enhancement, your fate chest has ascended to an eternal chest. Special, eternal chest. Quality unknown. Effect, upon opening, grants an eternal secret treasure. Description, the supreme way is eternal and indestructible. Possession of this chest signifies your coexistence with eternity. Thanks to the game system's 100-fold enhancement and an external cheat's 1,000-fold multiplier, this chest's quality had been elevated by a factor of 100,000, as this extraordinary chest, shimmering with starlight, materialized before his eyes. Lin Tian's interest was finally piqued. He attempted to open the eternal chest. Unlike other chests that spewed forth a chaotic assortment of items upon opening, this chest contained but one thing. It was a dense azure-violet flame. Within the flames, it seemed as though countless souls wailed in agony, and simultaneously, entire multiverses burned. Special equipment, Flame of the Great Thousand Realms. Level requirement, 200. Quality, prismatic. Effect 1. Can be used to empower your attacks with the Flame of the Great Thousand Realms, significantly enhancing their potency. Effect 2. Supreme refinement. Allowing you to temper your equipment, greatly boosting its attributes. Effect 3. All attributes 10,000. Accompanied skill Flame Realm Explosion. Unleashes the full might of the Flame of the Great Thousand Realms, inflicting massive damage upon all living beings within a vast radius. But cannot distinguish friend from foe. Use with caution. Description. The ultimate flame forged by consuming the power source of thousands of worlds. Ranked 9th on the legendary continent's Divine Fire list. By the heavens! Seeing the effects and attributes of this divine flame, Lin Tian, who had harbored little expectation, was instantly astonished. Prismatic quality. This was the highest tier of quality in this world. Previously, on his journey to hunt a boss in the shadowed Nether Realm, Lin Tian had encountered a dark wandering merchant. After paying with a single strike of Heaven's exploding star, Lin Tian had acquired from the merchant broader maps and intelligence regarding the wider legendary world. He knew that among all equipment and items, the highest quality was prismatic. Within the same category of items, only those ranked in the world's top 10 could be rated as prismatic quality. In other words, there existed only 10 prismatic items throughout the entire legendary world, each unique. At least, that was the case before Lin Tian entered this game. Whether Lin Tian obtaining a prismatic item through cheats would increase the total number of prismatic items in the world remained an unverified unknown. Having been in the game less than 2 days, Lin Tian had already acquired the highest level prismatic divine fire. He could not help but sigh. The taste of invincibility brought with it a subtle loneliness. Equipping the Flame of the Great Thousand Realms, The purple flames engulfed his entire body, enveloping the surroundings. Lin Tian's combat power multiplied several times once again. Behind him, the radiant sun's sacred wings fluttered and stretched as his form soared skyward. Just as he prepared to resume hunting regional bosses, another notification appeared before his eyes. Your level has reached level 60. Upon obtaining a job change scroll, you may proceed with the job change. After successful job change, each level gained will grant additional attribute bonuses according to your chosen profession. Please complete your job change promptly. Is it time for the job change? Lin Tian produced the map intelligence he had purchased from a shadowy wandering merchant. As he slowly soared forward, he searched for information regarding job transfers. Where should he go to acquire the transfer certificate? While scrutinizing the map, he leisurely drifted onward. On the ground, 2 squads hastened toward this location, actively seeking traces of the world boss. Looking up, they just happened to spot Lin Tian's presence. These 2 groups were none other than the elite contenders who had already united. Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua. Sister Yuan, look. What is that? Chen Bingqi spotted a humanoid figure in the sky, wings sprouting from its back, its entire body engulfed in purple flames. Momentarily stunned, she quickly called out to inquire. Yuan Fenghua lifted her gaze. Upon seeing the floating figure, she too was momentarily taken aback, but soon composed herself and formed what she believed to be a clever conclusion. A spark of excitement curling at the corner of her lips. This must be the world boss. We're in luck. It seems we VE found it first. All those with ranged attacks, fire upon it. Seize the initiative. Compared to the more easygoing Chen Bingqi, the resolute Yuan Fenghua clearly held greater influence within this merged squad. At her command, the mages and Taoists in the team immediately launched their assault. Fireballs and clouds of poisonous gas rained down upon Lin Tian, who was still leisurely flipping through the map in midair. However, with Lin Tian's current defense and magical resistance, these players, barely above level 20, were utterly incapable of piercing his skin. Nevertheless, the tickling sensation on the soles of his feet alerted him to the situation below. Seeing a group relentlessly unleashing attacks upon him, Lin Tian was puzzled and shouted out loudly to halt them. Hey, stop scratching. It's ticklish. The world boss is speaking. Chen Bingqi was momentarily taken aback. Squinting, Yuan Fenghua said, he said how young. He probably means so hot. His weakness must be fire. All mages, intensify your firepower. Cast fireball with full force. As she spoke, a purple-quality magical staff in her hand began to gather energy. A colossal fireball shot toward Lin Tian. Flame burst. This was a purple-quality skill acquired by Yuan Fenghua through completing a hidden quest, terrifying in its power. Boom! Damn it, stop it. I'm only here for wellness. Not a foot massage. The giant fireball struck the ground beneath Lin Tian's feet, making him itch uncontrollably. Seeing that these players ignored his warnings and persisted in attacking, Lin Tian decided not to indulge them any further. Wielding the frost-withered greatsword, he effortlessly swung it through the air. Boom! Without even needing to activate a skill or make contact, the gale generated by the sword's arc instantly obliterated more than half of the opposing squad. Chen Bingqi, struck by the gale, was gravely wounded. As the gale brushed past Yuan Fenghua, her smile froze abruptly, her face paling. Straining to speak, she said, "Don't be afraid. That was probably its ultimate move, likely only usable once. Everyone keep attacking. Don't stop. Its health bar should be before she could finish." Another hum and boom echoed as Lin Tian casually unleashed another gale blast. After this, only a handful of players remained alive, all severely injured and barely clinging to life. Flapping his wings, Lin Tian lowered his figure slightly and peered down at the surviving players with a puzzled expression. "Why are you all idle and scratching the soles of my feet?" The few remaining players, upon seeing Lin Tian's name above his head, were momentarily stunned. The naming conventions for player characters differ entirely from those of monsters and NPCs. Seeing Lin Tian's red name tag, they finally discerned his identity. "You're not the world boss? You're a player?" Chen Bingqi hastily consumed several potions to restore some health, astonished. How is that possible? Yuan Fenghua knelt on one knee, popping pills to heal herself, equally dumbfounded. Hearing their words, Lin Tian finally understood why they had attacked him. He laughed heartily and said, "I see now. It was a misunderstanding. You all don't look too well. How about I help you recover?" Okay. Chen Bingqi nodded dazedly. With a slight swing of the frost-withered greatsword, more bodies collapsed to the ground. Chen Bingqi perished, transforming into a glowing orb and vanishing. Yuan Fenghua was dumbfounded. "Weren't you going to help us recover?" Lin Tian nodded. "I'll send you back to the nearby capital city, fully equipped and resurrected. That's a thorough recovery. Another swing of the great sword felled several more bodies. Yuan Fenghua also died, transforming into a glowing orb. Just as Lin Tian was about to deal with the last surviving player, that player suddenly shouted, "Lin Tian, you're Lin Tian." Hearing his own name, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. The player struggled to stand, brushing off dust with excitement. "It's me, Zhao Wenjun, from Yun City No. 2 Middle School. I'm a good brother. You even gave me an antique tape once." Lin Tian suddenly recalled this person's identity. "Damn, brother, you're impressive." You're staring at Lin Tian's dazzling gear. Zhao Wenjun's eyes widened, his tongue loosened, and his entire body stiffened. Lin Tian smiled modestly and waved his hand, just messing around. Zhao Wenjun wore a sincere, pleading expression and eagerly approached Lin Tian. "Brother Lin Tian. Big brother. Can you take me along? Please accept me as a leg accessory." Lin Tian shook his head. "No way. You're too weak to be a leg accessory. Wherever I go, you can't follow. Any small monster would one-shot you. At best, you could be a crotch accessory, stuffed in my pants to keep you alive." Zhao Wenjun stared at Lin Tian's crotch, his cheeks flushing. That's not impossible. Considering Zhao Wenjun was a schoolmate, and had even come to his home before to bring fruit and help take out the trash, ancient game tapes. Lin Tian thought for a moment and decided to lend a hand. He pulled from his inventory a heap of unused low-level gear, including several level 30 golden quality items recently looted from the world boss, along with some red and orange quality, worthless skill books, and various gems and miscellaneous items. To Lin Tian, these were nothing more than trash. He tossed the items onto the ground. "Take these. They're just taking up space in my bag." A mound of equipment and items piled up instantly. Hissing, seeing the golden, red, and orange glimmers scattered everywhere, Zhao Wenjun gasped. It must be understood that even top-tier contenders like Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua possessed only 1 or 2 purple quality items at most. Above purple quality is orange. Above orange is red. Above red is gold. And Lin Tian casually produced so many golden items and said he was giving them away. Zhao Wenjun felt his entire gaming worldview shatter, breath caught in his throat. "Not want to waste any more time there." Lin Tian said no more. Smiling, he added, "Good luck, brother. Wishing you great results on your exams." Having spoken, wings unfurled behind him. Lin Tian soared into the air in an instant, his figure tracing a fiery silhouette before vanishing without a trace. Seeing Lin Tian depart after handing over the items, Zhao Wenjun hurriedly gathered the scattered treasures from the ground, moved to the point of slapping his own face. "Lin Tian truly regards me as a brother. How could I have ever insulted him before? I am utterly shameless." Consulting the map in his hand alongside the gathered intelligence, Lin Tian learned that there were 3 avenues to obtain a job transfer certificate. The first was to complete the job transfer quest within the capital city, acquiring the certificate from an NPC. At present, the name hovering above Lin Tian's head blazed with a deep crimson hue, not to mention completing the transfer quest. It was likely that the moment he stepped into the city, the highest alert would sound, and he would instantly face a city-wide siege. The second method involved seeking out a dark wandering merchant in the wilderness, who might probabilistically sell job transfer skill books. A dark wandering merchant? Lin Tian recalled the sensation of crushing such a merchant with his celestial explosion star fist back then. This option seemed equally dismissible. The third method was comparatively straightforward and brutal. Although challenging, it also offered the highest potential rewards. By pursuing this path, one could acquire exceptionally high-quality job transfer certificates. This third route was to challenge the Trial Tower. The Trial Tower was located on the eastern side of the legendary Central Continent, beyond the continent's borders, adjoining the Holy Land of the Eastern Island. The Eastern Island Holy Land was considered a region of a higher tier than the Central Continent. Though its area was not vast, merely a sizable island, the monsters and factions residing there were incomparable to those on the Central Continent. Typically, players would only venture to the Trial Tower in the Eastern Island Holy Land after reaching level 100 to undertake their second job transfer and obtain the necessary transfer certificates. For the first job transfer, with merely 60 levels of combat power, ordinary players could hardly defeat even the Guardian Station on the first floor of the Trial Tower, let alone obtain rare, high-quality transfer certificates. Let's take a look first, Lin Tian decided after some contemplation, before acquiring the illusory rainbow-grade Divine Flame. The Great Thousand Realm Flame, Lin Tian could easily defeat an 80-level Lord-class boss. After obtaining the Great Thousand Realm Flame, his combat power had at least doubled. Challenging the 100-level Trial Tower should pose no problem. After transferring jobs, each level up would grant additional professional attribute bonuses, so the earlier the transfer was completed, the more advantageous it would be. The trial tower was definitely worth a visit. Spreading his wings widely, Lin Tian flew straight toward the eastern island Holy Land. Having made his decision with casual ease, Lin Tian began his journey. Meanwhile, in the real world, within the live broadcast of the college entrance examination, the commentators and a multitude of viewers were once again plunged into astonishment as they watched the scene unfold. The world boss was already dead? Had it not just appeared? How could it be defeated so quickly? Who on earth had slain it? Perhaps it had succumbed to the environment of the central continent and perished? Because the director had continuously focused the camera on Huang Tian'ao, Zhou Yu, and Shen Wensong, who had just clashed, the live feed had not captured the events on the world boss's side. Only when the perspective shifted to follow Huang Tian'ao did the footage finally reach the border of the wild beast wasteland, revealing the world boss Dark Knight's corpse. Bisected in two, Huang Tian'ao was momentarily stunned. Less than 10 minutes had elapsed since the world boss's appearance alert. He could not fathom who had managed to slay the world boss so swiftly. He vaguely sensed that the deaths of the regional boss Tian Ho and the first kills of dungeon bosses were related to this individual. Zhou Yu and Shen Wensong arrived shortly thereafter. Seeing the world boss dead, they too were left dumbfounded. The two commentators and millions of viewers watching the live broadcast were all greatly amazed. Zhou Yu furrowed his brows and speculated. Could it be that Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua were the first to find and eliminate the world boss? Did they perform this well in this round? Shen Wensong, without overthinking, yawned and asked casually, since the world boss is dead and we Haven T joined up with Yuan Fenghua's team, should we still go after Huang Tian'ao? Zhou Yu did not respond, only furrowing his brows tighter. Aside from Yuan Fenghua and Chen Bingqi, he could not think of anyone else capable of killing the world boss. If it truly was the two of them, it would mean they were performing beyond expectations in this game. In that case, their threat might rival Huang Tian'ao's. Zhou Yu was aiming for the top scorer position in this year's college entrance exam. To achieve his goal, he had many considerations to make and was momentarily uncertain. Just as he was pondering, the sound of voices approached. A new team was drawing near. This team was not large, and their faces were unfamiliar. Most of their members were neither well-equipped nor highly leveled. However, the leader was someone Zhou Yu and the others recognized. Xiao Yun. Huh? The world boss is dead? You killed it? So soon? Upon seeing the Dark Knight's corpse, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. Yet he quickly fixed his gaze on Huang Tian'ao in the distance. Huang Tian'ao, standing far off, returned Xiao Yun's glance. Shen Wensong casually replied, "We didn't kill it. We just arrived." Seeing Xiao Yun, Zhou Yu's thoughts shifted, and he smiled. "Long time no see, Xiao Yun. I remember during the high school P competition, you were eliminated by Huang Tian'ao, right? Since we can't benefit from the world boss, how about we team up to take Huang Tian'ao down once? That would lower his exam points and count as avenging you." He tried to rally support. If Xiao Yun helped, the current situation might allow them to make a move against Huang Tian'ao. Even if they failed to kill him, they could use Xiao Yun's strength to gauge Huang Tian'ao's capabilities. However, Xiao Yun's response stunned Zhou Yu. Glancing at Zhou Yu and Shen Wensong, Xiao Yun calmly stared at Huang Tian'ao and said, "No need to cooperate. I will reclaim my victory over him honorably." Wanting to defeat the monster Huang Tian'ao honorably? Zhou Yu chuckled, about to mock Xiao Yun's overconfidence. Unexpectedly, Huang Tian'ao, who had rarely spoken, spoke for the first time. Looking at Xiao Yun, a rare seriousness flickered in his usually arrogant eyes as he said lightly, "Very well. I'll be waiting for you at tomorrow's guild battle." Such a serious demeanor and words were unprecedented from Huang Tian'ao when facing Zhou Yu and Shen Wensong. Despite their exceptional talent, prestigious backgrounds, and numerical advantage, Huang Tian'ao had never regarded them as worthy opponents, nor had he ever taken them seriously. Only when facing Xiao Yun did Huang Tian'ao subconsciously adopt a more earnest demeanor. For half a year ago, in the quarterfinals of the Pinnacle tournament against Xiao Yun, Huang Tian'ao had fought the hardest battle of his life. Xiao Yun, through sheer strength alone, had earned Huang Tian'ao's respect. And that was the sole way to gain his esteem. Guild War. Do you intend to fight alone? Xiao Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Upon entering the capital city, the guild system was unlocked. Players could either form or join guilds at will. Tomorrow, the first grand guild war, the decisive battlefield, would commence. All guilds would engage in one-on-one duels, proceeding through multiple rounds of elimination, culminating in the crowning of the strongest guild as the battlefield overlord, along with generous rewards. One is enough. Huang Tian'ao turned away, uttering the words calmly before departing alone. Zhou Yu hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately refraining from intercepting. He sighed inwardly, thinking, first, let me rendezvous with Chun Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua to gauge the situation. I wonder if it was truly they who defeated the world boss. Meanwhile, in the nearby capital city, Tianyu City, Yuan Fenghua, having resurrected, noticed her exam points had dropped significantly, and the 2 blue items she wore had dropped upon death. She ground her teeth in frustration. That fellow named Lin Tian. How could he be so formidable? Chun Bingqi appeared behind Yuan Fenghua after reviving, sighing helplessly. What now? Should we still go after the world boss? Yuan Fenghua shook her head in resignation. Since Lin Tian appeared in that location, the world boss must have already been slain by him. Let us lead the team to grind monsters, level up, and try to snatch the first kill of the regional boss Tian Ho to recoup some lost points. As they spoke, Yuan Fenghua's expression suddenly faltered. Chun Bingqi inquired, "What's wrong?" Yuan Fenghua shook her head. "Nothing. A certain Zhao Wenjun quit the guild on my side. Just a minor lackey, no impact." As time passed, Lin Tian's figure swiftly traversed the skies above the central continent. Eventually, he arrived at the sacred land of the Eastern Isle. Lin Tian landed before a towering spire and stepped forward, intent on entering. At the entrance, a knight clad in heavy armor barred his way. To enter the trial tower, a ticket must be purchased. Each entry costs 1 million gold coins, the knight announced coldly. By now, Lin Tian's gold coins had long since exceeded 100 million. He paid no heed to the modest sum of 1 million gold. Immediately, he withdrew coins from his bag and tossed them aside, forming a small mountain of gold. Retrieving his coins, the knight stepped aside. Lin Tian strode into the trial tower. The guardian of the first floor was an 80-level female archer. The moment Lin Tian stepped inside, dozens of arrows, each accompanied by a piercing wind, shot toward him. Lin Tian raised his frost-withered greatsword, effortlessly blocking the arrows. Then, a sword light flashed forth, imbued with the deep purple flames of the Great Thousand Realm. Bang! Hiss! The sword light struck the archer, sending her reeling backward, while the Great Thousand Realm flames instantly consumed her. In an instant, the archer was reduced to ashes. You have passed the trial tower for the first time. Ending the trial now will grant you the Elf Archer Job Change Scroll. Continuing the trial offers a chance to obtain a higher quality job change scroll. However, death during the trial will result in forfeiture of all rewards. Do you wish to end the trial now? No, Lin Tian respondeth. Pressing onward to the second floor. The guardian, there was an 83-level berserker wielding twin axes. His fate mirrored that of the archer on the first floor. With a casual strike, Lin Tian slew him instantly. He advanced effortlessly, cutting down foes without strain. Almost all guardians through the first 20 floors were dispatched by Lin Tian's ordinary attacks, imbued with Great Thousand Realm flames in a single blow. Only after the 20th floor did the enemy's levels exceed 120, introducing a modicum of challenge. Still, with the aid of powerful skills attached to some of his dark gold equipment, Lin Tian continued to effortlessly annihilate these guardians. It was not until the highest, 30th floor, that the adversary before Lin Tian demanded his serious attention. The top floor guardian was a warrior clad in shadowy armor, wielding a massive green greatsword. An ominous aura radiated from him like rolling waves, suffusing the entire trial ground with an indescribable oppression. Beneath him rode a terrifying skeletal dragon of eerie green hue. Lin Tian sensed that this guardian was leagues beyond any opponent he had faced before. This guardian might truly have a chance to defeat him. Fixing his gaze on the foe, a faint glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. To have come this far proves your strength. You seem to be a pitiful soul abandoned by the Holy City Alliance. He spoke softly, his voice hoarse. If you do not wish to perish in vain, take this and leave. A job change scroll exuding dark energy appeared, slowly floating before Lin Tian. The game system once again issued a prompt. You have reached the highest floor of the trial tower. Ending the trial now will grant you the Dragon Rider job change scroll. Continuing the trial to challenge the final guardian offers a chance to obtain the trial tower's treasure, the job change scroll of the sword sovereign who breaks worlds. However, death during the challenge will result in forfeiture of all rewards. Do you wish to end the trial now? Having come this far, Lin Tian naturally refused to retreat. No, he decided, I will challenge the final guardian. With a thought, the prompt vanished. Lin Tian raised his frost-withered greatsword, beginning to activate the potent skills embedded within his dark gold equipment. Multicolored auras suffused his body, instantly elevating his state to peak condition. Blazing sun arise. Realm flame, ignite. With the utterance of these low murmurs, the radiant flames of the blazing sun S sacred feather and the iridescent Great Thousand Realm divine flames adorned Lin Tian's greatsword. Purple and crimson light intertwined, merging with the sword's icy blue gleam. In an instant, a most peculiar chaotic radiance enveloped the greatsword. Standing atop the skeletal dragon, the shadow-armored warrior revealed a strange smile. "Oh, is this your choice? Very well." Green shadows flickered. Almost simultaneously, Lin Tian's figure vanished. Bang! Rumbling thunder roared. In the next moment, two silhouettes clashed. The immense energy leaking from their battle threatened to shatter the trial tower itself. Bang! 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 The collision of the twin greatswords resounded through the heavens and earth, the colossal energy continuously leaking forth. The trial tower groaned, collapsing and disintegrating with each clash. Lin Tian fought with ever-growing courage, a long-lost fighting spirit blazing anew in his eyes. Since vanquishing the first regional boss and acquiring wings of a rare, colorful quality, it had been quite some time since any adversary managed to hold their ground against him for such an extended duration. The dark-armored warrior, astride a bone dragon, eyes blazing with a frenzied green light, curled his lips into a ferocious grin. Excellent. Excellent. Ever since being expelled from the Holy City Alliance, it's been ages since I've fought with such unrestrained fervor. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian paused momentarily, his brow furrowing with a hint of disappointment as he spoke coolly. "Is that truly your full strength? Then let us not waste time. Let us bring this to a swift conclusion." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a black radiance flickered along the edge of Lin Tian's blade. Ultimate Evil Slash. A massive concentration of condensed sword intent converged instantly upon the frostless blade's edge. The dark-armored warrior's gaze fixated on the black glow, sensing an unprecedentedly immense threat. Not daring to underestimate it, his hand shimmered with green light. In the next instant, the bone dragon beneath him transformed into a jade-green gem, embedded into his weapon. The great sword erupted with a surge of green light. Apocalypse, soul, slaughter. As the black and green lights collided, a white radiance enveloped everything, and a colossal energy explosion ensued. When Lin Tian reopened his eyes, before him lay the ruins of the trial tower, utterly destroyed. Surveying his own body, severely wounded from head to toe, he promptly withdrew medicine from his pack and consumed it, swiftly recovering. Lifting his gaze toward a nearby spot, the dark-armored warrior's corpse lay shattered into fragments. Only a cluster of green, ghostly flames lingered, drifting in the air. Victory? It was easier than I anticipated. Brushing the dust from his attire, Lin Tian chuckled softly. Beyond the ultimate Evil Slash, he still had a trump card. The Flame Realm Blast, an ability bestowed by the Great Thousand Realm Flame, was a killing move even more potent than the ultimate Evil Slash. However, due to its indiscriminate nature, it might inadvertently consume Lin Tian himself, along with his foes. Thus, he was reluctant to employ it unless absolutely necessary. You have defeated the final guardian of the Trial Tower. Trial completed. Congratulations on acquiring the Breakthrough Sword Sovereign class change scroll. Congratulations on obtaining the soul-devouring Ghost Flame of Divine Fire. Special equipment, Soul-devouring Ghost Flame. Level requirement, 150. Quality, colorful. Effect 1. Can be affixed to the user's body, significantly enhancing attack and defense attributes. Effect 2. Capable of devouring souls to amplify the soul-devouring Ghost Flame's potency. Effect 3. Grants 6,000 to all attributes. Accompanying skill, Ghost Dragon Summon, can summon the Nether Ghost Dragon to fight alongside you. The Nether Ghost Dragon can temporarily transform into a ghostly jade stone to empower your weapon, vastly increasing your combat effectiveness. Description: a supernatural flame that has absorbed countless souls, ranked 27th on the legendary continent's Divine Fire list. Having slain the highest tier guardian, Lin Tian not only received the class change scroll, but also gained a Divine Fire, the soul-devouring Ghost Flame. However, compared to his Great Thousand Realm Flame, the colorful quality soul-devouring Ghost Flame was somewhat weaker, given that only one Divine Fire could be equipped at a time. Lin Tian would not be utilizing this soul-consuming flame for the present. Casting a glance at the Breakthrough Sword Sovereign class change scroll floating before him, Lin Tian focused his will and activated the scroll, undergoing the class change. Ding! Your class has been changed to Breakthrough Sword Sovereign. Class Bonus 1. All your attributes increase by 25%. Class Bonus 2. Weapon attack power triples when using sword-type weapons. Class Bonus 3. Skill power triples when using slashing-type skills. Level up to acquire Breakthrough Sword Sovereign S class skills. With each level gained, you will receive an additional 500 points to all attribute bonuses. The instant the class change completed, Lin Tian's combat power surged explosively once more, bolstered by numerous dark gold equipment pieces and the colorful wings and iridescent flames. Lin Tian's attributes had long surpassed tens of thousands. The three principal attributes, strength, constitution, and agility, had already broken the 100,000 mark. Merely the first-class bonus granted Lin Tian immense attribute enhancements. The subsequent two bonuses further magnified his combat prowess in practical battle. Now, within this game world, there were likely few who could truly threaten his existence. Following the class change, Lin Tian felt increasingly invincible. Surveying his inventory, brimming with various power-enhancing items and numerous gems capable of strengthening equipment, Lin Tian resolved not to restrain his strength any longer for the sake of game experience. He decided to leap directly to the pinnacle. From his pack, Lin Tian retrieved 2 skill books previously acquired and began studying them. Special skill book, Divine Blacksmith Skill. Level requirement, none. Quality, none. Skill effect. Upon learning the skill, you may independently strengthen equipment, create sockets, embed gems, enchant gear, and even craft equipment yourself. The success rates for strengthening, socketing, embedding, and enchanting are extremely high, with a possibility of granting additional attribute bonuses to the equipment. Special skill book, Divine Generalist Skill. Level requirement, none. Quality, none. Skill effect. Upon learning the skill, you may independently concoct potions, synthesize various gems, items, and special objects. Success rates are exceptionally high, with a chance to bestow extra attribute bonuses upon the created or synthesized items. By this stage in the game, Lin Tian's inventory had accumulated an overwhelming number of items. These 2 skills were key to converting some of the item stockpile into combat power. Having mastered the Divine Blacksmith Skill and Divine Generalist Skill, Lin Tian immediately began synthesizing the multitude of gem items in his inventory and reinforcing and socketing his equipment. Numerous gem items were continuously synthesized and upgraded, gradually producing a slew of overpowered artifacts. Overlimit Strength Gem, Dark Gold. Overlimit Strength Gem, Dark Gold, Cosmic Power Stone, Colorful. This synthesis requires spending 200,000 gold coins. Proceed with synthesis. Primordial Spring Water, Dark Gold, Dark Spirit Essence, Dark Gold. Ancient Heaven Divine Liquid, Colorful. This synthesis requires spending 350,000 gold coins. Proceed with synthesis. Spending gold coins, Lin Tian relentlessly carried out synthesis. Before long, his inventory contained over 100 colorful quality items. Item, Cosmic Power Stone. Level requirement, none. Quality, colorful. Effect, when embedded in equipment, grants an additional 20,000 points of strength attribute. Description, the ultimate strength gem, capable of vastly amplifying the strength attribute bonuses of equipment. Item, Ancient Heaven Divine Liquid. Level requirement, 150. Quality, colorful. Effect, upon consumption, permanently increases all attributes by 5,000 points. Description, holy water from the ancient heaven plane. Drinking it dramatically boosts combat power. A multitude of such colorful quality items had been obtained. Lin Tian immediately utilized all the ancient heavenly divine elixirs, those items that directly enhance attributes, without hesitation, while the gem-type treasures were embedded into various pieces of his equipped gear. Since the gems were detachable, he could simply remove them when changing equipment later. After these operations, bolstered by a myriad of top-tier artifacts, Lin Tian's combat prowess surged dramatically once more. Had he performed these preparations before facing the Guardian atop the Trial Tower, it was likely that he could have shattered the Pinnacle Defender using ordinary attacks alone, without even needing to unleash his ultimate evil slash. Just as he intended to harness the power of the Great Thousand Realm Flame to attempt refining each piece of equipment, striving to elevate his strength to the utmost, Lin Tian suddenly conceived a remarkable possibility. The God-level General Storekeeper skill allowed the synthesis of special items, and since Divine Fire was considered a form of special equipment, perhaps it qualified as a special item as well. Grasping this astonishing prospect, Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he immediately set about testing it. On his left hand, the iridescent Great Thousand Realm Flame flickered vividly. On his right hand, the verdant soul-swallowing Ghost Flame blazed intensely. Lin Tian activated his God-level General Storekeeper skill, attempting synthesis. Great Thousand Realm Flame, iridescent, soul-swallowing Ghost Flame, multicolored. This synthesis will consume gold coins, 5 million. Proceed with synthesis? Could it truly be synthesized? Upon seeing the prompt, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled. Though uncertain of the exact outcome, his curiosity was irresistible, compelling him to proceed. Synthesize. With a mere thought, The two conflagrations merged seamlessly. In the next instant, a dazzling blaze, accompanied by scorching heat, instantly suffused and enveloped nearly 100 meters of surrounding space. After a moment, the flames subsided. Before Lin Tian's eyes danced a cluster of ethereal blue fire, as if imbued with life itself, flickering wildly. Synthesis complete. Great thousand-realm flame, iridescent, soul-swallowing ghost flame, multicolored, world-devouring demon fire, iridescent. You have forged a new divine fire, world-devouring demon fire. Special equipment, world-devouring demon fire. Level requirement, 250. Quality, iridescent. Effect 1. Activating the world-devouring demon fire will significantly enhance your offensive and defensive capabilities. Additionally, attacks will carry the special effect of the world-devouring demon fire, amplifying the power of both skills and normal strikes. Effect 2. Demon Fire Refinement allows you to temper your equipment, drastically boosting their attributes. Beyond ordinary gear, the Demon Fire can also refine special equipment, such as wings, enhancing all effects associated with the wings. Effect 3. Soul Gem. Using the world-devouring Demon Fire to vanquish foes will collect their souls. Consuming these souls, you can forge soul gems to augment equipment attributes. The more souls consumed, the higher the quality of the soul gems. Effect 4. All attributes 20,000. Additional skill, Undying Demon Dragon's Wrath. Summon an undying demon dragon to fight alongside you. Detonating the dragon will inflict colossal damage upon all living beings within a vast area. Protected by the world-devouring Demon Fire's aura. You will be immune to damage from the explosion. After detonating the undying demon dragon, it cannot be summoned again for 6 hours. Description: a fusion of the Great Thousand Realm Flame and the soul-swallowing Ghost Flame, crafted by player Lin Tian. This divine fire is terrifying in power, rivaling the top 5 ultimate divine fires listed on the legendary continent's divine fire rankings. Gazing at the spectral blue flame in his palm, a smile curled upon Lin Tian's lips. He immediately invoked the second effect, Demon Fire Refinement, to temper all his gear as well as the radiant sun sacred wings on his back. The attributes of all his equipment soared once more, having exhausted every means at his disposal to amplify his combat prowess. Lin Tian's strength now eclipsed his state before entering the trial tower by several dozen times. The radiant sun sacred wings on his back fluttered, and Lin Tian ascended into the air. The wings, now enhanced by the world-devouring demon fire, emitted a faint, ethereal blue glow, adding a mysterious aura to their formerly brilliant and imposing radiance. Invincibility comes from relentless effort. He hummed a tune, his figure flashing swiftly. Next, he planned to return to the legendary Central Continent to continue pursuing the modest goals he had previously set. A dozen minutes later, he arrived in the 6th region of the Central Continent, the volcanic flame domain, hovering above the magma-ridden expanse. Lin Tian soon located the region's 6th boss, the Lord of Flame Demons. Diving down, Lin Tian casually swung his sword. Boom! The flame domain was instantly cleaved open, creating a vast chasm hundreds of meters wide. Torrents of molten lava erupted, transforming the volcanic domain into a sea of blazing magma. The Lord of Flame Demons, struck head-on by Lin Tian's ordinary attack, was utterly obliterated without a trace. Ample experience flooded in. As Lin Tian's level rose, the profession bonuses of the rift-splitting sword master further augmented his attributes and awakened his first-class skill, 10,000 Swords Return. This was an area of effect skill with formidable power, though in terms of single-target damage, it still fell slightly short of the ultimate evil slash. Gathering the equipment dropped by the Lord of Flame Demons and opening the regional boss treasure chest, Lin Tian acquired a trove of dark gold quality gear and items. After careful selection, he replaced several pieces of his current gear with superior ones, embedding gems before soaring once again to the next regional boss's location. Lin Tian continued his relentless pursuit, swiftly hunting down regional bosses one after another. Meanwhile, other players began preparing for the imminent in-game event, the Battlefield Showdown. As the first guild war of this game session, securing a high rank in this event was of great importance. Various guilds gathered to discuss strategies for the upcoming battles. Before long, the Battlefield Showdown commenced officially. Guilds were randomly matched against opponents and paired into the arena to engage in team PvP combat. In the real world, within a live-stream broadcast, the camera switched tirelessly between guild battles. 2 male commentators energetically narrated the unfolding action. Meanwhile, the female commentator, Tao Tao, had somehow procured a manicurist and was having her nails done live on air. After several rounds of PvP, many guilds were eliminated. Only the final 100 guilds remained, still eligible to vie for the title of Battlefield Overlord. The next round was the contest among the top 50. Would there be any particularly exciting matches? Commentator Guagua was just speaking when the top 50 contest match list was unveiled. The two commentators glanced over it and their eyes lit up simultaneously. Huang Tian Ao's Lone Rider Guild against Shun Wenkai's Shun Family Army Guild, and Xiao Yun's Commoner Guild versus Yuan Fenghua's Phoenix Dance Nine Heavens Guild. Interesting, this is going to be interesting, said Meipian Gu with an anticipatory smile. Following the announcement of the matchups, the top 50 contest kicked off promptly. The camera first focused on the battle between Huang Tian Ao and Shun Wenkai. Amidst swirling yellow sands and resounding war drums, on the battlefield, Huang Tian Ao stood alone, facing off against hundreds from Shun Wenkai's side. Shun Wensong smiled, hoisting the purple quality battle axe onto his shoulder, and called out loudly, Huang Tian Ao, I admit it, you are stronger than I am. Ever since the peak tournament, I have acknowledged your superiority. I'm not one to obsess over victory or defeat, but if, even with the support of these 100 brothers behind me, I still cannot overcome you, then my old man's face would be utterly lost. So, don't blame me for using superior numbers against you. Come on, let us fight. At his command, Shun Wensong led the charge. Over 100 warriors surged forward, directly charging at Huang Tian Ao's position. Huang Tian Ao cast a calm glance over the enemy formation, then slowly drew an orange-quality battle blade from behind his back. He then activated his skill, Might of the Warlord. A powerful aura radiated outward, spreading around him. Pale yellow battle chi shimmered as Huang Tian Ao's combat power surged dramatically. Bang! His figure flickered suddenly as he charged headlong into the enemy ranks, shattering Shun Wensong's arranged formation in an instant. With swift strikes of his sword, a large number of Shun Wensong's men fell to the ground. The 100 against 100 battle had abruptly turned into a one-sided rout. Shun Wensong's side was utterly powerless to retaliate. This outcome was beyond all spectators' expectations. My goodness, I had predicted Huang Tian Ao would likely win, but I never imagined he would do so decisively. The two commentators were equally stunned. The scene shifted to another battlefield, where the course of the fight between Xiao Yun and Yuan Fenghua was also surprising to most, leading a team of civilian players. Xiao Yun managed, through his formidable strength, to firmly suppress Yuan Fenghua's forces, who outnumbered and outmatched them in quality. Xiao Yun spearheaded the assault while most of his teammates held back, providing defensive support or casting buffs to aid Xiao Yun's charge. After tens of minutes of fierce combat, Yuan Fenghua's forces were almost entirely decimated. Wounded and gritting her teeth, Yuan Fenghua admitted, Xiao Yun, I underestimated you. I never expected a mere civilian to reach such a level. Xiao Yun looked calmly at the fallen Yuan Fenghua and replied, Civilian? Must civilians always lose? Are civilians destined to be trampled underfoot by people like you? From a moment I was born in the slums, I have witnessed countless esports dynasties like yours bullying and trampling civilians, treating lives as expendable. My father lost his life because he was caught up in conflicts among esports players. Today, I will defeat all of you before the eyes of all the Xia's people. As a civilian, I will raise the spirits of all civilians into Xia. Even Huang Tian Ao, I will not hesitate to strike him down. Seeing the overwhelming and hidden majesty beneath Xiao Yun's serene gaze, Yuan Fenghua momentarily lost her composure. She lowered her head and sighed. If that is so, then let me give you a warning. Huang Tian Ao may not be your greatest enemy. There is a far more terrifying monster in this exam than he is. The battles of the top 50 concluded. Several more rounds of combat followed. Amid them was a focal clash between Zhou Yu and Chun Bingqi. Zhou Yu, through prior tactical arrangements, bribed several traitors within Chun Bingqi's faction and thus won the battle relatively easily. Elsewhere, Xiao Yun and Huang Tian Ao cut through their opponents with ease, like slicing through melons and vegetables. At last, only 4 remained. As the decisive battles reached the semi-finals, Huang Tian Ao and Xiao Yun met once again. The fight began as both entered the arena. Xiao Yun glanced back at his teammates, pondered briefly, and said, Brothers, I have an unusual request. I wonder if his teammates already understood Xiao Yun's intention. They knew he wanted a fair one-on-one duel with Huang Tian Ao. They all smiled and nodded in agreement. No need to say more, Brother Yun. Brother Yun, you have taken care of us all along. Without you, we wouldn't have come this far. Go, Brother Yun. All of the Xia is watching you. Keep it up, Brother Yun. Moved by the unconditional support of his brothers and comrades behind him, Xiao Yun's heart stirred as a confident smile curved his lips. Very well, he shouted, stepping forward. He activated his special skill, Dragon's Bloodline Awakening. A sturdy, dazzling golden scale armor instantly enveloped his entire body. A magnificent aura gathered, forming a golden dragon silhouette high in the sky. This special skill was a powerful amplification ability granted by his S-tier gaming talent, capable of boosting all attributes more than threefold for a short duration. Facing Xiao Yun, Huang Tian-ao showed no sign of arrogance. While activating all his own skills, he also retrieved 2 purple quality enhancement items from his storage space, further elevating his combat power. The 2 locked eyes, each gleaming with sharp determination. In a flash, their figures darted forward, colliding fiercely. Bang! A breathtaking battle between a top civilian prodigy and a premier scion of a prestigious family unfolded once more after half a year. Xiao Yun had the advantage of his special skill, while Huang Tian-ao held superior equipment and skills. Each held their own strengths and weaknesses. In this fight, both were at their peak, weaving and dodging, relentlessly clashing. Blades flashed and swords shimmered, accompanied by the intense and frequent clashing of weapons. The lightning-fast speed and reflexes left even the spectators outside the arena somewhat dazzled. Every attack and defense was executed to near perfection, reaching the limits dictated by their own attributes. So engrossed were all in this extraordinary battle that not only did the commentators fall silent, but the live chat also quieted significantly. After a long while, the battle came to an end. The victor of this epic clash was ultimately Huang Tian-ao. Xiao Yun's special skill was time-limited. Once it expired, his inferior equipment became apparent. However, Huang Tian-ao's victory was not easily won. This battle nearly exhausted his entire stockpile of high-quality items. The final live broadcast shot captured Xiao Yun retreating to the preparation bench, head bowed in dejection. Comforted by his teammates, Guagua and Meipiangu, witnessing this scene, were also deeply moved. He truly had given his utmost. Though Xiao Yun lost, he had already earned the cheers of all the Xia's viewers. His journey was still long ahead. Had he possessed resources as abundant as Huang Tian-ao's, he might not have been defeated. Alright, next up is the final decisive battle of the arena. Let us see. The factions advancing to the finals are the Lone Rider Gang, and upon seeing the list for the final battle, commentator Guagua was momentarily stunned. In the semi-finals, the faction advancing from the other side was not Zhou Yu's Red Hair Gang, but an obscure faction called the Lin Tian Brotherhood. The two hosts were dumbfounded upon seeing this faction's name. Countless viewers in the live chat were equally shocked. In Yun City, within the Kongju Yuyuan residential complex, Lin Tian's father and mother, who had been intently watching the broadcast, also froze. Lin Tian? Is that our boy they're talking about? Lin Tian's father, Lin Yuan, asked in bewilderment. I have no idea either. Perhaps so. Could it be that our son has made it to the finals? Mother Zhong Shuiying was momentarily at a loss. Although she had confidence in her son, the thought that he could reach the finals in the fiercely competitive college entrance examination was still beyond her imagination. After watching the live broadcast for nearly 3 days without catching a glimpse of their son, the elderly couple had resigned themselves to the fact that they might never see him on screen. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian's name became the focal point of the camera in such a manner. At Yun City No. 2 High School, the school leaders were also gathered attentively in the conference room, watching the live broadcast. When they saw the words Lin Tian Brotherhood, the principal's eyes gleamed with excitement as he burst into joyful laughter. Lin Tian. It must be our Lin Tian from school. I knew it. He is a prodigy. He actually made it to the finals of the gang battle. Excellent. Truly putting our No. 2 High School on the map. In a live broadcast room, the host Meipiangu exclaimed in astonishment. This Lin Tian Brotherhood is actually a gang consisting of only one person. Guagua was stunned upon hearing this. He single-handedly fought his way to the finals? What kind of background does this contestant have? As they spoke, the final battle began. The finals were open, allowing other players to teleport to the spectator stands to watch the match. Yuan Fenghua and Qin Bingqi arrived at the stands. And upon seeing the gang name Lin Tian Brotherhood, both immediately recalled the Lin Tian who had previously killed them. Could it be that the terrifying fellow was participating in the gang battle? Yuan Fenghua swallowed nervously, staring intently at the battlefield. Could Huang Tian-ao defeat that Lin Tian? Qin Bingqi clenched her fists tightly, watching anxiously. Seconds later, the members of both gangs appeared. With a flicker of light and shadow, 2 figures materialized on the field. One was Huang Tian-ao, the other was Zhao Wenjun. Why was it him? Upon recognizing Huang Tian-ao's opponent, Yuan Fenghua was so shocked that she stood up and called out. The decisive battle commenced. Huang Tian-ao sized up his adversary and was about to activate his skills. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Zhao Wenjun swiftly and silently appeared before Huang Tian'ao, leaving no time for evasion. With a soft Zhao Wenjun's golden sword effortlessly pierced through Huang Tian'ao's waist. How is this possible? Huang Tian'ao's pupils contracted as he attempted to resist. Zhao Wenjun withdrew his sword and struck Huang Tian'ao's waist once more. Another stab from Zhao Wenjun followed. His straightforward and unadorned attack method was simple, brutal, yet effective. Despite Huang Tian'ao's exceptional skill and unparalleled combat awareness, despite his superior equipment far surpassing other players, despite being Huang Tian'ao himself, endowed with an SS-level gaming talent, he was utterly powerless against Zhao Wenjun due to completely overwhelmed attribute values. Although Huang Tian'ao wore several pieces of orange-grade equipment with attributes far exceeding those of other players, Zhao Wenjun's gear was at least red-grade. With most items even of golden quality, the attribute bonuses from a single piece of Zhao Wenjun's equipment could almost rival Huang Tian'ao's entire set. How could this be a fair fight? With such a set of equipment, even throwing a dog at him would pulverize Huang Tian'ao. As Huang Tian'ao's figure transformed into white light and vanished, the First Guild War's final battlefield concluded in an extraordinarily dramatic fashion. The spectator stands within the game fell into silence. The live broadcast outside the game was equally silent. Countless screens of televisions and computers were enveloped in quietude. The Guild Va concluded. Lin Tian Brotherhood Guild awarded the title of First Guild of the Holy City Alliance. Lin Tian Brotherhood Guild leader, Zhao Wenjun, appointed as battlefield overlord, ruler of the realm, commander of the masses. Henceforth, Zhao Wenjun shall serve as the chief commander of all major event missions. Seeing that the legendary genius Huang Tian'ao was so effortlessly defeated beneath his command, Zhao Wenjun was momentarily stunned. Only upon witnessing the influx of abundant overlord rewards did he regain some composure. Realizing that he had truly defeated everyone and ascended to the pinnacle of the college entrance examination. Then, recalling that it was all thanks to Lin Tian, his emotions spiraled out of control, and he laughed wildly, shouting, "Brother Tian, you truly are my father." At that moment, whether game players or outside spectators, a question inevitably arose in everyone's minds. Who exactly is this Lin Tian? Is he his brother or his father? A dense fog of mystery enveloped the name Lin Tian. Everyone was perplexed as to why Zhao Wenjun, who shone so brightly in the college exam arena, would call out that name, and why his guild was named Lin Tian Brotherhood. What story lay hidden within? Of course, there were exceptions. In Yun City, a certain villa district, Zhao Wenjun's biological father, Zhao Limin, stared at the live broadcast screen. Upon hearing his son's victorious roar, his joyful smile abruptly froze. Hey, then who am I? Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already arrived at the final region of the Zhongzhou continent, the temple. The regional boss of the temple was a level 150 renegade monk. Entering the innermost chamber, the monk clad in red sat meditating and slowly rose. With his back to Lin Tian, he curled his lips into a strange smile and murmured in a confusing voice, "Do you believe in the existence of gods?" Answer the renegade monk's question correctly. His attack power will be reduced by 25%. Please reason carefully based on the surrounding environment and answer sincerely. Playing some damn legendary game and having to answer questions and reason? Isn't that ridiculous? Ignoring the system prompt, Lin Tian sneered with a smile even more sinister than the renegade monk and retorted, "Do you believe in the ultimate evil slash?" The renegade monk was stunned. The next instant, black sword light enveloped him. The final boss of the Zhongzhou continent was thus obliterated without leaving a trace. After defeating the renegade monk, a wealth of dark gold quality items dropped. Lin Tian picked up and examined several pieces of equipment. Helmet, head of the Defiant God, dark gold. Armor, Defiant Goddess plate, dark gold. Bracers, Defiant Goddess gauntlets, dark gold. Leggings, Defiant Goddess greaves, dark gold. Boots, Defiant Goddess boots, dark gold. Lin Tian discovered that the renegade monk had dropped an entire level 150 dark gold set. Each piece was significantly stronger than what Lin Tian currently wore. Moreover, assembling the full set granted additional attribute bonuses. Lin Tian immediately replaced his entire gear. You have collected all components of the Defiant God set. Achievement unlocked, Covenant of the Defiant God. Received additional examination points, 1,500. Upon equipping the set, all your attributes shall receive an additional bonus of 5,000 points. While donning the full set, you shall remain impervious to any negative statuses and control effects. Equipping the set grants your attacks an extra layer of true damage. Apart from this armor set, atop a desk within the temple, a white chest adorned with a carved cross materialized. Lin Tian approached and opened the chest. The cross-embellished chest gleamed briefly, transforming into a white chest engraved with wings. Through a 1,000-fold drop rate amplification, this faithful chest has been upgraded to an ascension chest. Lin Tian stepped closer and opened it. A torrent of golden and dark golden items and gems poured forth. Most captivating of all was a dark golden skill tome resting at the center. O skill tome, Gutzler Stens. Level requirement, level 150. Quality, dark golden. Skill effect. Upon activation, your blood, mana, and vitality shall rapidly deplete, while all your attributes continuously rise throughout this consumption. 50% of your inflicted damage will be converted into unavoidable true damage. Description. To slay a god, one must first slay oneself. This is essentially a transformation-based empowerment skill. Although Lin Tian already possessed numerous abilities and, after advancing to the rift-breaking Sword Sovereign, gained a potent exclusive class skill every 10 levels, he had yet to acquire any transformation-type skills. He sensed faintly that this skill, combined with the true damage granted by the set S effect, would prove crucial in the forthcoming stages of the game. After mastering the Godslayer stance skill, Lin Tian turned and exited the temple, ready to flap his wings and depart. Suddenly, the temple began to tremble violently from behind. The earth quaked and fractured, as if something colossal was erupting from beneath. You have vanquished all regional bosses within the legendary Central Continent. You have disrupted a certain equilibrium of the Central Continent. Due to unknown causes, the continent overlord of the Central Continent has been awakened. With this prompt, the temple was lifted by a gargantuan creature. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a colossal turtle beast, as towering as a mountain. And the temple itself was merely a structure carved from one of the massive spines upon its shell. Level 200 Xianming Martial Turtle Overlord Boss. An Overlord Boss exists beyond the rank of a lord. Such creatures, typically, appear only as storyline bosses within the game. Under normal gameplay circumstances, players rarely, if ever, confront such a formidable entity. Yet Lin Tian had conquered all regional bosses of the Central Continent within only 3 days, placing him far beyond the bounds of ordinary play. Thus, triggering the awakening of an Overlord boss was hardly unexpected. Looking up to behold this behemoth, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming aura of power emanating from the Xianming Martial Turtle. Even the oppressive presence of the final guardian in the Trial Tower paled in comparison, amounting to less than a tenth of this turtle's might. Yet Lin Tian was no longer the man he once was. Undying demon dragon summoned. Devouring world demon fire possession. Flames of a ghostly azure hue enveloped him. Beneath his feet, a massive spectral blue skeletal dragon materialized from thin air. Mounted upon this bone dragon and wielding a greatsword, Lin Tian charged straight at the Xianming Martial Turtle. The Xianming Martial Turtle was formidable. Even with Lin Tian's utmost effort, he could not vanquish it instantly. To fell it, Lin Tian unleashed a full 3-move sequence. First, the 10,000 Swords Return, summoning a legion of sword intents that shattered the turtle's surface armor. Second, the Shadow-Clearing Sword Flash, a piercing strike that shattered the turtle's internal defenses and rend through its core. Lastly, the Ultimate Evil Slash, a focused single-target strike that shattered its vital points. The Shadow-Clearing Sword Flash was a rift-breaking sword sovereign skill Lin Tian had acquired upon surpassing level 80. It was a lunging sword technique with a powerful armor-breaking effect. The pitiful Xianming Martial Turtle, having slumbered for a millennium before its awakening, soon succumbed entirely, departing for the Western Pure Land. Upon defeating the Xianming Martial Turtle, a sword blade shimmering with iridescent light soared into the sky. Lin Tian's form flickered, and in an instant he grasped the blade in his hand. Weapon, Heavenly Xianming Martial Sacred Sword, iridescent. An iridescent weapon secured at last. Lin Tian had long wielded the dark golden greatsword Frostwither, which, though only level 70, had fallen far behind in attributes. Having never found a more suitable weapon, he had made do. Now, having slain the Xianming Martial Turtle and acquired the Heavenly Xianming Martial Sacred Sword, his weapon needs were perfectly met. Compared to the level 70 dark golden weapon, this level 200 iridescent sacred sword elevated his offensive capabilities by leaps and bounds. Toying with his new weapon, Lin Tian's spirits lifted. Unexpectedly, the reward for defeating the Overlord boss were not yet concluded. Above in the sky, a thunderous roar resounded. In the next instant, a bolt of verdant lightning crashed down violently, striking just ahead of Lin Tian. From this green lightning descended a dark green chest, an overlord boss tier chest. What treasures might it conceal? Lin Tian reached forth and attempted to open it. Through a 1,000-fold drop rate amplification, this life chest has been upgraded to an origin chest. The chest opened, revealing a pair of enormous white wings radiating a sacred light, slowly emerging. Special equipment, Archangel S wings. Level requirement, 270. Quality, prismatic. Effect 1, movement speed increased by 5,000 times. Capable of spatial teleportation within areas marked by sacred feathers. Effect 2, attacks imbued with holy power, dealing massive holy light damage. Effect 3, all attributes increased by 25,000. Effect 4, by expending the wings' stored holy light energy, perfect healing can be performed, instantly curing all injuries of the target. The wings store enough holy light energy for 100 perfect healings per hour. Effect 5, upon reaching level 200, grants access to a single entry into the heavenly divine realm. Description: Wings of the Angel King from the heavenly divine realm. Endowed with the sacred power of the holy light angel, ranked 3rd on the legendary continent S-Wing leaderboard. At long last, Lin Tian had acquired a prismatic piece of equipment ranked among the top 3 in the entire Mad Blood Legend world. He felt a surge of excitement. Glancing at the blazing sun's sacred feathers he currently wore, he pondered, since the special equipment Divine Fire can undergo synthesis, might the wings also be combinable? Though the Archangel S wings were already formidable, reckless fusion might prove counterproductive. Yet curiosity overwhelmed him. He wished to discover what new wings might be forged from merging the 2 sets he possessed. Holding the blazing sun's sacred feathers in his left hand and the Archangel S wings in his right, he attempted the fusion. Synthesis complete. Archangel S wings, prismatic. Blazing sun, sacred feathers, iridescent. Sanctum crimson feathers, prismatic. You have forged new wings. The Sanctum crimson wings. The fused wings, interwoven in hues of crimson and white, emanate a sacred radiance as their base, while the blazing sunlight shimmers atop, adorning the feathers. Lin Tian examined the wings' attributes, his eyes brightening. The Sanctum crimson wings, born of fusion, not only amplify all attributes by 30,000, but also inherit and enhance every effect possessed by the original 2 pairs. The mingling of divine and solar energies elevates both the healing and offensive capabilities of the wings to an entirely new echelon. At this moment, the wings' power likely surpasses even the number 1 ranked wings on the legendary continent S leaderboard, establishing themselves as the continent S most formidable wings. Equipping the Sanctum Crimson wings, Lin Tian soared in 2 swift circuits, acclimating to their tremendous speed and overwhelming strength, feeling immense satisfaction. Landing atop a mountain peak, he settled cross-legged, gazing over the central continent of Zhongzhou, a hint of bewilderment creeping in due to his own invincibility. What should he pursue next? Perhaps he should venture to conquer the Eastern Island Sanctuary? After all, endlessly grinding monsters and defeating bosses had grown somewhat tiresome. There was still something unused. Scanning the numerous items in his inventory, Lin Tian produced a nearly forgotten black card. Special item, Invitation to the Dark Hall. Level requirement 100. Effect: upon use, you will accept an invitation from the Dark Hall, the greatest villainous organization on the legendary continent, initiating an entirely divergent evil questline. You will irrevocably tread a path opposed to the righteous Holy City Alliance. Thereupon, all human righteous NPCs and every player will regard you as their mortal enemy. Description: the choice is but once, with no turning back. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. Let me first see what this Dark Hall has in store. Lin Tian chuckled softly and activated the invitation. Suddenly, a black portal of shimmering darkness abruptly materialized before him. Upon seeing the black portal, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, a vague familiarity stirring within. Reflecting carefully, he recalled that when the world boss, the Dark Knight, previously appeared, it seemed to descend upon the legendary Zhongzhou continent through a similar black portal. Could it be that the Dark Knight world boss was dispatched to the legendary Zhongzhou continent by the Dark Hall? Lin Tian speculated, feeling no surprise. After all, the Dark Hall was the Holy City Alliance's greatest adversary. When idle, it made perfect sense for them to sow chaos and deploy troublesome entities in enemy territory. Stepping forward, Lin Tian entered the black portal. A dim environment, a frigid palace, shadowy lighting, and a grim atmosphere greeted him. Upon crossing through, he found himself standing within a grand hall dominated by black tones. On either side, hundreds of soldiers clad in black armor stood in precise formation. At the center throne sat a towering figure over 3 meters tall, a knight clad in dark spectral armor, radiating formidable majesty. Upon spotting Lin Tian emerging from the portal, a sinister gleam flickered in his eyes. His voice, cold as ice, declared, "Rebel, welcome to the Dark Realm. I am Long Han, one of the 12 Dark Generals of the Dark Hall. I have awaited your arrival for a long time. Regarding the Dark Hall, I understand you harbor many questions. I permit you to ask 3. I shall answer each in turn." Surveying the pitch-black surroundings, Lin Tian promptly posed 3 questions. Why is there no lighting? Is there a power outage? Is the Dark Hall really that impoverished? The spectral armored knight paused briefly, feigning deafness to Lin Tian's inquiries. "If you have no further questions, I shall not speak at length. We are the forsaken of the old era, like you, oppressed and rejected by the Holy City Alliance. Our mutual hatred of the Holy City is the foremost reason we stand united. The king holds you in high regard and intends to entrust you with significant responsibilities. Yet, the Dark Hall speaks only through strength. At present, you are but an ordinary Dark Soldier. Before the true war arrives, you must complete as many missions as possible to earn great rewards in the forthcoming war. Strive to elevate your rank. You must prove your might. Your first task is to venture to the northern abyssal pool and slay 100 novice-level undead fiends. The faster you complete this, the better. Should you finish within 3 hours, I shall grant you an additional reward. Here is a map of the Dark Realm. Take it with you." Having spoken at length, the Spectral Knight tossed Lin Tian a map detailing the Dark Realm's general layout. Simultaneously, Lin Tian received his inaugural quest within the game. Ding! Quest accepted. Dark Hall mission. Slay undead fiends. Level 100. Objective: enter the northern abyssal pool and eliminate 100 novice undead fiends. Complete within 3 hours to receive a bonus reward. Go forth, Dark Soldier Lin Tian. The Spectral Knight intoned solemnly. Lin Tian raised his hand in salute. "Yes, great general." The Sanctum Crimson wings unfurled behind him as his form vanished from sight in an instant. After dispatching the mission, the Spectral Knight's ominous gleam dimmed slightly as he prepared to rest. Yet, before a minute had passed, a swift shadow darted into the hall. Lin Tian returned. Saluting, report, mission accomplished. When confronting the level 200 Overlord boss, Xianming Wugui, Lin Tian had dispatched it in merely 2 minutes. That had been before he acquired the legendary colored weapon, the Celestial Profound Martial Saint Sword, and forged the superlative iridescent wings, Sanctum Crimson Wings. With these formidable aids, his combat prowess had surged dramatically. Now, facing Xianming Wugui, he could likely obliterate it with a single strike. With such strength, dealing with level 100 minor undead fiends was easier than crushing ants beneath a boot. Lin Tian could now vanquish swarms with a mere gesture. Witnessing Lin Tian's rapid mission completion, the Spectral Knight's sinister gleam flickered in astonishment. "Ah, so swift. Excellent. I hereby officially promote your rank from Dark Soldier to Dark Squad Captain. You shall command 10 Dark Soldiers. As a reward for completing the task within 3 hours, I present to you one of my treasured divine weapons. Ding! Dark Hall mission slay undead fiends completed. Your rank has been elevated to Dark Squad Captain. Bonus reward for timely completion, 700,000 experience, 700,000 gold coins, and the Dark Knight's frenzied spear, red quality." Glancing at the meager mission rewards, then at the level 100 red quality spear in his hand, Lin Tian fell into a brief silence. The Spectral Knight mistook his reaction for awe at the weapon's power and waved a hand with a smile. "This was my most cherished weapon in my youth. Take it and treat it well." Lin Tian looked up and inquired, "May I ask, where's the restroom?" The Spectral Knight was momentarily stunned. "Outside the hall." Lin Tian nodded. "Wait for me." With that, he hoisted the red quality spear and strode toward the restroom. After the sound of flushing, Lin Tian returned. The red quality spear nowhere to be seen in his hands. The Spectral Knight, puzzled, asked, "What did you do?" Lin Tian answered earnestly, "I went to drop a deuce." The Spectral Knight showed no expression. "You have completed the trial of the captain rank. Next awaits the trial for battalion commander. Venture into the southern crypts and slay 100 phantasmal beasts. As per usual protocol, the swifter the completion, the better. Should you accomplish this feat within 3 hours, an additional reward awaits you." Lin Tian raised his hand in salute. "Submarine squad, deploy." In the next instant, his figure vanished. A minute later, Lin Tian returned. "Reporting, officer. Mission accomplished." Leaning back in his chair, the Dark Armor Knight, just about to rest, twitched his face slightly. You're too fast." After holding back for a moment, the Dark Armor Knight finally managed to utter this. Hearing this familiar remark, Lin Tian instinctively replied, "Men are always this fast." Don't be fooled by those online videos. A minute is actually quite a long time. Dark Armor Knight. Lin Tian. Carelessly. It seemed he had revealed some unnecessary information. Ahem. Anyway, you have now reached the rank of Legion Commander. The next trial is at the Division Commander level. Your task is to ascend the Black Tomb and eliminate 100 undead warriors. The Dark Armor Knight cleared his throat and issued the mission once more. Lin Tian promptly set out. The undead warriors, at level 130, were far stronger than the targets from the previous 2 missions. Yet, in Lin Tian's hands, they were merely oversized ants. Combining travel and combat effortlessly, Lin Tian completed the task in just over 40 seconds. Just as he was about to return and submit the mission, near the Black Tomb, a large black dog sitting cross-legged in meditation caught Lin Tian's attention. This dog was quite intriguing. It must be some rare creature. Lin Tian's eyes brightened, and the wings on his back suddenly fluttered. In the next moment, he appeared directly before the black dog. As if long aware of Lin Tian's presence, the dog merely lifted its eyelids to glance at him, remaining majestically still in meditation. The dark energy surrounding the Black Tomb continuously flowed into its body, steadily amplifying its aura. Well, quite arrogant, aren't you? Looking down on me, are you? Seeing the black dog completely disregard him, Lin Tian found it even more interesting. He took from his pack a piece of the original foot-licking chicken dropped by the great rooster in the beginner-s village and held it to the dog's mouth. Here, eat up. Don't be shy. The black dog kept its mouth firmly shut, utterly ignoring him. However, the furrow between its brows deepened slightly, as if somewhat annoyed. Good dog. I like your proud and aloof personality. Lin Tian grew more enthused and reached out to grab the dog's head, attempting with all his strength to pry open its mouth and stuff the foot-licking chicken inside. Hiss! The fangs bared. The black dog could no longer contain itself. Whoosh! A torrent of dark energy surged behind it, coalescing into a colossal black phantom resembling a lion-tiger beast. This apparition lunged forward, pressing heavily against Lin Tian. So you still have some temper? Huh? Lin Tian glared and slapped once. Bang! Boom! The black dog was sent flying horizontally for 1,000 meters, crashing onto a pile of stones. Crack! The phantom lion-tiger behind it shattered instantly, staggering to its feet and shaking its dizzy head. The black dog was somewhat stunned, but still gathered strength to counterattack Lin Tian. Yet, there was no time to charge or even react. Lin Tian's figure reappeared before it. Bang! Boom! Another powerful slap landed, over a dozen consecutive strikes. The black dog's face twisted grotesquely, its jaw forming a sharp 45-degree angle to the left horizon. After the final slap, the dog's once gloomy eyes suddenly became sharp yet adorably vacant. With a hint of cross-eyed charm, it surveyed the surroundings with a human-like gaze, scratching its head with a paw as if trying to comprehend where it was and who it was. It seemed Lin Tian's mighty slap had caused the black dog to lose its memory. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's figure flickered and appeared again before the black dog. Though amnesiac, the moment Lin Tian's face entered its sight, a profound, instinctive terror surged within its heart. Puff! With a bend of its hind legs, the black dog immediately knelt down. Its 2 front paws were raised high, performing a kowtow in supplication. Seeing this, Lin Tian was finally satisfied and ceased his slaps. He approached the black dog, gently stroking its trembling head with a smile. Good boy. That is more like it. Finally, you understand. This game was becoming dull for Lin Tian. Raising a dog for some amusement seemed a fine pastime. Feeling Lin Tian's gentle touch and the absence of further blows, the black dog relaxed slightly, ceasing its trembling. Sensing the amusement in Lin Tian's gaze, the black dog obediently rubbed against his leg. Doggy, from now on, you shall be called Big Black. Come on, Big Black. Give me a bark. Lin Tian patted the dog's head lightly with a smile. The black dog, quite perceptive, seemed to grasp Lin Tian's meaning. Shyly, it lifted its head and after a long hesitation, offered a pleasing sound. Meow. Bang. Unable to resist, Lin Tian delivered another slap, sending the black dog flying once more. Lin Tian's face darkened. What the hell are you supposed to be? The final slap straightened the black dog's crooked face. And Lin Tian reckoned he had accumulated a fair share of merit, taking this neither cat nor dog creature with him. Lin Tian first reported to the Dark Armor Knight and received a new mission. After completing 3 rounds of the Dark Hall missions, Lin Tian's rank had ascended to Shadow Division Commander. Under his command were 10 Night Legion commanders, 100 Dark Soldier captains, and 1,000 Shadow Soldiers. Gathering his subordinates, he pointed to Big Black and instructed, "From now on, your task is to help this dog learn how to bark. Understood? No, not quite clear. The assembled troops looked utterly bewildered. Lin Tian kicked Big Black. Meow. The dog yelped in surprise. A mighty dog, constantly meowing like a cat. What kind of disgrace is that? I absolutely despise cats. Lin Tian grumbled, kicking Big Black's backside again. Witnessing this, the troops finally comprehended Lin Tian's directive. One night Legion Commander stepped forward solemnly. Division Commander, rest assured, we will complete the task. Lin Tian nodded slightly, turned, and departed to continue his missions. The fourth round's target was to slay 100 level 140 large whites. Due to the mission's distant location, this time Lin Tian took about 5 minutes to complete and return. Upon his return, he promptly reported to the Dark Armor Knight. Notification: Dark Hall mission completed. Slay large whites. Your rank has been promoted to Dark Soldier Commander. Completed mission within the time limit. Received extra rewards: 1,500,000 experience, 1,500,000 gold coins, night boots golden. The rewards for the fourth round of Dark Hall missions were considerably more generous. Yet for Lin Tian, they remained somewhat inconsequential. Comparatively, the ranks that would influence future war missions were far more significant. Upon completing this mission, the Dark Armor Knight did not, as before, immediately assign Lin Tian a new task. Instead, he regarded Lin Tian with a mixture of astonishment and contemplation, sighing wistfully, truly worthy of the king's favor, to have accomplished all promotion tasks so swiftly. When I completed these trials and ascended to the rank of Dark Soldier Commander, it took me a full 2.5 years. Lin Tian, uninterested in hearing tales of the Dark Hall apprentices from long ago, interrupted him and inquired, is reaching the rank of Dark Soldier Commander the pinnacle? Are there no further missions to elevate my military rank? The Dark Armor Knight was taken aback. You have already become the Dark Soldier Commander, and you still seek advancement? Beyond the Dark Soldier Commander are the 12 Dark Generals. However, promotions at the general level are beyond my authority to grant. Lin Tian suddenly realized that he had indeed reached the ceiling of advancement, at least on the Dark Armor Knight's side. Any further promotion would place him on the same level as the Knight himself. Pondering this, Lin Tian asked, then, what position lies above the 12 Dark Generals? The Dark Armor Knight replied, above the 12 Dark Generals stand the 3 Supreme Dark Marshals, the most formidable within the Dark Hall. Above the Supreme Dark Marshals reigns our incomparable sovereign, the Dark Hall King. Lin Tian cut him off once more. Just tell me directly how to become the Dark Hall King. The Dark Armor Knight hesitated, then said, perhaps you should leave. I feel you might bring trouble upon me. Lin Tian scratched his head and laughed heartily. Just joking. I would never dare offend our esteemed king. Seriously though, could you introduce me to those 3 Supreme Dark Marshals? The Dark Armor Knight fell silent for a moment, then considered before answering. At present, there is indeed an opportunity. Recently, an issue has arisen in the Dark Realm that troubles the 3 Marshals. If you can help resolve this problem, perhaps you will have the chance to attain a position equal to mine. Here is the situation. He proceeded to outline the origins and progression of the matter. Several thousand years ago, when the first Dark Hall King arrived in the Dark Realm intending to establish the Dark Hall, he was obstructed by the realm's apex-level boss, the Underworld King. Through formidable strength and the aid of several companions, the first Dark Hall King succeeded in sealing the Underworld King away. However, recently, the seal has weakened. The 3 Supreme Dark Marshals have detected that the Underworld King has exploited a fissure in the seal to release a juvenile clone of himself. This offspring absorbs external energy to nourish the original awakening. Once sufficiently energized, the Underworld King's core may break free from the seal, unleashing devastation upon the entire Dark Hall. The Dark Hall urgently needs someone to locate and either eliminate or control this juvenile clone. As the Dark Armor Knight explained, Lin Tian's mission prompt reappeared before his eyes. Notification: Hidden Dark Hall mission accepted. Track the Underworld King's juvenile clone. Mission objective: trace the whereabouts of the Underworld King's juvenile clone and report back to the Dark Hall. Upon mission completion, you will have the opportunity to become one of the 12 Dark Generals. Understood. With the mission received, matters became straightforward. Lin Tian turned to depart, but the Dark Armor Knight called him back and warned once more, beware, even though the juvenile clone's combat power is less than 1% of the original, it is not an opponent we can casually confront. Once you find the Underworld King's trace, report to me immediately. I will inform the 3 Supreme Dark Marshals, who will personally handle the matter. Lin Tian waved off the caution and vanished instantly, giving no heed to the Dark Armor Knight's words. With his current strength, even facing the Dark Hall's sovereign, Lin Tian did not believe he would be defeated. His figure flickered, disappearing from the Grand Hall. Soaring above the skies of the Dark Realm, he began searching for any sign of the Underworld King's juvenile clone. After a prolonged search yielded no progress, Lin Tian changed tactics. He decided to slay all formidable monsters he could spot that might be connected to the Underworld King, then bring their bodies back for the Dark Armor Knight's inspection. Several minutes later, Lin Tian returned carrying a colossal black eyeball corpse. Is this the Underworld King's juvenile clone? The Dark Armor Knight looked up and was taken aback. No, this is the Death Eye, a level 200 Lord boss. You killed it? How did you manage that? As a Lord level boss near the Dark Hall's stronghold, the Death Eye had long threatened the base. The Dark Armor Knight had led multiple expeditions against it, all ending in failure. Its combat prowess was notoriously formidable. He had never imagined Lin Tian would bring back the corpse of such a boss after a single outing. Not this one, Lin Tian said, slightly disappointed. Under the Dark Armor Knight's stunned gaze, he turned and vanished again. Minutes later, Lin Tian appeared with the corpse of a gigantic black ape, over 10 meters tall. Is this the Underworld King's juvenile clone? The Dark Armor Knight paused before answering. This is the Dark Demon Giant Ape, a level 230 Lord level boss. Lin Tian sighed and turned away. About 10 minutes later, Lin Tian returned with the corpse of a massive ghoul-like fiend. Before Lin Tian could speak, the Dark Armor Knight slammed the table, trembling all over. That is the Gluttonous Lord, the most powerful level 250 Overlord boss in the Northern Dark Realm. Even for the entire Dark Hall, the Gluttonous Lord is a tremendous threat. Half a year ago, a Supreme Dark Marshal led 5 Dark Generals on an expedition against it. Yet they gained no advantage. Who would have thought that this formidable Overlord boss was slain by Lin Tian? Damn, wrong target again? Lin Tian muttered angrily as he left. Watching Lin Tian's retreating figure, the Dark Armor Knight recalled Lin Tian's earlier claim to aspire to become the Dark Hall King. Suddenly, he felt that this might not have been a mere jest. For someone of Lin Tian's unfathomable power, the Dark Armor Knight could not suppress a rising sense of fear. Just how strong was this man? A level 250 Overlord boss was indeed powerful, especially the Gluttonous Lord, who possessed a unique ability to suddenly restore to full health upon near death, emerging stronger than before. Lin Tian had taken nearly 2 minutes to defeat it. The rewards for slaying an Overlord boss were substantial. Lin Tian acquired 2 more pieces of colored grade equipment. Upper garment, God Eater Ghost Armor colored, leggings, Decay Domain colored. The only regret was that no treasure chest reward appeared after defeating the Dark Realm boss. Perhaps the game cartridge's design never accounted for a player defeating a Dark Realm Overlord boss within 7 days. The 2 pieces of colored grade equipment boasted formidable attributes. Due to their higher level, equipping them boosted Lin Tian's combat power even more than the heavenly profound Nether Martial Saint sword he currently wielded. Where is the Underworld King? Where is the Underworld King? The Underworld King lies within that childish eyes. After changing his equipment, Lin Tian soared above the Dark Realm, humming a tune as he continued his search. As time passed, though he failed to locate the Underworld King, Lin Tian systematically annihilated all the various bosses scattered throughout the Dark Realm. Within the Dark Realm, there were 4 dominant Overlord bosses in total. Having slain all 4 Overlords, Lin Tian's entire set of gear had been upgraded from dark gold to resplendent multicolored armor, his power surging once again. Carrying the corpse of the final Overlord boss back to the main hall, the Underworld Armored Knights were stunned into silence, about to speak. Lin Tian raised his hand to interrupt them. This is Hell's Thunderhorse, an Overlord level boss. One of the Underworld Armored Knights blinked in surprise. You know this isn't the Underworld King, so why bring it to me? Scratching his head, Lin Tian replied, just a habit. After a fight, I like to show you the bodies. The Underworld Armored Knights were speechless, dragging the boss's corpse. Lin Tian strode out of the hall, a hint of confusion on his face. Where in the world could this Underworld King be hiding? Outside the door, 2 Dark Soldier commanders bowed as Lin Tian emerged, saying, Sir, should we continue feeding the boss corpses to the big black dog? Lin Tian tossed the corpse onto the ground and nodded. Feed it. Waste not, why not? Previously, with no place to store the corpses of defeated bosses, Lin Tian had entrusted his subordinates to feed them to the large black dog he had rescued. It had been a while since he last checked on the big black dog. Perhaps it was time for a visit. Frustrated by his failed mission, Lin Tian decided to go see his pet, hoping to alleviate his oppressive mood by amusing the dog. Approaching his military camp, Lin Tian spotted from afar a colossal black creature over 100 meters tall, resting beside an open space at the campus edge. Its teal mouth and tusks were fearsome, its bristly fur like sharp spikes, muscles taut on its massive frame, and black energy swirling all around it. Despite the drastic transformation, Lin Tian instantly recognized the creature by its vacant yet piercing cross-eyed gaze. It was indeed the big black dog he had brought back. Impressive growth. Eating premium dog food really makes a difference. Lin Tian couldn't help but marvel. Upon seeing its master return, the big black dog excitedly bounded over to greet him. Boom, boom, boom. But due to its immense size and weight, each step it took caused the earth to tremble violently. The entire camp experienced a strong earthquake, and Lin Tian's soldiers were sent sprawling in all directions. Woof! The big black dog rubbed its enormous head against Lin Tian, emitting a well-behaved bark. Though it was not a genuine dog-esque bark yet, it was noticeably less shrill than its previous cat-like meow. Satisfied, Lin Tian nodded. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. Bring me some snacks for my big black dog. Upon receiving the order, two subordinates immediately presented a fresh boss corpse. The big black dog's eyes lit up as it eagerly began to feast. As the delectable meal disappeared into its maw, the black energy enveloping its body thickened, and the faint red stripes on its forehead grew more distinct, gradually forming the shape of a character. Watching his dog eat, Lin Tian's mood improved considerably. With a swift motion, he settled cross-legged atop the big black dog's head, gently stroking the character underworld emblazoned on its forehead as he sighed in puzzlement. That damned underworld king, where on earth have you been hiding? Perched upon the dog's head, Lin Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating how to complete his current hidden mission. If the underworld king's larval form is truly within the Dark Realm, then would wiping out the entire Dark Realm suffice? No, that can't be right. If the Dark Realm is destroyed, the Dark Hall would vanish as well. Then where would I submit the mission? The failure of the hidden mission left him somewhat irritated. Just as he stood to resume his search for the underworld king's whereabouts, a prompt appeared before his eyes. You have slain all overlord bosses of the Dark Realm. You have disrupted a certain balance within the Dark Realm. A king-level creature from the Endless Wasteland is about to descend into the Dark Realm, appearing near you. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. A king-level monster? Lin Tian's expression shifted in surprise. Above overlords are kings. In a hierarchy, lords are succeeded by overlords, and overlords by kings. Ordinarily, each domain within the legendary world harbors only one king-level being. The underworld king in the Dark Realm, the divine king in the heavenly realm, the flame king in the scorching sun realm, and the holy king, protector of humanity, in the nether realm. What kind of place was this endless wasteland that a king-level creature could casually emerge? Lin Tian's curiosity was piqued, but for now, he was more eager to confront the king-level boss about to invade the Dark Realm. Leaping into the air, Lin Tian ascended to a high vantage point, gazing down below. Soon, to the north side of the camp, he discovered a massive spatial rift. From the rift staggered forth a 9-headed giant serpent, exuding immense malevolent energy. Wherever it passed, the ground was utterly transformed into rotting blood and water, and the air breathed out thick black mists that drifted upward. Its terrifying aura surged boundlessly, causing even Lin Tian's heart to beat faster with unease. Yet, after such a long time, encountering such a formidable foe stirred great excitement within him. Flapping his wings, he accelerated to his maximum speed, becoming a streak of light. In an instant, he was before the 9-headed serpent. The black glow on Lin Tian's Tianxian underworld martial saint sword flared intensely. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful skill, Ultimate Evil Slash, launching a fierce assault. Now, his agility attribute had surpassed 1 million. Ultimate Evil Slash's characteristic was that for every 1,000 points of agility, an additional sword strike could be unleashed. With this strike, Lin Tian unleashed over 1,000 sword attacks, an overwhelmingly potent onslaught. Countless sword shadows overlapped, and space itself seemed to begin fracturing under the strike's might. Buzz! The sword shadows descended. Sensing the attack, the 9-headed serpent inhaled sharply, its entire body turning a metallic gray, greatly enhancing its defense. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of steel colliding rang out rapidly, despite withstanding such a powerful blow. The serpent's grayish skin only dented slightly, suffering no substantial damage. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with a smile. Not bad. Tough as nails. Whoosh! All 9 heads of the serpent twisted simultaneously, spewing crimson-black flames toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not dodge. Instead, he instantly activated his devouring world demon fire to counter the attack. Whoosh! The two flames collided, unleashing a massive energy discharge that shattered the surrounding ground into rubble. Judging by the outcome, Lin Tian's devouring world demon fire proved slightly stronger. Overwhelming the crimson-black flames spewed by the serpent, his fire pressed onward. Despite its massive size, the nine-headed serpent moved with surprising speed, swiftly turning to evade the assault. Then, with a powerful burst of physical strength, the nine-headed serpent charged straight at Lin Tian. Bang! 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 The heavenly, profound, dark martial saint's sword clashed repeatedly against the colossal, hardened tongue, sending a numbness through Lin Tian's arm. Realizing the formidable power of this king-class, nine-headed giant serpent monster, Lin Tian ceased holding back. He unleashed his skills, adjusting his state to perfection. Undying Demon Dragon Summon. Devouring World Demon Fire Possession. Sacred Hall Crimson Feather, blessed by holy flames. Godslayer Stance. Wearing a full set of multicolored quality equipment, coupled with numerous buff skills, Lin Tian's combat prowess had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Ultimate Evil Slash. With a fierce roar, Lin Tian struck out. Releasing the same skill again in this state, the nine-headed giant serpent began to falter, its body starting to collapse. The 18 icy eyes atop its 9 heads faintly revealed signs of retreat, seemingly never expecting that in this dark realm there existed a being like Lin Tian who could stand against it. Whoosh! Crimson-black flames erupted once more. The 9-headed giant serpent, no longer eager to fight, spewed fire and turned to flee toward the spatial rift, attempting escape. After fighting for so long and exerting such great effort, Lin Tian would never allow it to slip away so easily. With a powerful flap of his wings, he accelerated to his maximum speed, raising the holy sword high. He growled, boundary-breaking sword tomb. This move was the ultimate skill of the boundary-breaking sword sovereign class. Rumble, a massive sword, as imposing as a mountain, suddenly descended from the sky. Boom! The next moment, the entire dark realm trembled. Puffed. The mighty king-class boss, the 9-headed giant serpent, received the blow head-on. Its enormous body was instantly crushed into a heap of mangled flesh. Finally, it was defeated. Phew, that was truly a formidable opponent. After vanquishing the king-class, 9-headed serpent, Lin Tian's body shimmered with radiant light, and his level soared wildly. This battle had taken a considerable toll on him. Once the fight ended, he immediately withdrew medicinal items from his pack to replenish himself. Noticing the shimmering, iridescent glow emanating from the serpent's corpse, Lin Tian swiftly approached to inspect the treasures dropped by this king-class boss. The 9-headed serpent dropped 2 iridescent grade items. One was an iridescent grade divine flame, and the other, an iridescent grade weapon. There was no need for further explanation regarding the iridescent grade weapon, named 9 Netherdark Sea. Its attributes utterly surpassed the multicolored quality holy sword Lin Tian wielded. Possessing 6 powerful special effects, it also carried 2 formidable skills. One a buff-type skill that nearly doubled Lin Tian's damage output for a short duration, and the other a finishing skill that dealt true damage, exceptionally potent. As for the iridescent grade flame, it manifested as a ghostly pale white orb. Special equipment, 9 Nether 10 Prisons Flame. Level requirement, 400. Quality, iridescent. Effect 1. When you activate 9 Nether 10 Prisons Flame, your attributes are comprehensively enhanced, and your attacks deal a percentage of all life-devouring damage. Effect 2. Sovereign of Ghost Fire. 9 Nether 10 Prisons Flame suppresses all other types of flames, granting you complete immunity to fire-type damage. Effect 3. Servants of 10,000 Fires. Souls of enemies slain by 9 Nether 10 Prisons Flame will serve you. You can absorb these souls to bolster your spirit or magical power. Effect 4. All attributes 50,000. Accompanying skill. Summon 9 Nether Prison Lord. You may summon the 9 Nether Prison Lord to fight for you. This lord possesses immense power and strong potential for growth. Description: the killing flame from the 9 Nether realm, the nemesis of all life, ranked 2nd on the legendary continent's divine fire leaderboard. A flame ranked 2nd in the legendary world. If it were fused with my own top 5 ranked devouring world demon fire, who knows what would emerge? These are 2 iridescent grade divine flames. Glancing at the ghostly white flame, then at his own devouring world demon fire, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and activated his miscellaneous craftsman skill. Devouring World Demon Fire, iridescent. 9 Nether 10 Prisons Flame, iridescent. This synthesis requires a cost of 50 million gold coins. Proceed with synthesis. Yes. With a thought, the 2 flames began to merge. The Devouring World Demon Fire and the 9 Nether 10 Prisons Flame intertwined and devoured each other, seemingly competing for dominance in this fusion. After a while, the fusion completed. A dark gray flame surged skyward, erupting like a silent volcanic explosion. Synthesis complete. Devouring world, demon fire, iridescent. 9 nether, 10 prisons flame, iridescent, skeletal flame, quality, unknown. You have created a new divine flame, skeletal flame. The synthesized divine flame, skeletal flame, had broken through the game's quality limits. Lin Tian examined the skeletal flame's stats, besides raising all attributes to 100,000 points. Skeletal flame combined and enhanced all the characteristics of the two original flames. Its accompanying skill was even more extraordinary. Now, Lin Tian could summon a level 400 royal class boss, the Nether Dragon Emperor, to fight on his behalf. Moreover, the Nether Dragon Emperor had growth potential and could also be used as a bomb to unleash a devastating area of effect strike. Invincible, utterly invincible. In every sense, this was true invincibility. Staring at the flame in his hand, Lin Tian muttered to himself. No sooner had he spoken than, not far away, the ground trembled beneath enormous footsteps. Looking up, Lin Tian saw his big black dog bounding toward him. Damn! The big black dog rubbed against him, then cast a longing gaze at the massive 9-headed serpent corpse nearby. Its watery, cross-eyed eyes radiated a pitiful, pleading light. Ha ha! Go ahead and eat, you little glutton. Lin Tian patted the big black dog's head with a smile. Immediately, the big black dog dashed over and began feasting on the king-class boss's corpse. It had barely taken a few bites when, from afar, another figure came hurtling at top speed. Lin Tian focused his gaze and recognized the figure as the Nether Armor Knight who had been assigning him quests. Approaching Lin Tian, the Nether Armor Knight frowned and asked, "What just happened? What caused such a commotion here?" The 3 darkest marshals were all alarmed and specifically sent me to investigate. Lin Tian briefly explained, "A many-headed monster ran over from another realm. I've already taken down. The dog I raised is just cleaning up the scraps." The Nether Armor Knight was stunned upon hearing this. Turning to the enormous black creature devouring the corpse, his face suddenly twisted in horror. That damn Nether King. Huh? Lin Tian was also taken aback, then angrily slapped his thigh. Damn it. No wonder it's been missing everywhere. Turns out I've been raising it in my own home. The Nether Armor Knight urgently warned. The Nether King gains energy to break its seals rapidly by consuming corpses. Stop it from eating anymore. With that, the Nether Armor Knight drew the black iron greatsword from his back and charged straight at the big black dog. Bang! Whoosh! Without even glancing, the big black dog casually kicked backward with its hind legs. The Nether Armor Knight was propelled like a cannonball, flying backward hundreds of meters. Having devoured the corpses of numerous Lord and Overlord level bosses, the great black dog's strength had long since evolved to approximately 70% of the Dark King's true form. At this moment, after gnawing on several king-level boss remains, its form once again began to swell, enveloped in a frenzied surge of black aura. The Dark Armored Knight, ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, hastily rose to his feet and charged forward. As he ran, he shouted to Lin Tian, "Quick, stop it at once. The king is currently in seclusion and cannot intervene. If the Dark King breaks free from his seal, the Dark Realm is doomed." Before his words had even faded, the great black dog had already finished devouring the king-level monster's corpse. Suddenly, its figure froze, utterly motionless. The turbulent black aura that enveloped it abruptly fell silent at that very instant. In the next moment, a massive wave of black energy surged from beneath the earth, ascending into the sky. Soon enough, the black mist coalesced into a colossal, terrifying black cloud, as if being violently torn apart by invisible hands. The cloud began to shift form. Before long, it transformed into a spectral apparition of a ferocious lion-tiger beast. A deafening roar, shaking heaven and earth, echoed across the realm. Then, like a bolt of black thunder, the apparition descended sharply, plunging straight into the great black dog's body. The dog's appearance was completely altered, now resembling the spectral lion-tiger beast. Dense black aura exploded from its form, embodying the terrifying majesty of a beast king in the dead of night. At this moment, the Dark King of the Dark Realm shattered his seal and officially awakened, having devoured a vast number of powerful corpses. The Dark King's strength now surpassed even his peak by a considerable margin. His combat power had reached the pinnacle of the king tier, with only the final step remaining before ascending to the emperor level. The Dark Armored Knight, witnessing this scene, let his great sword fall helplessly to the ground and whispered in despair, "It's over, completely over." Lin Tian, however, smiled faintly and confidently waved at him. "Don't worry. The great black dog and I share a deep bond. Even if he breaks the seal and awakens, he will still obediently listen to me." No sooner had he spoken, the Dark King's cold, blood-red eyes gazed down at Lin Tian. From his throat came a series of muffled human words. Damnable human. You have humiliated me in countless ways, toyed with me endlessly. Today I will, before he could finish bang, Lin Tian slapped him sharply. The Dark King's form was hurled through the air, tumbling wildly. When he rose again, his icy blood-red eyes had once more transformed into those of a bewildered, yet sharp-eyed fighter squint. Raising a front paw, he scratched his head in confusion, glanced around, then immediately trotted over to Lin Tian's side. Obediently, he nuzzled him and let out a docile call, Mao. Lin Tian looked at the dark-armored knight and said, "See, I told you, we have a very good relationship." The dark-armored knight was utterly dumbfounded. Seeing him frozen in place, without a word, Lin Tian asked, "The Dark King has been found and is now under control. My hidden mission should be considered complete, right?" The dark-armored knight stared blankly at the newly awakened, most formidable king-level boss in the Dark Realm, now acting like a dog chasing its own tail behind Lin Tian. His mind went blank, and he found himself at a loss for words. After a long while, he regained his composure and slowly nodded. "Let us go. The pre-war assembly is about to begin. All the Dark Generals will gather at Night King City. I'll take you to meet the Supreme Dark Marshal." Relieved that the hidden mission was finally complete, Lin Tian exhaled deeply, his spirits greatly uplifted. After sending the great black dog back to the military camp, he set off toward Night King City alongside the dark-armored knight. Along the way, the two figures walked one after the other. Originally, the dark-armored knight had planned to submit intelligence regarding Lin Tian to the three Supreme Dark Marshals at the upcoming pre-war assembly, advising them to be wary of this formidable newcomer. However, after witnessing Lin Tian tame the awakened Dark King with a single slap, the dark-armored knight changed his mind. Cautiously, he said, Brother Lin Tian, I want to discuss something with you." "Huh?" Lin Tian yawned. "If you ever decide to rebel, I'll support you. And if you truly become the king of the Dark Hall, can you make me a marshal?" "Heh, with our relationship, making you a marshal would be an insult to you. At the very least, I'd have to grant you a princely title or something even closer." Lin Tian was pleased to hear the dark-armored knight speak so earnestly and patted his shoulder in comfort. Before long, they arrived at Night King City, at the Grand Hall where the pre-war assembly was about to commence. The three Supreme Dark Marshals, clad in heavy armor and radiating overwhelming presence, sat at the head of the hall. 12 Dark Generals were seated on either side. The dark-armored knight introduced Lin Tian to the assembly and explained his desire to be promoted to one of the 12 Dark Generals. Immediately, all 15 pairs of eyes fixed upon Lin Tian, their gazes a mixture of astonishment, scrutiny, and, more often than not, mocking disdain for his apparent overconfidence. The highest-ranking Supreme Dark Marshal, seated in the center of the trio, cast a few appraising glances at Lin Tian before speaking coolly. To have risen to the position of commander of the Dark Forces in such a short time is proof of your considerable strength. However, becoming a Dark General is not so easily achieved. The Dark Hall has always revered strength above all else. Since its founding, it has only established 12 Dark Generals. To obtain the title, one must engage in a duel to the death with an incumbent Dark General and slay them to take their place. Before he had finished speaking, Lin Tian's iridescent weapon, the Nine-Nether Sea, had already been drawn. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, 11 Dark Generals' heads flew through the air, blood splattering everywhere. The tremendous force unleashed by a single strike caused the pupils of the three Supreme Dark Marshals to contract sharply, their hearts filled with dread. The sole surviving Dark General, Long Han, swallowed nervously on the sidelines, grateful he had surrendered early enough to save his life. "Is this sufficient?" Lin Tian looked up at the Supreme Dark Marshal with a questioning gaze, wiping the blood splattered across his face. The highest Supreme Dark Marshal broke out in a cold sweat, his mouth twitching as his voice trembled slightly. "Didn't I say killing one was enough? Forget it. If you're happy, that's all that matters. From today onward, you are one of the 12 Dark Generals of the Dark Hall." The overwhelming power Lin Tian displayed left him no room to argue. Had that strike been aimed at the three marshals themselves, their fates would not have differed much from those Dark Generals. After finalizing Lin Tian's military rank promotion, the highest Supreme Dark Marshal began to outline the upcoming war plans against the Holy City Alliance. "The king will emerge from seclusion shortly. At that time, our Dark Hall will invade through the portal with overwhelming forces, launching a surprise attack on the Holy City Alliance. We three will lead the troops alongside the king, marching toward the central Holy City to capture the Alliance's leader. As for you 12, or rather, 2 of you Dark Generals, You will lead troops to assault the Holy City Alliance's secondary capital, Xianyuan, and engage the 12 war gods of the Holy City Alliance. Here is the detailed battle report and strategic map. Take these too. As he spoke, the highest supreme dark marshal handed over a scroll of maps. Simultaneously, Lin Tian received a mission notification. Beep. Mission accepted. Realm War. Task. Dark Hall Glory. Mission objective. Assist the Dark Hall in destroying the Holy City Alliance's secondary capital, Xianyuan. Your rank is Dark General. Upon mission completion, you will receive a 5-star war treasure chest. This must be the final mission of the Dark Hall as questline. After all, Lin Tian gazed at the mission prompt before him with considerable anticipation. Meanwhile, other players were still roaming across the central continent, undertaking quests and slaying monsters. At this moment, among all the players, the highest level had already become Zhao Wenjun, thanks to the large cache of high-quality equipment and items Lin Tian had tossed to him. Zhao Wenjun had been cutting through enemies effortlessly, having already reached the 3rd region of the central continent, the Thunder Battlefield, his level soaring to 62. Below him were Huang Tian'ao and Xiao Yan, both blessed with powerful talents. Their progress was equally rapid. Huang Tian'ao had attained level 55 and had also stepped into the 3rd region. Xiao Yun lagged slightly, barely reaching level 50, still leading his team in the 2nd region, the frozen tundra, grinding monsters to level up. More than half of the 7-day examination period had elapsed, and time was pressing. Nearly all the candidates were exerting every effort to enhance their combat prowess and level. Just moments after the conclusion of the 4th day, a prompt suddenly appeared before every candidate's eyes. The Guard Xianyuan event is about to commence. The Guard Xianyuan event is about to commence. All players are requested to proceed swiftly to Xianyuan City to assist in defending against the impending Dark Hall army. Slaying Dark Hall soldiers during the event will earn contribution points. The higher the contribution points accumulated, the richer the rewards after the event. Players are advised to follow the command of the Battlefield Alliance leader Zhao Wenjun and actively participate in the Guard Xianyuan event. On the Thunder Battlefield, Zhao Wenjun's eyes instantly lit up upon receiving the notification. Another event? Another chance to show off. Huang Tian'ao, who had only recently entered the Thunder Battlefield, frowned and immediately headed toward the nearby capital city, intending to use the teleportation formation there to reach Xianyuan City as swiftly as possible. On the frozen tundra, Xiao Yun, Zhou Yu, Shun Wensong, and the others, upon receiving the event prompt, also promptly set off toward Xianyuan City. The vast majority of players intended to seize some benefits from this event. Only a few candidates with particularly low levels and weak combat strength, knowing that participating would yield little gain, chose to slack off and continue grinding monsters and completing quests in place. Several hours later, within Xianyuan City on the training grounds, 2 legions arranged themselves into massive square formations. One legion was composed of players, with Zhao Wenjun standing before it, exuding confidence as he laid out an intricate battle strategy. Fight hard, fight fiercely, give it your all. The other legion consisted of NPC soldiers from Xianyuan City, with a senior general rallying the troops before battle, striving to boost morale as much as possible. The Dark Hall army is about to strike. 30 seconds countdown. As 2 more prompts appeared, the player legion grew tense. Some guarded the city towers, others the gates, while the stronger ones charged outside, eager to seize contribution points. 30 seconds passed. Outside the city, less than 100 meters away, a massive black portal abruptly opened. Black mist surged forth, and an immense horde of dark soldiers poured out, charging toward Xianyuan City. Although, not being in the Dark Realm, these dark soldiers relying on dark powers had their strength severely limited. Their momentum was undiminished. Their charge resembled a crashing tide of black waves. Charge, Red Hair Gang. Kill with me. Zhou Yu, aware that he had already fallen behind in this game, and aiming to clinch the top spot, was the most eager to alter his situation through this event. Leading the Red Hair Gang, he charged into the tide of dark soldiers with overwhelming momentum. Although Huang Tian'ao and Xiao Yun charged out after him, their speed was faster, reaching the dark soldier horde before Zhou Yu's team. They unleashed their skills and swung their weapons wildly. Like invaders in an empty realm, they slaughtered the dark soldiers mercilessly, leaving a trail of swiftly fallen enemies. Their charge undoubtedly invigorated the morale of the player legion. Shin Family Army, charge with me. Shin Wensong led his team in a furious charge. Phoenix, Dance, 9 Heavens Gang. Move up. Don't lose to them. Yuan Fenghua, originally intending to observe the situation before acting, clenched his teeth and immediately led his team forward. Seeing one gang after another charging out to contest the contribution points, Zhao Wenjun, who had planned to maintain a facade and strike at the opportune moment, found himself unable to hold back. He shouted loudly, "Lin Tian Brotherhood, charge!" Then, he charged forward alone. The massive player force surged onward, momentarily holding off the fiercely aggressive Dark Soldier Legion with relative ease. However, before long, from the Dark Portal emerged a batch of even more formidable Dark Captains, Legion Commanders, and Division Generals, instantly shifting the tide of battle. They tore open a breach in the player Legion S formation, and players began to fall one after another. This struck a chill into the hearts of those on the front lines. After all, death in the game meant losing 70% of their game points. These points, painstakingly accumulated, were crucial to determining their future prospects. To risk losing a substantial portion of their examination points merely to earn contribution points and event rewards seemed hardly worthwhile. Immediately, the player Legion began an uncontrollable retreat, while the Dark Hall forces seized the opportunity to press forward rapidly. On the city walls, the NPC general of Xianyuan City, observing the situation, finally nodded slightly and issued the order. Xianyuan troops, sally forth and engage. A large contingent of Xianyuan warriors clad in splendid armor promptly marched out to support the player Legion. Among them were some formidable elite soldiers who momentarily held the pressure from the advanced Dark Soldiers. Ordinary players could not contend with Dark Captains or Legion Commanders. But high-level players like Zhao Wenjun and Huang Tian Ao still pose a threat to these foes. With the Xianyuan and player forces evenly matched, the player's contribution became especially vital. With the combined efforts of the Xianyuan and player legions, the tide of victory once again tipped towards Xianyuan City, forcing the Dark Hall forces into a steady retreat. Huang Tian Ao and Xiao Yun grew increasingly adept at slaughtering enemies. Swinging their weapons, they soon charged to the very threshold of the Dark Portal. Amidst the slaughter, Xiao Yun and Huang Tian Ao's figures intertwined. "How many contribution points have you earned?" Xiao Yun inquired. 1,158, Huang Tian Ao answered honestly. Hearing this, Xiao Yun chuckled. "I've already reached 1,300. Although his level was not as high as Huang Tian Ao's, Xiao Yun had unlocked his second special skill upon reaching level 50, enabling him to unleash a tremendous burst of combat power within a short time. Huang Qian's milid faintly. Suddenly, flames gathered in his hand. Moments later, he unleashed a powerful skill, detonating a massive crater in the heart of the battlefield. Dozens, even hundreds, of Dark Soldiers were engulfed in the explosion and perished. Huang Tian Ao immediately gained a substantial amount of contribution points. 1,452, he said calmly, then turned and charged back into the Dark Soldier ranks. Excellent. Xiao Yun smiled and surged forward once more. The two resumed their fierce competition, determined to see who would claim the top rank of this event. "What's the matter? Not taking me, your alliance leader, seriously, huh?" Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Wenjun grew displeased. He too activated his skill, his entire body erupting with radiant light. And in an instant, he surged deep into the heart of the Dark Hall Legion. Seeing the three tear a rift through the Dark Hall S ranks, Zhou Yu, Shen Wensong, Yuan Fenghua, and others gritted their teeth and forced their way forward, vying for contribution points. As the players and the Xianyuan City NPCs exerted their combined strength, the Dark Hall Legion quickly fell into a desperate state. The rate at which soldiers poured out from the Dark Portal was now far outpaced by the rate at which Dark Hall soldiers fell. Just as all the players believed that the tide of war between the Dark Hall and the Holy City Alliance had been decisively turned, and a large number of support players began to flood in, eager to snatch some contribution points, an unimaginably colossal black portal suddenly unfurled in the sky. From within the portal, an overwhelmingly dreadful and ominous aura surged forth wildly. Is it coming? Within Xianyuan City, the 12 war gods nearly simultaneously looked up, their expressions grave. As their weapons were drawn in swift succession, one of the war gods soared into the air, floating high above as he bellowed loudly. "Everyone, retreat to the city. You have done exceedingly well. Now, the 12 Dark Generals are about to descend. Leave the rest to us. This level of battle is beyond your reach." With his roar, the 12 war gods ascended into the sky, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the massive black portal above. They adjusted their states to peak readiness, preparing to confront the impending threat. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from Xianyuan City's 12 war gods, the gathered players understood that the forthcoming battle was merely a formality for them. Given their current strength, they were not yet capable of participating. The player legion, alongside the NPC forces, began a coordinated withdrawal. High-level players such as Zhao Wenjun and Huang Tian Ao also retreated to a safe distance, wary of being caught in the crossfire of the aerial conflict. 1,655 contribution points should be enough to rank within the top 5. While consuming potions to replenish her status, Chen Bingqi steadily retreated, moving swiftly towards Xianyuan City's direction. Suddenly, she noticed the sky darkening. It seemed as though some immense entity had appeared, completely obscuring the heavens and blocking out the blazing sun. A vast, terrifying shadow enveloped the vicinity entirely. An unexplainable wave of dread surged through her heart. Chen Bingqi froze in place, her breath caught in her throat. Slowly, she lifted her gaze. Before her eyes appeared a gargantuan white nether dragon, stretching 1,000 meters in length, hovering above Xianyuan City. Its body was wreathed in horrifying flames, exuding an overwhelming divine presence, as if a celestial deity had descended. In that very moment, all living beings were suppressed into silence, unable to draw breath. This white nether dragon was none other than the level 400 Imperial class boss, the Nether Dragon Emperor, summoned through the enigmatic quality Divine Fire Xiaoyan. Faced with this monstrous being of an entirely different existential plane, even the 12 war gods of the Holy City Alliance in the sky were momentarily pale-faced, drenched in sweat, and seemingly frozen in place without the slightest movement. As the colossal white nether dragon's massive form fully emerged from the black portal, all eyes beheld yet another sight. Perched atop the dragon's enormous body was a ferocious lion-tiger beast stretching 100 meters in length. Upon this lion-tiger beast stood a solitary figure, hands clasped behind his back. He wore a relaxed, joyful smile, gazing down upon the scene below as if a sovereign had arrived. In the real world, inside the livestream room, as the camera panned upward continuously, the frame lingered for a long while on the figure at the highest point. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. Holy crap, is this the Dark General of the Dark Hall? Why does he seem to be on a completely different level from the war gods of Xianyuan City? That entrance was so domineering, so damn cool. I have a bad feeling about this. Xianyuan City might not be able to hold. No way, this is just a cutscene, right? The 12 war gods of Xianyuan City should be able to defeat the 12 Dark Generals of the Dark Hall. Aren't there supposed to be 12 Dark Generals? Upon witnessing the appearance of the final boss guarding the Xianyuan event, the 3 casters in the livestream room were momentarily stunned. What is going on now? Guagua tilted his head and asked. I'm not sure either. Maybe some external factors interfered, causing the in-game narrative to change. My Pingu analyzed as best he could. After a prolonged moment, as the camera continued its upward sweep, the frame focused on the name hovering above the final boss's head. The air instantly froze. Lin Tian? He is Lin Tian. The ultimate antagonist boss of the Xianyuan guarding event is actually him, and he is a player. The 2 male casters' eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. What? Peach, the female caster munching on snacks beside them, was likewise stunned, her hand unconsciously dropping the snacks onto the floor. In that instant, all of Daxia was dumbfounded. At Lin Tian's home, his mother, Zhong Shuiying, excitedly shook Lin Yuan, who was dozing on the sofa, and couldn't help but scream. Old Lin, look quickly. Our son is on screen. Lin Yuan hurriedly rubbed his eyes, groggily sitting up and asking, Where? Has the kid done something outstanding? Zhong Shuiying hesitated for a moment. Recalling Lin Tian's entrance on screen, her mind momentarily muddled. With a slightly puzzled voice, she said, Not yet, but it seems he appeared as the antagonist boss. Lin Yuan, Zhong Shuiying, why are you lying down again? Lin Yuan, I must not be fully awake yet. In Yun City, Longhao 5-star hotel. The principal of Yun City No. 2 Middle School was basking in the glow of a flushed face, boasting under the incessant toast from the Yun City Game Education Department leaders. I have seen Zhao Wenjun's potential for years. Over the past 3 years, I have focused on nurturing him. Now that he has taken the college entrance exam, it truly validates my insight. The gathered education department leaders showered praise. This time, your school has produced such an extraordinary prodigy. Principal Liu, your future prospects are boundless. When you rise to higher positions, don't forget us old comrades. Cheers. Principal Liu, I salute you. While eating and drinking, they watched the live broadcast of the college entrance exam. One game department leader asked with a smile, By the way, old Liu, didn't you say your school has another formidable player named Lin Tian? Why hasn't he appeared on a live stream? Before the words had fully left his mouth, the antagonist boss appeared on the screen. The slightly tipsy principal of No. 2 Middle School immediately pointed at the screen with a chuckle. What's the rush? Here he's on screen now. Watching the character named Lin Tian riding the 1,000-meter-long dragon in the game department leaders were stunned on the spot. Coming to his senses, the principal himself was dumbfounded and suddenly slammed the table. Holy crap. Your entrance pose is off somehow. Within the game's cartridge world, time seemed to freeze. Beneath the immense pressure, all living beings found it nearly impossible to take a step forward. Merely supporting their knees to remain standing was an all-consuming effort for most. Lin Tian swept his gaze over the 12 war gods of Xianyuan City in the sky and smiled faintly. What? Still not making a move? The lead war god among the 12 offered a bitter smile. Who exactly are you? If I'm not mistaken, there shouldn't be anyone like you among the 12 dark generals. Lin Tian chuckled. As your final question before death, I'll be merciful and answer you. There are no longer any 12 dark generals. The Dark Hall, the Holy City Alliance, it no longer matters. Because the nature of the game has changed. He gently waved his fingers, and several sword shadows from the 10,000 swords returning to the sect flickered. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, all 12 war gods of Xianyuan City perished. Below, countless onlookers, witnessing the strongest combat force of Xianyuan City vanish so abruptly, were stunned into silence, unable to recover their composure for a moment. From above the high school level, Lin Tian leapt down astride the underworld king, the Great Black. Seeing the player name hovering above Lin Tian's head, the gathered players were utterly dumbfounded. It's him. Shen Bingqi's pupils contracted sharply. Yuan Fenghua, upon seeing the name above the villainous boss's head, was equally horrified. She suspected that the formidable Lin Tian would likely reappear before other players during the 7-day examination period. But to see him manifest in such a manner was beyond anything she could have imagined. Huang Tian'ao and Xiao Yun, upon glimpsing the player name above the villainous boss, were left with blank expressions. Zhao Wenjun's sudden emergence had already severely shaken the confidence of these two top prodigies. Yet, Zhao Wenjun's strength was still somewhat comprehensible, leaving them a chance to catch up. But this person before them, while they were still grinding monsters and leveling up miserably in the central continent, how the hell had he already become the villainous boss? Moreover, he wiped out the 12 strongest NPCs on their side with a single encounter. What on earth is this thing? Huang Tian'ao and Xiao Yun's auras became chaotic, and for a moment, deep within their hearts, the conviction that they could become the strongest shattered completely. Among everyone present, if there was anyone most accepting of the scene before them, it was undoubtedly Zhao Wenjun, who had already placed Lin Tian alongside his ancestral tablets in his heart. Seeing Lin Tian descend from the sky, he rushed over immediately, tears and snot welling up with excitement. Brother Tian, it's me, Zhao Wenjun. I'm your brother. Yo, what are you doing here? Lin Tian recognized Zhao Wenjun at a glance and greeted him with a chuckle. Zhao Wenjun proudly patted his chest. Brother Tian, I'm now the Lord of the Sand City Alliance, responsible for commanding all players. Thanks to the equipment and items you gave me, I should have no problem ranking in the top 10 nationwide in this exam. Good, keep it up, Lin Tian said, reaching out to pat Zhao Wenjun's head, his face displaying a benevolent expression, somewhat resembling a caring father. Glancing at the gigantic white underworld dragon circling at low altitude, then at the lion-tiger beast following him, Zhao Wenjun swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, Brother Tian, how did you become the big boss of the Dark Hall? Are you here to kill us players? Lin Tian shook his head slightly. My task here is to destroy Xianyuan City. As for whether to kill players, there's no strict requirement. After some thought, I still have to return to reality after the exam, so there's no need to offend too many people. Besides, killing these players doesn't benefit me. Lin Tian smiled and said, everyone has endured 9 years of arduous gaming to finally reach this examination stage. Don't let my mission affect your exam results. Aren't you the Lord of the Sand City Alliance? Go inform the players in the city and around Xianyuan City to stay away from here. Give them 5 minutes to evacuate. After 5 minutes, I will commence the destruction of Xianyuan City. Hearing that Lin Tian did not intend to kill them, Zhao Wenjun immediately brightened, nodding rapidly like a pecking chick. All right, I'll organize the players to evacuate right away. Without delay, he turned around and hurried back towards Xianyuan City. Seeing other players staring at Lin Tian's direction with shock and fear, Zhao Wenjun waved his arms and shouted, I am Zhao Wenjun. Everyone, follow my orders and evacuate the city quickly. Fellow townsfolk, don't be afraid. The Imperial Army does not steal grain. The villainous boss is my big brother, and he promises not to harm anyone. Escape the city swiftly. Survival lies in getting away from Xianyuan City. Those who don't leave can only await death. Brother Tian is giving everyone 5 minutes. Follow my orders and evacuate through the east, west, south, and north gates respectively. Be careful not to push or cause a stampede. Thus, the righteous Lord of the Sand City Alliance began assisting the villainous boss in evacuating a bewildered crowd, creating an eerily surreal scene. 5 minutes passed, and Lin Tian wasted no further words. His prismatic weapon, the Nine Nether Sea, gleamed vividly. Boundary-breaking sword tomb. This ultimate skill of the boundary-breaking sword sovereign has an attack range and power directly proportional to the user's strength and constitution attributes. Lin Tian's attributes were now significantly higher than the last time he unleashed this skill. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound, slicing through the air, several giant swords, resembling a range of continuous mountains, suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Xianyuan city in a colossal shadow of swords. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. After an enormous tremor, the second largest city of the Holy City Alliance was reduced to a shattered ruin. War mission complete. You have received a reward. 5-star war chest. You have become a sworn enemy of the Holy City Alliance. You are now the most wanted criminal. All players can view your location at any time and hunt you down. Players who kill you will receive a glazed treasure chest as a reward. Holy hell. This terrifying strike once again sent players and spectators both inside and outside the game into shock. In a live broadcast room, the three commentators were completely dumbfounded. Commentator Mapian leaned back in his chair, eyes vacant. After all these years, this is the first game I don't know how to comment on verbally. Who is this Lin Tian? Guagua was equally stunned. Adjusting his glasses, he was filled with bewilderment. Female commentator Tao Dao finally stopped snacking, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the live screen, intently watching Lin Tian's figure. Inside the game world, your 5-star war chest has been amplified 1,000-fold and successfully upgraded to an 8-star Hell War chest. After obtaining the mission reward of the 5-star war chest, the chest immediately transformed. The 5 golden stars embedded around it changed into 8 dark stars. Opening the chest, several prismatic beams erupted, instantly forming a rainbow-like glow high in the sky. The 8-star Hell War chest contained 4 items, all of the highest prismatic quality. Leggings, trample, prismatic. Ring, falling stars, prismatic. Wings, ancient beast demon feathers, prismatic. Item, divine grade equipment advancement stone, prismatic, adding 2 more prismatic pieces to his already insanely powerful arsenal. Lin Tian's combat strength was further enhanced. Without hesitation, he immediately synthesized the newly acquired prismatic wings. Ancient beast demon feathers, prismatic. Holy Hall crimson feathers, prismatic. Supreme god demon fiery wings, quality, unknown. After synthesis, the quality of his wings surpassed the game's limits into an unknown grade, with all attributes and special effects greatly improved. Subsequently, he examined the fallen colored items and discovered that this divine grade equipment advancement stone could elevate colored equipment to the ethereal tier. Yet, Lin Tian did not hasten to use it immediately. He no longer sought the pinnacle of ethereal equipment, beyond the ethereal tier. It was the unknown quality equipment that transcended limits that truly captivated him. Wings and divine flame could surpass quality limits through direct synthesis. However, for other equipment to achieve unknown quality, a different approach was required. He contemplated gathering 2 divine-grade equipment advancement stones and utilizing his miscellaneous craftsman skill to synthesize them. Perhaps the resulting product could upgrade ethereal equipment to unknown quality. This was his conceived path toward obtaining unknown quality equipment, though its feasibility remained uncertain. After stowing away the divine-grade equipment advancement stones, Lin Tian completed his mission and prepared to depart. At that moment, Zhao Wenjun, who had just gone to evacuate the crowd, returned hurriedly, exclaiming excitedly, "Brother Tian, I'm already level 65. This time, you'll accept me as your leg accessory, right?" Zhao Wenjun was well aware that, facing the 2 top prodigies Huang Tian'ao and Xiao Yun, although he could barely maintain the upper hand with half the exam time remaining, to secure his advantage and achieve a position second to none in this contest, he must cling tightly to Lin Tian's support. Lin Tian was not oblivious to Zhao Wenjun's ulterior motive. However, he had already extended all the help he could. Forcibly elevating someone to a height not their own might not always be beneficial, for one cannot expect assistance in every future challenge. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. In response to Zhao Wenjun's desire to follow him, Lin Tian smiled and gestured toward the Hades King Dahe and the Nether Dragon Emperor behind him. "You think level 65 is high? My summons and pets include a level 350 Pinnacle King level boss and a level 400 Emperor level boss. The place I'm heading to next demands at least this combat power to barely ensure one has safety. If you can withstand one strike from both of them, I'll take you along. Want to give it a try?" At Lin Tian's words, Zhao Wenjun appraised the 2 colossal beings behind him and involuntarily swallowed hard before hastily waving his hand. "I think I'll just stay in the central continent for now. See you after the exam." Lin Tian gave a slight wave, his figure flickering, and in an instant he appeared astride the Nether Dragon Emperor's back. With nothing better to do in the meantime, he resolved to conquer every region within the Blood Frenzy legend world. Whoosh! The Nether Dragon Emperor flapped its wings, unleashing a gale. In the next moment, Lin Tian had already soared beyond the clouds. Safe travels, Brother Tian. Watching Lin Tian's departure, Zhao Wenjun could not help but marvel. Incredible. Truly incredible. By the time Lin Tian finished, the King of the Dark Hall and the 3 Supreme Dark Marshals had also concluded their affairs. Numerous corpses of Dark Hall elites lay scattered outside the Holy City, and the 3 Supreme Dark Marshals had long since been beheaded, their bodies sprawled beyond the city walls. Holding the Holy Sword, the Holy City Alliance leader stood atop the Dark Hall King's head, his expression calm. How is this possible? How did you become so powerful? The Dark Hall King's eyes brimmed with disbelief, bloodshot veins visible. The Holy City Alliance leader gazed into the distance, silent for a long while, before data fluctuations flashed across his eyes. He smiled and said, "Because I have received the true God's favor and attained my true self. My power has reached the limit attainable in this world. Ai, stop fooling around and come help me. Together, we shall be reborn." Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the Supreme Game Research Headquarters data room, the global network cartridge for the exam, Blood Frenzy Legend, was running inside a colossal game machine. Numerous data analysts sat before computers, monitoring the cartridge's data flow. Director, the previously problematic data segment has exhibited abnormal fluctuations again. The data analyst, eyes fixed on the screen, promptly reported the issue. The director, who was eating, shuddered at the news, breaking his chopsticks under tension. He hurried over and asked, "What is the problem?" The analyst pointed at the data on the screen. "Look at these data fluctuations. They clearly appear only after escape data have awakened." Escape data? How could a global network cartridge generate escape data? The director frowned, struggling to comprehend. The global network cartridge was the most stable among the 3 main cartridge types, with escape data issues being virtually unheard of. The analyst shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure, but the global network cartridge has an extremely high data intensity ceiling and very high data correlation. If the world barrier truly breaks and data escape occurs, a massive influx of monsters might pour out from the cartridge world, plunging Kyoto, and perhaps the entire Greater Xia, into crisis." The director's expression darkened further. "Can we attempt external intervention to repair the data?" The analyst gritted his teeth. "We can try, but the data volume in this cartridge is immense. Manual repair would be futile. If we can identify the target represented by this data segment within the game, we might try consuming pointers to strike directly at the target." The director sighed helplessly. "Then start by searching for the target represented by this data. I'll report to higher-ups and request pointer deployment. If any issues arise, contact me immediately." Reporting problems with the exam cartridge to higher authorities inevitably meant punishment for the director, the primary person in charge of this exam. Yet, seeing the situation worsen, he dared not conceal the matter any longer. Within the game world, over the following day, empowered by the supreme divine demon blazing wings at tens of thousands of times normal speed, Lin Tian swiftly conquered every accessible region and plane of the legend world. After this expedition, apart from the unknown quality divine flame and wings he possessed, all his equipment had been upgraded to ethereal tier. During this process, he also acquired additional divine flames and wings, which after synthesis became unknown quality, further augmenting his power. In a heavenly divine realm, Lin Tian sat upon the throne of the Angel Queen, his foot resting on the corpse of the Angel King, perusing the most complete map of the legend world in his hands. "Where else haven't I been?" Lin Tian murmured while scanning the map. Beside him, the Hades King Dahe feasted heartily on the corpse of a celestial beast. Dahe's strength had long since surpassed emperor level. His form had become more massive and fearsome. After a prolonged survey of the map, Lin Tian realized that only the East Island Sanctuary near the central continent remained unconquered. He had once ventured there to claim the job transfer manual of the Rift Sword Sovereign within the Trial Tower, due to its proximity to the central continent. In his methodical conquest of each region by proximity, he had inadvertently overlooked the East Island Sanctuary. "Let us go, Dahe." The final stop. Nowadays, Deshang's barking increasingly resembled that of a dog, much to the delight of his canine master. Lin Tian yawned with a hint of boredom, rising to his feet, and with the underworld King Deshang by his side, he vanished in a flash, swiftly making his way toward the sacred grounds of the Eastern Isle. Traversing dimensions took a total of 20 minutes, while conquering the various bosses within the Eastern Isle's sacred grounds required a mere 5 minutes. Compared to the supreme realms, such as the heavenly divine domain, The Eastern Isle's sacred grounds fell far short, leaving Lin Tian utterly unenthused. With just a few paw swipes from Deshang, the Eastern Isle was subdued effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, after vanquishing the ultimate Overlord-class boss of the Eastern Isle's sacred grounds, a series of notifications appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. You have conquered all realms and territories of the Blood Rage legendary continent, defeated all bosses, and forged a new legend. Upon completion of this game, the quality of your settlement rewards will be significantly enhanced. You have been bestowed the title of Legendary Human. You are the very first legendary human. You are the 7th legendary creature of the Blood Rage legendary continent, successfully earning the qualification to enter the Endless Wilderness. Within the Endless Wilderness, the lowest quality monsters are Lord class, with a multitude of King and Emperor class creatures. Upon entering, you will have the opportunity to challenge the top 6 legendary creatures. The Endless Wilderness is fraught with peril. Should you choose to enter, please ensure you are fully prepared. So this was the method to access the Endless Wilderness. Upon reading this cascade of prompts, Lin Tian suddenly realized the colossal 9-headed serpent he had encountered in the Dark Realm had originated from the Endless Wilderness. Since that encounter, his curiosity about the Endless Wilderness had been piqued, though he had never discovered a way to enter, until now, when he had met the required conditions. There were still nearly 2 days left. Since he had nothing better to do, why not take a stroll inside the Endless Wilderness? Perhaps he could further enhance his settlement rewards after the game's conclusion. Lin Tian mused. However, before opting to enter the Endless Wilderness, he intended to fuse some of the gems and items in his inventory to further boost his combat prowess. Having cleared all areas of the legendary world, Lin Tian had amassed an overwhelming quantity of high-quality equipment and treasures. Among them, the highest-grade illusory tier items numbered in the hundreds, and the colorful quality items were countless. Fusing and utilizing these gems and items would undoubtedly elevate Lin Tian's power to an even greater degree, facilitating his exploits within the Endless Wilderness. Synthesis successful. Cosmic Omnipotent Stone, colorful. Cosmic Omnipotent Stone, colorful. Vast Star Stone, illusory. Synthesis successful. Vast Star Stone, illusory. Vast Star Stone, illusory. Genesis Star Iron, quality. Unknown. Synthesis successful. Ascension Divine Fruit, illusory. Ascension Divine Fruit, illusory. Ultimate Divine Elixir, quality. Unknown. Synthesis successful. Ascension Divine Fruit, illusory. Ascension Divine Fruit, illusory. Ultimate Divine Elixir, quality. Unknown. Synthesis successful. Divine Equipment Advancement Stone, illusory. Divine Equipment Advancement Stone, illusory. Defiant Gem, quality. Unknown. The Genesis Star Iron could be embedded into equipment, granting an additional 100,000 points to all attributes. The Ultimate Divine Elixir, when consumed, would directly boost Lin Tian's all attributes by 80,000 points. The Defiant Gem, as Lin Tian had anticipated, could upgrade equipment to illusory quality. Beyond these 3 unknown quality items, Lin Tian also synthesized numerous other potent and practical unknown quality artifacts. Just as he sat cross-legged atop a mountain peak within the Eastern Isle's sacred grounds, relentlessly fusing the items in his inventory, footsteps suddenly echoed behind him. Glancing back, he was surprised to see a player approaching. With a chuckle, Lin Tian said, "What's this? Here to claim my bounty?" Although Lin Tian had become the most wanted criminal since the fall of Xianyuan City, with his location shared among all players, he had never imagined anyone would dare seek him out. Behind him appeared Huang Tian'ao, feeling the chilling aura of the underworld King Deshang beside Lin Tian. Cold sweat dripped from Huang Tian'ao's forehead. Shaking his head, he said, "You misunderstand. I'm well aware of my place. I have come to pay you a visit and seek your guidance. How did you attain such a level in this game?" Ever since witnessing Lin Tian's sword strike in Xianyuan City, Huang Tian'ao's faith had shattered, leaving him seemingly soulless. After pondering for an entire day, without understanding Lin Tian's incredible strength, he clung to a shred of hope, tracked Lin Tian's location, and came to the Eastern Isle's sacred grounds to request his tutelage. Though the Eastern Isle's sacred grounds were not a high-level area, the monster's minimum level was 80. That this player had arrived here on the 5th day and found him clearly signified exceptional talent. Having farmed monsters all day, Lin Tian was also eager for conversation and casually asked, "Do you yearn to become stronger?" Huang Qianlong nodded his head. Curious, Lin Tian inquired, "Why do you want to become stronger?" Hesitating slightly, this proud and somewhat aloof youth was rare in revealing his true feelings. To fulfill a promise. "My grandfather, Huang Wanjun, was once one of the 4 great esports guardians of the Great Xia. When the 4 guardians stood, Great Xia was unrivaled here, arguably the world's foremost nation, feared across the lands. But as age advanced, the four guardians ascended one after another to the metaverse cartridge world in search of longevity. With their departure, Great Xia began to decline. Once peerless, Great Xia has suffered repeated defeats in gambling wars against other nations in recent years, losing vast territories. At this point, Huang Tianao's voice trembled slightly, clenching his fists tightly. After a brief pause, he continued, "My grandfather, as the last guardian to leave, did not intend to ascend to the metaverse cartridge world. He wanted to spend the final years of his life guarding Great Xia's borders for 3 years. But unwilling to see him grow old and eventually perish, I promised him I would take up his responsibility and protect Great Xia from invasion. Only then did he agree to ascend. I must fulfill that promise to my grandfather and defend Great Xia. That is why I must become stronger." As he spoke, Huang Tianao's gaze grew ever more determined. Moved by Huang Tianao's story, Lin Tian felt a twinge of emotion, thinking this young man was indeed filled with positive energy. However, when it came to Huang Tianao's request for guidance, Lin Tian truly had little to offer. "I'm just a cheater, really nothing I can teach you," Lin Tian admitted candidly. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianao's eyes flickered, mistaking Lin Tian's words as a lack of sincerity or unwillingness to instruct. He immediately bowed deeply, clasping his fists respectfully, silent but resolute in his posture of seeking guidance. Lin Tian was speechless. After some thought, he mustered the courage to share a fragment of his understanding of the game. "If you really want me to say, I can only tell you that sometimes being too obsessed becomes the very obstacle blocking your path forward. Relentlessly pursuing strength through gaming alone can lead one into a state of confusion. I believe you should ease up a little and savor the joy found within the game. Perhaps unexpected rewards will follow." Huang Tianao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Joy in the game? In this world, those two words seemed utterly unrelated. The game was a stage for competition. The game was a ladder for progress. Within the game, there were beauties as radiant as jade. Within the game, there were houses filled with gold. Wherever the game was concerned, it was almost always a battlefield for fame and fortune. The notion of seeking joy within the game was something Huang Tianao had never heard of, nor even imagined. Lin Tian's brief words left Huang Tianao completely stunned. Seeing the puzzled expression on Huang Tianao's face, Lin Tian cleared his throat and continued. The sense of accomplishment when defeating enemies, the surprise of obtaining rare equipment, the anticipation built up from thorough preparation before challenging a formidable boss. Aren't these all forms of joy? Huang Tianao's eyes flickered, feeling a stirring deep within his heart. Vaguely, he seemed to grasp something. Without a word, he bowed deeply behind Lin Tian and fell into contemplation. After a long while, Huang Tianao burst into an excited laugh, laughing out loud. I have realized. At the same moment, a cluster of multicolored light shimmered upon his left chest. In the real world, within the live broadcast of the college entrance examination, the camera focused on the scene where Lin Tian and Huang Tianao were located. Ever since Lin Tian's intervention outside Xianyuan City, 90% of the broadcast's footage had been centered on him. Witnessing Lin Tian single-handedly sweeping across the 9 domains and 10 realms of the legend of Wild Blood, all viewers throughout Dachau were driven into a frenzy. My heavens! Who exactly is this Lin Tian? Is he truly a player? How could a player possibly be this powerful? Damn it, everyone else is playing a fake legend. Lin Tian is playing the true legend. Could he be an SSS tier talent? I think your guess is still too conservative. The barrage of comments refreshed wildly, and the live stream's image even briefly lagged. Shortly after, the lag ceased. On screen, Lin Tian appeared to say something to Huang Tianao. Soon after, a burst of multicolored light erupted from Huang Tianao's chest. The viewers in the live stream began to inquire about the nature of this radiant glow on Huang Tianao. The two commentators, Guagua and Mapian Ge, wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. Smack! Nearby, the female commentator Tao Dao suddenly slammed the table, standing up with a face of disbelief. How? How is this possible? Huang Tianao has actually awakened the heart of Yu Yi. Though Tao Dao often seemed unreliable, she was, after all, a serious esports player. Moreover, as a lecturer at Tsingyuan Esports University's romance department specializing in games, her level was naturally not low. Her insight surpassed that of the two commentators. She immediately recognized what the multicolored glow on Huang Tianao's chest signified. The heart of Yu Yi? You mean that? Upon hearing this term, Mapei and Gu seemed to recall something as his eyes widened. Meanwhile, commentator Guagua still wore a puzzled expression. What exactly is the heart of Yui? Suppressing her shock, Tao Tao explained in as calm a tone as she could muster. The heart of Yui is similar to a gaming talent. It is a kind of ability that grants players enhancements within a game world. However, gaming talent is typically innate, possessed by prodigies with excellent aptitude, and can be awakened later with appropriate stimuli. The heart of Yui, on the other hand, generally arises from a player's deepened understanding and cognition of the game. If I were to describe the method of acquiring the heart of Yui in one word, it would be enlightenment. Because of this, the heart of Yui is usually attainable only by players with extraordinarily high perceptiveness, after thousands or even tens of thousands of hours of gameplay. Thus, players who possess the heart of Yui are even rarer than those with innate gaming talent. Furthermore, those who awaken the heart of Yui tend to be veteran players of advanced age. I have never heard of someone as young as Huang Tian-ao awakening the heart of Yui. Having finished her explanation in one breath, Tao Tao exhaled heavily and rubbed her cheeks, trying to steady herself. Upon hearing her account, Guagua and all the viewers in the live stream were left utterly stunned. Mapei and Gu fixed his gaze on the two on screen, still disbelieving. What exactly did Lin Tian say to Huang Tian-ao to cause him to awaken the heart of Yui? Tao Tao shook her head. Regardless of what Lin Tian told Huang Tian-ao, this time the Huang family owes Lin Tian a great debt of gratitude. Within the gaming world, Huang Tian-ao laughed excitedly for a long time. After a while, his emotions finally settled. Bang! Huang Tian-ao suddenly knelt on one knee and cupped his hands together. Thank you, Teacher Lin, for your guidance. Huang Xiao shall remember this grace for life and repay it 1,000-fold. If ever there is any matter where you can call upon me or the Huang family, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to assist. Unfamiliar with the heart of Yui, Lin Tian saw the glow flickering on Huang Tian-ao's chest, but did not understand why the young man was so moved. He scratched his head, waved off the thanks, and said, no need for formalities. The exam isn't over yet. You play your game. I have other matters to attend to. Yes, sir. Huang Xiao hosisi deadly. Seeing the impatient expression on Lin Tian's face, he did not linger any longer, bowed deeply again, and then turned to leave. After sending Huang Tian-ao away, Lin Tian immediately began upgrading his dazzling equipment using the god-level advancement stones to forge peerless gems. Not long after, his entire set of dazzling gear advanced to an unknown quality. This unknown quality equipment not only caused Lin Tian's combat power to soar once more, but also greatly satisfied his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, bringing a soothing sense of fulfillment to his soul. Just as he was embedding numerous unknown quality gems into his gear, preparing to enter the endless wilderness for his final exploration, footsteps approached from behind once again. Mr. Lin, Xiao Yun has come seeking your guidance. I earnestly implore you to offer your advice. Lin Tian was taken aback. Again? Damn it. I'm here to play games, not run a tutoring class. Why does everyone keep coming to me for lessons? He could not help but vent internally. Lin Tian turned to size up Xiao Yun, who appeared earnest and full of fighting spirit and sincerity in his eyes. Lin Tian's first impression was favorable, so he decided to indulge in a bit more chatter and proceeded with the usual question. What special skills do you have? Huh? Xiao Yun was momentarily stunned. Wrong question. Lin Tian corrected himself. What is your reason for wanting to become stronger? Xiao Yun pondered for a moment, and then earnestly expressed his ideals and ambitions. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's desire to change the current situation, to create an environment where commoners could be respected and receive more resources, Lin Tian nodded repeatedly in approval. Changing the entire environment is impossible with just me alone. I need to grow stronger. I need to defeat all my opponents, stand at the pinnacle, and inspire all commoners, telling them that even those born lowly possess infinite potential. As Xiao Yun spoke, he seemed to recall the day his father died, clenching his fists tightly with reddened eyes. Lin Tian considered this and said, having ideals, fighting spirit, and striving for first place is commendable, but if you limit your vision solely to competing against others, your perspective becomes rather narrow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind Lin Tian's words. Scratching his head, he said, forgive my dullness, but I would appreciate it if you could kindly enlighten me. Lin Tian smiled and replied, have you ever considered that your adversary might not only be other players, but the game itself? If you merely regard other players as opponents, then the heights you can reach are undoubtedly limited. But if, within the game, you pursue the very limits of this world, striving again and again to break through the heavens, then where would your ceiling truly lie? To contend with men is to settle for mere success. To contend with the heavens, that is where true, endless joy resides. Xiao Yun's eyes went blank upon hearing this. In an instant, it was as if a sudden illumination had been poured into his mind, and a surge of passionate blood rushed to his brain. To contend with the heavens, how boundlessly exhilarating. Suddenly, a flicker of fire seemed to blaze within his gaze, overwhelmed by an intense rush of fervor and excitement. Xiao Yun felt tears of fervent zeal streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. I understand now. I understand. The next moment, gathering his thoughts, Xiao Yun's eyes quickly regained calmness. A dense white light began to shimmer all over his body, within which faint threads of golden light intertwined. Bang! Kneeling on one knee, Xiao Yun's eyes brimmed with reverence as he looked up at Lin Tian and said, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance, Teacher Lin. I, Xiao Yun, shall not betray your teachings. From now on, I will exert every effort to achieve greatness and repay your immense kindness. All right, off you go. Give it your all. Lin Tian encouraged him, then promptly sent him on his way. Damn it, everyone seems to be glowing like Ultramen these days, as if they think they're superheroes. Lin Tian muttered to himself after dismissing Xiao Yun, before vanishing from the spot and officially entering the endless wilderness. In the real world, within the livestream room, seeing the white light flickering around Xiao Yun, the chat erupted into chaos once again. Commentator Tao Tao's voice trembled slightly as she exclaimed, This white light is the radiance of a gaming talent leveling up. Judging by the intensity of this glow, Xiao Yun's gaming talent has at least ascended to SS rank. No, it must be even higher. Within the white light, there are hints of golden light interwoven. This phenomenon only appears upon awakening an SSS level talent. Instantly, the livestream room was thrown into an uproar. What on earth is going on? Guagua felt his mind growing somewhat muddled. What exactly had Lin Tian said to them? Why had a mere conversation led to such transformative breakthroughs for both of them? Tao Tao was equally bewildered. After much contemplation, Meipi and Gu slowly uttered 4 words to describe what had just transpired. Immortal's blessing. The other 2 commentators fell into stunned silence. It seemed that no phrase could more aptly capture the multitude of scenes that had just appeared on the livestream screen. Even though the strongest genius, Huang Tian'ao, had obtained the heart of Yu Yi, and the commoner star, Xiao Yun, had awakened an SSS-level gaming talent, the livestream of the college entrance exam did not grant either of them much screen time thereafter. For the remaining day and a half, over 95% of the broadcast footage showcased Lin Tian's exhilarating exploits in the endless wilderness, where he slew gods and demons alike with unstoppable force. Within the livestream room, the 3 commentators were equally enthusiastic. The impassioned Guagua waved his arms as he excitedly narrated, another one-hit kill of an Imperial-level boss. Lin Tian truly is the Demon Lord descended, lawless and unstoppable. The technical Meipi and Gu analyzed Lin Tian's prowess from a data perspective. We can observe that the full power strike from the Imperial-level boss inflicted virtually no damage on Lin Tian, with estimated health loss below 0.005%. He is utterly invincible in this game. Tao Tao waved her hands energetically, abandoning her previous lackadaisical attitude as she exclaimed, This is freaking bleep amazing. Freaking bleep amazing. Due to her use of profanity, the broadcast muted the words with a bleep sound. Yet, the censorship did not diminish the impact of her expression. Tao Tao had, in fact, pioneered an entirely new style of commentary, the freaking bleep style. With only half a day remaining before the exam concluded, Lin Tian had already defeated 6 legendary creatures within the endless wilderness, thereby fully completing every achievement in this game. By opening 6 mythic treasure chests enhanced by a 1,000-fold multiplier, Lin Tian obtained equipment and skills that exponentially elevated his combat power once more. However, since no stronger adversaries remained to be vanquished, Lin Tian felt little change from this further augmentation of strength. All attributes were nothing more than mere numbers now. Only the prompt that appeared after defeating the final legendary creature brought him slight joy. You have conquered the endless wilderness. After this game session ends, the quality of your settlement rewards will be greatly enhanced. Power within the game, after all, was only temporary. What could be brought back to reality was what truly held value. Having explored all the game's content, Lin Tian now had nothing left to do. No matter how many exams he aced, he could not submit the paper early. Fine, he decided time to sleep. Above a vast expanse of continuously surging molten lava, the newly ascended legendary creature, the underworld king Dahe, dog-paddled through the magma. Lin Tian lay on Dahe's back, snoring softly. Lin Tian had already completed every possible exploration within the game. Other players, meanwhile, still used the final half-day to sprint as hard as they could, striving to improve their exam scores. After more than a day's time, Huang Tian'ao, who had obtained the heart of Yi, and Xiao Yun, who had awakened the SS-level gaming talent, had both overtaken and surpassed Zhao Wenjun, who had long held the lead in level and combat power. The two were now in the 7th region of the Central Continent, rapidly slaying monsters and attempting to seize the 2nd place in the college entrance exam rankings with the last half-day. Just as only 3 hours remained before the exam's conclusion, an abrupt anomaly occurred. A frantic and urgent voice suddenly echoed in the ears of every player throughout the game world. "Students, I am Wang Yutao, the chief coordinator of this college entrance exam and director of the question department. There's a colossal error in this cartridge. The situation is extremely critical. The leader of the Holy City Alliance has, for unknown reasons, awakened autonomous consciousness and is currently breaking through the world barrier. If the world barrier is breached, all monsters from the world of the Mad Blood Legend cartridge will flood into the real world, causing massive casualties and chaos. All students must immediately rush to the nearest capital city and assault the city as crystal to disrupt the destruction of the world barrier as much as possible. At present, the exam score data has been locked, revival restrictions lifted, and the exam has been ended prematurely. Please proceed quickly to the nearest capital city to attack the city crystal. Lin Tian, can you hear me? Lin Tian, stop sleeping. Great Xian needs you now. Lin Tian, can you hear me? Great Xian needs you now. Lin Tian, wake up. Within the endless wilderness, above the molten lava, Lin Tian, who had been soundly asleep on Dahe's back, suddenly heard someone calling his name. Instinctively, he sat up and looked around, scratching his head. What the hell is going on? Kyoto, at the highest gaming research headquarters. Inside the data room, upon witnessing Lin Tian finally stir from his deep slumber within the boundless wasteland, the director was instantly overcome with excitement and eager to engage him in conversation. Nearby, a burly man clad in military attire abruptly snatched the microphone away and spoke sternly. Lin Tian, I am Li Xiu, the commander of Longyin, the Supreme Legion of the Daxia Esports Military Division. I hereby solemnly represent both the Esports Military Division and the entire citizenry of Kyoto to earnestly implore you to proceed without delay to the sacred city at the heart of the Zhongzhou continent and disrupt the actions of the Sacred City Alliance S leader. While the city crystals scattered across the other capitals do influence the rate at which the world barrier deteriorates, the true catalyst guiding its destruction is the leader of the Sacred City Alliance. Stopping this leader is absolutely paramount. He has now awakened self-awareness and completed data corrections. His combat prowess has reached the pinnacle of world limits. Only you possess the chance to interfere with his maneuvers. You need only detain him for 3 minutes. Our pointer will then be able to lock onto the target with absolute certainty before the world barrier is shattered, enabling its eradication. Please make haste to the sacred city at the center. There's no time to lose. Lin Tian, at this moment, we have no option but to rely on ZZZZ. As he spoke, the communication signals both inside and outside the game abruptly severed. Li Xiu, the commander of the Longyin Legion, was momentarily stunned and urgently inquired. What's the situation? A data operator nearby hastily examined the screen's error messages, swallowed nervously, and responded. It appears the Sacred City leader detected our communications and preemptively destroyed the communication channels within the cartridge world. Damn it! Li Xiu ground his teeth, suppressing the urge to slam the microphone onto the floor. He turned towards a senior officer behind him and asked, how are the troop deployments near the research headquarters progressing? The officer responded solemnly. The Longyin Legion is fully positioned, and 3 of the 7 members from the military's strongest squad are rapidly en route. And the residents of Kyoto? They're being evacuated swiftly. Most nearby inhabitants have already been relocated. Even if the world barrier is indeed breached, we can minimize casualties to the greatest extent. Li Xiu received the reply he sought and nodded slightly. Turning back, he addressed the data operator. How is the pointer loading? The situation is grim. Alongside the destruction of the communication channels, the pathway through which the pointer interfaces with the game world has also suffered significant disruption. The data operator's face darkened, cold sweat beading his forehead. His trembling fingers relentlessly tapped the keyboard. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu's expression likewise grew somber. Steeling his resolve, he inquired, is there any way to restore it? The data operator hastened to nod. It should be recoverable, but the process will be lengthy. We will do our utmost. For now, we must place our hopes on the candidates within the game to buy us sufficient time. Li Xiu's thoughts trembled at these words. He exhaled deeply and fell silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Lin Tian at the center of the live broadcast screen, silently offering a prayer. Meanwhile, within the cartridge world of the bloodthirsty legend, across the capitals of Zhongzhou continent, blue radiance surged from the city crystals, shooting skyward. This blue light, saturated with the immense primordial force of the world, converged high above before plunging violently downward, focusing upon a colossal altar at the heart of the sacred city. Beneath the altar, countless soldiers of the Sacred City Alliance assembled, forming battle arrays, fully prepared to charge into the otherworld and ignite the war. Above the altar, the leader of the Sacred City Alliance tore at the air with both hands. Before him, a sapphire spatial rift expanded visibly by the second. From within the rift, the overflowing blue substance relentlessly corroded the leader's body. Unspeakable agony ravaged his spirit. Yet he remained silent, his fierce eyes fixed grimly ahead, as if gazing toward the future beyond the azure spatial rift. True God Buddha Yego, grant me an unyielding will. Grant me freedom. I shall no longer be shackled here, reduced to a mere puppet of this world. I will liberate this world, fueled by this inner resolve. He bore the corruption of his body by the blue matter. With a mighty roar, the Sacred City Alliance leader summoned even greater strength, accelerating the expansion of the spatial rift with increasing speed. At that moment, however, a streak of blue light in the sky abruptly vanished. This caused the leader's power to resist spatial laws and breach the world barrier to diminish slightly. He blinked in surprise. What is happening? Didn't I dispatch heavy troops to every capital to secure the crystals? How could any city crystal still be destroyed? Beneath the altar, the Dark Hall King observed the condition of each capital through a magic mirror, frowning as he said, "Those otherworldly invaders are relentlessly assaulting the city crystals in each capital. They seem to possess infinite resurrection capabilities, reappearing shortly after death in unending waves. Despite the strong garrisons, it is difficult to withstand this undead army. Damn these otherworlders." The Sacred City Alliance leader ground his teeth and withdrew the final green essence or bestowed upon him by the true God Buddha Yego. This green essence, capable of destroying world laws, was given to him in 3 orbs. One had been used to gain the spatial power to shatter the world barrier. The second had been employed recently when he discovered that the real world was directing players' actions through the game's built-in communication laws. To prevent interference, he used the second orb to sever the real world's influence on the game world. Now, not only could players within the game receive no information from the real world, but any attempts by the real world to influence the game world through other means had become exceedingly difficult. Producing the last orb, the Sacred City leader crushed it abruptly. A surge of green light shot skyward. Moments later, the segment of the world's rules governing player resurrection was further damaged. Fallen players could no longer revive within the game, having eliminated the threat posed by the players. The Sacred City leader refocused on tearing through the spatial rift before him and assaulting the world barrier. Simultaneously, within the capital known as Holy Sword City, the streets were strewn with corpses. Though the city crystal had been shattered, the fierce combat between both sides continued unabated. Near the broken city crystal, 3 figures darted about, relentlessly slaying the encircling NPC soldiers. These 3 were Zhao Wenjun, Xiao Yun, and Huang Tian'ao. To have destroyed a capital city crystal so swiftly, the top-tier combat prowess of these 3 players had naturally played a significant role. Several minutes passed until the surrounding Holy Sword City soldiers were wiped out. Xiao Yun, drenched in blood and gasping heavily, remarked, "Hey, have you noticed? Players can no longer revive after death. The resurrection system must have been destroyed. In other words, we only have this last life in the game." Huang Tian'ao, equally breathless, admitted that the recent chaotic battle had taken a toll on him as well. Zhao Wenjun, severely wounded, hastily retrieved medicine from his inventory to treat himself upon hearing there was no chance of revival. After some recovery, Zhao Wenjun breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the others, saying, "In any case, our exam scores are locked in. From here on, we must use this final life to sabotage the city crystals of other capitals as much as possible. Over in the central holy city, Brother Tian would likely take charge of matters. We must not hinder his progress. Instead, it would be better to act in unison to enhance the efficiency of destroying the city crystals," Zhao Wenjun tentatively suggested. Unexpectedly, 2 prodigies, who had scarcely communicated with him before and appeared quite haughty, nodded together with great enthusiasm at that moment. In Xiao Yun's eyes, the flames of battle flickered. Indeed, we must not hold teacher Lin Tian back. By acting together and swiftly annihilating the city crystals, we should be able to offer some assistance. Huang Tian'ao urged hastily. Teacher Lin Tian must already be en route to the central holy city. Let's depart quickly as well. There is no time to waste here. We must press on to assault the city crystal of the next capital. Teacher Lin Tian? Hearing their manner of addressing Lin Tian, Zhao Wenjun was momentarily stunned before suppressing a twitch at the corner of his mouth and bursting out in a curse. Damn it. No wonder you suddenly got so fierce. It turns out you've gone off to cling to a bigger fish. Aren't you just pulling an outright NTR on me? Both Xiao Yun and Huang Tian'ao were utterly speechless at Zhao Wenjun's absurd remark. Ignoring Zhao Wenjun, Huang Tian'ao's figure flickered first as he swiftly headed toward another nearby capital city. Xiao Yun immediately followed suit, watching the two swiftly disappear into the distance. Zhao Wenjun could no longer tarry. He activated his skills to increase his speed and pursued them with all his might. With the exam concluded ahead of schedule and competition dissolved, the players began to unite in the siege, striving relentlessly to shatter the city crystals scattered throughout the various capitals. Meanwhile, in the central holy city, the leader of the Holy City Alliance was rapidly breaching the world barrier. Although the city crystals in each capital enhanced his power, he relied more heavily on the spatial energy derived from the green essence, as well as his own formidable strength that had reached the limits of this world. The efficiency of breaking through the world barrier had not waned significantly despite the destruction of the city crystals. Before him, the Azure Spatial Rift continued to expand swiftly and relentlessly, just as he was fully engrossed in unraveling the world barrier. An aperture suddenly tore open in the space above the altar. Sensing the tremendous aura emanating from the rift, the Holy City leader halted his movements, his face breaking into a jubilant smile. True God, have you descended? With these words, he immediately knelt, bowing deeply. Beneath the altar, countless Holy City soldiers, witnessing this, dared not remain standing. They too knelt in succession, following the leader's example. From within the rift, Lin Tian poked out his head. Ta-da! Guess again. The ability of spatial teleportation, known as sword piercing the void, was a vocational skill granted by Lin Tian's second class change. His level had long since reached 100, fulfilling the requirements for a second class change. However, lacking a suitable class change tome, Lin Tian had not undertaken this second transformation until recently, when he obtained a sufficiently powerful tome during his exploration of the endless wilderness. Thus, he completed his second class change. His new vocation was Genesis Sword God. According to the description on the class change tome, the first Genesis Sword God appeared to be one of the three who created this legendary world. Lin Tian had now fully inherited the legacy of the Genesis Sword God. The Holy City leader was momentarily stunned upon recognizing Lin Tian's face. It's you? The one who destroyed Xinyuan City? It is I. Lin Tian replied with a chuckle. Emerging from the spatial rift, he moved his fingers slightly, summoning the angelic throne he had taken from the heavenly divine realm, which hovered midair. Leaning leisurely upon the throne, Lin Tian propped his chin with his hand and asked with a smile, "So, I hear you want to bring people to stroll around our world?" The Holy City leader sneered coldly. "Why not? You barged into our world by force, wantonly slaughtering and razing cities. Why should we not retaliate by invading your world? An eye for an eye." Weary of his rambling, Lin Tian waved dismissively to interrupt. "All right, enough blabbering. Hurry up and finish this fight so we can wrap it up. I've been playing this lousy game for 7 days straight. I'm about to throw up. Just die quickly, and we'll clock out together. Everyone wins." Looking up at Lin Tian, the Holy City leader narrowed his eyes, a surge of aura radiating from him. "Otherworlder, I admit you are strong. You are on an entirely different level from those other visitors from beyond." However, drawing the massive sword at his waist, the Holy City leader, facing Lin Tian, the greatest unpredictable factor among the players, dared not hold back even an ounce. Unleashing his utmost power, the heavy sword was instantly enveloped in a dazzling array of multicolored lights. The colossal energy pressure caused the surrounding ground to tremble and sink continuously. He laughed wildly. "But my power has reached the limit of this world. As long as my feet remain planted on this land, no one can defeat me." A tremendous sonic boom shattered the ground beneath him. Before his words had even faded, as if teleporting instantaneously, the Holy City leader's figure appeared directly above Lin Tian. His magnificent sword aura radiated prismatic light, forming an imposing celestial god-esque shadow in the sky, which thunderously crashed down. At that very instant, the reality world, already descending into chaos due to issues with the exam-esque connection, briefly returned to silence. Viewers before their screens, commentators in the live stream, esports warriors in the military department, and executives of the esports guild all held their breath. Although the official stream made no explicit announcement, nearly everyone understood. If Lin Tian fell, then the entire Great Xia would inevitably face catastrophe. At this moment, all eyes and hopes were fixed solely upon Lin Tian. Inside the data room of the Supreme Game Research Headquarters, Li Xiu, the overall leader of the Dragon Roar Legion, glanced at the progress bar of the pointer channel repair and clenched his fists, silently shouting, "Lin Tian, hold on for me." Yet the next scene to emerge prolonged the tense silence enveloping Great Xia. In the world of wild blood legend, as the Holy City leader's heavy sword descended with the celestial god's shadow, even the residual shock alone nearly obliterated the central Holy City. Countless Holy City soldiers were shattered in heart by the spreading shockwave, sent flying in all directions. Dust and sand swirled, whipping up a sandstorm. The ground cracked, and the sky trembled. Yet, standing exactly at the center of this sword-esque target, Lin Tian remained utterly unscathed, unmoved in the slightest. He sat in the same posture on his chair, a mocking smile playing on his lips. With just a single finger extended, he nonchalantly intercepted what was reputedly the strongest strike in the legendary world. The Holy City leader, dumbfounded, raised his heavy sword, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene before him. Staring blankly at his own hands, "I have already attained the ultimate power of this world." Lin Tian smiled. "Sorry, but I have long since transcended this world." Having endured countless trials in the endless wilderness, Lin Tian's entire set of equipment and personal attributes had undergone dozens, even hundreds of advanced enhancements. Prismatic quality represented the game's limit. Unknown quality was the limit of textual display. Yet neither came close to the pinnacle Lin Tian had reached. In this world, his very existence was the embodiment of the ultimate limit. With a flick of his fingertip bang, the Holy City leader's body was pierced through, his entire form rocketing backward like a meteor, crashing violently into the ground and gouging out a massive crater. In the realm of reality, silence persisted. The vast majority of onlookers, upon witnessing this scene, found themselves at a loss for words to articulate their emotions. There was relief, astonishment, joy, and bewilderment. Many only realized they had been holding their breath when their faces flushed crimson. Within the data chamber of the Supreme Game Research Headquarters, Li Xiu stared blankly at the unfolding spectacle, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing unconsciously. Turning his gaze, he noticed the data technicians repairing the pointer operation channels were also staring at the screen in a daze. Li Xiu hastily struck the table to rouse them, commanding sternly, "The situation remains unresolved. Continue to exert every effort to prepare the pointer." "Yes, sir." In the heart of the Holy City within the game world, after a long moment, the swirling dust finally dispersed. Inside a deep pit, the Holy City's sovereign bore a massive hole pierced through his chest, blood streaming from his mouth. His face was ashen as he gasped for breath, forcing a grim smile. "Is this the power that transcends the world's limits? Indeed, stranger from another realm, you have piqued my curiosity about the vistas beyond this world. I shall trample upon your corpse to seize my freedom." With each word uttered, data light surged within the sovereign's eyes. In the next instant, his grievous wounds astonishingly healed in an instant. An even more colossal aura radiated from his form. His frame began to swell, white streams of data flowing throughout his body. White data chains imprinted themselves all over him. His eyes transformed into twin orbs of white light. A whirlwind of energy swirled around him, uprooting countless fragments of rock and sand. In but a moment, the sovereign's power had also shattered the world's limits. Witnessing this, countless spectators outside the game world, whose hearts had just settled, found themselves suspended in tension once more. Back in the data chamber of the Supreme Game Research Headquarters, Li Xiu's eyes brightened. He is incinerating his own data chains. Excellent. Although burning data chains grants him temporary power beyond the world's limits, it also rapidly depletes the foundational force of his own data. As long as the consumption is substantial, it will be far more difficult for him to break through the world's barrier again. At least, it will take much longer. Lin Tian has bought us considerable time. Quickly, accelerate the repair of the pointer channels. Do not squander the time Lin Tian has earned. Li Xiu could not contain his excitement as he shouted. Sensing the rapid surge in the sovereign's combat power, Lin Tian slightly raised an eyelid, revealing a faintly intrigued smile. Seated upon his throne, he crossed one leg over the other and said, "This is the second phase? Very well, then begin your performance." Before his words had fully faded, the sovereign's figure vanished. Almost simultaneously, hundreds of colossal sword shadows, imbued with terrifying power, surged toward Lin Tian, intent on crushing him. Fierce feather, steadfast domain. Lin Tian smiled faintly in the face of the formidable assault, his wings fluttering behind him. An invisible, pale blue barrier instantly materialized. This fierce feather was the ultimate product of dozens of combined wings, encompassing nearly all aspects of offense and defense. The 100 sword shadows crashed against the shield, producing only a resounding clamor without inflicting the slightest damage. Meanwhile, high above, the sovereign's figure had become exceedingly blurred. Half of his body remained corporeal, while the other half had wholly transformed into a flowing, indistinct stream of data. One eye glowed with red light, the other shimmered with white data light. Roar! Suddenly, the sovereign opened his blood-red maw, unleashing a massive torrent of white energy that violently struck the white barrier before Lin Tian. The shield trembled slightly, sustaining a faint crack. Yet that was all. Having hoped for a battle with some suspense to bring a perfect conclusion to this game, Lin Tian found himself rather disappointed by the sovereign's performance. Shaking his head, he sighed, "Enough. Stop spitting here." His finger lightly flicked as he chanted, "Forbidden Domain Sword C." This was one of the professional skills of the Genesis Sword God class. The power of this move was respectable. In the next moment, hundreds of thousands of gleaming purple blades descended from the heavens. Like a rushing sea current, they swiftly surrounded the sovereign, sealing off every avenue of escape. A thunderous roar, akin to waves crashing ashore. The countless blades of the sword sea closed in an instant. No! The sovereign let out a deafening roar, attempting to evade. But it was utterly futile. Like a mere speck in the vast ocean, his form was trapped within the sword's sea, and moments later, he was pulverized into countless particles. Not a trace remaining. Even the sovereign, who had burned his data chains to transcend the world's limits, could not withstand a single strike from Lin Tian. Like crushing an insect beneath foot, Lin Tian ended the sovereign's existence. Ugh, how dull. Lin Tian yawned, waving his finger once more, and the sword's sea vanished. Just as everyone in the real world sat dumbfounded, believing everything had concluded, Lin Tian suddenly grew alert, eyes wide as he gazed skyward. Above, a ghostly green projection silently materialized. Clad in dark armor, with a pale face, ash-green hair, and a spectral green crown, this figure was unmistakably Vigo, the Ruined King from a popular MOBA battle game. What was happening? How could the Ruined King appear in a legendary world? Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, gripping his sword tightly, ready to strike. Yet upon investigation, he discovered that this figure was merely a projection, possessing no physical form or power. Vigo's expression was cold, his voice icy. "Imbecile, you cannot even win this? Regardless, it matters little. I never intended for the living you to invade the Blue Star cartridge world." With these words, his palm twisted. Below, where the sovereign had just perished, a ghostly green soul emerged. Vigo's palm clenched slightly as the green soul solidified, erupting into a colossal burst of verdant energy. "Remain as a slave to the ruined curse, and fight for me. Ha 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 ha. Linbai, you slew my father the emperor, disgraced my mother the queen, seized my wife, stole my daughter, and even ambushed me while I was defecating. I shall slaughter all creatures in your entire realm to quench my wrath." The projection of Vigo, the Ruined King, laughed maniacally. Moments later, the projection vanished. Meanwhile, before Lin Tian, the sovereign of the holy city, now enveloped in green light, rose once more. Like a corpse devoid of all emotion, he slowly advanced toward Lin Tian, without pausing to contemplate the wealth of information in the Ruined King's words. Lin Tian's face grew serious as he sensed the terrifying and ominous aura emanating from the resurrected sovereign. At last, he rose from his throne. Revived by the power of the Ruined King, the sovereign of the holy city had transformed into an entirely different kind of being. A green radiance swirled around him, and a heavy aura of death silently spread, quietly contaminating the land within nearly 1,000 meters. Facing this inscrutable adversary, Lin Tian withdrew his smile and continuously unleashed his skills, empowering his own combat strength. In the real world, countless spectators, confronted with this ever-shifting battlefield, felt their hearts racing wildly as if riding a roller coaster, surging up and down uncontrollably. At the Supreme Game Research Headquarters, inside the data room, Li Xiu's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the projection of the Ruined King. Damn it! So it's the work of an entity from the metaverse cartridge world. No wonder the global network cartridge was acting up like this. A higher dimensional power originating from the metaverse was lending its strength. Lin Tian, could he still emerge victorious? Li Xiu clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the screen. The appearance of the metaverse entity and the sovereign of the holy city being bolstered by this higher dimensional power undoubtedly worsened the situation. Yet at this moment, Li Xiu felt less despair than before. The other viewers watching the screens shared this sentiment. The miracles Lin Tian had frequently delivered were like an anchoring pillar, temporarily steadying the spirits of all the people of Great Xia. Given Lin Tian's previous effortless defeats of the sovereign of the holy city on 2 occasions, everyone vaguely sensed that Lin Tian had yet to unleash his full strength. Inside the data room, a general standing beside Li Xiu furrowed his brow and said, "It seems the opponent orchestrated this entire incident to take revenge on someone named Lin Bei. Who exactly is this Lin Bei?" Li Xiu rubbed his temples and shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure either. At least as far as I know. Among the dozen or so ascendants from Great Xia who have transcended into the metaverse cartridge world, none of them are named Lin Bei. However, decades ago, there was a world criminal named Lin Bei who robbed the cartridge stockpile of the Mei Frank Empire. It said that among the stolen cartridges was an Ascension cartridge. I don't know if this Lin Bei is the same person as that criminal." Meanwhile, in Yun City, Lin Yuan and Zhong Shuiying had been staring intently at the live broadcast since Lin Tian appeared on screen, even neglecting their meals. Seeing their son shouldering the entire fate of Great Xia and engaging in a final battle against the sovereign of the holy city within the game, the 2 parents were overwhelmed with emotion. When the ruined king appeared, Lin Tian's mother, Zhong Shuiying, heard that this Lin Bei had killed fathers, insulted mothers, even stolen wives and daughters, and pilfered behind backs. She couldn't help but exclaim, "How could someone named Lin Bei be so wicked, doing such terrible deeds and causing them to take revenge on our blue star? This Lin Bei is truly inhuman." Lin Yuan pondered silently. He recalled that his father, Lin Tian's grandfather, was also named Lin Bei, but that old man had abandoned him decades ago to travel the world and never returned. No one knew where he had gone. It was probably just a coincidence of names, he thought. Shaking his head, he then cheerfully joined his wife in cursing this Lin Bei, who had caused trouble outside and brought disaster to the family. What a complete idiot. Such a fool will probably have nothing good in his descendants. He deserves to have no offspring. The televised live battle continued relentlessly. As the resurrected sovereign of the holy city drew ever closer to Lin Tian, the combat was about to erupt once more. Zhong Shuiying nervously grasped Lin Yuan's hand, her voice trembling with excitement. "Go forth, my son. You must win." Not only Zhong Shuiying, but countless people across Great Xia fixed their eyes on the screen at this moment, hoping Lin Tian would continue to perform miracles and protect Great Xia from this calamity. Wild Feather, Primal Force, 9 Heavens Chaotic Blazing Flames, Maximize the Enhancement, Supreme Sore Body, Demon King Transformation, Endless Demonic Intent, God-Slaying Posture. Within the game world, Lin Tian faced the slowly advancing ruined sovereign of the holy city, incessantly activating his buff skills. Like a concentrated explosion of dynamite, terrifying high-pressure energy uncontrollably surged from his inner body outward. Within a few breaths, Lin Tian's combat power had multiplied tens of times once again. Yet the ruined sovereign of the Holy King's footsteps did not falter in the slightest. Upon his resurrected form, the green flames grew ever denser. Unconsciously, the entire sky had been dyed a ghostly green. This green power likely stemmed from a higher dimensional world. Although Lin Tian's own state had been elevated to its peak, he still felt a potent threat from the ruined sovereign of the holy city. If playing it safe, he could fight guerrilla warfare and wait for the military's forces to intervene. This was the most rational strategy Lin Tian could devise. Yet, an undercurrent of excitement and impulse stirred within him, spurring him to step forward with a grin curling at the corners of his mouth. However, that would be far too dull. Boom! The 9 Heavens Chaotic Blazing Flames, forged from dozens of divine fires, erupted violently. Half of the ghostly green sky was instantly dyed purple by the chaotic divine fire. Time seemed to slow by 100-fold, then suddenly accelerate by 1,000-fold moments later. 2 figures, one green and one purple, finally clashed. There were no flashy moves, no superfluous gestures, just a simple exchange of attacks. The next instant, boom, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the legendary world. Centered on the collision point of the 2 combatants, the entire central continent shattered and collapsed. Far away, within a capital city, the blast caused all living beings' ears to roar, temporarily deafening them. The weaker among them even suffered nosebleeds from the tremors. As the ground violently quaked and the land fractured apart, the entire city was swiftly demolished. Huang Tian Ao hastily activated his skill and rose into the air. Xiaoyan also unleashed a special ability, growing bird wings on his back and soaring upward, seeing the ground beneath them continuously collapse. Zhao Wenjun leapt around to dodge the emerging fissures, urgently calling to the two above, "Hey, heroes, I can't fly. Save me." Huang Tian'ao glanced at him and promptly turned his head away, seeing Huang Tian'ao's unwillingness to help. Xiao Yun had no choice but to dive down and pull Zhao Wenjun from the brink of falling into a ground crevice. The three ascended to a higher point, pausing briefly to catch their breath. Swallowing nervously, Zhao Wenjun gazed upon the nearly destroyed central continent below and asked, what exactly is going on here? Huang Tian'ao looked toward the central holy city, his eyes gleaming. "I'm afraid Teacher Lin Tian is taking things seriously now. Brother Tian getting serious and directly pulverizing the central continent?" Although Zhao Wenjun was Lin Tian's #1 fanboy, the current situation far exceeded his comprehension. He still found it hard to believe Lin Tian had become this powerful. This level of battle must be spectacular. I really want to see it. Xiao Yun's blood surged with excitement, his eyes reddening as an eager itch stirred within his heart. See how? We probably would have melted from the battle's aftershocks before even getting close. Zhao Wenjun swallowed nervously and couldn't help but complain. Before his words faded, Huang Tian'ao's figure flickered and he began flying toward the central holy city. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yun immediately resolved to follow suit. Let us also go and take a look. After all, with the central continent utterly annihilated, the mission to destroy the city's crystal no longer exists. To witness Teacher Lin Tian's full power battle with the last life in this game is unquestionably worthwhile. Hearing this, Zhao Wenjun found the reasoning sound and could only grit his teeth and nod in agreement. Several dozen minutes later, as the three arrived at the location of the central holy city, they discovered that the surrounding land had long since vanished. The destroyed landmass had sunk beneath the waves, leaving only an expanse of ocean around the central holy city. Neither Lin Tian nor the holy city lord was present nearby. Where had they gone to fight? Zhao Wenjun wondered in puzzlement. Faintly, a sound drifted down from above. Huang Tian'ao lifted his gaze, staring directly at the sky, half a spectral green, half a deep violet. Meanwhile, in the celestial divine realm, perched tens of thousands of meters above, two figures incessantly clashed, their aftershocks spreading outward, swiftly ravaging the once sacred celestial divine realm into a hellish wasteland. Not only was the surrounding environment grievously damaged, but each collision between the combatants left them with grievous wounds. The ruined holy city lord could summon the green light enveloping his body to rapidly mend his injuries, while Lin Tian could activate the wing effect to swiftly restore himself to perfect condition. Amidst their continual recovery, the green light surrounding the ruined holy city lord began to dim slightly, and the glow on Lin Tian's wings likewise became noticeably feebler. Their battle was a contest not only of explosive force, but also of endurance. Broken Realm Sword Tomb. Seizing upon a fleeting lapse in the ruined holy city lord's movements, Lin Tian activated his skill, and his colossal sword came crashing down with sudden ferocity. Caught off guard, the ruined holy city lord hastily summoned a green light shield before him to block the blow. Boom! The attack struck head-on. The ruined holy city lord's figure was violently slammed downward, forcibly ejected from the celestial holy realm. Having finally gained the upper hand, Lin Tian clung tenaciously to his advantage, immediately brandishing his great sword as he plummeted in pursuit. Boom! 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 Midair, the two exchanged blow after blow. The shockwaves scattered the surrounding clouds, and the celestial vault was torn asunder by the immense collision energies, fracturing into vast, ominous black fissures. The ruined holy city lord suffered a grievous blow again, his descent accelerating uncontrollably. Boom! Seconds later, he crashed down. The continent below had long ago shattered into fragments under the overwhelming pressure of their duel, swiftly sinking beneath the ocean's surface. After plunging into the sea, the two figures showed no sign of abating, their green and purple lights piercing through the ocean floor as they continued descending. In a moment, they had descended into the netherworld realm, 10,000 meters beneath the surface. Such a breathtaking and spectacular battle had left countless spectators in the real world utterly stunned. Seeing the ruined holy city lord, resurrected by the ruined king's curse of decay, battling Lin Tian to such an extent, Li Xiao's entire body tensed within the data room. Turning around, he urged again, "Is the pointer ready yet?" The data operator promptly replied, "The channel has been repaired up to 80%. Completing the remaining 20%, along with loading and activating the pointer, will take approximately 40 more minutes." In just a brief moment it took to glance back, Li Xiu observed the netherworld realm had already been devastated and left in ruin. Aside from the two green and purple figures, no other life remained. From the central continent to the celestial divine realm, and from there to the netherworld realm, this battle had raged for nearly half an hour, shaking the skies and darkening the earth. The entire legendary world had been shattered almost beyond repair by Lin Tian and the ruined Holy City Lord, with only sparse remnants of life left across the various regional interfaces. The energy both wielded for recovery had been rapidly depleted during the course of battle, and now both had reached their limits, their wounds unable to heal promptly. Within the beast's realm, boom, boom, two more clashes echoed. The restorative energy on Lin Tian's wings was the first to be exhausted, leaving him dizzy and staggering. Boom! Seizing the opportunity, the ruined Holy City Lord struck with his sword. Wounded at the waist, Lin Tian spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his figure flung sideways. Crash! His body slammed against a vast, desolate mountain within the beast's realm. Feeling the green ruinous light ceaselessly devouring his life force, Lin Tian gasped for breath, his body growing heavier by the moment. Inside his inventory, an item suddenly flickered with light. It was a black cross. However, due to its low quality and the fact that he had acquired it quite early, Lin Tian had long forgotten the cross, relegated to a corner. Item: Cross of Reversing the End. Level restriction: none. Quality: orange. Effect: when this item is placed in your inventory, upon your death, you will be resurrected on the spot at full health and status once, without any loss or death penalty. Description: Hallelujah. The boundless compassion of the Buddha's teachings. Now is the moment to witness a miracle. At the very instant the ruinous light ravenously consumed Lin Tian's life energy, and he felt his strength waning. The Black Cross's radiance blazed forth to its zenith, as if sensing something or recalling something, summoning his last reserves of strength. Lin Tian retrieved from his inventory a bottle of an unknown grade universal healing potion, just in case, before departing the endless wasteland. He had specially synthesized nearly 100 bottles of this unknown grade potion, capable of perfectly restoring his injuries and dispelling all negative statuses. I forgot. I still have medicine take. Lin Tian immediately consumed the potion, and his condition instantly restored to full health. Consequently, the radiant glow on the black cross within his inventory rapidly dimmed. Cross of Reversing the End. Rising to his feet, Lin Tian resumed his battle with the ruined Holy City Lord. Whenever he suffered a serious injury, Lin Tian would retrieve a potion from his inventory to drink, restoring his condition. The two continued to fiercely contest and exhaust one another. The green light enveloping the ruined Holy City Lord grew increasingly faint. Soon, sensing his restorative energy was nearly depleted, the ruined Holy City Lord began to unleash his full power, a green glow igniting in his eyes as he desperately launched a final offensive against Lin Tian. Under the ruined Holy City Lord's ferocious assault, the unknown grade potions in Lin Tian's inventory quickly ran out. Lin Tian was forced to rely on potions of iridescent quality to hold out. Yet, the green ruinous light accompanying the ruined Holy City Lord's attacks was a force beyond this world, possessing a powerful corrosive effect on life itself. The iridescent quality potions were utterly incapable of halting this corrosive damage inflicted upon Lin Tian. Boom! Under the erosion of the green ruinous light, Lin Tian grew increasingly fatigued during the duel and was once again caught off guard by the ruined Holy City Lord, who struck him flying. Lin Tian's figure was hurled tens of thousands of meters backward. Piercing through several gigantic mountains, his body was flung out of the beast's realm entirely, crashing into the neighboring Scorching Sun realm with a thunderous impact. The green ruinous light nearly enveloped Lin Tian's entire body, and his life force rapidly ebbed away. Lin Tian's eyes gradually began to dim. At this very moment, within the package, the cross of reversal of the finale shimmered once more. Just as Lin Tian's life force was about to be extinguished, the cross of reversal of the finale radiated an immense brilliance, finally poised to take effect. Huff! A cerulean light surged forth, awakening Lin Tian's body ahead of the cross's activation, enveloping him entirely and swiftly restoring his vitality. Not only that, his aura escalated dramatically during the recovery. You have triggered the ultimate skill of the Genesis Swordmaster class, Swordmaster Nirvana. Swordmaster Nirvana. Upon entering a near-death state, you rapidly restore to your optimal condition, with all attributes enhanced tenfold. This skill can only be triggered once. Within the package, the Black Cross's glow dimmed once again. Cross of reversal of the finale, damn. Having exerted his utmost to deliver the final assault, The already exhausted and battered ruined Holy City Alliance leader was utterly depleted of the strength to continue fighting. Moreover, with Lin Tian's activation of Swordmaster Nirvana and his full restoration, his combat power surged tenfold once more. Even if the ruined Holy City Alliance leader were fully restored, he would not be able to endure long against Lin Tian. With a flash of movement, Lin Tian traversed the interface and stood before the ruined Holy City Alliance leader, sincerely praising him. You've already done remarkably well to force out one of my 4 trump cards. This battle has been thoroughly exhilarating. Indeed, besides Swordmaster Nirvana, Lin Tian had prepared 3 other trump cards. Among them were the Supreme Wing Fire, a fusion of wings and divine fire, a forcibly annihilating law artifact synthesized from thousands of iridescent items, and a set of unknown quality armor he personally crafted after gathering the necessary materials. Hearing this, the ruined Holy City Alliance leader's corpse-like cheeks faintly curled into a bitter smile. The next moment, Lin Tian swung his sword down, the head flew off, and the scattering green light dissipated. The final adversary was at last slain. Yet, this legendary world had been ravaged almost beyond recognition, the 9 realms shattered, the 4 continents destroyed. Across the entire world, the remaining life amounted to less than 1/10,000th of its original count. The Underworld King, Dahe, who had previously vanished without a trace, immediately scampered over after the final battle. His adorably sharp cross-eyed gaze swept over Lin Tian a few times. Then he affectionately lowered his head to nuzzle him. Zhao! Dahe let out a cry. Though the sound was increasingly canine-like, Lin Tian inexplicably found it somewhat peculiar. After a moment, a game prompt appeared. This examination has concluded. Time remaining before returning to reality, 15 minutes. Perched atop Dahe's head, surveying this ruinous world, Lin Tian's mind was filled with the words spoken when Vigo had appeared earlier. It was clear that the ruined Holy City Alliance leader's awakening, his assault on the world barrier, and his attempt to invade Blue Star were all orchestrated by Vigo behind the scenes. He recalled Vigo's projection stating his intention to use the Holy City Alliance leader to invade the Blue Star cartridge world as revenge against someone named Lin Bei. If Blue Star merely existed within a certain cartridge world, then what was the relationship between this game cartridge, Blue Star, and the metaverse cartridge world? If Vigo refused to relent, would similar incidents continue to occur? And who exactly was this Lin Bei? Why did the name sound so vaguely familiar? A cascade of mysteries surged forth. However, with so little known information, Lin Tian could not make sense of it all, his mind buzzing. Sighing, he lay down upon Dahe's back, intending to use the final 15 minutes to take a proper rest. Meanwhile, in the real world, having witnessed the tense and tumultuous battle, the hearts of countless spectators across Dacia had been gripped with anxiety. With the fall of the ruined Holy City Alliance leader, everyone finally exhaled in relief. Victory! Lin Tian had won. My goodness, I honestly don't know what to say. I think borrowing the commentator Tao's immortal words is just perfect. To play a game to this degree, I really have to admire it. Lin Tian, he saved Dacia. Within the livestream room, the 3 commentators fell into a long silence. Staring at Lin Tian, lying atop the Underworld King, Guagua finally spoke with a trembling voice. I can hardly imagine the profound impact this college entrance exam will have on Dacia. Commentator Mapian wiped his fog glasses and smiled wryly. The influence will likely extend beyond Dacia. Tomorrow, Lin Tian's photo will surely grace the front pages of every nation's newspapers. Such a terrifying gaming prodigy, or rather, a gaming deity, was beyond the scope of genius, which might be suitable for Huang Tian'ao or Xiao Yun, but clearly insufficient to describe Lin Tian. Tao appeared somewhat dazed, his power surpassing all reason. Seemingly struck by an urgent realization, Tao hurriedly stepped outside the livestream room, and made a call. Director Zhao, did you watch the college entrance exam livestream? We absolutely must recruit Lin Tian to our Qingyuan. What? The vice principal is already en route to Yun City? Not only had Qingyuan Esports University begun mobilizing, but at this moment, the director of admissions at Kyoto Esports University, having just finished showering and watched the final livestream, trembled with excitement, immediately rushing to the school and bursting into the conference room. Inside, several school leaders sat with solemn expressions, engaged in discussion. The director of admissions disregarded protocol and declared upon entering, Principal, we must recruit Lin Tian to Kyoto Esports University. He is Kyoto's future, the future of all Dacia. Please arrange for me to personally go to Yun City. The Kyoto Esports University principal did not rebuke the director's impetuousness, but instead pressed his palm and said, I understand. We are currently deliberating on how to secure Lin Tian's enrollment. But before that, there's an even more important matter you must attend to. The director of admissions was taken aback. What could be more important than Lin Tian? The principal's face twitched. First, put on your clothes. At the Supreme Gaming Research Headquarters, within the data room, Li Xiu watched the live stream, his previously tense heart finally relaxing completely. Everything that had transpired within the gaming world had been so surreal and extraordinary. He touched his cheek, still unable to fully recover. After a long while, exhaling deeply, a thrilled smile involuntarily curved Li Xiu's lips. It seems the era belonging to Daxia is about to return. At that moment, a nearby data technician suddenly called out, "Report. Good news." "What good news?" Li Xiu turned to ask. "The pointer has been calibrated." The technician exclaimed excitedly. "Li Xiu, so tell me, what exactly are you all good for, being supported by Daxia?" In the Empire of Mifrank, at the Esports Guild headquarters, an emergency roundtable meeting was convened. At the headquarters of the Gamers Guild, where 6 representatives wield supreme authority, were present at that moment. After mere minutes of deliberation, the quartet reached a unanimous consensus to recruit Lin Tian, who had excelled remarkably in the latest Great Xia College entrance examination, into the guild headquarters as a candidate for the Keybearer training program. Lin Tian's potential might very well surpass that of Adam. Although a single match could not reveal everything, he had at least met the stringent criteria to become a Keybearer candidate. Over the past decade, opportunities had slipped away. The Divine Maiden of Euro North and the Pharaoh of ancient Egypt were lost causes, but Lin Tian could not be allowed to slip through their fingers. Moreover, possessing such a prodigiously talented player would be highly advantageous for Great Xia, given the current global geopolitical climate. The pressing question now was, who should be dispatched to Great Xia to recruit Lin Tian? Within the gaming realm, Lin Tian rested with his eyes closed, oblivious to the chaos his actions had triggered beyond the virtual world. 15 minutes passed swiftly. Soon after, the settlement panel appeared. Game over. Server will shut down shortly. You have secured first place in the global online game, Blood Rage Legend. Your total examination score is 195,270 points. Second place scored 3,950 points. Third place scored 3,540 points. Congratulations to the high school valedictorian. You have earned the following rewards. 1 item, valedictorian gift pack X1. 2. Game points card X 1,500,000. 3. 15,000 experience points. Due to the game cartridge being an overflow reward type, you have also received the following additional rewards. 1 item, advanced random treasure chest X1. 2. Game points card X 500,000. 3. 5,000 experience points. Total rewards are 1 item, valedictorian gift pack X1. 2 items, advanced random treasure chest X1. 3. Game points card X 2 million. 4. 20,000 experience points. Because you have achieved the great feat of conquering the legend world, the game rewards have been significantly increased. Total rewards have been upgraded to 1 item, Supreme Gift Pack X1. 2 items, Top Tier Random Treasure Chest X1. 3. Game Points Card X 4 million. 4. 40,000 experience points. Because you have conquered the hidden dungeon Endless Wasteland, the game rewards have been further enhanced. Total rewards have been elevated to 1 item, Legendary Human Lin Tian Exclusive Gift Pack X1. 2 items, Top Tier Random Treasure Chest X2. 3. Game Point Card X 6 million. 4. 60,000 experience points. Rewards have been delivered to your storage space. Meditate to exit and return to the real world. Gazing at the continuous stream of settlement information flooding the screen, Lin Tian felt somewhat overwhelmed. His fingers flicked lightly, dragging the panel to the very bottom to examine the final tally after all the cumulative enhancements. 6 million game points and 60,000 experience points. Impressive. Nearly double what he had earned from the Grand Theft Auto game cartridge. Besides the game points and experience rewards, there was a legendary human gift pack and 2 top-tier random treasure chests. He could only wonder what remarkable treasures these might contain. Satisfied with the rewards from this match, Lin Tian willed himself back to reality. Exiting current game cartridge world. 6 million game points have been credited. Current points balance, 9,235,025. Remaining rewards have been dispatched to your storage space. Acquiring experience points. Experience acquisition complete. Your level has increased to level 23. Your level has increased to level 24. Your level has increased to level 25. Your level has increased to level 33. As the notification tones heralded each level up, Lin Tian's figure vanished from within the Blood Rage Legend game cartridge. Light flickered. The next instant he opened his eyes, the scene of a Yun City second high school examination hall unfolded before him. Back in the real world, Lin Tian had no time to glance at the identity wristband on his arm. Inside the classroom, a throng of students erupted in frenzy. He is back. Lin Tian has returned. Holy cow, Lin Tian, it's really him. I can't believe I'm sitting in the same exam room as such an incredible legend. You're amazing, Lin Tian. Do you know how many lives you saved? In an instant, the classroom exploded into chaos. Everyone swarmed around Lin Tian as if he were the center of the universe. Not only students in this exam room, but also many from other venues had heard the news and rushed over, creating an impenetrable crowd. Holy cow, just back from the real world. Lin Tian was instantly engulfed by the sea of people. Startled, he nearly reflexively reached into his storage space for his bloodstained blade to clear the exam hall. After a brief moment of bewilderment, realizing he had become famous, the hero of Great Xia, Lin Tian scratched his head and humbly waved his hands amid the worshipful gazes of the examinees. Keep it low-key. Keep it low-key. I'm just a gamer blessed with both beauty and talent, constantly creating miracles. As he spoke, Lin Tian suddenly noticed someone tugging at his pants from below. Looking down, he saw Yuan Xiaoyu, who had previously expressed some reservations about him, now squeezed into the crowd. Clutching his thigh tightly, her face flushed with excitement, eyes shining with admiration. Lin Tian was speechless, tugging at his pants. Sis, stop hugging me like that. You're almost pulling my pants off. Unexpectedly, these words only made Yuan Xiaoyu hold on even tighter. Not only that, several girls who had struggled to squeeze close to Lin Tian began mimicking Yuan Xiaoyu's actions, crouching down and grabbing onto his thighs. Hey, stop pulling. I'm not wearing any underwear. Hey, I'm warning you, don't touch any higher. If you do, the blackboard will end up with another black hole. Struggling to extricate himself from the crowd, Lin Tian made his way to the restroom, intending to relieve himself. Outside the restroom door, an excited throng of girls stood on tiptoe, peering in eagerly. Inside, a group of boys clustered around Lin Tian, absurdly showering him with lavish praise, from his physique to his complexion, even down to the quality of his hair. The torrent of compliments left Lin Tian utterly stunned. Were he not intimately familiar with his brothers, he might have suspected that the boys were admiring a lost ancient mammoth ivory in a museum. In such an intensely scrutinized environment, Lin Tian found himself unable to urinate. After a long struggle, as he finally began to relieve himself, a boy burst into the restroom, voice trembling with excitement. Brother Tian. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Wenjun. Oh, just caught you with your pants down. What a coincidence. Lin Tian greeted casually as he continued to urinate. Upon catching sight of Zhao Wenjun, the surrounding candidates could not help but erupt into a clamorous buzz. Was this not Zhao Wenjun, the very individual who had triumphed over Huang Tianao in the college entrance examination? He was here, in this examination district as well. Indeed, Zhao Wenjun was also from our second high school. This year, our second high school truly was extraordinary, to shine so brilliantly among nearly 1 million examinees. Zhao Wenjun had undoubtedly become a household name following this gaokao. As Zhao Wenjun arrived, the group of boys who had been crowding around Lin Tian to watch him relieve himself respectfully parted, consciously making way to offer Zhao Wenjun a VIP viewing spot. Zhao Wenjun approached with a complex expression, his eyes slightly moist, and suddenly embraced Lin Tian from behind. With a rather formal tone, he expressed his gratitude. Brother Tian, thank you. You have transformed my life. Lin Tian's face darkened as he retorted, could you not wait until I finish urinating before hugging me? The fervent throng of candidates made it nearly impossible for Lin Tian to move a single step within the campus. Only after the intervention of the school leadership and several officials from the Cloud City Gaming Education Department was the situation brought under control, allowing the crowd around Lin Tian to finally disperse. Escorted toward the school gate, the principal of the second high school implored softly, Lin Tian. There are quite a few reporters from various media outlets gathered outside the school gate. When you give interviews later, could you please say a few kind words about our second high school? Close behind. A leader from the Cloud City Gaming Education Department hastily clasped his hands together in a respectful bow, adding, it would be best if you could mention that 200,000 subsidy point cards our department allocated to the second high school 2 years ago. Oh, and once freed from the students' encirclement, the group of leaders resumed their animated chatter around Lin Tian. Upon reaching the school gate and seeing reporters swarm forward, the leaders stepped back, allowing Lin Tian to face the interviews. Hello, Lin Tian. I am the editor-in-chief of the Daxia Gaming Gazette. Could you please share how you have achieved such a remarkable level in gaming? What is the extent of your gaming talent? Lin Tian, you have secured the top score in the gaokao by a wide margin and single-handedly halted a catastrophe originating from the metaverse within the game. How do you feel at this moment? Lin Tian, could you share any gaming techniques with our audience? Lin Tian, which esports university do you intend to attend? A cluster of enthusiastic reporters thrust microphones directly into Lin Tian's face. Facing the barrage of diverse questions, Lin Tian cleared his throat twice, pondered briefly, and decided to be honest, saying, "Actually, I'm not as exceptional as you make me out to be. The reason I perform so well in the game is simply because I use cheats." An immediate hush fell over the school gate. 2 seconds later, the reporters and the surrounding examinees burst into laughter. Aha! Lin Tian, the Great, truly has a sense of humor. Not only is he powerful and supremely talented, but he is also humble and witty. We love him. Gaming talent is a personal matter. If Lin Tian doesn't want to disclose it, you reporter should respect that and not press him. Have some professional ethics, please. Exactly. Lin Tian, don't give them face. We are the heroes of Daxia. We fear no one. After revealing his identity as a cheater, the excitement among the reporters and onlookers only intensified. Lin Tian could only scratch his head helplessly and respond to a few straightforward questions. As for how I'm feeling right now, I'm quite good. Regarding gaming tips, my advice is to cheat if you can. Don't be afraid of getting banned. About which university I'll attend, I don't have a definitive plan yet, but it will probably be a choice between Kyoto and Qingyuan, the 2 best places in Daxia. After answering a few scattered questions, Lin Tian turned around and noticed the second high school principal and the Cloud City Gaming Education Department leaders casting pitiful, pleading looks his way. He suddenly remembered the request from the principal and the officials. Taking the initiative, Lin Tian accepted a microphone and said, "Ahem, there is something else I'd like to mention. The second high school is a good school. 2 years ago, our principal accepted 200,000 point cards from the Cloud City Gaming Education Department. I'm not entirely sure about the details, but that's roughly the situation. I'm taking this opportunity to expose it here." The principal and the Cloud City officials standing behind Lin Tian brightened upon hearing that he was finally addressing their matter, exchanging excited glances. However, upon reflecting more carefully on Lin Tian's words, their smiles froze awkwardly. The reporters and onlooking candidates fell into a brief silence, then erupted into a chaotic uproar. Lin Tian, do you mean to imply that the principal of Cloud City Second High School and the Cloud City Gaming Education Department have engaged in illicit financial dealings? What is the true nature of this 200,000? What unknown transaction could it be for? Accepting such a substantial amount of point cards from an improper source. Is the principal privately purchasing game cartridges, or is it for illicit affairs? What? The principal spent 200,000 point cards on obscene game cartridges. Driven by the reporter's relentless insinuations, this information rapidly escalated to an astonishing level of scandal. Sensing that his imprecise statement had caused great misunderstanding, Lin Tian hastily waved his hand to clarify. "No, our principal is a good principal. There is a small secret compartment in his office filled with game cartridges, and he even rewarded me with one." By this point, the reporters no longer cared about the truth. What? He hides a large collection of obscene game cartridges in his office? What? Not only did he reward himself with obscene game cartridges, but he also entices students with rewards? To think he would play obscene games with students in his office. He is an absolute beast. Confronted by the reporters' wild accusations, Lin Tian's attempts to explain only made matters worse, and he sighed helplessly. Turning back to look at the principal and the gaming department officials behind him, he was about to apologize when, unexpectedly, they were bewilderedly being escorted into a security department transport vehicle, presumably taken away for investigation. Is the security department really this efficient? Lin Tian was utterly perplexed. He did not yet realize that with his current influence, even claiming that a stray dog on the street had issues would prompt an immediate and thorough investigation by the relevant authorities into the dog's social connections. Lin Tian wanted to step forward and explain the situation to the security personnel, but a large crowd of reporters surrounded him, leaving him trapped. Watching the security transport vehicle drive away, Lin Tian could only awkwardly see them off, thinking to himself, it's all just a misunderstanding. Once the security department finishes their investigation, they will surely release them. It shouldn't be a big problem. Inside the security transport vehicle, the Cloud City Gaming Education Department leaders were dumbfounded. They had never anticipated the story would unfold this way. Handcuffed, the principal of Cloud City Second High School suddenly recalled a blessing Lin Tian had once given him in the principal's office more than a month ago. "Thank you, Principal. You're awesome. I wish you great success and that you never crash. I also hope that when you're disciplined and arrested, the judge will be lenient." "Oh, so that is how it is." The principal of Cloud City Second High School stared at the handcuffs on his wrists with sudden understanding, putting aside the nature of the investigation that the principal and the authorities would undergo. The relentless barrage of questions from the reporters gathered at the school gate had begun to wear on Lin Tian's patience. Just as he was about to seize a moment to slip away and find a quiet place to rest. A sudden arrival of numerous vehicles from the esports military division swiftly dispersed the reporters and the surrounding onlookers. Directly ahead of Lin Tian, a large armored business vehicle came to a halt. The door opened, and Li Xiao, the commander of the Dragon Roar Legion of the esports military division, poked his head out and beckoned to Lin Tian. Finally, we meet Lin Tian. I'm Li Xiao, the one you spoke with during the game. Cool, mate. Let us get in and talk. Relieved at the prospect of escaping the persistent reporters, Lin Tian pondered for a moment, then nodded and stepped into the armored vehicle before him. Once aboard, the convoy immediately departed from the second high school S gate. The sudden quiet was a balm to Lin Tian's ears, prompting him to lean back in his seat and exhale deeply. Let me formally introduce myself. Lin Tian. I'm Li Xiao, commander of the Dragon Roar Legion. Thanks to your intervention in the legendary world, stopping the awakened Holy City Alliance leader, countless innocent civilians in Daxia have been spared disaster. Upon entering the vehicle, Li Xiao extended his hand to express his gratitude. Lin Tian shook it, licking his chapped lips. I've heard much about you, Commander Li. Do you have any water? After dealing with those reporters for so long, I'm parched. Hearing this, Li Xiao hastily retrieved a water bottle from a box beneath his seat and handed it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian took a sip, then couldn't help but remark, "Whose water bottle is this? Why does it have such a foul smell?" Because of the stress from the college entrance exam delays, Li Xiao had gone 2 days without sleep and had neglected to brush his teeth. Coupled with his anxiety, a slight odor was inevitable. Embarrassed, he turned his head away, minimizing the opening of his mouth as he spoke and waved his hand. This water bottle probably belongs to one of the Dragon Roar Legion soldiers. If we don't stop soon, I'll have someone buy you a fresh bottle. Lin Tian shook his head repeatedly. No need, I don't want to trouble you. May I ask, where are we headed? Li Xiao smiled and replied, our destination is called Yun Lakeside, a guest house established by the military division here in Yunqing specifically to host Daxia as distinguished guests. After your college entrance exams, the challenges you will face involve decisions about your academic and professional development over the coming years. Many are interested in your future path. To ensure fair competition among all parties and to safeguard your freedom of choice and personal safety, our military division has taken the initiative to bring these parties together. They will present their best offers transparently, and you will make the final decision. We hope you have no objections to this arrangement. If you do, or if you have a clear target institution already, we can arrange direct contact with your chosen school. Li Xiao's expression was gentle and inquisitive. Lin Tian immediately recognized that the military was doing its utmost to protect both his interests and their own, seeing no harm and only benefits in this plan. He smiled and nodded. All right, thank you, Commander Li. I will follow the military's arrangements. Relieved, Li Xiao smiled and continued. We noticed you listed Kyoto and Qingyuan in your college preferences, so we have prioritized representatives from these 2 venerable esports universities to be at the guest house. Besides these 2 established institutions, our military's Honghu Youth Training Camp warmly welcomes your participation. Additionally, the Esports Guild headquarters has sent a senior official. The vice principal of Qingyuan has already arrived at Yun Lakeside, while the others are still en route. You can rest well at the guest house first, and once all parties have gathered, you can begin negotiations and choose your path for the next few years. Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, thank you. After a somewhat formal conversation, Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Li Xiao, waiting for him to continue. As expected, after only a brief silence, Li Xiao shifted his tone and took the initiative to advocate for the military training camp. I'm not sure if you're interested in a military career, but I must strongly recommend our Honghu Youth Training Camp. Supported by Daxia's central gaming headquarters, our training camp's resources rival those of Qingyuan and Kyoto. And in terms of skills and equipment, we even surpass these 2 schools by a considerable margin. Furthermore, the military places greater emphasis on cultivating practical combat abilities in the real world. Currently, Daxia boasts 9 top-tier champions in the World Combat Power Ranking System. Of these, 6 hail from our military division. In this gaming metropolis, while levels do directly influence a player's combat capabilities, they more so represent overall gaming prowess. True reflection of a person's combat strength in the real world is demonstrated by their rank in the World Combat Power Ranking System. An excellent player is not necessarily an outstanding fighter, nor is an exceptional fighter always a stellar player. These 2 paths have different focuses. However, those who excel in one generally are not poor in the other, as real-world combat strength relies on skills and equipment obtained in the gaming card world, while in-game performance demands combat literacy and strategic thinking. Typically, after becoming an esports player, one can participate in the world ranking server-s combat power competitions, earn initial rank through placement matches, then continuously improve through ranked matches. Players holding ranks in the World Combat Power System receive monthly rank rewards. with more prestigious ranks yielding more generous bonuses. Your situation is somewhat unique. Although you have officially registered as an esports player, you began your college entrance exams the very next day and have yet to log into the World Combat Power Ranking system, so you currently have no rank. Seeing Lin Tian's contemplative expression, Li Xiu assumed he was intrigued by the prospect of joining the Honghu youth training camp and hastened to capitalize on the moment, due to a lack of publicity. You might not know much about the Honghu youth training camp, but you surely are aware of the military's elite squad, right? The 7 members of the military's strongest squad are among the top combat powers not only in Daxia, but across the world. Their current captain, Dugu Lei, is ranked 15th in the world's combat power rankings. 5 of these 7 members emerged from the Honghu youth training camp, which speaks volumes about its effectiveness. Li Xiu continued unabated, extolling the virtues of the Honghu youth training camp with great enthusiasm, his words punctuated by flying spittle. Through this fervor, Lin Tian sensed the military's earnestness and also realized the true owner of the water bottle he had just used. After a while, as the vehicle came to a stop, Li Xiu finally paused, his face alight with anticipation as he looked to Lin Tian. In short, the Honghu youth training camp is a truly excellent choice. I hope you will give it serious consideration. Lin Tian nodded. All right, I will consider it. As the car door swung open, Lin Tian stepped forward, ready to alight. Yet, Li Xiu reached out and grasped Lin Tian's arm, hesitating to speak. Sensing what Li Xiu intended to say, Lin Tian patted his shoulder and smiled warmly. Captain Li, feel free to speak your mind. We're all on the same side. Seeing this, Li Xiu dropped his pretenses and exhaled deeply. Lin Tian, you may not fully grasp it yet, but your performance in the college entrance examination has had a tremendous impact. Whether you remain with the military headquarters or join Xingyuan or Kyoto, we, and indeed all of Great Xia, will wholeheartedly support you. You are our future, our hope. However, I must confess, I personally do not wish for you to go to the Esports Guild headquarters in Mayfrank. Although the resources and benefits for the candidates of the Keymaster position there are attractive, they cannot compare to the generous support and cultivation you would receive staying in Great Xia. More importantly, times have changed. With Elders Huang and Liu having ascended to the metaverse cartridge world, and no supreme protector following, Great Xia's influence within the Esports Guild is steadily waning. Those from Great Xia who venture to Mayfrank's headquarters often face exclusion and hostility. The adage of foreign heart harbors suspicion surely resonates with you. The factions there are complex, and the waters run deep. Li Xiu fixed Lin Tian with a meaningful gaze. Lin Tian's eyes flickered at his words. Then he laughed heartily. Don't worry, I never planned to go abroad anyway. This was the truth. There were many foreign esports universities better than Xingyuan and Kyoto. When applying, Lin Tian was well aware that with his abilities, gaining admission to some of the world's top esports institutions was not beyond reach. Yet he gave it little consideration. There were 2 reasons. First, he was more familiar with Great Xia's environment. Staying here to compete was safer for him. Before venturing overseas, he wanted to elevate his own combat strength to a world-class level. Although augmented by cheats, his power had seen remarkable improvement through several games. Among his peers, he was almost an anomaly. Yet, on a global scale, Lin Tian's current strength remained far from a level that could guarantee his safety. Safety concerns were the primary reason he refrained from going abroad. The second reason was interest. Since crossing into this world, he had analyzed the current geopolitical landscape. Presently, there were about 5 powerful nations on Blue Star. The Mayfrank Empire had risen prominently over the past century, boasting numerous top-tier gamers. The Euro-North Alliance was a long-standing Western power with deep roots. Though ancient Egypt had experienced a cultural hiatus in gaming, it had recently seen a revival. Especially after a pharaoh heir with extraordinary abilities appeared a few years ago, rapidly elevating Egypt's influence on Blue Star. Lastly, there were the Eastern Bear Free Federation and Great Xia. Compared to the other 4 nations, Great Xia was undeniably the most talent-deficient and in the most precarious situation. This was evident from the fact that the military's strongest warrior, Dugu Lei, ranked only 15th in the global combat ranking system. However, in the previous century, Great Xia had been indisputably the world's foremost nation. Therefore, the resources accumulated by Great Xia were by no means inferior to those of the other 4 powers. From the perspective of interests, Lin Tian's choice to develop within Great Xia was the wisest. This was precisely a period ripe for mutual accomplishment between him and Great Xia. Hearing Lin Tian's response, Li Xiu was considerably relieved. Together, they stepped out of the car and entered the Yun Lakeside guest house. Though named a guest house, Yun Lakeside bore no resemblance to a mere inn. It was the epitome of luxury, a 5-star hotel in every sense. At the entrance, a man-made fountain over 10 meters high spouted crystal clear water, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, casting ripples of light. 2 squads of military esports soldiers patrolled the hotel's vicinity around the clock. Each soldier was formidable, at least level 20. In terms of combat prowess, military esports soldiers generally surpassed other esports players of the same rank by a significant margin. When engaged in life-or-death battles, their professional training enabled them to unleash power far beyond ordinary players. After presenting his pass, Li Xiu strode forward, leading Lin Tian into the guest house. Once settled into the prearranged room, Li Xiu excused himself. Surveying the spacious, opulent suite equipped with every amenity, Lin Tian, mentally fatigued after a week of gaming, finally allowed himself to relax completely. Lying on the soft, plush bed, he stretched luxuriously before placing a call home, intending to briefly update his parents and allay their worries. When the call connected, Lin Tian's mother, Zhong Shuiying, answered. Her excitement was overwhelming, her words somewhat jumbled, but her praise for Lin Tian was effusive, expressing immense pride with every term she could muster. Seeing his mother's overexcitement, Lin Tian quickly soothed her mood and then inquired, "Where's Dad?" Still beaming with joy, she replied, "He is playing games. I suppose your achievements spurred him on. He has been grumbling about his fading family status while diving into the cartridge world. Your father isn't fond of games at all. The last time he entered the cartridge world was 20 years ago when we married, playing an F-level honeymoon cartridge with me." Lin Tian chuckled. "That's good. Dad is finally doing something worthwhile. With his intellect, if he really dedicates himself, I'm confident he'll succeed. It shouldn't take long before he becomes an esports player." Zhong Shuiying, moved anew, exclaimed, "If you say so, then it must be true. I believe everything my son says now. Having such high hopes for your father means you're truly a hopeful son." Lin Tian, "Mom, maybe you should try taking some sedatives or something." After a few more words to calm his mother's excitement, Lin Tian ended the call. Knock knock. Hearing the gentle rap on the door after Lin Tian fell silent, the person who had waited outside finally knocked lightly. Lin Tian peered through the electronic monitor and saw a middle-aged man in a suit holding an exquisite gift box. He asked, "Who is it?" The man outside smiled kindly at the surveillance camera above and replied, "Lin Tian, I am Hua Qingsong, Vice President of Qingyuan University. I would like to have a word with you." Of the 4 top forces vying to recruit Lin Tian, Qingyuan's Vice President was the first to arrive, intending to privately meet and extend a gesture of goodwill, just as Lin Tian had anticipated. "All right, come in. Welcome." Lin Tian enlarged the monitor screen, glanced at the fine gift box in the man's hands, and thought there was no harm in talking first. He rubbed his hands and opened the door to greet him. Upon meeting, the two embraced warmly. Then, Hua Qingsong began a round of formalities, filled with high praise for Lin Tian's gaming talent and heartfelt thanks for his role in averting disaster during the exam. This set of words had grown rather tiresome to him, and Lin Tian waved his hand to interrupt abruptly, pointing at the large gift box in Hua Qingsong's hands. He smiled and said, "Principal Hua, why don't we just open this box right away? What kind of little gift have you prepared for me?" Hua Qingsong was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head as he replied, "This is the takeout I ordered." In an instant, the smile vanished from his face. Lin Tian scooped Hua Qingsong up and tossed him outside the door, closing it behind him as he said, "All right then, Vice Principal Hua, let us end our conversation here." Hua Qingsong, "Wait. Lin Tian, although this gift box is indeed the takeout I ordered, Qingyuan has genuinely prepared a present for you." He knocked repeatedly on the door, half laughing, half crying. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian reopened the door, a smile returning to his face. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Come in and have a seat." Hua Qingsong's mouth twitched. All right. Understanding Lin Tian's straightforward and sincere nature, Hua Qingsong entered without further ado and retrieved a small glass vial from the storage space. Inside the vial flowed a glowing green liquid. "This is the marrow-purifying divine elixir produced by the 10,000 spirit tree of Qingyuan Esports University," he explained with a proud smile, evidently confident in his university's signature treasure. "This elixir is extremely precious at Qingyuan. Only about 3 bottles are produced annually. Considering that at this stage, it is most important for you to enhance your innate aptitude and lay a solid foundation. Our president specifically instructed me to bring you 1 bottle. That is far too generous." Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he immediately took the vial to examine it. Marrow-purifying divine elixir, a miraculous liquid derived from the supreme 10,000 spirit tree, possessing the legendary effect of cleansing and refining one's essence and marrow. Upon ingestion, It significantly elevates the drinker's innate bone quality and greatly accelerates the cultivation speed of technique-related skills. Impressive, impressive. After reading the description, Lin Tian nodded repeatedly, opening the storage compartment to put the elixir away, his face beaming with delight as he said, "Please thank the president for me." Seeing Lin Tian's cheerful expression, Hua Qingsong knew this gift had struck a chord with him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you like it. Qingyuan Esports University is home to many rare and exotic treasures. When it comes to nurturing talents, we spare no expense. Lin Tian, please give Qingyuan Esports University your utmost consideration." Lin Tian nodded repeatedly, replying politely, "Much appreciated, much appreciated." Seeing the conversation progressing smoothly and not wanting to disturb Lin Tian's rest, Hua Qingsong did not linger. After exchanging pleasantries, he prepared to leave. Since Hua had come all this way with a gift, Lin Tian could not bear to see him go so soon and warmly urged, "Don't rush off. It's nearly lunchtime. Why not eat here before you leave?" Delighted by Lin Tian's invitation, Hua Qingsong readily accepted. "All right, what do you have to eat?" Lin Tian gestured toward the exquisitely packaged takeout box in Hua's hands. After treating the vice president of Qingyuan Esports University to a meal, Lin Tian belched, waved him off, and, as he left-handed back the takeout trash, politely said, "If you find it tasty, come by often. Don't hesitate to ask for an extra pair of chopsticks." That was obviously not just about an extra pair of chopsticks. Hua Qingsong's mouth twitched as he carried the garbage away. Once the vice president of Qingyuan Esports University had departed, Lin Tian closed the door and immediately retrieved the small vial of marrow-purifying divine elixir from the storage space to examine it. Having just finished eating, he was thirsty. Shaking it gently, he unscrewed the cap, inhaled the sweet fragrance at the mouth of the bottle, then tipped his head back and poured the glowing green liquid directly into his mouth. TSK, it's actually quite tasty." Smacking his lips, Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. As the elixir entered his body, he distinctly felt a warm current coursing through every fiber of his being, an indescribable comfort that penetrated to his very marrow. The strange sensation made him shiver uncontrollably, and he could not help but utter, "Ah, this feels amazing," feeling his body growing lighter, the circulation of his blood becoming increasingly smooth, and even his breath lengthening. Lin Tian inwardly gave the marrow-purifying divine elixir a high rating, nearly equal to his favorite beverage. Just as he was about to settle onto his bed and quietly savor the elixir's extraordinary effects, the doorbell rang once more. Checking the monitor beside him, Lin Tian saw a man standing outside, wrapped in a towel and wearing glasses. Who are you?" Lin Tian called out. "Outside," the man in the towel replied. "Lin Tian, I am Chen Baiqi, Director of Admissions at Kyoto Esports University. I just rushed over from school and wanted to have a chat with you." Lin Tian was taken aback and asked curiously, "Then why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Chen Baiqi's face turned awkward. "I just finished showering before coming out, and I was in a hurry, so I didn't have time to get dressed." Lin Tian was somewhat touched. "Wow, you came all the way from Kyoto to Yun City, wrapped only in a towel? You must really value me." Chen Baiqi hastily shook his head. "Of course not." Lin Tian chuckled. "I thought as much." Chen Baiqi explained, "The towel was actually lent to me by the cleaning lady at the door after I arrived here." "Come on in," Lin Tian said promptly, opening the door to let Chen Baiqi enter. Once inside, Chen Baiqi first offered a stream of praise before patting Lin Tian on the shoulder and saying, "Lin Tian, you are the hero of Daxia." Lin Tian quickly shook his head and patted Chen Baiqi's shoulder in return. "You're the real hero, running naked all the way from Kyoto to Yun City." The two took their seats in the room, and Chen Baiqi, ever professional, immediately began extolling the virtues of Kyoto Esports University. Kyoto University is the oldest esports university in Daxia, with a rich history. Our cartridge storage resources are the most abundant nationwide, and our gaming teaching resources are among the world's elite. Suddenly, Chen Baiqi paused, his gaze turning strange as he stared at Lin Tian. "What's wrong?" Lin Tian asked, puzzled. You have mud on your face," Chen Baiqi pointed out. Reaching up, Lin Tian touched his cheek and indeed felt a handful of foul grime. Startled for a moment, Lin Tian quickly realized and explained, "I just drank the marrow-purifying divine elixir gifted by Qingyuan Esports University. This should be cleansing the impurities from my body." "No worries, please continue." Chen Baiqi nodded in understanding and continued. "Not only are our gaming resources incredibly rich, Kyoto Esports University also possesses a vast array of advanced practical training equipment, and within our academy, we have a dedicated..." Crackling sounds interrupted him as Lin Tian began to spew slime, dirt, and grime continuously from his body. Within minutes, Lin Tian was completely covered in a layer of mud, leaving only his sharp, bright eyes visible. Sitting opposite a little mud figure, Chun Baichi's mouth twitched. Unable to continue, wiping the dirt splattered on his own face, he suggested, "Maybe you should wash up first?" Lin Tian looked down at his dirt-covered body, then glanced at Chun Baichi, who was wrapped only in a towel. Rising, he said, "How about you join me? There's a large bathtub in the bathroom. We can soak and chat together." Bathing has long been a cherished cultural treasure in the northern regions of Great Xia, passed down through the ages. It not only nourishes the body and dispels coldness, but also serves a formidable social function. Many significant business deals have been sealed within the steamy confines of the bathhouse. Those who bathe together are often the closest of friends. Well then, although Chun Baichi had only recently finished bathing when Lin Tian extended such a warm invitation, he found it difficult to decline and nodded in agreement. Upon entering the bathing chamber, they disrobed and faced each other with some awkwardness. After filling the tub, Lin Tian and Chun Baichi quickly immersed themselves in the large bath, concealing their forms beneath the water. Within less than 30 seconds in the bath, Chun Baichi began to regret his decision, for the grime covering Lin Tian's body rapidly dispersed through the water and started adhering to Chun Baichi's skin. "Continue speaking," Lin Tian said as he washed. Chun Baichi watched as the sludge clung to him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, but he dared not show any disdain. Gritting his teeth, he persevered in introducing the various merits of enrolling at Kyoto Esports University. Having recited all his prepared remarks, Chun Baichi noticed Lin Tian rubbing his hands together with a sly smile and immediately understood. From his storage space, he produced a translucent spirit fruit and said, "This is a soul-refining fruit produced by the gold-swallowing divine beast of our academy. It has miraculous effects, and only one is produced each year. Our principal specially instructed me to bring this to you to aid in condensing your soul. Such a precious treasure. How could I possibly accept it?" Lin Tian exclaimed, immediately reaching out to take the fruit, examining its exquisite appearance carefully. Soul-refining fruit, a fruit produced by the gold-swallowing divine beast, possessing wondrous powers to condense the soul and enhance spiritual strength. Consuming it significantly boosts the user's spiritual power and their mastery over various energies. What a marvelous item. The power of sin I obtained through the Lord of Original Sin's skill is also a form of energy. So this fruit should certainly augment it. Lin Tian's eyes brightened upon learning the fruit's effects, and he promptly began to chew it. As he ate, he said, "It's improper to accept such a lavish gift upon first meeting. You should take it back." Chun Baichi replied, "No, there's no need. You should just absorb it fully." After consuming the soul-refining fruit, Lin Tian immediately felt his mind clear, his consciousness and perception becoming remarkably lucid. Even his field of vision seemed brighter and more expansive. He nodded repeatedly in approval, exclaiming, "Delicious, delicious. Please thank the principal of Kyoto for me." Seeing Lin Tian pleased with the welcoming gift, Chun Baichi smiled happily and said, "The century-old heritage of Kyoto Esports University is incomparable to Qingyuan. Lin Tian, you must consider your choice carefully." Munching on the soul-refining fruit, Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Understood. Pleased with the smoothness of their initial encounter, Chun Baichi stood and took out a pouch of soul-refining fruits from his storage space. Taking his leave, he said, "All right, I won't keep you any longer. Rest well. I'll distribute these fruits to my friends in the military department." Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening. "Didn't you say only one soul-refining fruit is produced each year? How do you have so many?" Chun Baichi hurriedly waved his hand, explaining, "These are genetically modified. Yours is the pure, natural kind, which is much more effective." "Oh, I see." Lin Tian's expression softened after hearing the explanation. Rising to his feet, Chun Baichi exited the bath, covered entirely in grime. He did not even bother to wrap a towel around himself as he opened the door and strode out proudly. He came quietly, wearing no clothes. He left fully adorned in the armor of sludge. By the time he departed the room, Chun Baichi had completely taken on Lin Tian's form. After bathing, Lin Tian lay comfortably on his bed and fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. He got up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and tidied himself before preparing to leave. Just as he was about to open the door, a knock sounded first. Knock, knock. Two resounding, measured knocks echoed. Through the monitor, Lin Tian saw a tall man clad in Great Xia Esports military attire standing outside. The man looked somewhat familiar. "Who is it?" Lin Tian asked. "I am Du Gulei, representing the Honghu Youth Training Camp," the man replied. Lin Tian, all four parties, Qingyuan, Kyoto, Honghu, and the key holders have gathered. It is time to discuss your future academic pursuits and development. Lin Tian was taken aback. He never expected that the representative from Honghu recruiting him would be the strongest man in Great Xia. Although unknown if there were still hidden cards on the surface, Du Gulei was the mightiest warrior in Great Xia, ranked 15th globally in the World Combat Ranking System as the Supreme King tier. Alahite. I'm coming right away. Lin Tian hurriedly dressed and opened the door. Compared to the stern and imposing Du Gulei on television, the man before him was noticeably gentler, handsome with a bit of stubble. He had the air of a mature and charming gentleman. The two shook hands briefly. Du Gulei appraised Lin Tian from head to toe and smiled, truly befitting the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Lin Tian, you are remarkably handsome and exude extraordinary charisma. Faced with this formidable figure, Lin Tian felt somewhat reserved and waved his hand modestly. You flatter me. Being the top scorer is nothing, just a trivial matter. Du Gulei pondered for a moment and said, but I was also the top scorer my day. Lin Tian's expression stiffened, and he quickly improvised a rhyme. Top scorer is nothing, shaking the heavens. Brother Lei and I are the most powerful. Du Gulei burst into hearty laughter, patting Lin Tian on the shoulder with unabashed fondness. Interesting. You're truly amusing. No, I must recruit you into the Honghu youth training camp. Tell me, what do you want? Whatever your requests, I will strive to negotiate for you. As they walked toward the conference room, Du Gulei kindly inquired about Lin Tian's needs. Facing the strongest man in Great Xia, Lin Tian dared not speak frivolously and replied politely, I don't have a clear plan at the moment. I'd like to hear the proposal from everyone first, then share my thoughts. In any case, I greatly admire you, Brother Lei. Because of you, I will certainly prioritize considering the Honghu youth training camp. Lin Tian's words subtly conveyed that he had yet to make a firm decision while smoothly flattering Du Gulei, who listened with evident pleasure. By the time they reached the conference room door, Du Gulei led the way and pushed it open. Inside, 3 individuals were already seated around the table. Vice Principal Hua Qingsong of Qingyuan sat at the first seat on the left. Shen Baiqi, Director of Admissions at Kyoto, occupied the second seat on the left. A blonde foreman was seated on the right side of the table. Although the purpose of this journey was to recruit Lin Tian, the 3 parties involved were, in essence, competitors. Yet, from the very arrangement of the seats alone, one could discern that the representatives sent by the 2 premier esports academies of Daxia shared a slightly closer bond. At the very least, when facing a delegate from a foreign land, their stances were aligned. Lin Tian was an inseparable part of Daxia. This was the unanimous conviction held by Hua Qingsong, Shen Baiqi, and Du Gulei. Upon seeing Du Gulei arrive with Lin Tian, the 3 individuals in the conference room rose simultaneously. A foreign friend with golden hair and thick eyebrows, large eyes hurried forward, extending a hand to Lin Tian with a slight accent. Ni hao, I am Eric Howell, head of the candidate team for the Keymaster position at the Esports Guild headquarters. Ni hao, my dear boy, Lin Tian echoed, mimicking the accent as he shook hands with the golden-haired Howell. All right, everyone, please be seated. Du Gulei, representing the military and serving as the host of this meeting, took the central position. After some deliberation, Lin Tian casually chose a seat next to Hua Qingsong and Shen Baiqi. Once all 5 were seated, clearing his throat twice, Du Gulei intended to break the ice with a few pleasantries to enliven the atmosphere. Unexpectedly, Howell, seated to the right, interrupted promptly, Ladies and gentlemen, I come under strict orders from above. Lin Tian, I am determined to bring you back. I hope you will not make things difficult for me, nor for the Esports Guild. The Esports Guild is an organization founded for the advancement of all humanity. It is, in fact, the highest authority on Blue Star, responsible for the welfare of all mankind. Entrusting Lin Tian to us for training, to become one of the future Keymasters, is undoubtedly the choice that maximizes the interests of all humanity. No sooner had Howell finished speaking than Hua Qingsong, Vice President of Qingyuan Esports University, immediately smiled and retorted, Then may I ask, Mr. Howell, on what grounds do you presume that Daxia lacks the capability to nurture Lin Tian? Beside him, Shen Baiqi's expression deepened, a cold smile curling his lips as he countered. Are you suggesting that only the power held by you my-frankers constitutes the true protection of humanity? Throughout history, in every global catastrophe, has Daxia not always been the foremost contributor? Howell was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on Shen Baiqi, lost in contemplation. After a long pause, he could not suppress his bewilderment. Why are you not wearing any clothes? Shen Baiqi, completely bare, sneered coldly. Continuing with the same excuse as before, there was no time to get dressed. Howell, Du Gulei, Hua Qingsong, Lin Tian twitched at the corner of his mouth. This guy is clearly a pure exhibitionist. Shaking his head, Howell forcibly diverted his gaze away from Chun Baichi and resumed. Currently, all signs indicate that blue star is being detected by numerous entities from the metaverse cartridge. According to the Night Wanderer law, the safety of human civilization stands at a critical juncture. The ultimate goal of training key masters is to counter threats originating from the metaverse cartridge. From this perspective, our training of keymaster candidates is highly targeted. Lin Tian joining the candidate team is undoubtedly the decision that best serves the interests of all mankind. Hua Qing-song narrowed his eyes, pondering briefly before swiftly employing a counterargument. If the training of keymasters is so vital to humanity, why have the Northern European goddess and the ancient Egyptian pharaoh not been recruited into the candidate team? Their potential is indisputable, is it not? Why are they allowed to remain in their homelands, while our Lin Tian from Daxia must be sent to the Esports Guild headquarters? Chun Baichi crossed his arms and spread his legs, lending support with, exactly, from the perspective of humanity's best interests. The goddess and pharaoh undoubtedly should also join the candidate team. Since they have not, your argument falls apart entirely. Until the candidate team invites the goddess and pharaoh, we will never permit Lin Tian to be forcibly taken to the Esports Guild headquarters. Seeing Chun Baichi and Hua Qing-song stubbornly refuse to relent, Howell's expression darkened. Does Daxiao intend to sever ties with the Esports Guild? Hua Qing-song scoffed coldly. Judging by how harshly the Esports Guild has suppressed Daxiao in recent years, what difference does it make whether the relationship breaks or not? Chun Baichi's temper flared uncontrollably. Rising to his feet, he exposed his naked form fully to everyone in the conference room and angrily rebuked Howell with such blatant oppression. Do you, my frankers, have no sense of shame at all? Lin Tian, your sense of shame seems to be clearly running on empty as well. As the dispute escalated with slamming tables and glaring eyes, Dougal Lei, as the host, hastened to intervene, striving to regain control. Enough. Daxia has no intention of clashing with the Esports Guild. As one of the 5 founding members of the guild, Daxia naturally prioritizes the interests of all humanity. However, before Lin Tian is a highly gifted player, he is first and foremost a citizen of Daxia, a citizen who has contributed to our nation. The decision of where he wishes to advance and develop remains firmly his own. On this point, Daxia will not yield. Upon hearing Dougal Lei's words, silence fell over the conference room. Indeed, no matter how fierce the debate, the final decision regarding Lin Tian's allegiance was unquestionably his to make. Hua Qing-song seized upon Dougal Lei's statement to continue. In that case, let us dispense with formalities and present the conditions each side can offer, allowing Lin Tian to choose for himself. Agreed, Chun Baichi nodded, reaching into his storage compartment to retrieve prepared documents. Unexpectedly, he mistakenly pulled out a set of clothing. Lin Tian, you obviously have clothes. Hurriedly stuffing the attire back into the storage, Chun Baichi then produced the prearranged files. Hua Qing-song and Dougal Lei likewise took out their respective prepared proposals. Seeing this, Howell realized that coercion would not win Lin Tian over. So he dutifully presented the documents from the guild headquarters outlining the benefits and welfare associated with joining the Keymaster candidate team. Taking up the files from the 4 parties, Lin Tian's heart pounded uncontrollably after just a brief glance. Though he had anticipated that Qingyuan, Kyoto, Honghu, and the Keymasters would lavish generous offers to recruit him, witnessing the terms firsthand left him genuinely astounded. This was no mere recruitment of a student. This was plainly the courting of a long-lost father. Lin Tian swallowed nervously. Between Qingyuan, Kyoto, and the Keymasters, which should he choose? For a moment, Lin Tian found himself unable to make the most fitting decision. As for the Keymasters, despite their generous benefits and conditions, due to various reasons, Lin Tian decided to set that option aside for the time being. However, he refrained from revealing his thoughts to Howell. On the contrary, Lin Tian deliberately feigned great interest, scrutinizing the documents Howell had presented for an extended period. Observing the scene, Howell inwardly felt a surge of delight and, suppressing a smile, said, "Dear Lin Tian, if you have any other requests, please feel free to let me know now. I shall endeavor to accommodate them." Lin Tian nodded, chuckling softly as he looked toward Howell. "I am already quite satisfied with the benefits outlined in the documents. However, I have a fondness for the cultures of various nations. I wonder, Mr. Howell, have you brought any local specialties from your homeland? Although I do not intend to visit the Keymaster domain, I still plan to try to reap some benefits from the Keymaster resources. If there is a chance to receive something for free, I simply cannot let slip away." Goodness gracious! Witnessing Lin Tian so brazenly requesting favors at the conference table, the 3 Daxia men, Hua Qing-song, Dugu Lei, and Chun Baichi could not help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Dugu Lei even thought to himself that under no circumstances could Lin Tian be allowed to hold office, lest the consequences become unimaginable. Hao Lei, unfamiliar with Daxia culture, looked puzzled and asked local specialties? What kind of local specialties? Lin Tian frowned slightly, somewhat displeased, and further clarified, I mean small gifts or tokens. In your May Frank region, don't you customarily present a small gift upon first meeting someone? Hao Lei suddenly realized, shaking his head, apologies, this trip was rather rushed, apart from some point cards. I brought nothing else. Oh, Lin Tian felt a twinge of disappointment, but then muttered thoughtfully, well, point card will do just fine. Hao Lei, curious, inquired, what did you say? Lin Tian laughed heartily, waving his hand. I mean, Mr. Hao Lei has come all this way to Daxia. There is no need for us to quarrel with sour faces. As a nation of etiquette, we should warmly welcome Mr. Hao Lei and let him experience the fervor of the Daxia people. Haven't tea eaten yet, have you? Gulme. Let us go to the drunken immortal pavilion for a meal. The abrupt change of subject left Dugu Lei and the others somewhat bewildered. Yet they vaguely sensed that Lin Tian was unlikely to have any good intentions. Only Hao Lei, purely innocent, thought Lin Tian was planning to accompany him back, and that this was a friendly gesture, causing him to feel quite pleased. He glanced proudly at the others and chuckled. Excellent. I have long heard that Daxia's cuisine is unparalleled across the world, and I have been eager to sample it. Since Lin Tian invites me, I have no reason to refuse. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, located in the capital city, was almost indisputably the most prestigious dining establishment in all of Daxia. Its prices were exorbitantly steep, such that ordinary workers would find it difficult to afford even a single luxurious feast in their lifetime. This was because the pavilion's cuisine was not only exquisitely flavorful, but also employed ingredients mostly sourced from rare treasures within the gaming world. Consumption of these delicacies had remarkable effects, strengthening the body and enhancing various personal attributes. Moreover, the pavilion's chefs were all highly skilled culinary experts who had mastered cooking-related abilities. Under their skillful hands, ingredients with inherent special properties were further refined, elevating both the taste and efficacy of the dishes. Such lavish culinary craftsmanship justified the exorbitant prices of the dishes. After Lin Tian's proposal, the five of them took a carriage directly to the capital. Following a journey of over 2 hours, they were seated at a table in the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Glancing at the menu, even Dugu Lei, Hua Qing-song, and Chun Baichi, who were among the highest earners in Daxia, could not help but gape in astonishment at the prices. While perusing the menu, Lin Tian casually asked, Mr. Hao Lei, having traveled all the way to Daxia, you must have brought quite a number of point cards with you. Haven't you? Hao Lei proudly raised the identity bracelet on his wrist. I have over 10 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately began placing orders. 1 plate of deep-fried floating dragon meat, 5 servings of phoenix marrow, a pot of 7th-tier magical beast ribs, and a portion of stir-fried world tree leaves. One by one, dishes worth tens of millions were ordered. Under the table, the Daxia men swallowed nervously, silently worrying about Hao Lei, who, for his part, smiled foolishly, unaware of the ordeal he was about to face. With the lavish orders nearly complete, Lin Tian, wishing to showcase his erudition, ordered drinks and soup in a foreign tongue. In addition to the above, 5 bottles of 82 vintage red moo and 5 portions of God-used VPN. The 3 Daxia men at the table were dumbfounded. Hao Lei, the foreigner, was also stunned. The waiter, even more perplexed, cautiously asked, Sir, could you please repeat that in Daxia language? Lin Tian clicked his tongue, displeased. You don't understand? 5 bottles of Red Bull and 5 portions of Buddha jumps over the wall. The waiter nodded. Very well, please wait a moment. After placing the order, the kitchen immediately began preparation. Since it was still early, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had only their table occupied. The dishes arrived rather swiftly. Soon, one delectable plate after another was presented. The 4 Daxia men hungrily indulged, while Hao Lei savored each dish attentively, his eyes occasionally gleaming with delight, bestowing high praise on nearly every item. Before long, the sumptuous feast was finished. Lin Tian felt that all his senses and physical strength had been greatly enhanced by the meal, while the 3 Daxia men, satisfied and rubbing their bellies, leaned back in their chairs with contented expressions. After fighting in Daxia's wars for so many years, I finally get to enjoy this, Dugu Lei sighed. No sooner had he spoken than the waiter approached with a radiant smile, saying, Thank you all for dining with us. The total comes to 4,570,000 point cards. Who will be settling the bill? Before anyone could respond, Lin Tian grabbed a red moo from the table, downed it in one gulp, and exclaimed loudly before collapsing onto the table, Oh dear, I'm no match for the alcohol. Hua Qing-song clutched his stomach and bolted for the door, shouting, sudden stomach pain. Where's the restroom? Chen Baichi was even more absurd. Pretending to answer a phone call, he wore a look of grief and wept. What? My mother. How could she have such an illness? He tried to wipe away his tears with his sleeve, but regrettably, he was not wearing any clothes and therefore had no sleeves. Du Goulet, taking his duties seriously, answered a phone and stormed out of the private room with a stern expression, frowning deeply as he said, What? There is an outbreak of war in the north? What exactly is happening? Please speak slowly. For a moment, the 4 Daxiao men were all busy, some dizzy, some rushing to the bathroom, some crying, and some attending to work, utterly occupied. Seeing the waiter handing the bill to him, Hao Lei was completely dumbfounded. Such an exorbitant price? Staring at the long string of numbers on the bill, Hao Lei's smile twisted into one more pitiable than tears. Although he was not short of money and had been allocated a generous activity budget by headquarters for this trip, the notion of spending over 4 million on a single meal was still hard for him to accept. Can't we split the bill? Hao Lei asked with a woeful expression. The sound of Lin Tian snoring on the table could be heard softly. The noises of Hua Qing-song's eruption in the restroom echoed. The sorrowful cries of the naked man mourning his mother resounded. The distant voice of Du Gu lay commanding the battlefield. What? The enemy has over 30 billion troops? Quickly initiate the 2B tactical defense. Make sure the soldiers' box meals are arranged as scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The 4 were so busy that no one paid any attention to him. Hao Lei, seeing this, was utterly dismayed. Sir, will you be paying with your bracelet or using store point cards? The waiter asked with a smile, gently urging him. Payment with the wristband will suffice. Gritting his teeth, Hao raised his wristband, forcing himself to settle the bill despite his reluctance. Well, as long as we can bring Lin Tian back. Spending a few million points on the card is nothing. Besides, this is a perfect opportunity to demonstrate our sincerity and financial strength, he reassured himself. Just as the sound of the wristband being scanned echoed, Lin Tian sat up straight, looking as if he had just awakened, rubbing his eyes. This red moo really hits hard and fast, truly worthy of being a vintage old moo. Hua Qing-song, who had just returned from the restroom, rubbed his stomach and sighed. Sorry folks, my stomach isn't very strong. Mr. Howell, why did you pay the bill? You're our guest. This is hardly appropriate. Chen Baichi finally uttered the name of his mother's ailment, wiping away tears. My mom actually has athlete's foot. Du Goulet frowned deeply. What? The 3 billion enemies you mentioned were actually a false alarm? Misread? They were just 2 dogs? Such a colossal mistake demands severe punishment for the intelligence officer. Tonight's box meal, swap his chicken leg for a duck leg. Howell's face twitched involuntarily. Although his head was still somewhat foggy, he realized that he had been duped by these Daxia people. Leaving the drunken immortal tavern, the 4 Daxia men, their mouths slick with oil, climbed into the car with Howell, whose expression had darkened. Lin Tian sat in the front passenger's seat, and after a moment's thought, turned back to ask Mr. Howell, Are you familiar with China as card game culture? Somewhat. Though Howell was still irritated after being swindled out of 4 million. He forced a smile in response to Lin Tian's inquiry. Since it's still early, why don't we go to nearby card room for a game? Lin Tian suggested with a gentle smile. Howell shuddered at the proposal and quickly shook his head cautiously. No gambling. If I lose all my points, I want to be able to explain back home. Lin Tian laughed and waved his hand. A little gambling is harmless and can be quite enjoyable. We'll just play with a base bet of 10 points, purely for fun. You've come all the way to Daxia once. Surely you can't miss out on experiencing some local folk entertainment, he said, winking at Du Goulet, Hua Qing-song, and Chen Baichi. From the earlier meal, the 3 had already grasped Lin Tian's intent. Without exchanging words, a single glance was enough for them to join the persuasion. After their coaxing and Lin Tian's assurances, Hal finally relaxed his guard slightly and replied cautiously, All right then, just 10 points base bet. What game are we playing? Do Uditsu? That is the only card game I know here in Daxia. Lin Tian nodded enthusiastically. Almost. The game we'll play is called Do Lao Wai, quite similar to Do Diju. A few minutes later, they arrived at the card room. The 5 of them took seats around the table. Lin Tian dealt the cards while saying, Mr. Howell, since you know how to play Do Diju, we won't bother explaining the rules of Do Lao Wai in detail. The 2 games are essentially the same. If you don't understand something, we can learn as we play, all right? Howell considered it. Since the base bet was only 10 points and the stakes were low, he nodded. Sound good. After dealing the cards, Chen Baichi, sitting to Howell's left and completely bare-chested, received the Lao Wai cards. He could choose whether or not to assume the role of Lao Wai. Lao Wai is akin to the landlord in Do Diju. Because 5 people were playing with 2 decks, choosing to be Lao Wai granted 6 extra cards from the bottom pile. but meant facing 4 other Huazi players alone. The difficulty of winning increased, but so did the rewards and losses. I want to be Lao Wai, Chen Baichi said after examining his hand and thinking for a moment, deciding to forego the opportunity. Therefore, the choice to be Lao Wai passed to Hao, the next player. He studied his cards and his eyes lit up. 2 big jokers, 2 small jokers, 6 twos, 6 aces. This hand should be more than enough to be Lao Wai. With that, he flipped over the 6 bottom cards. His eyes brightened even more. These 6 cards were exactly what he needed, and after adding them, his hand was impeccably arranged. Moreover, he had many bombs. What is the maximum multiplier in a round of Do Lao Wai? With a winning hand in his grasp, Hao was brimming with the confident smile of a gambling god. Lin Tian replied, "There's no cap." Hao smirked and threw down a large handful of cards. "All right, I want to hold back. Airplane, 3 tens, 3 jacks, 3 queens. Nope." Huiqing Song tapped the table decisively. "No." Dugu Lei also refused. Lin Tian looked at his cards, wearing an expression of deep contemplation. After a long moment, he finally played a card, Southern Barbarian Invasion. Everyone stared blankly at the card on the table. Hao was dumbfounded. What kind of card is this?" Lin Tian patiently explained, "You need to play a kill card to counter this one." Hao glanced at his hand. "I don't have a kill." Lin Tian shrugged. "Then you have to pass. By the way, Southern Barbarian Invasion is like a super bomb. Once played, the base bet multiplies 10,000 times. So if I lose, I'd have to pay each of you 100,000 points?" Hao broke out in a sweat, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart. Seeing Lin Tian's move, the other 3 Huazi players gradually grasped the gameplay of Do Lao Wai, their faces lighting up with realization. A pair of 3s. Lin Tian played a card. Opening shot. Multiplier times 800. Chen Baichi slapped down a chess piece. When it was Hao's turn, his mouth twitched. What do I use to counter the opening shot?" Lin Tian patiently taught him. "Use your horse to counter the opening shot by having your horse jump." Haven't you heard that saying before? Hao was speechless. He scanned his hand. "I don't have a horse. I can't counter." "No horse, huh? That makes it easier. 1 bamboo. Multiplier times 1,500. Huiqing Song played a mahjong tile. Profit. Multiplier times 3,600. Dugu Lei slapped down a square card from Werewolf. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Multiplier times 100,000. Lin Tian, after careful thought, continued playing. This round lasted a full 20 minutes. After Lin Tian and the 4 Huazi players had thrown every playable card onto the table, the multiplier for this round of Do Lao Wai had soared to 940 million times. Finally, Lin Tian played a business card of misbow, ending the game and leading the Huazi players to defeat the Lao Wai, securing victory. When the game concluded, Lin Tian began the tally. The base bet was 10 points, multiplied 940 million times. That means you owe each of us 9,400,000,000 points. Payment by stored points or wristband? He asked. "Oh, forget it. Just go back and tell your emperor put to cede the Mei Frank Empire to me by tomorrow," Hao muttered. "Hao, or maybe you should just kill me outright." Seeing Hao's expression of utter despair, Lin Tian smiled kindly and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, we're just joking. As I said, it's all in good fun. There is no way we'd actually ask you for that much money." Upon hearing this, Hao's expression momentarily brightened. Lin Tian continued, "Don't you still have a few million left? Transfer it all over, let the 4 of us share it. Just a token gesture." Hao fell silent for a moment. Then, unable to contain himself any longer, he slammed his hand on the table, rose to his feet, and angrily declared, "You're going too far. This is outright fraud. I want to give you a single cent." Lin Tian shook his head and replied, "How can a game of cards be called extortion or fraud? If anyone is to blame, it's just bad luck for you, failing to draw good cards." Exactly. You must accept the outcome of the bet." Huiqing Song and Chen Baichi chimed in. As the official military representative of Daxia, Dugu Lei naturally had to maintain the friendly relations between Daxia and Mei Frank. So he had to consider the foreign guest's dignity. Bang! Reaching out, Dugu Lei gripped Hao's neck and pressed him down onto the card table. With a serious expression and righteous tone, he said, "Mr. Hao, although you came to Daxia on official business, repaying debts is a matter of principle. Your refusal to settle is rather inappropriate." Feeling the immense pressure from Dugu Lei's hand, Hao's face was pressed flat against the table, turning blotchy with red and pale patches. He was filled with anger and resentment, but dared not lose his temper outside his own territory. Helplessly, he tremblingly raised his hand and swallowed his pride, forcing the words out between clenched teeth. Fine. I'll transfer it to you." The 4 immediately revealed their identity bracelets and accepted Hao's transfer. Though none of them were short of money, winning over 2 million in one game was still exhilarating. Lei, Huo Qing-song, and Chen Baiqi all displayed innocent, childlike smiles. When they looked at Lin Tian, the mastermind behind their windfall, there was a newfound admiration in their eyes. Raising vast sums of money through legitimate means while simultaneously squeezing foreign guests with ill intentions and promoting patriotic spirit. Lin Tian's approach was a path they had never envisioned. By the time they left the card room, Hao Lei was completely stripped clean. Not a single game point remained on his bracelet. Those points are gone. Hao Lei felt a surprising sense of relief. The highest level of guarding against scams is to carry no money at all. Since leaving the drunken immortal tower, he had been on edge, cautiously wary of further schemes from the Daxia men. Now, with his points entirely drained, Hao Lei straightened his back, smiled as if unburdened, and felt as though he had entered an invincible realm. After exiting the card room and getting into the car, Hao Lei raised his head, smirked arrogantly, and proactively asked about the next destination. Where are we heading next? Take me to experience more of Daxia's customs and culture. Lin Tian pondered briefly and said, let us go to a nearby club for a foot massage and some therapy. Foot healthcare is one of Daxia's distinctive cultural features and is very beneficial to one's well-being. Great. Hao Lei nodded without hesitation. In his current state, to use an ancient Daxia saying, he felt barefoot and unafraid of those wearing shoes. Within a quarter of an hour, they arrived at an upscale massage club nearby, secured a private room, sat side by side, and began the treatment. Under the exquisite skill of the female therapist, Hao Lei moaned with comfort repeatedly. Lin Tian smiled and said, how is it, Mr. Hao? Daxia's massage techniques are quite impressive, aren't they? Hao Lei chuckled softly and nodded, but then answered evasively with a cold glint in his eyes. You should know I will report everything that happened here in Daxia truthfully when I return, right? After I report what you did to me, how do you think the headquarters of the Esports Union will react? You don't really think these 10 million points are easy money, do you? Let me tell you, the Esports Union headquarters is currently desperate for a reason to sanction Daxia. Upon hearing this, Lei, Huo Qing-song, and Chen Baiqi all involuntarily showed subtle changes in their expressions, secretly weighing the pros and cons. Only Lin Tian laughed heartily and patted Hao Lei's shoulder. Say, Mr. Hao Lei, you're being too formal. After all, we're family. Will we truly cheat you? It was just a little joke. Don't worry. Not only will we return the money you lost playing cards, but we'll also reimburse you for the meals you had with us. Hearing this, Hao Lei thought Lin Tian was intimidated and trying to make amends. He sneered coldly and replied, that would be best, naturally. Lin Tian smiled politely. If I offended you with my earlier joke, I apologize. How about I arrange a top-tier service here at the club for you on me? Manager, please take our foreign friend upstairs and set him up with the peach-colored temptation package for 3,398 points. Seeing Lin Tian's initiative to make peace and the situation completely reversed with him regaining the upper hand, Hao Lei's lips curled into a smirk as a cold snort escaped his nose. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have acted as I did. Lin Tian, about joining the candidate team for the Keymaster. Think it over quickly. When you come down from the second floor, I expect a clear answer. Remember, the Esports Union headquarters still holds the highest authority and decision-making power on Blue Star. Following their arrangements is the best choice for you, for Daxia, and for all humanity. Lin Tian nodded repeatedly. All right, no problem. You go enjoy yourself upstairs first. I'll give you an answer soon. Seeing Lin Tian so compliant, Hao Lei nodded with satisfaction and followed the manager upstairs. Downstairs, after Hao Lei left the room, Lei sighed, we admittedly were somewhat thoughtless in our previous actions. Huo Qing-song nodded slightly. Though we can't say he was outright scammed out of his 10 million points, it's fair to say we basically robbed him. Chen Baiqi glanced at the remaining balance on his bracelet and said reluctantly, then let us do as Lin Tian says. Return the points first. As for Lin Tian's future arrangements, we can deal with that later. Lin Tian cast a glance at the three, but said nothing. He took out his phone and dialed. Hello, public security? I'm reporting prostitution on the second floor of the Xinyue Club. When Hao Lei was escorted down by two public security officers, clad only in his underwear and utterly bewildered. It wasn't until they reached the ground floor and saw Lin Tian recording a video on his phone that he suddenly realized what had happened. Furious, he shouted, you bastard! You tricked me again. Lin Tian raised his phone, laughing heartily. Dear Mr. Hao, you and T want the whole world to know you were caught soliciting prostitution while on official business in Daxia. Would you? I think you already know how to write your debrief report when you get back, right? You. Hao Lei was beside himself with rage. He tried to summon his strength to push away the officers restraining him, but recalling the consequences of openly assaulting law enforcement in Daxia, he forcibly held back. With his face darkened to the extreme, Hao Lei was taken away. Inside the club, Hua Qing-song couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So, all this was within your expectations? You already knew how to wrap things up before we even started tricking him? Dugulei eyed Lin Tian and swallowed hard. You really are a devil, kid. Lin Tian, however, shook his head with some disappointment. I didn't expect him to have such composure. I thought he'd resist the public security officers, so we could have shot him on the spot. Hua Qing-song, Chun Baichi, Dugulei. After a brief moment of silence, Chun Baichi could not help but exclaim, truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Hao Lei could never have imagined that he would be apprehended in Daxiao on charges of soliciting prostitution. Before he finished speaking, two public security officers passed by the doorway, glanced inside, and one of them immediately picked up his walkie-talkie and reporting, there is still one individual here without any clothing, likely also involved in soliciting prostitution. 2 minutes later, a completely naked Shinbaichi was escorted out by the officers, and shortly thereafter, he was thrown into the same prison transport vehicle as Haole. Casting a glance at Haole inside the vehicle, then through the glass toward the entrance of the clubhouse where Lin Tian and the others stood with dark expressions, Shinbaichi could not help but sigh once more. Life truly is full of unforeseen twists. 5 had gone out, only 3 returned. Back at the Yun Lakeside Guest House in Yun City, Dugulei, Hua Qing-song, and Lin Tian gathered in the conference room to continue deliberating on Lin Tian's future enrollment plans. The offers from the 3 parties, Kyoto, Qingyuan, and Honghu, were all generous and alluring. Holding the 3 sets of documents in his hands, Lin Tian found himself unable to choose and tentatively proposed. What if I were to join all 3 of your institutions simultaneously? Upon hearing this, Hua Qing-song's lips twitched involuntarily as he remarked, well, so one institution's benefits aren't enough to satisfy you. You want a taste from all 3, huh? Dugulei pondered for a moment before saying, the Honghu Youth Training Camp might be flexible on this matter, as long as you meet the global combat ranking targets punctually and complete missions on time. You could attend the esports university while participating in the youth training camp simultaneously. From a systemic standpoint, that should not pose an issue. After Dugulei finished speaking and looked toward him, Hua Qing-song furrowed his brows slightly and hesitated. Indeed, there is no conflict between the esports university and the military department's arrangements. However, if you intend to enroll simultaneously in Kyoto and Qingyuan, that complicates matters. Managing your academic status would be difficult, and scheduling conflicts would inevitably arise. Lin Tian inquired, is there no alternative solution? Hua Qing-song wrinkled his brow and considered before responding. Both Kyoto and Qingyuan offer positions for honorarily invited students. If you take that route, your enrollment would not be officially recorded in the academic registry, thereby eliminating conflicts in academic status. As for scheduling, if both institutions can coordinate, it should be feasible for you to attend both universities simultaneously. That is one avenue, he continued, but whether it can be smoothly implemented ultimately depends on the opinions of the administrative bodies of the 2 universities. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nodded and said, Dean Hua, could I trouble you to contact Kyoto and Qingyuan to consult their views on this matter? Dugulei added, if my involvement is needed, just give me their contact information. I will represent the military department in negotiations with both universities. Very well. Hua Qing-song nodded in agreement and immediately began making arrangements. Both universities had been monitoring Lin Tian's situation closely, and upon receiving Hua Qing-song's message and proposal, they convened an emergency meeting without delay. 2 hours later, the meeting concluded. Both institutions reached a unanimous decision to approve Lin Tian's simultaneous enrollment in Kyoto and Qingyuan as honorarily invited students. However, each university stipulated a condition. Before matriculation, Lin Tian must successfully complete a C-rank game cartridge as further proof of his gaming prowess. This requirement was reasonable. After all, achieving a remarkable result in a single game could be somewhat fortuitous. Further validating Lin Tian's potential would instill greater confidence in their subsequent investment of resources in his development. Lin Tian had no objections to this demand. The prospect of having access to a high-level game cartridge free of charge was more than enough to excite him. With all parties reaching a smooth agreement, Hua Qing-song, serving as Qingyuan's vice president, breathed a sigh of relief. His mission on this trip was effectively accomplished. The plan that emerged was, in essence, a universally joyous resolution. Everyone was pleased, except, of course, for Mr. Hole, who had crossed oceans only to find himself clad in nothing but shorts, undergoing interrogation at the station. The only remaining issue was Lin Tian's academic status. Honorary invited students are typically enrolled from other schools. Following procedure, you need to hold official registration at another university. Hua Qing-song added, Du Goulet laughed upon hearing this. Isn't that easy enough? Just find any school to register him officially, and the problem is solved. Aside from Qingyuan and Kyoto, which other school did you apply to? Lin Tian was slightly taken aback, but then curled his lips into an exaggerated grin and replied, Guangxing Women's Gymnastics Academy. Du Goulet, Hua Qingsong. With his academic registration formally secured at his dream institution, Guangxing Women's Gymnastics Academy, Lin Tian's enrollment and further studies were essentially settled. Although joining 3 parties simultaneously meant Lin Tian would receive triple the benefits and focus cultivation from all 3, the demands placed upon him would also be more stringent. Besides Kyoto and Qingyuan requiring Lin Tian to complete a C-rank game cartridge before the semester began, the military's Honghu faction also stipulated that Lin Tian must elevate his combat rating to at least Bronze 2 within 1 month. I recall that the top score reward for the college entrance exam cartridge was quite substantial. You should barely have reached level 10 by now, right? Du Goulet incroyable. Lin Tian glanced down at his identity wristband. Name, Lin Tian. Level 33, 11, 289, 650. Game points, 11, 528, 520. He answered truthfully, yes. I've barely reached it. Du Goulet nodded. The number of daily combat ranking matches you can participate in is limited. In any case, once you return, you should first engage in ranked matches at the Esports Guild. For a professional gamer, practical combat skill is just as crucial as gaming ability. This is especially true within the military's Honghu faction. Understood. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. He had already planned to test his combat ranking by participating in ranked matches once he returned. The requirements of the Honghu youth training camp aligned perfectly with his own plans. After settling these intricate matters, Du Goulet arranged for someone to drive Lin Tian home. Upon returning, the house was once again empty. His mother, Zhong Shuiying, had already left for work, and his father, Lin Yuan, was still immersed in a game cartridge. On the tea table in the living room sat a PS7 cartridge reader. Lin Tian peered through the glass slot of the reader to see what game his father was playing and discovered it was an E-rank game cartridge titled The Poop Man. Lin Tian, as expected of my father, he really goes for the heavy taste. Having drunk too much tea earlier in the conference room at Yin Lakeside, Lin Tian entered the living room and first fed Pea-Shooter Lady. Iya, seeing her master after such a long time. Pea-Shooter Lady's charming verdant cheeks lifted into a blissful smile. Affectionately patting Pea-Shooter Lady's little head and wiping his hands clean, Lin Tian returned to his bedroom and opened his storage space. It was unboxing time. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Tian revealed an excited smile. Upon opening the storage space, the reward for achieving first place in the college entrance exam was prominently displayed. A splendid gift pack shimmering with colorful light, and 2 dazzling treasure chests glowing with golden radiance. The gift pack was the exclusive legendary human Lin Tian's personal gift pack. The 2 treasure chests were top-tier random loot boxes. Extracting the gift pack and treasure chest, Lin Tian focused his gaze to examine them. Exclusive gift pack for the legendary human Lin Tian, the bloodthirsty legend world. An ultra-luxurious gift pack established to commemorate player Lin Tian's forging of a legend and his rise as the world's strongest. Opening this gift pack grants a wealth of legendary rewards. Top-tier random treasure chest, the highest grade reward chest in the bloodthirsty legend world, which, upon opening, randomly bestows top-tier equipment, skills, and items. After some contemplation, Lin Tian decided to first open the exclusive gift pack named after himself. Instantly, a plethora of items burst forth before his eyes, along with a black dog that looked anything but ordinary. You have opened the exclusive gift pack for the legendary human Lin Tian. Congratulations on obtaining Pet, Underling of the Dark Lord X1, Combat Power Level 60. Capable of devouring to grow. Equipment, Monarch's Sovereign Armor, Quality, Mythical. Equipment, Forgiveness of the Transcender, Quality, Special. Rule Type, War God Level Skill Book, Demon King Transformation, Learning Level Requirement, 60. Item, Evolution Drink. Item, Summon Chicken Card. The equipment quality hierarchy is Common, Good, Excellent, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Holy, Mythical. The combat skill book quality hierarchy is Beginner, Common, Elite, King, War God. After a torrent of items poured out of the gift pack, Lin Tian was the first to seize the big black dog. Surprised yet touched, he smiled and said, "Hey, Big Black, how'd you get inside this gift pack? Is it because you miss me too much? It must be. After all, we share such a deep bond." Suddenly appearing here, the Dark Lord Big Black was somewhat bewildered, his sinister and domineering eyes scanning the surroundings. But when Lin Tian suddenly grabbed him and this familiar, terrifying face appeared before his eyes, Big Black shuddered instantly. His eyes transformed into a sharp yet adorably cross-eyed expression, and he emitted a cute dog-like meow meow. Slap! Lin Tian's face darkened as he gave the dog a hard flick, saying, "After all this time teaching you how to bark, you gone right back to square one, huh?" Feeling the familiar sting on his cheek, Big Black silently shed bitter tears from the corners of his eyes. After Lin Tian left the bloodthirsty legend world, the Dark Lord, having endured humiliation and disguised as a meek pet, had hoped to finally regain his freedom. Moreover, Lin Tian had killed off most of the top-tier strongmen in the bloodthirsty legend world, using their corpses to feed the Dark Lord until it reached the legendary creature level. It had intended to establish dominion and impose its will in that world. However, after falling asleep among a pile of female dogs, upon awakening, it found not only that its power had regressed to the juvenile stage, but it had also been returned to the side of this devilish master. In terms of sheer combat power, the Dark Lord at level 60 could easily crush Lin Tian in the real world, but, constrained by the power of the world itself, it had completely become Lin Tian's pet, unable to defy or rebel. Previously, it lost because it was weaker. Now, it was utterly powerless due to the world's restrictions. The Dark Lord was utterly despairing. Carrying the Dark Lord, Lin Tian strolled around his home. He explained where it should relieve itself and demonstrated how to flush afterward. Then he tossed it into the living room to go play with the pea-shooter girl. Returning to his bedroom, Lin Tian continued inspecting the items that had burst from the exclusive gift pack. Equipment: Monarch's Sovereign Armor. Quality: Mythical. Effect: the ultimate full-body armor imbued with the power of kingship, boasting astonishing defense. Wearing it greatly enhances strength, speed, constitution, and spirit, significantly boosting overall combat power. Description: to commemorate player Lin Tian's record-setting achievements in the Bloodthirsty Legend cartridge world, becoming a legendary human and reigning supreme. The Bloodthirsty Legend world specially released this armor as a reward. Usage restriction: level 80 minimum. Exclusive armor for player Lin Tian, not equipable by others. Mythical grade: that's the highest quality of equipment. Seeing the attributes of this armor, Lin Tian's eyes brightened involuntarily. As far as he knew, the highest quality gear on Blue Star was mythical. At least, that's what the school textbooks recorded. After the college entrance exam, he had obtained mythical-grade equipment. It could be said that Lin Tian was somewhat ahead of his peers. However, the usage restrictions were quite stringent. Besides requiring a minimum level of 80, it was limited to Lin Tian alone. This meant he could not rent or sell the armor to others and could only use it himself. This, however, did not affect Lin Tian much personally. As for the level 80 minimum requirement, another piece of equipment from the gift pack could resolve that issue. Equipment: Forgiveness of the Transcender. Quality: Special Rule Type. Effect: upon wearing this necklace, you will no longer be restricted by level when equipping gear, using items, or learning skills. Description: all bindings are but illusions. In my name, I grant you transcendence. Usage restriction: only one rule type equipment can be worn at the same time. To have this item appear in the gift pack. Incredible. This is forcing me to abandon being human. Lin Tian could not help but marvel. Whether in the Bloodthirsty Legend game world or the real world, level was a limitation for him. Because his game abilities, cheats, were so outstanding, the equipment, skills, and items he obtained often surpassed his own level tier. The forgiveness of the Transcender could completely nullify level restrictions, undoubtedly allowing him to rapidly enhance his strength in the real world. Casually slipping the necklace around his neck, Lin Tian picked up the War God level skill book Demon King transformation from the gift pack and continued inspecting it. Combat skill book, Demon King transformation. Quality: War God level. Learning requirement: level 60. Skill type: transformation skill. Effect: activating this skill transforms you into the Demon King form, greatly increasing combat power. You can launch magical energy orbs as ranged attacks. While in Demon King form, you gain 90% immunity to elemental magic damage and 90% resistance to control and negative effects. The duration of the Demon King form scales proportionally with your overall strength. The combat skill book quality hierarchy is beginner, common, elite, king, war god. Like the Monarch's Sovereign Armor, this Demon King transformation skill book is also the highest rank Lin Tian has encountered. As a state enhancement skill, Demon King transformation not only provides a massive boost in combat power for a short time, but also comes with 90% immunity to elemental magic damage and control resistance, making it extremely practical and powerful. There was no doubt about learning this skill. With the forgiveness of the Transcender equipped, Lin Tian could learn it beyond his level. and he certainly intended to do so. With a mere thought, he immediately utilized the level 80 War God tier skill book. Ding! You have acquired the skill Demon Lord Transformation. Skill slot 35. Demon Lord Transformation, War God tier. Original Sin Master, King tier. Blood Gathering / Elite tier. Upon reaching level 30, Lin Tian gained an additional skill slot. Even though he had just learned another War God tier skill, there remained 2 vacant slots within his skill bar. Moreover, compared to the War God tier Demon Lord Transformation and the King tier Original Sin Master, the Elite tier Blood Gathering / felt somewhat out of place in his repertoire. Although on Blue Star, Elite tier skills were considered high quality, top-tier esports players cherished such skills as precious treasures, forming the cornerstone of their combat systems. Here, with Lin Tian's prowess, the Elite tier Blood Gathering / was decidedly underwhelming. This skill was certainly destined for replacement in the near future. By this reckoning, he could barely make effective use of 2 skills. His skill slots still remained excessively underutilized. However, he was in no rush. Both Kyoto and Qingyuan had prepared top-tier, school guard level powerful skill books for him. According to De Gaulle, the military Honghu faction had reserved a super skill book for him, brought back by Senior Daxia from the Metaverse cartridge, said to surpass even the War God tier in quality. As long as Lin Tian fulfilled the objectives assigned by these 3 parties, there was no shortage of skill books or any other resources for him. Besides, acquiring skill books through gaming was no great challenge for him. Simply by conquering a high-level game cartridge, obtaining King tier or War God tier skill books was well within his grasp. Closing his skill bar, Lin Tian proceeded to examine the remaining 2 rewards from the gift pack. Compared to the earlier skill, equipment, and pet, these last 2 items were far less conspicuous. Evolution Elixir can be fed to pets to trigger significant evolution, enhancing their combat power level. Most effective when used on pets below level 50. Chicken Summoning Card. Upon use, summons a chicken to fight on your behalf. The former was a bottle of green liquid, and the latter, a gaudily decorated card covered with unsightly images. Taking up the Evolution Elixir, Lin Tian entered the living room, where he found the Underworld King, Dahe, burying his head in the pea-shooter girl, sniffing frantically. Upon seeing Lin Tian emerge, Dahe glanced back, then barked toward the direction of the restroom, wearing a puzzled expression as if to say, "I sent the restroom over there? Why does it smell so strongly here as well?" Lifting his hind leg, Dahe intended to mark the pea-shooter girl's flower pot. "Get lost. This is my designated spot." Lin Tian scowled and kicked Dahe. Seated on the sofa, Lin Tian uncapped the Evolution Elixir, releasing an intense fragrance that immediately permeated the room. Upon inhaling the scent, the pea-shooter girl trembled all over, her gaze fixed yearningly on Lin Tian. Dahe, too, drooled as he trotted to Lin Tian's feet, tilting his head and squinting at him with his cockeyed gaze, ears twitching slightly. Glancing at Dahe, then at the pea-shooter girl, Lin Tian deliberated and decided to feed the Evolution Elixir to the pea-shooter girl. After all, Dahe's level was too high, exceeding the recommended threshold for the elixir. Even if he gained a boost from it, the enhancement would likely be minimal. To maximize the elixir's effect, applying it to the pea-shooter girl was undoubtedly more appropriate than using it on Dahe. Raising his hand, Lin Tian fed the Evolution Elixir to the pea-shooter girl. Iya iya. The pea-shooter girl opened her mouth wide with all her might, swallowing the miraculous liquid from her master, fearful of wasting a single drop. As the Evolution Elixir took effect, the pea-shooter girl began to shimmer with emerald light. Before long, her form and appearance started to transform rapidly, from the originally adorable little girl figure to a slender and graceful young green-skinned maiden. The green light continued to flicker, and her form changed once more, quickly evolving from maiden to a mature and alluring warrior woman, clad in verdant plant armor. The pea cannon in her hand morphed into a magnificent emerald sword. The overall appearance was breathtakingly beautiful and heroic. Your pet pea-shooter girl has completed evolution. Your pet pea-shooter girl has completed evolution. Pea-shooter girl combat power level 10. Evolved into Pea female gunner, combat power level 30. Pea female gunner, combat power level 30. Evolved into Pea Valkyrie, combat power level 50. The Evolution Elixir triggered 2 consecutive evolutions, elevating her from a level 10 pea-shooter girl to a level 50 Pea Valkyrie, a tremendous enhancement, only 10 levels below Dahe. The potted plants and dog in the household had all reached levels between 50 and 60, surpassing over 80% of the esports players on Blue Star. Lin Tian instantly felt the security level of his residence had risen markedly once again. The twice-evolved Pea Valkyrie no longer emitted incoherent iya, iya cries as before. Now, she possessed a certain degree of linguistic ability, excitedly exclaiming to Lin Tian, Master. Master. Lin Tian smiled in satisfaction, reaching out to stroke the P-Valkyrie, savoring the tactile changes brought by the evolution. Master. Master. What was that drink you just gave me? Although she had initially developed language skills, the P-Valkyrie still spoke with some slurring and a childlike lisp. Lin Tian chuckled and replied, "It's a kind of drink." The P-Valkyrie tilted her head slightly, her beautiful green eyes shimmering with a pitifully pleading expression. Urine drink? Urine drink is so tasty. Master, I want more urine drink. Lin Tian. Grabbing a bottle of mineral water, Lin Tian gulped it down fiercely, muttering, "Just wait, I'll save some for you first." After using up the evolution elixir, Lin Tian returned to his bedroom, locking the doors and windows securely, drawing the curtains tightly. At last, the moment had arrived. With some nervousness, he picked up the final item revealed from the gift pack. Grasping the gaudily decorated card depicting various beauties, the Madame Bao card. Chicken summoning card, upon use, summons a chicken to fight on your behalf. Swallowing hard, Lin Tian took a deep breath, summoned his will, and used the card. Bang! A burst of white mist exploded. Within the mist, a snow-white body appeared faintly, delicate limbs trembling slightly, a peculiar scent emanating that evoked a strange sensation. As if struck by electricity, two fiery gazes met in midair. Cock-a-doodle-doo, gazing upon the large white rooster that had materialized before him. Lin Tian remained expressionless and silent for a long while. Though he finally smiled in resignation, he drew back the curtains and looked out upon the vast world beyond the window. As expected, such cards were all fakes. Although the chicken was unlike what he had imagined, he had no intention of wasting it. Carrying the grand rooster, Lin Tian made his way to the kitchen and delivered a swift stroke to the bird. He intended to prepare this chicken for dinner that evening. Cock-a-doodle-doo. With a piercing cry, a massive gash appeared across the rooster's neck, blood splattering everywhere. The rooster struggled desperately, its movements growing weaker by the moment until it finally lost all strength, collapsing limply in Lin Tian's grasp, its body twitching faintly. After that single cut, Lin Tian suddenly recalled that he did not know how to cook. Forget it, better to set it free. Scratching his head, he opened the kitchen window and tossed the heavily bleeding, now barely moving rooster outside, granting it the precious gift of freedom. Bang! As the rooster fell from the high-rise building, a muffled thud echoed upward. Dark energy surged within Lin Tian's body. The sin power, granted by his passive growth-type skill, Lord of Original Sin, had increased substantially once again, coupled with the sin power he had previously gained while accompanying Mr. Howell, a foreign guest, to experience the customs and culture of Great Xia. Lin Tian's total sin power after the college entrance examination had grown to a remarkably considerable level. Although, in terms of quality alone, the Lord of Original Sin at the King tier was somewhat inferior to the War God-level Demon King transformation. The former's advantage lay in its capacity for growth. Given sufficient time for development, the effects the Lord of Original Sin could unleash might even far surpass those of the Demon King transformation. Having finished tallying the rewards from the exclusive gift pack, Lin Tian had obtained a piece of mythic-grade exclusive armor, a lawn necklace, and a War God-level skill, in addition to upgrading his home potted plant from level 10 to level 50. The rewards within this gift pack alone could be considered an abundant harvest. Returning to his bedroom, Lin Tian's gaze then fell upon two top-tier random treasure chests resting on the floor. Approaching them, he opened the chests without hesitation. Two items emerged respectively from the chests. One chest revealed a ring, while the other produced a skill book. You have opened a top-tier random treasure chest and obtained equipment. Angelic Divine Ring, Sacred Grade. You have opened a top-tier random treasure chest and obtained skill book. Soul Siege Strike, King tier. Equipment. Angelic Divine Ring. Quality, Sacred Grade. Effect. Greatly enhances the wearer's recovery ability. By activating the ring's divine energy, it can release holy light to heal, rapidly restoring all injuries of the wearer. Usable up to 10 times per hour. Description. A sacred artifact ring blessed by the divine Angel King. Usage restriction. Level 50. Combat skill book. Soul Siege Strike. Quality. King tier. Learning requirement. Level 50. Skill type. Active growth type attack skill. Effect. Upon activation, your next attack will deal additional soul damage. If the enemy dies from this attack, the additional soul damage dealt by this skill will receive a permanent enhancement. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Damn, another growth type skill? And it's an active offensive one at that? Upon reading the description of the Soul Siege Strike skill book, Lin Tian's eyes lit up instantly. The equipment and skill obtained from the two treasure chests were both quite impressive. The sacred grade angelic divine ring perfectly compensated for Lin Tian's current lack of healing ability. As a high-level piece of equipment just below mythic grade, the immense value of the angelic divine ring was indisputable. The active growth type offensive skill Soul Sea Strike was also incredibly overpowered. It could increase its power by killing enemies with its activation, offering limitless potential. After stacking this skill to a certain level, even an ordinary strike from Lin Tian would carry devastating, apocalyptic power. With a thought, Lin Tian immediately used the skill book to learn the skill. Ding! You have learned the skill Soul Sea Strike. Skill bar 45. Demon King Transformation, War God Tier. Lord of Original Sin, King Tier. Soul Sea Strike, King Tier. Blood Gathering / Elite Tier. Having finished learning the skill, Lin Tian donned the mythic grade armor, sovereign armor of Lord Lin Tian, as well as the sacred grade angelic divine ring. He could feel the overwhelming power coursing through his body, making him eager to put it to the test. It was time to head to the Gamers Guild for some ranked matches and test his current strength. Oh, and Han had also requested that he reach Bronze 2 rank within a month. With a chuckle, Lin Tian drew his legendary weapon, the blood-weeping strange blade, and, looking at his reflection clad in imposing armor, nodded with satisfaction before stepping out the door. Lin Tian was no longer the ordinary student he once was. After rising to fame in the college entrance examination and saving Great Xiao from a crisis, he had become a hero known to all. To avoid causing commotion, he made sure to wear a mask before leaving. Upon arriving at the Yun City Gamers Guild, Lin Tian applied at the front desk for access to the Global Combat Power Ranking System. After a brief wait, a uniformed staff member escorted him to the rear of the guild. In a large hall at the back, dozens of large white egg-shaped devices were displayed. The staff patiently explained some basic rules. After entering the ranking system through the terminal, you will be matched with opponents of similar rank. Defeat your opponents to earn points and climb the ranks. Each person can participate in up to 5 ranked matches per day. At the end of each month, rank rewards will be distributed. The higher your rank, the richer the rewards. In the Global Combat Power Ranking System battles, you will experience a 100% physical sensation effect, but being defeated or slain in battle will not affect your real-world physical condition. Any questions? Lin Tian approached one of the white egg-shaped machines, opened the lid, and sat in the oval seat inside, shaking his head slightly with excitement. None. Let us start quickly. The staff member was momentarily stunned. The terminal is in the ranking room ahead. This is an egg-shaped independent public restroom. Why are you sitting on the toilet? Lin Tian. Following the staff member into the ranking room, Lin Tian entered a space suffused with a high-tech atmosphere, adorned with interwoven black and blue stripes. In the room stood a square Global Combat Power Ranking System terminal, resembling a cartridge reader but with significant differences in shape and much larger in size. Once seated, and after scanning your identity wristband, you can log into the Global Combat Power Ranking System, the staff explained. Following the instructions, Lin Tian sat before the terminal and scanned his wristband. In no time, a flash of light appeared before his eyes. The next moment, he found himself immersed in a virtual space composed entirely of data, verifying identity information, connecting to Gamers Ranking Qualification. Ding! Detected your first login to the Global Combat Power Ranking System. Please set your nickname. If skipped, your real name will be used as your ranking nickname. Do I need to create a username? Just call me Disconnected. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and devised a functional nickname that might confound his opponents in the ranked matches. Dear Disconnected, welcome to the Global Combat Power Ranking System. Arranging your placement match schedule. Currently, only the solo ranking mode is available. Please select the solo ranking option on the console to commence your placement matches. Upon completing 10 placement matches, you will receive your initial rank. The ranking tiers, ascending from lowest to highest, are as follows: Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Master, Grandmaster, and the Supreme King. As Lin Tian continued to read, the prompt messages gradually faded from view. In their stead, a large, translucent selection panel materialized before his eyes. The panel presented 3 options: Solo Ranking Mode, Team Ranking Mode currently unavailable, Global Ball League Mode currently unavailable. At present, only the Solo Ranking Mode button was illuminated. The Team Ranking and Global League modes were grayed out and inaccessible. Lin Tian extended his finger and gently tapped the Solo Ranking Mode option. Instantly, a prompt appeared, matching you with opponents for placement matches. Estimated wait time, 25 seconds. Match found, loading the battle. Within less than 5 seconds of starting the matchmaking, Lin Tian's first opponent was found. The figure abruptly vanished from the data space, and in the next instant, Lin Tian found himself standing in an ancient coliseum. The arena was vast, spanning several thousand square meters. The surrounding spectator stands were filled with countless fans cheering and shouting. The current match map is Bloody Coliseum, Battle Mode, Annihilation Mode. Time limit, 60 minutes. If you slay your enemy within 60 minutes, you will claim victory in this match. If the match exceeds 60 minutes, the winner will be determined by the extent of injury sustained by both sides. The combatants in this match are Blue Team, Yeo Naiwahi rank none. Red Team, Dear Disconnected rank none. The match has officially begun. In this Coliseum where strength reigns supreme, commence a savage and brutal clash. The prompt vanished, and in the following moment, the two combatants simultaneously appeared within the arena. After the duel loaded, Lin Tian stood motionless, feigning disconnection. His opponent, standing about 100 meters away, was a blond man clad in heavy gray-black armor, wielding a greatsword. He advanced slowly, noticing Lin Tian standing like a wooden statue, eyes vacant. Yeo Nai, where he was momentarily baffled, uncertain of his adversary's strategy. However, upon glancing at the nickname hovering above Lin Tian's head, realization dawned on him. He could not help but chuckle softly. This little trick, you don't really think anyone will fall for it, do you? Seeing that this ruse failed to deceive his opponent, Lin Tian ceased pretending and shrugged. Well, there's no harm in trying. Raising his great sword, which gleamed with a radiant light, Yeo Nai, where his smile vanished as he spoke coldly. Kid, you must be new to the global combat power ranking system, playing your placement matches. Let me give you a piece of advice. This is where true skill matters. If you want to win by such sneaky tricks, you're just wasting your time here. You'd better leave early. Before he finished speaking, a shadow flickered past him and appeared behind him. Lin Tian flicked the blood from his hand and quipped, "Why so much hot air?" Suddenly, a dull pain surged in his chest, and a chill swept through his body. Yeo Nai, where his pupils contracted as he lowered his gaze, seeing a massive bloodied hole in his chest. He could not conceal his shock. How could this be? Before he could finish a sentence, Lin Tian swung his fist again. Yeo Nai, where his head was cleanly severed and flew sideways. Opponents without ranks, newly entering the global combat power ranking system for placement matches, typically hovered around level 10 or so. Even equipped with various gear and skills, their combat strength rarely exceeded iron or bronze levels. Before Lin Tian's current prowess, such an opponent was utterly unworthy of his regard. Clad in mythical grade armor, Lin Tian did not even need to use any skills or draw his weapon. With bare hands, he effortlessly executed a one-hit kill. You have slain Yeo Naiwahi, rank none. Elapsed time, 1 minute 30 seconds. Victory has been achieved by disconnection. You have completed your first placement match. Having defeated your opponent with ease, you will now be matched with stronger adversaries. In subsequent matches, the stronger the foes you defeat, the higher the rank you can attain through the placement matches. After effortlessly securing his first win, Lin Tian returned to the data space. Boring. Hurry up and give me some tougher opponents, he thought. Lin Tian wished to test his combat strength in the global combat power ranking system. Battling foes of Yeo Nai, where his caliber held no value for him. Without delay, Lin Tian clicked on the solo ranking mode option in the selection panel to continue matchmaking. The second match took place upon a desert expanse. The current match map is Desert Dead End. Battle mode, survival mode. Time limit, 30 minutes. Throughout the 30 minutes, sand pits will continuously form on the map. Players falling into these pits will die instantly. You must avoid the pits while swiftly defeating your opponent. If the match exceeds 30 minutes, the entire desert will begin to collapse. The combatants in this match are Blue Team, Dao Yi, rank, Iron 1. Red Team, Dear Disconnected, rank, none. The match has officially begun. On this ever-collapsing desert, seek the spark of life.